Chapter 171. Super Brain Awakeners can establish a signal transmission network within a certain range within the black air. Therefore, when multiple Awakener teams are collaborating on missions, each team must have a Super Brain Awakener to maintain constant communication. This is also why Songyi spoke to her today, not through a light brain, but through a spatial gate. However, some Awakener teams on missions have personally experienced the world outside the base. They say that the alien beasts outside the base have formed their own system, fighting for territory and food. The competition for survival is fierce, making it difficult for ordinary people to survive outside the base. This is all online content. Songsher knew that he wouldn't be able to gather any useful information from Glass's. Glass's intelligence gathering ability is primarily reflected online. The online reports on the situation outside the base are all about what humans saw and heard decades or centuries ago as they moved between bases to survive. For the past 100 years, the human world has been relatively stable, and ordinary people haven't had the opportunity to leave the base. What's circulating online is what the Federation wants the public to know. Even when Base 11 was overwhelmed by the alien beast tide some time ago, the humans were transported through a space gate. No one had actually flown between the two bases on a transport plane and seen the vegetation outside. So, if she wanted to know for sure what was happening outside the base, she had to ask those who had left. Why don't you ask Director Chin? The hunting group also has a team of Awakened who have left the base. They must know a lot. You can ask Director Chin to contact them, and he'd definitely be willing to help you. The men with glasses have already received Qin Yi's instructions to arrange for them to serve Songsher in the future. None of the four of them objected. They and Songsher had always been a team, with a clear division of labor and excellent coordination. Not necessary for now. Songsher typed a reply. She could wait for Songyi. Maybe tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, Songyi would personally pass on this information, without having to bother anyone else. Okay. But you're not going to agree to Mr. Chin's request, are you? Glasses assumed that Songsher's abrupt refusal was because she didn't want to trouble Qin Yi, and therefore, that she had no intention of officially joining the hunting group. He couldn't help but start persuading her. Joining the hunting group would be great. The hunting group also has cooperation with the federal government, and is a legitimate company. You don't have to worry about your work with the hunting group being discovered and prosecuted later, nor would it affect your future government service. You can join us with complete confidence. Songsher, I know. I didn't refuse. Glasses, then you agree. Great. We still be teammates. I feel strangely secure being with you. Glasses, God knows how much I've endured and how much hardship I've endured with those other three. Glasses, you saved me twice, no 3 times. You know, you look so handsome when you save me, Glasses, and following you, I feel like I've realized my worth. Thinking about the protest march I orchestrated, wow, I even admire myself. Glasses kept sighing, sometimes praising Songsher, sometimes praising himself. He was no longer the sharp-tongued, aloof little boy he used to be. Songsher glanced at the time and stopped him. We have classes tomorrow, so we talk later. Glasses, okay, we have to meet up sometime. Ever since you arrived at Base 9, you've been taken to the lab. We haven't seen each other in almost 3 months. Songsher, okay. Putting down the laptop, Songsher closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. The next morning at 5:10, just as the sky was breaking, Songsher rolled out of bed, washed up quickly, and ran to the playground in the south section of the school. Although all departments, except for the psychology department and some departments not involved in combat, had morning exercises, there were very few departments that would get up at this hour. Wu Wanyun, from the next dorm, had already left. The entire building was filled with healing departments, all gone. Songsher ran all the way there, and saw few people. When she arrived at the playground, she saw the healing department freshmen jogging along the field. Everyone's laptop was lit up, automatically recording their mileage. Songsher found the Berserker department team. The others had been training for over 2 months, and had established their own formation, so Songsher chose to stand at the end. It wasn't even 5:30 yet, and the curly-haired boy next to her scoffed at the healers running 40 kilometers in 2 hours. I don't know what's so hard about that, and they keep complaining. His companion, warming up, casually chimed in, healers are weak. Running 40 kilometers is killing them. Songsher stood silently beside them. I heard that dual-type girl is training with us today. She's both a healer and a berserker. What a freak, the curly-haired boy said. He spoke harshly, his tone always tinged with a smug arrogance. The boy, warming up, paused, his eyes sparkling. There was a big fuss a while ago. I really like to meet her. Ideally, we could have a fight, to see the strength of humanity's first dual type. What's there to see? The curly-haired boy scoffed dismissively. She's the healer who awakened first, so her physique is definitely closer to that of a healer. How can she be that much stronger? Besides, he said bluntly, I guess she's just a little bit better than an average healer. Seeing the monster fight back for a moment, those unworldly people mistook her for a dual-type healer. His companion looked at him strangely and pointed out without hesitation, your jealousy is too obvious. Curly, embarrassed, pleaded, you know, those unawakened ones in the lower city. Anyone with a bit more strength, a bit faster speed, and even a bit of violent behavior is considered to be on the verge of awakening the berserker type. The definition of the berserker type is incredibly broad these days. My companion lost his patience. That's just the casual definition used by ordinary people. What's that called? Songshur, you've only been at the institute for 2 months. Do you think researchers there are just sitting there doing nothing? The berserker type gene is there. Don't be so ignorant. The curly-haired man, not wanting to hear what he wanted to hear, was unhappy and stiffened his neck. Just lick it. Then, he was met with a fist. The sound of a sharp crack was clear. Songshur was certain his nose was broken. She couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Well done. The curly-haired man, despite taking a punch, refused to back down, and the two of them engaged in a brawl. The people around him, unfazed, made way for them, giving them enough space. Songshur also took 2 steps to the side. As expected of a violent type, they turned on each other in an instant. One moment they were joking and talking like brothers, and the next moment, I punched you, you kicked me. It was already 6:30, and the instructor team arrived. Chapter 172. The 2 men showed no sign of stopping. The instructor team had no intention of intervening, not even a glance. The nearly 400-man violent training group gradually quieted down after the instructors appeared. Songshur could only then hear 2 more fights erupting far ahead. The whistling sounds of punches and kicks carried on the morning breeze, the verbal abuse thick with venom. The instructors ignored them. 21 instructors were arranged in an inverted triangle, their hands clasped behind their backs, their posture uniform and their faces resolute. They exuded a military aura, as if baptized in blood, that stood in stark contrast to the green lawn beneath their feet and the magnificent teaching building behind them. They were likely soldiers who had actually served in battle. The broad-shouldered, thick-backed chief instructor stood at the top corner of the triangle. A scar at the corner of his mouth gave him a fierce look, and he faced the group. First, train your stamina. Run for 30 minutes, aiming to beat yesterday's mileage. Be careful to avoid obstacles. Again, be careful to avoid obstacles. Whoever bumps into a student from the healing department will have to buy a gift and personally admit their mistake in the other class. Anyone who doesn't want to lose face should open their eyes. Songshur had never heard of this kind of punishment before. It was novel and inexplicably brilliant. It was perfect for punishing the arrogant and turbulent students. Whoosh! A whistle blew, and the 400-person team dispersed. Except for the 3 pairs that were fighting. Fighting wastes time, preventing them from completing the instructor's assigned tasks, and they will be punished afterward. The 3 pairs knew this, and they didn't stop, indicating they were prepared for punishment. Therefore, the instructors didn't try to stop or urge them. Everything was done according to the rules, saving unnecessary arguments. Songshur had already reviewed the morning training program and downloaded the necessary software. He then switched on his laptop and joined the running throng. The healing and rage classes shared the same playground, but neither had a unified running formation. Each ran its own way, each burdened by the instructor's assigned targets. The chaos on the playground was palpable. The healing classes called the rage classes, who nearly bumped into them unbridled donkeys. The rage classes called the healing classes, who were dawdling and blocking the way 80-year-old ladies. Neither gave way to the other. After 30 minutes of running, Songshur had earned quite a bit of flack. Tomorrow University has 6 campuses and 12 large playgrounds. Morning training consisted of only the rage classes and the healing classes. While cramming them together for training might seem unnecessary, it was actually a result of specialized testing. When rage and healing students train together, unexpected results are achieved. The healing students became randomly moving obstacles, invisibly honing the violent students' reaction speed and obstacle avoidance abilities. With the violent students chasing them, the healing students, in a state of fear, would unleash their physical potential. This mutually beneficial training method, practiced over several generations, has been passed down. After 30 minutes, the violent students on the track collectively evacuated and returned to their teams. The healing students who remained on the field collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Songshur returned to his original position. The two boys next to him had already finished their fight and stood in line with bruised faces. The instructor held up a tablet. Now, the top 10 30-minute obstacle avoidance run kilometers will be announced. What's there to announce? Aren't they always the same 10? What a waste of my time. The curly-haired guy next to Songshur, probably upset because he lost a fight, pulled a handful of hair in frustration and yelled at the instructor. To Songshur's surprise, many people agreed. Just send us the rankings and groups directly. Why the ceremonial? Do you think you can motivate us this way? Who cares who the top 10 are? You're reading them every day. I'm tired of hearing them. Someone else suggested, Instructor, next time, just single out those 10 people for individual training. We see you really like them. The instructor, as if accustomed to such scenes, ignored them and continued with his routine without replying. First place is still Zhang Wenjing, 27.6 kilometers, 0.2 kilometers higher than yesterday. Second place, Deng Changrong, 27.2 kilometers, 0.3 kilometers higher than yesterday. Third place, Wu Hua, 24.3 kilometers. Fourth place. When the ninth place was called, Songshur turned to look at the curly-haired boy with a crooked nose next to him and smiled. Do you need any help? I'm a healer. The curly-haired boy blurted out, Healers, go back to your healing department and train. Why are you standing next to me? At the same time, the instructor called out the 10th place. 10th place, Songshur, 20.2 kilometers. The curly-haired boy instantly looked at Songshur, as if he had seen a ghost. He realized that the girl standing next to him, who had been completely invisible, was the dual department student who had just arrived for training today. The legendary dual department student. She had witnessed his slander and ridicule of the dual class system, yet she had stood silently by. Why hadn't she admitted to being dual class up front? Was she treating him like a clown? As the boy thought of this, the curve of Songshur's lips seemed strange, a bit glaring, and more of a challenge to him. Instantly, his fists clenched, and the blood in his body rushed to his head. He had to fight her. He had to. Alas, he didn't have that chance. The coach's voice rang out from the front. Songshur, step out of line. Songshur stepped out of the corner of the line and approached the instructor, who was a head taller than her. Songshur wasn't short. At 1.76 meters, she was considered tall for a girl. When she first came to this world, her original self was underage. Songshur saw on her entrance physical report that her height was 1.71 meters. In those nearly 10 months, Songshur had grown 5 centimeters. From today on, you'll be joining the training team for the Freshman Rage Department at Tomorrow University's 9th branch. Introduce yourself, the instructor said. Songshur nodded, turned, and faced the 400-person team. He introduced himself very briefly. Hello everyone, my name is Songshur, a healer and Rage Department member. Let's train together. Please take care. This was the first time Songshur had introduced himself as a dual department member since the Federation's first dual department member was announced. Facing the curious, surprised, and hostile gazes of the team before her, Songshur's lips curled up. Finally. She had reached this point, stood here. Okay, let's go back, the instructor said. Songshur walked back to the team. Facing the Rage Department students, the instructor raised his laptop to check the time. The most relaxing 30 minutes of the day are over. Now, let's officially begin today's training. Since we have new students joining us, let's review the rules. Chapter 173. You, the 380 Berserkers, will be divided into 10 groups of 38 according to your ranking in the obstacle course. Group 1 will be for 1st to 38th place, Group 2 for 39th to 76th place, and so on. Songshur listened carefully. These rules were explained to her. Mirror Maze Elimination Round. You will be training your adaptability, observation skills, combat abilities, mental endurance, and other essential qualities for a berserker. In the morning, there will be elimination rounds. In the afternoon, I will analyze and explain the outstanding performances of some players. I will also capture some of their foolish behavior from the surveillance footage and show it to everyone. The instructor's tone was stern, a warning in his voice. So everyone stay alert. Don't be as foolish as Golden and Husky, the warriors, and do something laughable. The team fell silent. The instructor continued, let's discuss the rules of the elimination round. There are 10 mirror mazes in the indoor training area. Each of your 10 teams will enter one, eliminating each other. The competition ends when only one person survives. Our mirror mazes like the ones from our previous life, Made entirely of mirrors and glass? Songshur took it literally. You can explore the maze yourself. The instructor skipped over this part. Songshur. Elimination methods include, but are not limited to, the opponent voluntarily surrendering after the battle, the opponent losing their combat capability after the battle, or the opponent dying after the battle. In short, you have to fight. You can't just give in when your opponent is too strong. While a Berserk Awakener wouldn't likely be so cowardly, the rules still prevented this possibility. However, upon hearing the mention of the opponent's death after the fight, Songshur's eyebrows unconsciously raised. Death? Even the elimination rounds during routine training were this intense? On second thought, intense battles were common in any competition involving the Berserk type. However, Berserk versus Berserk, while aggressive, both sides had considerable vitality. No one would die in a single fight during routine training, presumably. Although I hope you fight to the death if you can't kill them, the more intense the fight, the more it will simulate the brutality of the battlefield and the bloodshed of war. But the instructor paused, looking at the 380 students before him, his lip curled in a mocking tone. The federal government treats you as a precious resource. They don't think losing you in daily training is worth it. He cursed, laced with venom, a bunch of idiots. Then he regained his composure and continued expressionlessly, so you better not cause me any trouble. Quit while you're ahead. Quit while you're ahead. Songshur considered the right balance. If it was too light, what if the opponent refused to concede? If it was too heavy, he could incapacitate them, ideally breaking their legs. But that didn't seem to be quit while you're ahead. The instructor seemed to hear Songshur's thoughts. It doesn't matter if they're crippled or disabled. Just keep them alive. The school has plenty of healers. Songshur nodded. That was good. I will be watching your entire competition. There will be cameras throughout the mirror maze, and every move you make will be recorded. 2 important points. No weapons allowed, only hand-to-hand combat. Second, this is an individual competition. No alliances 2-on-1 or multiple-on-1. The instructor paused for a few seconds, making sure there were no missed rules, before explaining the winner's rewards. The winner of the group who wins within the allotted time will receive 10 points, while the rest will receive 2 points deducted. I don't need to elaborate on the purpose of points. The instructor glanced at Songshur's position. Songshur pursed her lips awkwardly. Well, she only knew that points would help with future teammate selections. As for the rest, she wasn't sure. She'd have to find time to ask Yang Jinjin. Ask someone else if you don't know. The instructor said this, then turned and made arrangements with the other assistant instructors. The virtual mazes are ready. 10 mazes, each with different routes and varying levels of difficulty. The group that arrives first gets to choose first. He then clapped his hands symbolically. The 380-person team instantly moved, all rushing in one direction. Songshur fell behind. Everyone else rushed to compete in the mirror mazes. The ones with simple routes were in high demand. After 2 months of training, they had already figured out which mazes were easy and which were difficult. A simple route meant they didn't have to consider complex environmental factors and could face their competitors directly, without worrying about sneak attacks. This also made it easier to decide the winner within the allotted time. Because of the time limit, today's time limit was 4 hours. If they exceeded the time limit, even if only one person remained in the entire mirror maze, they wouldn't receive the 10 points. Songshur trailed behind the group. No matter how fast she ran, it was useless. This was her first time, so how could she know which mazes were easy and which were difficult? She had to rely on her fellow competitors to choose the maze. I hope they can run faster. According to the grouping system, those in her group had covered the most mileage in 30 minutes today, meaning they were the fastest. Grabbing a spot in the easy mode wouldn't be a problem. Songshur was one of the calmest. Over 30 other people also walked into the indoor training grounds at the same leisurely pace as Songshur. 10 independent buildings, surrounded by silver metal walls, stretched out in an arc before them, their walls rising 7 or 8 meters high. From the outside, the 10 buildings looked identical. The interior couldn't be seen from the outside. This was the mirror maze. Songshur slowly approached. Directly opposite the cold silver metal wall, facing the entrance to the training ground, was a door. To the side of the door was a virtual electronic screen. A plaque indicated the date, group, and member number. Songshur was walking over. The virtual screen on the center left read, March 25th, Group 7, members numbered 266 to 304, already in place, 38. Not the first group. Songshur headed towards the mirror maze next door. The main entrances to each maze were nearly 500 meters apart. Songshur quickly walked to the second one. March 25th. Group 2, members numbered 39 to 76, already in place, 38. People who arrived around the same time as Songshur were also searching for their corresponding mirror mazes. Songshur was walking towards the third mirror maze next door, when someone called out from behind her, Group 1, over here. Then, all the boys and girls still wandering around the training grounds, not having entered their respective mazes, silently converged in that direction. Songshur, realizing something, said, So no one from the first group came to try to get the easy mirror maze? Are they all so confident in their abilities? Chapter 174. Confidence is only natural. Seeing the level of her competitors, Songshur silently tied her hair tighter. It was sure to be a fierce battle. Entering the mirror maze, everyone was dispersed to different points. The mirror maze occupied a standard circular shape, with the 38 people standing at equal distances around the outer edge, unable to see each other. Songshur stood at point 10. The game hadn't started yet. Everyone stood at their points, waiting silently. Songshur was flanked, and in front of her by glass that appeared to be covered in a layer of gray fog, preventing her from observing the maze layout in advance. Suddenly, the foggy glass in front of her flickered twice. Then it transformed into an opaque blue electronic screen. The screen displayed profiles of Songshur's competitors. Songshur marveled at the ingenious structure of the glass, which could actually be a digital screen, while quickly reviewing his opponent's profiles. The profiles included their serial numbers, names, levels, and past records. Number 1, Zhang Wenjing, SSS rank, wins 4. Number 2, Ding Changrong, SSS rank, wins 2. Number 3, Wu Hua, SS rank, wins 3. Number 4, SS rank, wins 1. Number 5, SS rank. Songshur glanced over the descriptions of the 37 opponents. Almost all of them were double S rank. There were only 2 SSS ranked opponents, Ding Changrong and Zhang Wenjing, topping the list. There were only 3 S-ranked opponents, including her, making 4. She ranked 10th, the highest of the 4. They were all formidable opponents. Songshur's temples twitched. Fighting alone, without any weapons, against the 2 S-class warriors, she still had a chance of winning. If she faced those 2 SSS-class warriors, Songshur's eyes fell on the 2 names at the top. The chances of winning were low. In her last battle with Lu Xing, she struggled to cope with his lightning-fast attacks. If Wu Xilu hadn't appeared to calm her down, she and Lu Xing would have been the ones to be defeated. The gap between SSS class and S-class warriors was simply too great. Number 1, Zhang Wenjing, and number 2, Ding Changrong, were also SSS class warriors. Their strength might not rival the renowned Lu Xing, but they were definitely not weaker. Songshur pondered a strategy. The font on the electronic screen in front of him changed. The Mirror Maze Elimination Round, March 25th, was about to begin. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Songshur simply tossed those strategies aside. If she encounters one, she just fight. If she can't win, run. While she wasn't sure she could win the final victory within the allotted time and earn those 10 points, she was confident that no one else could get them either. She could always avoid them. She already had 0 points, putting her at the bottom of the table. She wouldn't allow today's elimination round to end with her points deducted to -2. 3, 2, 1. The Mirror Maze elimination round officially began. As these words silently appeared on the screen, the frosted glass on Songshur's left, right, and front suddenly turned transparent. The world within the mirror maze officially unfolded before Songshur's eyes. Countless versions of herself, countless unfamiliar faces besides hers, appeared on every mirror within reach. No, not necessarily mirrors. Having witnessed the frosted glass transform into a digital screen, and then back into clear glass, Songshur began to question the reliability of her own vision. Those mirrors might be digital screens that could change their appearance at will, or they might be mirrors themselves. Songshur couldn't quite tell. If they were digital screens, projecting different images, perhaps projecting images from the eastern side of the mirror maze to the western side, confusing the contestants and increasing the complexity of the elimination rounds. All of these were possible. Considering the Federation's technological level, Songshur seriously suspected there were other technologies she hadn't encountered. Click. The glass door to her right opened a crack. The competition officially began, marking the entrance to the mirror world before her. Songshur pushed open the glass and stepped inside. The world here was exactly the same as she had just seen. At a glance, she saw 4 or 5 opponents pushing through the doors. Each one was incredibly lifelike. If she hadn't known that everyone was standing a certain distance apart upon entering the arena, It would have been impossible for them to reach her position in just a few seconds. She would have already raised her fist, ready to strike. Songshur groped her way forward, releasing her mental energy to locate anyone approaching and looking for unusual features in the environment. Her healing talent allowed her to release her mental energy to locate others, giving her a certain advantage. But she couldn't use this method to locate her opponent at will. This was a maze. She could sense that the opponent was 2 meters away, but that distance couldn't be covered in a straight line. There were countless twists and turns. It only served as a warning, allowing her to prepare in advance if someone approached. She still had to find a way to distinguish whether the person in the mirror was real or fake, or at least a way to tell whether the path ahead was blocked by a mirror or the real path. Otherwise, she would be unable to fight or escape, and the situation would be out of control. Songshur fumbled for 5 minutes, finding that the connections between each mirror and the ground were flawless, without a single discernible difference. Songshur looked up again. There was no roof above, allowing a direct view of the top of the indoor practice field. Unfortunately, the top of the indoor practice field was made of a single piece of material, making no discernible difference either. Songshur had to give up. She focused her attention on her surroundings. If her mental power detected someone approaching within 5 meters of her, she would immediately be on alert, guarding against the person in the mirror suddenly appearing and attacking her. Number 16 was eliminated. Suddenly, a line of text silently appeared on a mirror to the side where Songshur happened to be passing. Songshur, hyper-focused on her surroundings, saw it immediately. The first line of words flashed 3 times before fading. Songshur continued to grope forward, and another line of words appeared on the mirror directly opposite her. Number remaining, 37. Songshur glanced at it, and continued groping forward. She was actively searching for her opponent. She had already located one just 20 meters away. She had been trying to get closer to him, but the maze was too complex, forcing her to walk further and further, until she hit a dead end. Songshur resisted the urge to kick the wall in front of her, turned around, and retraced her steps. Suddenly she paused. Orange emotion? Amidst the dull figures, a girl with short chestnut hair radiated an orange emotion. It was a real person. Songshur's eyes lit up, and she approached her with light steps. Chapter 175. Songshur didn't move too quickly in that direction, even though the other person's emotional state betrayed their real existence. One reason was that she could also see their emotional state in another situation. That is, there was only transparent glass between them. The emotional state could only be seen by her naked eyes. It was a virtual, non-existent thing brought about by her supernatural power. Unable to reflect, the mirror naturally wouldn't reflect it, and the camera wouldn't be able to capture it. Considering that if there was glass between them, the sound of her bumping into it would allow the other person to immediately determine her location and infer her true identity. Every time Songshur entered a mirror, whether real or fake, she would first test it with her toes to ensure there was no obstruction before taking a step forward. Each step was cautious, making no sound. The second reason was that walking too fast would make her intentions too obvious, easily arousing the other person's suspicion. In the other person's world, every movement, even her facial expressions, would be exposed, making disguise necessary. Songshur glanced around, feigning a bewildered air, pretending to be in this for the first time. She had both advantages and disadvantages in the mirror maze elimination tournament. The advantage was that she could use her mental power to determine her competitors' positions, and now, she could even use mind manipulation to see their emotions and determine which was the real person and which was the mirror. The disadvantage was that this was her first time here. Fighting these people for the first time, she had no idea who was SSS and who was double S, and couldn't match the names to the faces. Furthermore, she couldn't adapt her strategies to their varying strengths, whether to flee or attack. Her opponents, however, knew her well enough to know she possessed dual elements, with her berserk element at S rank. So far, the chestnut-haired girl on the other side hadn't suspected she was approaching in person. Somehow, she was also groping in her direction. The distance between them was closing, estimated to be only 5 meters. Songshur's gaze was fixed on her surroundings. The sound of the opponent's footsteps was amplified in her ears, along with the pounding of her own heart. It felt like waiting for a rabbit. No, it felt like the rabbit had thrown itself into her arms. Even if she couldn't be sure if this rabbit was weak and powerless to fight back, or a strong one with legs so muscular it could send her flying with a single kick, it was still a rabbit. There were risks, but the biggest price of that risk was getting hurt. If the opponent was one of those SSS, she would have made a quick getaway. She knew the path she had taken, and was confident she could quickly shake him off. But Songshur still decided to kill him with a single strike if possible. This kill isn't the same as that kill. Just knock them unconscious and make them incapable of fighting. Things were going smoothly so far. The distance between the two had closed to 3 meters. With only a mirror remaining between them, Songshur only needed to take one more step to test the mirror's reality. If the mirror was empty, Songshur could step right out of it and catch his opponent off guard. If not, Songshur would have to find another passage nearby to the other side. This would undoubtedly be a laborious task, and there was a high chance he would lose the opponent altogether. Songshur steadied his breathing and slowly raised his leg, his toes touching the mirror. At the same time, the girl across from her seemed to sense something and turned, facing away from Songshur, looking in the direction she had come from. There were several mirrors in that direction, reflecting the approaching figure of Songshur. The girl was horrified to discover that most of the mirrors around her showed only herself and the dual-element girl named Songshur, with only a few showing other people. This was not a good sign. From her 2 months of experience in the elimination rounds, she knew that if the ratio of herself and someone else exceeded 75%, that person was nearby. An alarm bell immediately went off in her heart. At that moment, Songshur's toes touched the mirror, and he easily reached out, unobstructed. No glass. Songshur flashed out, like a long-dormant cheetah, and pounced on the girl's back. As the girl, startled, bent her elbow to counterattack, his right hand slashed diagonally across her neck. A normal person would have fainted from this blow. But the girl did not. Songshur's powerful knife strike, a berserker type, was neutralized by the girl's robust berserker physique. The girl's body swayed briefly from the chop, her brain briefly dazed, and her elbow strike towards Songshur deviated slightly. If one doesn't work, try again. Songshur's quick eyes and hands seized the moment the girl's brain was dazed and unable to react and slashed again. The girl's body tilted slightly, staggering. The combined damage from the 2 blows had already left her brain in a state of daze. Still not falling? Behind her, Songshur, like a ruthless knife-slashing machine, calmly raised his palm for the 3rd time and slashed down diagonally. This time, the girl clutched her neck, tilted her head, and stumbled, twisting around. Their eyes met. Sometimes one has to admire the physical prowess of a berserker. This method, used against ordinary people, can be easily bypassed next time, Songshur thought, grabbing the girl's neck and slamming her into the rear window. The girl punched back, but it was weak and harmless. Songshur's 3 knife-hand attacks had still affected her to some extent. Songshur's fingers tightened around her neck. Give up? Or wait for me to bang your head against the wall until you pass out? Songshur negotiated. The girl's breathing was short, her cheeks flushed, and she was speechless under Songshur's iron grip on her neck. She patted Songshur's hand, motioning him to loosen his grip. Songshur didn't do as she asked. Nod or shake your head. If you admit defeat, nod. If you refuse and want to continue to fight me, shake your head. The girl nodded frantically. She was already gasping for breath, and the feeling of suffocation was unpleasant. No matter how strong a berserker's physique is, it's not strong enough to last this long without oxygen. Even after she nodded, admitting defeat, Songshur didn't let go. He had to wait for the instructors on the other side of the camera to make their decision. A dozen seconds later, in front of Songshur, 2 lines of text appeared in the mirror on the girl's back. Number 34 voluntarily surrenders, eliminated from this round. Number remaining, 36. Are you number 34? To be on the safe side, Songshur confirmed with the girl. The girl nodded. Songshur then let go of her and shook his right hand, stiff from exertion. The girl finally breathed, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for air. Her body slid limply down the glass. Songshur, who had been about to ask her what level she was, caught sight of her shambling appearance. Forget it. Number 34. Songshur recalled the introductions of everyone in the group before the elimination rounds began. The only SSS-level players were number 1 Zhang Wenjing and number 2 Ding Chongrong. The 4 S-level people are number 10, herself, number 21, number 25, and number 38. Chapter 176. The girl before her was SS class. SS class. Didn't seem as strong as she imagined. If the girl sitting on the ground heard her thoughts, she'd be furious and knock herself unconscious. The most feared thing about a difficult mirror maze is someone scouting the terrain ahead of time and lurking to launch a surprise attack. The challenge of a mirror maze is the disparity in strength, but it's not like the difference between heaven and earth. A group of people are randomly matched, competing without knowing who their opponent will be. The moment they met, both sides simultaneously entered combat mode, their entire bodies activated, their potential maximized. Everyone can be trained and improved through repeated battles, and 4 hours of intense concentration. How many people can react to someone like Songshur, who preemptively disguises himself and waits for the opponent's unpreparedness to launch a surprise attack? In a head-on confrontation, she didn't think she, a double S, could defeat Songshur, an S-class. Alas, she was weeping, but she had no tears. In all the Mirror Maze elimination rounds, she'd never been eliminated by an S-class player before. The scattered S-class players from the first group were just warm-up attempts. The girl was feeling a mixture of emotions. Having successfully eliminated someone, Songshur didn't waste any more time and groped his way back to the path the girl had taken. Time remaining, 3:30. A line of words silently appeared on a mirror she passed. It was like a signal. From then on, every few steps Songshur took, a line of light blue words would appear on a mirror she passed. Number 6 eliminated. Number remaining, 35. Number 19 eliminated. Number remaining, 34. The match had already lasted half an hour, and Songshur continued through the winding maze, searching for his next prey. She didn't search for long. Since the start of the competition, she had been moving closer to the center of the maze, and so had the others. The probability of encountering a competitor would only increase. Songshur's radiating mental energy detected 3 people within 10 meters. One was now less than 2 meters away. Near her. Songshur glanced around. Of the various figures reflected in the mirror, none showed any emotion. It was likely another instance of close yet far away. A phrase Songshur had recently devised applied perfectly to the current situation. The 2 people were very close, almost separated by a wall, but with many twists and turns in between, the probability of a meeting was low. Songshur had little hope for the person closest to her. She used her mental energy to locate the other 2, while simultaneously searching for an exit around her. Twice in a row, she turned right. Closer. Songshur slowed her pace, her eyes fixed on the corner a meter ahead. It was the second person her mental energy had located. Hoping there wasn't any glass blocking the way, Songshur prepared to attack. A thin, fair-skinned man with clear, innocent eyes appeared around the corner. A glow emanated from his silhouette. Before Songshur could even get excited about the other person being a living being, she noticed his mood color was pale blue. Carefree? How could he be carefree in such a tense environment? Could she be the second person to encounter one of those SSS? Songshur's mind flashed through many thoughts. Ultimately, her fighting spirit prevailed. She quickly analyzed the situation. This time, they were facing off head-on, in the same space. Pretending to hide, and then launching a sneak attack was impossible. As the boy turned, he was met by a toe that went straight for his vulnerable spot, his heart. The move was swift, precise, and ruthless. The boy hadn't anticipated someone nearby, waiting to attack him. His leisurely expression faded, and he teleported to the side. Songshur's kick missed. Good speed. Songshur reversed course, and struck again at his Adam's apple. Heart, Adam's apple, vulnerable spot. To subdue an enemy with bare hands, one must strike their vital points. The boy retreated again, neutralizing her attack, and then took the initiative. The 2 engaged in combat. Equally matched. The sound of punches piercing the air, and the dull thud of fists hitting bodies continued to linger. Occasionally, they would accidentally hit the surrounding glass, making a loud bang. Neither gave the other any room to maneuver. Neither cried out. The fight went on in silence. Both of them moved surprisingly fast. In terms of speed alone, they seem to be on the same level, but they can pass several moves in the blink of an eye. 5 minutes later, after hundreds of moves, it was still difficult to tell the winner. Both of them were bruised and swollen. The mirror reflected the embarrassed appearance of the 2 of them. At first Songshur didn't want to hit the other person in the face. Generally speaking, fair competition opponents have never done anything dirty to her in the past, have not provoked her, and have no grudges against her. If these points are met, she will not go out of her way to punch the opponent in the face. But it seems that this boy's habits are exactly the opposite of hers. Specializes in slaps in the face. Starting from the first move, every punch he aimed was aimed at her face. She thought the opponent was careless for the first punch, and she thought his hand slipped for the second punch, and it was the same for the third and fourth punches. Then don't blame her. Let's hurt each other. Both of them had nosebleeds, eye circles were purple, and blood splattered on the surrounding mirrors. The scene was extremely violent. On the other side of the camera, the instructors watching this scene covered their faces. It's been a long time since I've seen such a fight solely for the sake of hitting someone in the face, said a relatively short and stocky instructor. His short stature was normal for an average person, but among the instructors, who averaged 1.9 meters tall and slim. His height and build were quite impressive. These two definitely have a private grudge, otherwise they wouldn't have fought like this, he surmised confidently. The other instructors in the observation room were busy watching their own surveillance cameras, and had no time to pay attention to him. The chief instructor, who was guarding the first group's surveillance screens with him, was another quiet man, sitting motionless in his chair with his arms folded across his chest. Although no one responded, he continued to share his passionate thoughts. Look, the wound on her face has truly healed. 2 minutes later, he pointed to the 4 small virtual screen in the second row of the entire surveillance wall, his voice throbbing with excitement. A healer who can fight. Oh no, a berserker who can heal. His words finally attracted the other instructors. A berserker with healing powers had been rumored for so long, and now, finally, they had the chance to witness it in person. Naturally, they couldn't help but rush over. It's like someone with 4 arms. Even if you've seen countless pictures online, if someone says they're downstairs, you immediately have to lean over the window to take a look. 21 people simultaneously stared at Songshur, who was brawling with a boy on the surveillance footage. More precisely, they were staring at Songshur's face. Even though the new and old wounds on his face overlapped rapidly, you could still see the old wounds healing and disappearing at an inhuman speed in the gaps between them. Chapter 177. It's almost possible to make old injuries disappear before new ones inflict, especially when compared to an opponent. Songshur's face always bears only the most superficial scars, while the opponent's face is swollen like a pig's head, its original appearance almost unrecognizable. Wu Hua's luck is unlucky today. It's only been half an hour since the start, and he's already run into a tough opponent. A male instructor approached, glanced at the 2 men facing each other on the virtual screen. Although one of the boys was swollen like a pig's head, he could still vaguely recognize him and commented. The female instructor, with sunken eye sockets and a high nose bridge, wore blonde hair in a high ponytail, one hand resting on the table and the other on the back of the chief instructor's chair, her posture dashing. She stared at Songshur. With such a rapid healing rate, injuries sustained during combat will heal quickly, so subsequent actions won't be affected. Isn't she the equivalent of a machine capable of perpetual combat? Another instructor's face was filled with admiration. She's a natural for the battlefield. She really should stay in District 9. Huh, the female instructor next to her sneered. She said she didn't dare to have such extravagant hopes. If she stayed in our 9th district, the entire 11th military district would go crazy. Anyone making such a request should be careful not to be put in a sack and thrown into the Golden Sea while walking at night. There's a sea between the land masses where the 11th and 9th bases are located. It's called the Golden Sea. Before the anomaly, it was a picturesque place, and the cities along its shores were all tourist destinations. After the anomaly, the sea's strange beasts swarmed up, and the Golden Sea became a breeding ground for reptiles. The federal government designated it as a restricted area years ago. I didn't mention it. I just said it casually, the male instructor who made the suggestion said angrily, rubbing his lips. Those with bare feet are not afraid of those with shoes. It's truly madness for the 11th military district to lose its base. Speaking of which, the Forerunner project is about heading to restricted areas, like the Golden Sea, right? The short, stout male instructor suddenly mentioned. The scene suddenly fell silent, a heavy atmosphere permeating the air. The Forerunner project involves the federal government carefully selecting a new generation of the finest awakened individuals to journey to the Forbidden Zone, home to alien beasts, to seek a solution for humanity from its root. The mere thought of the dangers they face is chilling. The countless virtual screens in the observation room continuously displayed scenes from within the 10 mirrored mazes. Previously, the instructors had watched the surveillance footage collide with lives filled with hope and vitality. Now, the bloody responsibility behind these vibrant lives became apparent. They were clearly only 19 years old, the violent types despised by ordinary citizens of the Federation. Knowing that this training was intended to select suitable candidates for the Forerunner project, and that this meant a heavy sacrifice, 9 out of 10 of them would never return, they still participated with such enthusiasm, never once considering retreating. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. It's a great day. Why are you talking about restricted areas? The ponytailed female instructor stretched out her long legs and kicked the short, chubby instructor in the butt. The chubby instructor used this to liven up the atmosphere, clutching his butt and exclaiming, "Ouch!" The restricted areas and the Forerunner project are for later. Our main task today is to identify a few examples and fill up our afternoon classes, the chief instructor said. Everyone, keep a close eye on them. Oh! The chubby instructor stood back in place. Today is the least of your worries, the blonde instructor said lazily. We have Song Shi. Her observation skills during the sneak attack on number 34 were remarkable. We capture her as a case study. Also, we've been talking for so long, and she's still locked in a stalemate with Wu Hua. The fact that she's been battling S-Class and SS-Class for so long and holding her own is reason enough to talk about it in class. Then, you can arrange for her and me to have a live demonstration, giving the students a more intuitive, on-site lesson. TSK, that's a great idea. The fat instructor glanced at her and said quietly, a demonstration, or even a competition, is more or less the same. I suspect you just want to fight her. Even after being exposed, the blonde instructor remained frank. She looked at Song Shi on the virtual screen, her chin raised, her interest evident. Her moves aren't confined to orthodox teaching styles, they contain many of her own killer moves. Her eyes were sharp. Song Shi is like a warrior with extensive combat experience. He's been on the battlefield, encountered the enemy, experienced life and death, and developed his own unique tactics. Such people are rare among freshmen. Even Ding Chongrong and Zhang Wenjing, who are both SSS and come from well-off families, and whose families hired private coaches for systematic training before entering university, probably can't match Song Shi in certain aspects. The female instructor's role in this instructor team is to serve as a martial arts sparring partner. Before joining this team, she was sought after by many major families to train their awakened children. If it weren't for her warrior background, her federal government records, and the need to prioritize federal government arrangements, she wouldn't have come to Tomorrow University to be an instructor with such low wages. An expert knows a thing or two from the first. Her words were convincing. The other instructors, who hadn't noticed anything special about Song Shi, now returned their attention to the virtual screen. He stared at Song Shi closely. She didn't have a clear advantage in speed, and S-Rank could achieve this, showing signs of improvement. Her attacks were slightly weaker than Wu Hua's, but after all, they jumped a level, so it was acceptable, and there was plenty of room for improvement. Her foundation wasn't strong enough, and the gap between her and Wu Hua, a child from an aristocratic family who had undergone specialized training since childhood, was quite significant. This directly resulted in some of her moves looking chaotic. However, her attack angles were tricky and unpredictable, compensating for these disadvantages. Wu Hua was probably facing this kind of opponent for the first time, and she wasn't handling it with the same ease as usual. The chief instructor, seated in the chair, had been teaching berserk-type characters for many years, and possessed more experience in this area than most. She's showing signs of improvement, he said calmly. All aspects of her physical fitness are moving towards SS level. Meanwhile, within the mirror maze, Song Shi, struggling in the fight, paid a moment's attention to the system in her mind. Berserk-type upgrade progress, plus 1%. These subtitles had been playing non-stop since the fight began. Song Shi bypassed the message and headed straight for the system panel. Power name, Berserk. Class, Enhancement. Level, S. Upgrade progress, 74%. 74? When she checked the panel this morning, it was only 57%. 17 more? Those 57 anti-abuse progress points were accumulated since she reached S-Rank in the arena 4 months ago. As of this morning, she'd barely surpassed half. After reaching S-Rank, the progress bar's movement slowed, and it wasn't as easy to force it to move. For example, before, simply kicking someone, causing physical pain, would add 1 progress point. Chapter 178. For 4 months, she had to dislocate her opponent's internal organs and crack their bones before the system would reluctantly allow her to advance the progress bar even slightly. She originally naively assumed it only counted the amount of damage inflicted, but today, her opponent clearly had no major health issues besides a slightly swollen face. The progress bar had increased so much. Song Shi thought of a possibility. Perhaps the extent of the increase depended on the opponent's strength. Instantly, Song Shi was energized and fought even harder. Wu Hua, already somewhat exhausted, struggled to open her swollen eyes. Why? Why didn't her physical strength seem to have been depleted at all? In the observation room, the female instructor pondered. Healing-type self-healing consumes mental energy, and berserk-type combat also consumes mental energy. I wonder how much mental energy Song Shi has left. Since she's training with us, we need to give her a mental energy test as soon as possible. The head instructor nodded in agreement. I heard. Her healing is also S-level right now. If both healing and berserk are upgraded to SSS one day, will she be able to rival an entire awakened team? The short, chubby instructor said excitedly. She doesn't need to be upgraded, she can be now, but the team's level won't be very high. The Federation's awakened teams are also divided into different levels, which are evaluated every 3 years, and different levels perform different field missions. The dark-skinned instructor said, even Lu Xing needs Wu Jilu's support on the battlefield, but she doesn't. I wonder if those research institutes can develop the conditions for dual system awakening. My daughter's awakening time is almost here. Don't get your hopes up. The female instructor patted his shoulder. Do you think she go berserk, since she's a healer herself? The short, chubby instructor asked again. Good question. Healers are generally calm and composed. If they can soothe someone going berserk, they can certainly soothe themselves. I doubt she go berserk, explained his companion, who was arm in arm with him. The chubby instructor nodded in agreement. That makes some sense. Who do you think will win? He had originally thought Wu Hua would be more likely to support her. After all, Wu Hua was a double S, having won first place twice in the elimination rounds. Unexpectedly, Songshi wins, the female instructor said without hesitation. Songshi is close to being a double S. Any other double S wouldn't be a match for her, the dark-skinned instructor said. As for Wu Hua, he's actually pretty average. That guy has incredible luck. He even managed to snag first place twice. It's not all just luck. He's quite cunning. I feel like he's the most cunning of the entire first group, fitting my stereotype of the berserker type. Cunning is part of strength. I wish Songshi could be smarter. Inside the mirror maze, the two of them were at a standstill. Are you really AS? Wu Hua screamed. Songshi punched him in the face. Yeah. After being punched in the right eye again, Wu Hua, his eye barely open, grabbed Songshi's hand and said, draw, let's not waste each other's time. In the end, no one will win. Songshi tried to pull out his arm, but Wu Hua held it tightly, preventing him from pulling it free. She then raised her leg and kicked. Wu Hua immediately raised her leg to block. Knees collided, and with a sharp crack, it was unclear whose joint was broken. The two exchanged blows with their injured legs for more than a dozen times. Still, the winner remained undecided. Are you crazy? Listen to me, Wu Hua shouted urgently. Songshi narrowed his eyes, calling her crazy? We're making too much noise. Someone's bound to come this way. No matter who wins or loses, others will reap the benefits. Let's separate now, and go our separate ways. If it's just the two of us, we can discuss the outcome later, okay? Wu Hua said, spouting 8 words a second, fearing Songshi wouldn't have the patience to listen any later. As a berserker type, he had a good understanding of their personalities. Songshi's face was expressionless. Okay, let go first. Wu Hua stared at Songshi's expression for a moment. Her face was expressionless, and for a moment, it was a little hard to fathom her thoughts. She cautiously said, after I let go, I go the way you came, and you go the way I came. Songshi nodded. Okay. Songshi agreed readily. Wu Hua hesitated for a moment, then decided to take a gamble. He adjusted their positions, so that his back was facing the direction Songshi had come from, and his back was facing the way he had come. I count 3, 2, 1, 1, and then I let go. Songshi was getting impatient with his rambling. Faster. 3, 2, 1. Wu Hua didn't let go. At the same moment, Songshi bent his knee and kicked him in the back. Wu Hua's face grimaced from the pain of the blow. You actually don't keep your word. Songshi twitched his lips. Same here. Observation room. Both of them are incredibly cunning, the fat instructor commented. Wu Hua has met his match. Mirror maze. The two, having failed to reach a preliminary agreement, clashed again. It was even more brutal than before. Wu Hua's face was devoid of any healthy skin. Songshi was better off. His wounds healed quickly, leaving him with almost no scars, though some blood remained from being wiped away. Time slipped by. The mirror repeatedly displayed reminders of eliminations. Neither of them bothered to check how many people remained. The situation was not looking good for him, and Wu Hua, anxious, was forced to negotiate again. He once again restrained Songshi's hand as he struck. This time, it was a bit of a struggle, and Songshi nearly broke free. He feigned composure. You don't want to waste too much energy on me, do you? Otherwise, when you run into Ding Changrong and Zhang Wenjing, you won't even have a chance to escape. The most taboo in the Mirror Maze elimination tournament is to expend all your energy on one person. It's meaningless. You might win one round, but not the whole game. You lose the big picture for the sake of a small one. You're a smart person, you need to be strategic. Songshi struggled twice, but his joints were restricted, and he couldn't break free. Wu Hua has mastered this wrist lock to perfection. Ding Changrong suffered at his hands before, said the ponytailed female instructor in the observation room. If it were a real fight today, Song Shi would have many ways to make his opponent let go. Healing skills, psychic attacks, virtual weapons, illusionary despair, creating patience, they could all do it. Berserk skills, nose skills, but Song Shi could be so ruthless that he could dislocate his wrist and then heal it, and still break free. Unfortunately, today was just routine training, and Song Shi wasn't planning on a big fight. Crackle, crackle. Suddenly, the sound of fighting emanated from nearby. Did you hear that? The others have gathered. Ding Changrong and Zhang Wenjing might be among them. If we continue this stalemate, we both be eliminated, Wu Hua said earnestly. Then please let go. Don't try to stop me from escaping. Wu Hua hesitated for a moment, then decided to let go. He was struggling to cope with Song Shi's onslaught. If he dragged on, he might reveal to Song Shi that he was running out of energy. Then Song Shi would definitely not let him go. One more gamble. He let go and took a step back, watching Song Shi's movements warily. Song Shi stood there, rubbing his wrist, and didn't attack him. Was the gamble right? Wu Hua felt a surge of joy. He took another step back, then another, until he reached the corner, then turned away with relief. He pretended to be groping deeper, but in reality, his complete attention was focused on observing the surrounding mirrors that reflected images. Several mirrors displayed Song Shi's current state. This was the beauty of the mirror maze. Every move of his competitor could be seen clearly. Song Shi would also be able to see his movements clearly, so he had to pretend to explore the path. Song Shi simply waited until he disappeared around the corner, then headed for the other exit. She was now stretching out her hand, feeling for the way ahead. Really left? Really kept her promise? For a moment, he couldn't believe someone could be so naive. A healer indeed. He turned and walked proudly around the corner, entering the place where he and Song Shi had fought. A sense of space was non-existent in the mirror maze. The mirror only reflected his state, posture, and expression, not his exact location. The blood on the floor and mirror had been automatically cleaned by the cleaner, and the only trace of his location had vanished. The metal floor and the clear mirror made it seem as if nothing had ever happened. Even the air had been purified by air freshener. But he remembered the blood all over the floor and walls. It was all his. Song Shi's abnormal healing ability meant not a single drop of blood had spilled. Revenge must be taken. Eliminate her. He walked lightly in the direction Song Shi had left. The reason he decided to swap places was because he was familiar with Song Shi's next path. That's right, from the beginning, he had no intention of letting Song Shi leave. To be able to win 2 games under the pressure of 2 SSSs, he had his own set of survival strategies. First, be cunning, then be ruthless. Bang! Upgrade progress, plus 2%. Wu Hua had just taken a step toward the corner of the mirror, when a fist suddenly struck him in the temple. Song Shi had actually been staying at the corner the entire time. His so-called exploration was just a facade. She knew he would turn back and launch a surprise attack. He was even more cunning than him. The force of this punch to the temple was immense. The system's seemingly uncharacteristic increase of 2% in Song Shi's progress bar was enough to tell. Wu Hua felt dizzy. You? Don't keep your word. Song Shi, don't give him a break. Holding his head, he slammed it into the mirror opposite. Bang! 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 Song Shi grabbed his hair, lifted him up, and brought him down. The resounding crash, like the sound of a morning bell, muffled and soul-piercing. Wu Hua's eyes lit up with stars, and he felt as if his soul had left his body so light it felt like it could fly with a single gust of wind. I admit. Before he could even finish the word lose, his body went limp, and he passed out. Song Shi finally let go, his gaze sliding from the sticky pool of blood on the mirror opposite him to Wu Hua's face, lying unconscious on the ground. Number 3 eliminated. Number remaining, 21. Time remaining, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Chapter 179. Number 3. Song Shi's mind quickly flashed with the corresponding information. S. His name was Wu Hua, and he had won the Mirror Maze Elimination Tournament twice. His strength was probably in the top 5 among the Berserker freshmen. She had fought him for an hour, and ultimately defeated him. Song Shi had a rough idea of where her strength stood among the Berserker freshman class. A subtle rustling of clothes came from above him. Song Shi looked up. Above the roofless maze, a sweet-looking girl with twin pigtails was flying towards them, holding a green light curtain in one hand. Her brows were furrowed, and she looked troubled and confused. When she saw Song Shi, or more accurately, The bloody boy at his feet, her eyes suddenly lit up. A flying awakener. Why did he come here? Songshur took a step back, giving the other person room to land. The girl with twin ponytails slowly tapped the ground, gracefully landing and retracting the light screen in her hand. The Berserker Department's training is coordinating with our flight department. I've been assigned here to carry the incapacitated wounded, preparing me for future battlefield duties. Facing Songshur's puzzled gaze, the girl explained in a sweet voice. I see. Multi-departmental coordinated training simulates real battlefield conditions. After explaining, the girl squatted on the ground and pulled Wu Hua, who lay unsteadily. Wu Hua's appearance was truly horrific. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and his forehead was covered in blood, especially on the right side of his head. Blood and flesh mixed together, covering his body and making his training uniform sticky. Songshur didn't even want to touch him. But the girl didn't even frown. She grabbed his arm and straightened his upper body. She half knelt in front of him and supported him on her shoulder. Wu Hua's blood naturally flowed down her collar. She paid no attention, as if she couldn't feel it. Her training suit seemed specially made, with a belt attached to the waist. She swiftly lifted Wu Hua onto her back, expertly using the belt to secure him to her. Despite her limited mobility, she managed to raise her head, flashing two sweet dimples at Songshur. I'm flying. Keep going. Go. She used her right hand to secure Wu Hua, while her left gestured to Songshur in encouragement. Then, as Songshur stared in astonishment, she soared into the air, carrying Wu Hua, nearly twice her own height. A steady liftoff. She vanished from Songshur's vision, which was like a frog in a well. Songshur averted his gaze. The elimination round continued. Songshur's confidence soared after eliminating Wu Hua. Number 12 eliminated. Number remaining, 20. A reminder appeared on the mirror. Half the time had already passed, and people were constantly being eliminated. Songshur walked away from this bloody scene, actively searching for her prey. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped. She took a step back and looked to the side. A boy, radiating fear, was frantically searching for a way out. This location. Songshur glanced back at the crime scene where Wu Hua had been eliminated. It was only a dozen meters away, just in time to witness the crime. Whether he saw it or not, Songshur walked towards him with unwavering steps. It's offered to you, so don't miss it. The boy heard footsteps behind him, and his fear grew even greater. Cold sweat dripped down his back, and he was almost at a loss for what to do. He stumbled forward, repeatedly bumping into glass. He ignored the pain in his head and changed direction, looking for a way out. Chapter 180. He completely used his body to fight his way through a bloody battle. And Songshur was the driving force behind his relentless pursuit. He was nearly in tears from running. He wiped the liquid, whether it was tears or sweat, from his face and rubbed it against his clothes, feeling sorry for what he had endured in just a few hours. Not long ago, he had run into Deng Changrong and Zhang Wenjing, the two top students in the grade, fighting. The fight was fierce and intense. Taking advantage of the fact that neither of them had time to pay attention to him, he stealthily sought a way out. He was getting further and further away from Zhang Wenjing and Deng Changrong. Before he could even congratulate himself on having lived a little longer, he turned around and saw Wu Hua, the most sinister student in the grade, being slammed against the wall by the newcomer, Shuangjie. The bloody scene deeply scarred him. The process was like smashing a ripe watermelon against the wall. The pulp splattered everywhere, but he continued to pound until the whole watermelon was reduced to a pulp and smeared on the mirror. His knees buckled with fear, his scalp tingled, and his entire body felt like it was being electrocuted. He was a berserker type, but the most brutal fight he ever had was one where he blasted his opponent's cerebrospinal fluid. The clear liquid suddenly gushed out of the man's nostrils and sprayed him in the face, leaving him sleepless for a whole day and night. Compared to Songshur's fighting style today, it pales in comparison. It was terrifying. Songshur, a dual-type fighter, had a style even more brutal than a pure berserker type. Wu Hua's brains might spray all over the mirror in no time. He couldn't imagine that the girl who politely introduced herself at the front of the line before the match was actually like this. Does she really have the healing gene in her? Aren't healers supposed to be kind-hearted and compassionate? He never seen a kind-hearted person go out of their way to beat someone's brains out. While he was curious about whether Wu Hua would be beaten to a pulp, he held his breath and backed away. He was afraid of disturbing Songshur. Although he was some distance away from Songshur, everything he saw was a reflection of the mirror. Judging from the source of the sound, Songshur was more than 10 meters away. To be on the safe side, he decided to leave this dangerous place. Who would have thought that by following the maze, not only did he not get any further away, but he had somehow ended up closer. And he happened to be spotted by Songshur, who was passing by. Songshur's eyes were truly sharp. She easily determined that he was a real person, not a reflection. She had only casually glanced at him. He was terrified that the sight of his brain splattering would happen to him. He ran faster and faster. The faster he ran, the harder he hit, the more forceful the mirror's rebound, and the farther he was thrown. He often lunged recklessly in a certain direction, only to find an invisible mirror standing there. He couldn't spot it in time, and was flung back, dazed, sitting on the ground. He get up again and hit again. Before Songshur even started, he already been bruised and battered from the constant trial and error, exhausted both physically and mentally. Thankfully, all the mirrors, glass, and electronic screens were made of special materials, hundreds of times stronger than those used by ordinary people, saving them from shattering. Songshur followed him slowly. For the 17th time, he collided with the mirror and bounced back. His body formed a parabolic trajectory, bouncing to Songshur's feet, just the right distance. It was like a feast delivered specially for Songshur. Songshur looked down at the person at his feet. ? Playing hard to get? The boy, whose eyes were dazed after being bumped, felt like dying when he saw Songshur looking down at him. His voice was sharp and a little off-key, and he raised his hands to the surroundings. I surrender. I surrender. There were surveillance cameras all around, and his movements were watched by the instructors in the observation room. Wang Yi, who was still as cowardly as ever, the blonde instructor commented. The portly instructor, sitting back in his chair, smacked his lips. He understood Wang Yi better. If it were me, I'd be cowardly too if I saw that scene. He was responsible for developing students' potential, which inevitably required understanding their past experiences. He knew more about the students' family situations than the other instructors. He said, Wang Yi, who was once a dual-type high-probability differentiation player, like Songshur, with both the Berserk and Healing types. His Healing type differentiation value was 2% higher than the Berserk type. His timidity stems in part from his Healing type genes. He grew up in a privileged environment. The Zhang family is a large family in the 8th base, and most of their disciples are mechanical support and healing types. Wang Yi, who has been training with them since he was a child at the 8th base. A Healing type awakener is weak, kind, and timid. A mechanical support awakener is honest, trustworthy, and reserved. His long years in this environment have had a certain impact on his personality. In general, he's a breath of fresh air among the Berserk types, the blonde female instructor summarized succinctly. The fat instructor nodded, a little regretfully. His personality has somewhat affected his leveling. How do you say that? Before his awakening, his Berserker type differentiation value was 43%. He awakened at 14, making him an S rank. He's incredibly talented, and despite years of family training, he's still only an S rank. Those who awakened around the same time, like Ding Chongrong and Zhang Wenjing, are now SSS rank. The blonde instructor pondered, grasping the key point. The difficulty in upgrading is mainly due to his multi-type nature, which is interfering with the Healing type genes. Before the dual-type precedent of Songshur, multi-types were unpopular because the human body couldn't handle the power of multiple types. Those with a high probability of multi-type differentiation have impure powers, ultimately becoming ordinary people. Wang Yi's ability to awaken to S rank right from the start was a blessing in disguise. The fat instructor mumbled, "That's about right." His Healing type genes are closely related to his personality. The discussion of Wang Yi ended there. Although the instructors didn't say it out loud, they had already unanimously removed Wang Yi from the Forerunner program. The entry threshold for the Pioneer program is S rank, and Wang Yi is S rank, so he meets the requirements. However, Pioneers can't always be S rank. After the school selection at the end of the freshman semester, he will go to the first base for further training and the second round of selection. Staying at S rank, Wang Yi will eventually be eliminated. If there were enough spots, Wang Yi could be promoted, but this year, there are many S-rank berserkers on campus, so the opportunity must be left to other S-rankers with room for advancement. Go check Songshur's past, the chief instructor said, looking at the virtual screen. The fat instructor said, "Leave it to me." Chief instructor, does Wang Yi's surrender count? The dark-skinned male instructor asked, his fingers resting on the keyboard. No. The rules of the elimination round require a fight before surrendering. The chief instructor followed the rules strictly. The dark-skinned instructor typed the instructions. Wang Yi watched the words appear on the mirror. A surrender only counts after a fight. Wang Yi, I want to die. Chapter 181. Songshur also saw the response and looked down. The tall, burly boy was sitting on the ground with a look of despair on his face, as if he had been abandoned by the world. Songshur, can you show some violent aura? Wang Yihu felt a surge of sadness from the depths of his heart. He tried to cling to Songshur's thigh, but Songshur mercilessly dodged him. He sat there, sobbing, completely disregarding his image. Sister Song, I'm just an ordinary S-rank. The people I'm competing against are all outside the top 20 in the group. I'm not aiming for first place. From the moment we entered the mirror maze today until now, I've been dodging. I haven't eliminated a single person. I don't feel any sense of participation at all, he complained. Songshur looked at him expressionlessly. She didn't attack immediately, and Wang Yihu, seeing hope, spoke even more earnestly. Please let me go. Let me feel a sense of participation. Otherwise, I'd be so embarrassed to be singled out by the instructor as an example in front of so many people this afternoon. What does your embarrassment have to do with me? Songshur frowned. She couldn't follow the boy's train of thought. The real embarrassment would be kneeling here, begging me to let you go. Wang Yihu corrected her. I'm not kneeling. Is his sitting posture okay? Is he negotiating normally? As long as he achieves his goal, the process doesn't matter. He absolutely must not follow in Wu Hua's footsteps today. Does it make a difference? Songshur smiled scornfully, his disdain evident in his eyes. Wang Yihu felt uneasy under Songshur's sarcastic gaze. He scratched his arm and continued with a pitiful yet sincere tone. Sister Song, you should fight people like Ding Chongrong and Zhang Wenjing until dawn. There's no need to waste time on me. I eventually. Songshur interrupted him impatiently. Have you ever begged for mercy like this before, even when facing a stronger opponent? Of course not. Those with pure berserker genes wouldn't have the patience to listen to his plea for mercy. They immediately attack him the moment they saw the word surrender after battle appear on the mirror. Songshur didn't do that, and even urged him to summon some berserker aura. It seemed the healing gene still had a certain influence on her personality. He resorted to this desperate measure, trampling his own pride underfoot, and begging for mercy from Songshur. Of course, he couldn't say these words to Songshur. He stared at Songshur, maintaining a sincere and humble appearance, his mind racing for words. Are you taking advantage of my healing kindness? Songshur suddenly spoke his mind. Wang Yihu, desperately trying to come up with an excuse, showed the embarrassment and panic of having his lie exposed, though he quickly masked it with a silly smile. Songshur stared at him, not missing the fleeting expression. Ha, worthy of a berserker type. So cunning, so hard to guard against. For someone who made it into the first group of S rank, one must be constantly on guard. I didn't, Wang Yihu argued stubbornly. You're overthinking it. Songshur approached him. Do you think I'm being kind by urging you to channel some berserker-type energy? Songshur drew closer, and Wang Yihu was completely enveloped in Songshur's shadow. He leaned back, pushing himself with his hands, trying to distance himself from him. Isn't it? Because I want you to feel a little bit of a fighting spirit, a desire to beat me up, to kill me, rather than simply conceding defeat and wanting to flee in fear. Otherwise, if I beat you up, the system will deem it harming an innocent person. The system responded. You have established a competitive relationship. The content of this competition is mutual elimination. Harming others with the intention of eliminating them will not deduct your level progress. The subtitles aptly appeared in Songshur's mind. The last of Songshur's psychological burden dissipated. He pursed his lips tightly, raised his leg, and kicked Wang Yihu on the shoulder. Wang Yihu was caught off guard. He hadn't expected Songshur to attack him immediately. He was kicked 2 meters away, rolled around, and hit the glass wall opposite. The glass wall made a dull sound. Wang Yihu felt dizzy from the impact. Songshur's fists followed. They rained down on Wang Yihu's head. Wang Yihu covered his head, dodging left and right. He struggled to stand up and fight back, but Songshur didn't give him a chance. He truly feared what he feared most. He was most worried about following in Wu Hua's footsteps, and he tried every possible means to get Songshur to let him go. To his surprise, he ended up even worse off than Wu Hua. Songshur hadn't originally planned to lash out at him. When he first admitted defeat, she even considered breaking his legs to disable him. But this guy wasn't content, and was determined to scheme against her. Although his plan was wrong, he had made up his mind, and Songshur wasn't about to let him off easily. 10 minutes later, Wang Yihu, completely unconscious, was taken away by a flying awakener. The same girl with a twin ponytail silently carried Wang Yihu on her back, sweetly encouraging Songshur before leaving. I was watching your live stream too. Well done. To deal with such cunning people, You have to make them pay tenfold so they won't underestimate you so easily in the future. Keep it up. Songshur watched her fly away. Number of people remaining, 17. Songshur left the blood-soaked, narrow mirrored space, wiped his shoes, and walked towards the others he had sensed. This time, no one witnessed Songshur's beatings, and no one was afraid of him, even though he was covered in blood and looked like he had taken several lives. Songshur said nothing, simply engaging in combat. S was no match for her, and neither were the two SS, though the elimination process was more difficult for the two SS. Number 11 eliminated. Number of people remaining, 16. Number 9 eliminated. Number of people remaining, 9. The number of people remaining continued to decrease. As Songshur eliminated her opponents, those she had never met were also eliminated. With only half an hour left, there were only 4 survivors left in the mirror maze. Number 1, Number 2, Number 6, Number 10. Number 10 was Songshur himself. Songshur located the 3 remaining living people in the mirror maze, randomly selected one, and approached in that direction. She had no idea who she would face next. In terms of probability, there was a 2/3 chance of encountering Zhang Wenjing or Ding Chongrong. At this point, Songshur was eager to witness the power of the SSS. A short-haired girl appeared in Songshur's field of vision. She was bleeding profusely, and upon seeing Songshur across from her, she approached him fearlessly. "What's your number?" Songshur asked directly. There were only 4 people left, and the champion could be among them. There was no need to hide their identities. The short-haired girl replied, "Number 6. Songshur felt a moment of regret. Number 6. He had to deal with her before he could face the SSS. Chapter 182. Are you disappointed? Number 6 asked doubtfully. Oh, right? Songshur nodded sincerely. Number 6, eh? She stared at Songshur for a long moment until 2 lines of blood-red text appeared on all the mirrors around her. Number of people remaining, 3. Countdown to the mirror maze trio, 21 minutes. One of Ding Chongrong and Zhang Wenjing has been eliminated. The mirrors didn't indicate who had been eliminated. Songshur and Number 6, standing opposite her, simultaneously looked away, their gazes locked. Number 6 uttered something quite out of place in the situation. I really hope you win. While Songshur was bewildered, the opponent strode forward, swinging his fist towards her cheek. Songshur had no choice but to put all other thoughts aside, stepping back half a step with her right foot, leaning back, and nimbly dodging the incoming punch. Number 6 varied the angles of his punches, his fists cascading down like a barrage, his blows coordinating seamlessly. Songshur initially focused on defense. The opponent's punches missed her, and she inflicted no substantial damage. The two remained in a stalemate for a long time. As time ticked by, Songshur shifted his tactics, shifting from offense to defense. After taking several punches head-on, Songshur found a way through and elbowed her in the nose. The sound of bone cracking was remarkably clear. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent was dazed by the pain, Songshur twisted her arm and, with a lunge, flipped her off his shoulder. Number 6 was slammed to the ground, shaking the ground and trembling the surrounding mirrors. Number 6 groaned, her body reflexively curling up like a shrimp. Songshur flipped her over, facing the metal floor, and pinned her arms behind her back. His fingers gripped the front of her neck, his fingertips pulsing with the beat of her pulse. Number 6 was forced to tilt her head back, her neck stretched. Give up? Give up. Number of players remaining, 2. Time remaining in the mirror maze final, 17 minutes. Songshur jumped off her opponent and helped her sit up. Even though he moved slowly, Number 6 gasped in pain. I must have broken a bone in my lumbar spine, Number 6 complained, her face wrinkling in pain, clutching her waist. I need someone to get me out. The latter part of her words wasn't addressed to Songshur, but to the surrounding surveillance cameras. Send someone over immediately. The words appeared on the mirror. Number 6 sat there, waiting for someone to arrive. She looked up at Songshur, who was dabbing his nosebleed with his sleeve. Just when Songshur was trying to find a chance to fight back, she punched him twice, one on the bridge of his nose and one on his jaw. Those punches weren't light. Blood spurted from his nose. By this time, the nosebleed had stopped flowing, but it was still flowing. She was wiping the remaining blood in the mirror. It quickly cleared, leaving her face as clean and smooth as before. Number 6 couldn't help but feel a surge of envy, turning to look at the mirror beside her. The mirror reflected her current appearance. Her eyes swollen as if she had a seafood allergy, her nose twisted into a strange curve, and her exposed neck was covered in bruises. The rest of her body was wrapped in a training suit, so the mirror couldn't see it, But she knew it was covered in wounds, probably not a single piece of healthy flesh left. For nearly 4 hours, she had been fighting non-stop. None of her competitors were weak, and she was constantly injured, new wounds covering old ones. It wasn't just her, the others were no different. Even as formidable as Zhang Wenjing and Ding Chongrong, it was impossible for them to make it to the final half hour unscathed. At the end of each Mirror Maze elimination tournament, all 380 berserkers were forced to recline in the infirmary. Songshi was an exception. Her mental state remained unchanged from before the competition began. She bore no wounds. The only difference was her dirty training uniform. Her movements remained unaffected. After 3.5 hours, while the other contestants were battered and exhausted, she was in top form. Her strengths as a healer were fully demonstrated. This was just one of her many advantages. She was not afraid of the dark energy of the alien beasts, meaning she wasn't limited by her team's healer abilities on the battlefield, free to roam freely among the alien beasts. She also possessed the calming skills of a healer, preventing her from losing control and maintaining her composure. There was much more. But thinking about the person she would soon face, either Zhang Wenjing or Ding Chongrong, she couldn't help but observe a 3-second silence for Songshi. I hope it's not Zhang Wenjing you're about to face. Songshi turned back. Zhang Wenjing? Number 2? Isn't Zhang Wenjing on the same level as Ding Chongrong? Even judging by his past knockout round performance, he's no match for Ding Chongrong. You know after you fight, Number 6 said meaningfully. If it's Zhang Wenjing, I watch your fight over and over again. Songshi glanced at her, puzzled, and left. She had already located the remaining person. About 90 meters southwest. Her mental sensing range was about 100 meters. The other person was rapidly approaching her. It was as if he knew where she was. On second thought, Ding Chongrong and Zhang Wenjing had eliminated one of their opponents first, while she and Number 6 were fighting in the background. The noise of their fight was quite loud, especially when she threw Number 6 over her shoulder at the end, causing the mirror to tremble. Number 1 and Number 2 were both SSS, so no matter which one won, their hearing was unquestionable, and it made sense to follow the sound to the source. With only 15 minutes left, Songshi quickly closed in on his opponent. When the distance closed to about 50 meters, their figures merged on the mirror maze. They both paused in their steps. Only 2 people remained in the entire mirror maze. The mirror showed the intertwined figures of the opponent and himself. Songshi glanced at his upcoming opponent. He was a man with fair skin and medium-length hair. His bangs half hid his eyes, obscuring them. His profile was straight, his lips red as if he had just vomited blood, with dark circles at the corners. He saw her and gave her a crimson smile. At 19 or 20, his smile wasn't sunny at all, but rather gloomy. Songshi touched the goosebumps that suddenly appeared on his arms. It felt like being stared at by a venomous snake. Although she hadn't known whether his name was Ding Chongrong or Zhang Wenjing before, after he laughed, Songshi was certain it was Zhang Wenjing. She thought she couldn't possibly laugh so creepily after all she experienced since entering this world. Number 6 worried she eventually run into him. She did. Aside from the initial wave of emotion when he smiled, Songshi felt nothing after that. The 2 of them simultaneously continued to close the distance between them. Songshi kept a constant eye on the other person's exact location. Less than 5 meters. She calmed herself and stepped softly again, trying not to let the other person hear her footsteps and reveal her position. Countdown, 10 minutes. Chapter 183. Where are you? Zhang Wenjing's low, cold voice echoed faintly, dragging a lazy weight through the narrow, quiet maze of mirrors. His narrow eyes scanned the countless Songshis in the surrounding mirrors, discerning which were real and which were fake. You're coming towards me, he observed, observing that he was surrounded by Songshi. Only 10 minutes left, and instead of hiding, you're coming towards me. Are you trying to eliminate me? He was met with a dead silence. Songshi pressed herself against the glass wall, intently approaching him. He was asking questions to elicit her responses, thus locating her from the source of the sound. He knew she was nearby, but he didn't know her exact direction or how far away she was. 10 minutes remained. He needed to eliminate her within these tight 10 minutes. For him, killing her wasn't a problem, finding her was the challenge. Silence was the best way to hide. No answer came. Interesting. Zhang Wenjing paced back and forth, speaking slowly. Are you just too bold, or has no one warned you that ignorance is bliss? Songshi ignored his boasting. Everything was decided with fists. She turned a corner, and Zhang Wenjing, radiating a gloomy aura, had his back to her. Found it. Go to hell. Songshi's glare darkened, and he suddenly charged, swinging his fist and smashing it against the back of his head. Zhang Wenjing, hearing the wind, instinctively shifted sideways, her back against the glass wall. She glanced at Song Shi sideways, then bit her elbow and struck her throat. Song Shi had never underestimated SSS's reflexes. His elbow pressed against her neck, and the mental energy emanating from each violent move distorted space and tore at the skin on Song Shi's neck. Song Shi's body tensed, and she backed away, dodging the first blow by a fraction of a centimeter. Without a breath, she flipped her wrist and struck Zhang Wenjing's eyes. Zhang Wenjing didn't dodge. He grasped Song Shi's arm with precision, his knuckles gripping tightly. With a single forceful motion, he flung Song Shi forward. With a dull thud, Song Shi's back struck the glass wall. The connecting glass wall vibrated, as if shattering. Song Shi's body slid along the glass and landed in the corner. Song Shi immediately rose from the ground, ignoring the pain in her shoulder blades, and charged at Zhang Wenjing again. The two engaged in a scuffle. The blows were swift, lightning fast, leaving afterimages appearing and disappearing. In the observation room, the instructors gathered. Of the 10 mirror mazes, 3 have already been decided, while the remaining 7 are still undergoing the crucial elimination rounds. However, the instructors are all gathered around the virtual screen in the first mirror maze, closely watching the battle between Song Shi and Zhang Wenjing. With 8 minutes left, can they decide the winner? The short and chubby instructor asked nervously. Zhang Wenjing has strong explosive power. According to past data, his average time to defeat an opponent is 6 minutes. With 8 minutes left, the probability of a winner is very high. The dark-skinned instructor dragged a chair to sit next to the head instructor, legs crossed, and a tablet in hand, looking at the data. The short and chubby instructor expressed regret. If only Song Shi had appeared later. She could have stayed hidden. She's quite accustomed to mirror mazes, and her spatial awareness is better than most. It doesn't look like this is her first time here. They had watched Song Shi's performance from the start of the competition until now. Song Shi always had a way of accurately locating her opponent's true form. Of the 38 contestants in this match, 8 were eliminated by her, nearly a quarter. This is enough to glimpse her talent in this area. If she chooses to hide, Zhang Wenjing will definitely not be able to find her within 10 minutes, the short, chubby instructor said. Although she's hiding a bit, Zhang Wenjing won't gain 10 points, and she won't lose 2. Many teams do this, and since there's generally no absolute guarantee, most people hide in the final moments, focusing on a strategy where they can't earn points themselves and prevent their opponents from doing so. Of the 7 teams remaining, 5 are doing this. There's no point in watching, so the instructors can sit here and watch other teams compete with such peace of mind. The blonde instructor offered his thoughts. Not everyone wants to hide. Although Song Shi entered the mirror maze as an S rank, from the very beginning, she didn't show any signs of timidity or retreat. Unknowing her opponent's level, she dared to charge forward. With excellent vision and impressive sneak attacks and positioning, she eliminated the first double S, number 34. Then, with even greater cunning, she killed Wu Hua, number 3, a contender for the Berserker-type title, known for both her strength and luck. After confirming her ability to rival an SS class, she accelerated her hunting efforts. Numbers 25, 6, 11, 9, and so on were all devoured without a hitch. She's a predator. Don't judge her with the same standards you use for food. Predator. What kind of S-class would bully a bunch of SS and SSS classes, acting like a predator, acting as if the level difference didn't exist? The short, fat instructor was speechless. He still couldn't understand Song Shi's behavior. He wouldn't have done it. Song Shi definitely didn't understand the importance of points. After the match, I must educate her about the role of points. Don't dismiss them just because they only have 2 points. He thought to himself. The dark-skinned instructor commented neutrally, Song Shi is on the verge of a promotion. Eliminating an SS leveler is reasonable. The gap between her and an SSS isn't worlds apart. One is at the top of the mountain, the other at the bottom. But it's not impossible for her to drag it out until the end of the match. After all, she's also a healer with strong health recovery abilities. Zhang Wenjing's 6-minute legend might not apply to her. In the first group's mirror maze elimination match, would Zhang Wenjing win 10 points? Or would the others in the first group lose 2 points? The final result would be revealed in the final 6 minutes. In the 2 minutes the instructors sat in the observation room, chatting with each other. Song Shi and Zhang Wenjing exchanged hundreds of moves. Song Shi was hurled out for the 10th time, colliding with the glass wall and spitting blood. Time was running out, and Song Shi was incredibly resilient. Zhang Wenjing couldn't wait for him to get up, so he strode directly towards him. His eyes were filled with anger, and he grabbed Song Shi by the collar and violently dragged him to his feet. Song Shi's feet were dangling off the ground. "Are you admitting defeat?" Song Shi burst into laughter, a laugh that, despite her blood-smeared face, was full of arrogance. "Admitting defeat? Are you scared? Afraid you won't be able to defeat me before the time runs out?" Zhang Wenjing bit his cheek, his face grim, and spoke each word with a heavy tone. "Say it again. You can't defeat me." Chapter 184. You can't beat me. This calm, emotionless tone. Zhang Wenjing went completely berserk. He grabbed Song Shi by the collar and threw him to the ground. Are all violent tempers cut from the same cloth, easily triggered? This was the 11th time. Song Shi clung to his arm with experience. The moment they made close contact with the ground, his legs draped around his neck. With the agility of a monkey, he flipped upside down, straddling his shoulders, tightening his legs and twisting them violently. For an ordinary person, this twist would have torn the cervical vertebrae from the flesh, causing them to collapse to the ground in death. But against an SSS class with iron bones, the effect was fractured. Zhang Wenjing twisted his body halfway, firmly securing Song Shi's legs. Using Song Shi as a support, he quickly retreated, slamming himself against the wall. Bang! Song Shi groaned, his back numb. She gritted her teeth and, before being slammed against the wall again, grabbed Zhang Wenjing's half-length hair, twisted his face up, and dug her fingers into his eyes. Realizing what Song Shi was about to do, Zhang Wenjing regained consciousness for a moment, enduring the pain of his scalp as he quickly turned his face away. Song Shi's nails pierced his skin, leaving 2 bloody streaks that ran halfway across his face. He swung his arm and flung Song Shi away. His cheeks burned with pain, and he quickly glanced up at the side mirror. Seeing the 2 bloody, red streaks on his face, his eyes bloodshot, he lost all reason. He walked toward Song Shi, who was lying on his side, struggling to get up. He delivered a powerful kick to Song Shi's chest. Song Shi felt a sharp pain in his chest, and flew backwards along the corner of the wall. Healing power quickly gathered in her chest, repairing her broken ribs and shattered internal organs. Before Song Shi could even catch her breath, her right ankle was grabbed. The next second, she was suspended in the air, careening towards the nearby mirror at high speed. Song Shi shielded her head. Bang! 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 Over and over again. Song Shi couldn't tell which bone had broken. The crackling sound of bone shattering never ceased. Healing power probably has a problem choosing which part to heal first. Song Shi had this thought at an inopportune moment. Healing upgrade conditions activated successfully. The system displayed this subtitle in Song Shi's mind without any particular time or place. In this situation, Song Shi had no time to read the details. She presumably knew her healing system could be upgraded again, so she threw herself into the battlefield, searching for a way to escape. Zhang Wenjing grabbed her calf and swung it repeatedly against the glass wall. Even without seeing the current scene, Song Shi could imagine how bloody it was. Song Shi finally understood why number 6 was praying she wouldn't run into Zhang Wenjing. Zhang Wenjing was just another version of her. Everything was done to vent her anger, pure torture. Countdown, 3 minutes. Perhaps because they knew Song Shi wouldn't be able to see the mirror's warning during high-speed flight, or perhaps it was simply the way it was. The 3-minute countdown was announced by voice. 3 minutes left. I wonder if you can hold out until the end. Zhang Wenjing's dark voice whistled in Song Shi's ears, accompanied by the rustling of the wind. Song Shi bit her elbow, and just as she was about to collide with the mirror, a virtual drill composed of invisible mental energy appeared at her elbow. The drill bit made contact with the mirror. A slight crack sounded. The mirror, unrepaired since its construction, cracked several times, quickly spreading across its entire surface. Unnoticed, Zhang Wenjing pulled Song Shi back again and flung her forward. Bang! A large hole burst through the high-strength mirror. Shattered glass flew everywhere. Song Shi closed his eyes, his cheeks scratched with countless scratches. Zhang Wenjing was no match for the sharp shards, like flying knives. He released his left hand from Song Shi's calf and raised it to shield his face. Only his right hand remained. Seizing his opportunity, Song Shi flipped midair, spun, and freed himself from the restraints of Zhang Wenjing's remaining right hand. With a light leap, he leaped through the damaged mirror. Song Shi vanished from sight in an instant. She had actually let her slip away. Zhang Wenjing glanced at the remaining time, his face grim. He punched the mirror around the damaged area. The already cracked surface was now fragile, and the damage spread even further. He continued to punch, until the entire mirror was shattered, leaving Songshur no chance to sneak up behind and attack him. He strode out. Looking to either side, Songshur had disappeared. The other mirrors reflected her current state. She was looking in the mirror, leisurely tying up her hair, which had been loosened during the fight. In front of a certain mirror. Which mirror? Which mirror? Countdown, 1 minute. Zhang Wenjing's temper flared up. He stepped on the shattered glass and looked at every Songshur around him. A vein in his forehead throbbed, and he punched the nearest mirror at random. Songshur. Come out! Come out! The two words Songshur were squeezed out from between his teeth, a dark and terrifying sound. No one answered him. The mirror trembled only twice initially before returning to its composure. No sign of cracking. The head instructor in charge of the mirror maze's safety in the observation room breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "How could it break so easily? That was just an exception." 48, 47, 46. Zhang Wenjing's roaring voice abruptly stopped. He stared at a spot on the ground, a smile that made the instructors in the observation room scalps tingle. The short, stout instructor stood up, leaned closer to the virtual screen, stared at a certain spot, and narrowed his eyes. "Is that bloody footprints?" The hole in the mirror wasn't large, but the edges were sharp. Songshur, having escaped in such a hurry, would inevitably have been scratched. She had already been seriously injured before, and her recovery ability had been affected. The wound couldn't heal immediately, and blood flowed down and onto the ground, where Zhang Wenjing saw it. Irregular bloody footprints appeared on the silver-white metal floor near the glass wall. The floor cleans itself every 10 minutes, but this bloodstain wasn't cleared up in time. Zhang Wenjing followed the bloodstain, stepping closer to Songshur. 38, 37, 36. Zhang Wenjing's expression gradually revealed a perverse excitement. In the mirror's reflection, Songshur hadn't noticed his approach, still tying her hair. She probably thought the outcome was irreversible, that Zhang Wenjing wouldn't find her so quickly. The instructors in the observation room were all agitated. The short, stout instructor practically rushed into the screen to warn Songshur to stop being so conceited and get inside. Zhang Wenjing stepped on the 5th, 4th, and 3rd bloody footprints from the bottom. Getting closer. There was a corner just ahead. Zhang Wenjing leaned his back against the wall opposite the corner opening, wary of Songshur hiding at the corner entrance and attacking. 24, 23, 22. The mechanical voice counted down emotionlessly. Everything was about to end. He would step on Songshur's head under his feet in the last 10 seconds. Chapter 185. Bang! A sudden loud noise. Zhang Wenjing's smile froze. The mirror he had trusted to his back shattered. A hand, hidden in the shattering debris, grabbed the back of his hair. Caught off guard, Zhang Wenjing was forced backward. The basketball-sized hole, carefully measured by Songshur, was just large enough to fit a human head. 12, 11, 10. Zhang Wenjing's head was stuck in the hole, and his left and right hands simultaneously hammered furiously at the surrounding mirrors. The crack in the middle of the mirror showed signs of cracking even wider. 8, 7, 6. His head cracked first. 5. Songshur's left hand gripped his hair tightly, preventing him from retreating. He bent his right arm, using his strong elbow as a weapon, and smashed down hard. "Stop!" The observation room erupted in chaos, filled with shouts. The instructors dropped their things and rushed out. Life-threatening. Life-threatening. The mirror's edges are incredibly sharp. If you can't control them properly, the entire neck will be severed. Even a god can't save a beheaded person. The short, fat instructor's face paled with fear. SSS, those are SSS. There are only 2 among the freshmen in the entire 9th and 11th bases, and there are no more than 30 SSS in the entire school. If one dies, they're all doomed. 4. Songshur grabbed Zhang Wenjing's hair and pulled it upwards to prevent him from losing his head. Having done all this, he raised his elbow and struck down. 3. Zhang Wenjing was already in a state of disorientation. Almost unconscious, but not quite. 2. I told you, you can't beat me. 1. Songshur raised his elbow one last time and struck down. The mirror maze elimination round ended. Number of participants remaining, 1. Winner of elimination round 1, Songshur. The entire mirror maze instantly erupted in the preset victory song. Songshur followed the arrows that appeared on the maze's mirrors, moving to the rhythm and heading for the exit. There were many routes. 38 participants, 38 routes to the exit. Songshur followed the system's instructions, but he wasn't on the same route as the instructors who had entered. The mirrors around Songshur reflected their hurried entrance. 3 instructors, 2 healers in medical uniforms, and 4 flying-type awakened beings flew overhead, 2 of them carrying a stretcher. Songshur glanced casually, then retracted his gaze and walked out. A sudden sense of clarity appeared before his eyes. After 4 hours of wandering the cramped space of the mirror maze, his chest felt constricted and he couldn't breathe. Now, standing in the spacious training ground, Songshur breathed deeply. A number of people stood outside the training ground. Almost all of them were Berserk students. Some were uninjured, while others were injured but had been eliminated an hour earlier. They had already received treatment and were now fully recovered. The Mirror Maze Elimination Tournament officially began at 6:30 a.m. and ended promptly at 10:30 a.m. The instructors would then, as usual, give a brief summary of the group's performance, commending some and criticizing others. Then everyone could go back to eat and rest. The afternoon would be a detailed review. The next 2 days would be dedicated to targeted training. The Mirror Maze Elimination Tournament would resume on the 4th day. The rounds would be repeated every 3 days. After 2 months of training, everyone had mastered the routine. Therefore, once the students who had been eliminated early on recovered, they returned to await the results. As for the injured who were carried out in the final hour, those who couldn't recover within an hour, or those who had been eliminated earlier, but whose injuries were too severe, could skip the hour-long review. After all, this review didn't contain much knowledge, much like the teacher announcing the results in public after an exam. This ritual simply served to boost students' enthusiasm for the next elimination round. It didn't matter if they listened or not. If they missed it, they could ask others about it in the afternoon. At 10 o'clock, the students who had left the mirror maze early, as usual, endured their hunger and stayed in the practice field until 10:30. Most of the students had emerged, and 3 mirror mazes had already been completed, with the first place decided. The remaining 7 mazes had fewer than 5 people left. "They're probably playing hide-and-seek again," someone said, sitting cross-legged on the ground like an old monk in meditation. If they met, they could defeat the opponent in a matter of minutes. Since it hadn't ended for so long, someone must be stalling for time. Others lay flat on the ground, their hands folded across their chests, lifeless and silent, as if dead. The Mirror Maze elimination rounds were not only physically exhausting, but also emotionally taxing. Physical wounds can heal, but emotional wounds cannot. "It's strange that Group 1 hasn't decided the winner yet," the man lying on the ground said slowly. Group 1 was like a battle of gods today. His companion, squatting on the ground counting ants, was influenced by him, and spoke in a weak voice. "Group 1 is always like a battle of gods. I was sent to the infirmary together with Wu Hua from Group 1. The boy lying flat on his back raised his head and looked at his companion. "Didn't you get your legs broken and be sent out after just 2 hours?" "Yeah." "Are you sure it's Wu Hua?" "The Wu Hua who snuck up the Group 1 championship 3 times. The Wu Hua who attacked me and got me eliminated in just 10 minutes. "Really, are there any other Wu Huas in our department?" The boy scratched his head. It didn't seem like there were any. He lay back down. "Sure enough, he's done too many bad things, and his luck's all gone to hell. I'm really curious who eliminated him. I have to thank him. It must have been Zhang Wenjing. Wu Hua must have been half-brained when he was sent out. Zhang Wenjing is the only one in Group 1 as perverted." The boy rolled over, tears streaming silently. "Then I won't thank him." His companion realized belatedly, "Oh, I remember Zhang Wenjing beating you up. I think you were carried out on a stretcher." The boy, The 2 of them exchanged jarring words in a very calm tone. They chatted for over 20 minutes. It was 10:30. A dozen instructors were the first to appear. The berserkers, sitting or lying down, stood up one after another, preparing to line up. But the instructors didn't even glance at them. They rushed directly into the mirror maze of the first group, bringing 2 healers with them. Immediately afterwards, several flying awakeners arrived from outside, carrying stretchers and hurriedly flying into the first group's maze. Something happened to Group 1? The berserkers lined up and looked at each other. Who else from Group 1 hasn't come out yet? One of the people in Group 1 glanced around and said bluntly, "Ding Chongrong and Zhang Wenjing haven't come out yet." "Ding Chongrong has come out. I saw her in the medical room." Someone who had been to the medical room offered information. "Then Zhang Wenjing must have beaten some poor bastard to death again." At the end of the line, a curly-haired man suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Songshur hasn't come out yet either." Chapter 186. The answer is obvious. The electronic screen outside each mirror maze door updates the number of remaining contestants. When the 20-minute countdown arrives, the number displayed above is 2. Songshur and Zhang Wenjing. If it were just the two of them, no more no less. And given Song Shi's unique dual-class identity, it's reasonable for so many instructors to rush in together if something unexpected happens. It's not easy for her to survive until she was eliminated as the second to last, someone sighed. What a pity she ran into Zhang Wenjing. Who knows if she's been hiding since the start of the competition? A boy who was eliminated 20 minutes before the start said sourly, "So far, I haven't heard anyone eliminated by her." Usually, after being eliminated, everyone will more or less talk about the person who eliminated them. He squatted outside for 3.5 hours, and didn't hear anyone mention that they were eliminated by Song Shi. We were both in the first group. A passerby overheard their conversation and interjected with interest. I wasn't eliminated until 3 hours into the competition by number 6. I didn't see Song Shi during those 3 hours. She's really good at hiding. They gathered in a circle, chatting back and forth, their voices dripping with sarcasm. Why don't we go ask her for her hiding secrets this afternoon? Someone asked, deliberately provoking a fight. She managed to survive the mirror maze to the very end on her first try. She's incredibly talented. She'd probably be happy to share her experience with us, someone said sarcastically. Whether she stays with our Berserker team this afternoon is anyone's guess. She got a beating from Zhang Wenjing today. I'm afraid she'd be crying and packing her things to return to the healing team by lunchtime. This statement successfully made many people laugh. She should have just gone back to the healing department. She'd better pack up and leave immediately. I get annoyed just by seeing her. That self-introduction this morning was so arrogant. I haven't been so cocky since I awakened at 13. Zhang Wenjing better break her mental block and let her know what a true berserk department is like. This will prevent her from having unrealistic ideas in the future, thinking she can dominate our department. Every word they said was filled with malice. Even though Song Shi had never offended them, and even had no other communication with them beyond her self-introduction. Simply because of her excellence, she was a unique dual-class player in the Federation, and was personally sought after by the 11th Military Region and the 1st Base. She was only S-rank in the Berserk department, but her endurance was better than theirs, and she was ranked first in the running group. Being assigned to the first group would have been fine, but she hadn't been eliminated within the first half hour, and had managed to survive the fiercely competitive first group until now. All the suppressed, unacknowledged jealousy now found an outlet, and they gathered with their peers to unleash it. Most of the berserkers stood silently in the queue, reflecting on their morning's performance, reflecting on areas for improvement, and not participating in the discussion. Some, annoyed by their noise, spoke up to stop them. "Shut up, you see, and D-rank rubbish. You're interrupting my review." "Heh," several people grumbled. The one who had previously criticized Song Shi the most fiercely turned around and stared at the speaker. "What level are you? Are you pretending? Who cares? I'm much better than you bunch of jeers who get together to see others succeed. The berserker's popularity has been ruined by people like you. It's you, not Song Shi, who should be the ones to pack up and leave." The berserker type's prowess in both swearing and fighting was undeniable. The girl finished her curse, rolled her eyes, and turned back to her own thoughts. She wasn't worried at all about them trying to cause trouble for her. "She's SS rank, number 6 in Group 1, someone whispered. The few people who had been scolded were instantly frozen in place, fuming with anger and shame, yet afraid to challenge the person. Their faces flushed crimson. Until a cry of surprise came from the front of the group. "Someone's out. Zhang Wenjing's out." "Huh? No, that's Song Shi, right?" A flying type awakened was carrying a stretcher, its surface dented, clearly showing someone lying on it. "Who's on that stretcher?" Song Shi walked out fine. "The person on that stretcher can only be Zhang Wenjing." Song Shi defeated Zhang Wenjing. Someone shouted at the top of their lungs. More and more people were paying attention to Song Shi, standing outside the first group's mirror maze door. Her face was covered in blood, but her eyes were bright and her gait was light, giving her the air of a true winner. The truth was revealed. Zhang Wenjing was defeated by Song Shi? An SSS rank lost to an S rank? And he lost so miserably, being carried away on a stretcher. Only those in critical condition deserved such treatment. Simply unconscious was just a random act. And considering the instructor's reactions, Zhang Wenjing definitely had more than just a broken leg. In the queue, number 6 looked up, his gaze piercing the noisy crowd to Song Shi, who had just emerged from the mirror maze. When she was eliminated, Song Shi's clothes were splattered with blood, remaining on the surface. The clothes were not damaged at all. The blood wasn't hers, her face was still clean. At this moment, a long tear stretched from her thigh to her calf, revealing the blood-stained skin beneath. The sleeve of her right arm was also torn in two, leaving her entire wrist covered in blood. It looked as if it had been cut by a sharp weapon. But sharp weapons were not allowed in the mirror maze. A closer look revealed countless tiny bloodstains on her cheek. She possessed a healing ability, so wounds healed quickly, but bloodstains didn't immediately disappear. Where the bloodstains were, they indicated where she had been injured. Her cheek had suffered a nearly disfiguring attack. It was as if fragments of exploding shrapnel had pierced her face, leaving countless wounds. Number 6 could only think of one possible way this could happen in the mirror maze: a shattered glass wall. She had never heard of anyone shattering a glass wall in the past. What kind of intense battle could cause a glass wall to shatter? Number 6 didn't dare to think further. Fortunately, Songshur eliminated Zhang Wenjing. Zhang Wenjing. The one who had given her nightmare she would never forget, the one who had left her groaning in agony on a bed in the infirmary, with her face completely disfigured. He had been dealt with by Songshur. She was a little dazed. Her kind reminder to Songshur in the mirror maze now seemed a bit ridiculous in retrospect. Songshur didn't need her reminder. The crowd erupted in a frenzy of discussion. The fear of being dominated by Zhang Wenjing for the past 2 months was deeply ingrained in everyone. No one who faced Zhang Wenjing could walk into the infirmary with their head held high. He was too violent. This was a common trait among high-level berserker types. Chapter 187. Ding Chungrong was similar, but compared to Zhang Wenjing, she was gentler. At least she would withdraw when her opponent was unable to resist. Zhang Wenjing, on the other hand, was completely unable to control himself. They once suspected that Zhang Wenjing would not stop until he had punched a corpse in the head. In fact, if we only consider the Mirror Maze Elimination Tournament, only those above S rank have a chance of competing against Zhang Wenjing. Logically, those below that level shouldn't be so afraid of Zhang Wenjing. In fact, the Berserk Department's daily training includes more than just the Mirror Maze Elimination Tournament. It's just one of many events. There are also random matchmaking tournaments, boxing championships, two-choice fighting matches, various team competitions, and so on. Everyone has a chance of matching up with Zhang Wenjing. The probability just varies. Although they've only been training together for 2 short months, Zhang Wenjing has become a nightmare for many. Among all the Berserk Department freshmen, only Ding Chungrong can rival Zhang Wenjing. Often, 2 players end up fighting to a draw, only to be picked off by others. Didn't Wu Hua win the Mirror Maze Elimination Tournament several times by taking advantage of those opportunities? Now, a second person who can counter Zhang Wenjing has appeared, Songshur. Hasn't someone been accusing Songshur of hiding the entire time, saying she hasn't eliminated anyone, and should be kicked out of the Berserker system? Where have all those people gone? They're just talking big, jealous of others' success. It's hard to see them eliminating many. They're all C and D rank, scattered among the bottom few groups. They're the ones who truly hide from start to finish. Oh no, they don't even have the ability to hide until the very end. Even with such disparagement, the few who had previously been shouting remained silent, hiding in the crowd with their heads lowered, minimizing their presence. Before, they only dared to speak up because they thought Songshur was the one eliminated. Now that the results were out, and Songshur had even put Zhang Wenjing, their number 1, on a stretcher, who would dare to mess with him? I've thought of a possibility. Could it be that the reason none of us have been eliminated by Songshur is because those she eliminated were like Zhang Wenjing, severely injured and still in the infirmary, unable to recover? His speculation was met with enthusiastic response. If you said that before, I have thought you were crazy, but now I actually think you have a point. Now that you mention it, it seems like the first group did carry out quite a few people today, all covered in blood and horrible. Look, that line of blood on the ground in front of you is from 2 people being carried out by the Flying Awakeners. Oh, I always thought it was Zhang Wenjing. So many people were sent to the infirmary today, bloody and mangled. I even heard the healing staff next door complaining about not having enough to treat today's injuries. It's not impossible that some of them were Zhang Wenjing's doing. Ding Chungrong, for example, is unconscious in the infirmary now. She only came out half an hour before Zhang Wenjing. Songshur couldn't possibly have taken out 2 SSSs in half an hour. What if? You're crazy? 2 SSSs. No matter how powerful Songshur is, he's not an omnipotent god. I only know she has dual healing skills. Her healing skill is S rank, and she can recover instantly. If she can eliminate 1 SSS, she might as well eliminate 2. You. Well, you have a point. An S rank eliminated an SSS rank by 2 levels, so what else is absolutely impossible? Right? Everything is possible. Anyway, we find out when the instructor shows the video this afternoon. Today, the instructor will definitely focus on Song Shi's performance in the mirror maze. Nonsense. If she were my student, I'd be talking about it too. An S rank eliminated an SSS rank. Oh, when can I be that awesome? Get promoted to S rank first, and we talk about it later. Song Shi walked out of the mirror maze, and the head instructor approached her. Song Shi's gaze swept across the scar at the corner of his mouth and settled on his eyes. His eyes reminded her of someone. Yan Qianlin. He was the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Senior Year 3. He had helped her a lot. He always looked at her with admiration. Hello, instructor, Song Shi said politely as he approached. Well, you have quite a bit of physical strength. You were able to smash the simulation mirror. After a compliment, the instructor got straight to the point. Did they figure out the reason at the First Base Research Institute? Song Shi's performance was truly unrealistic. The simulation mirrors were subjected to strength tests before production. Even the strongest force ever recorded in human mutation history could not shatter them. Yet Song Shi managed it. It's due to my physical condition, Song Shi said. That's what the researchers at the first base said in their report. She had shattered the 3-layered glass cage, and Hong Guji had spent a long time researching it, but to no avail. No matter how accomplished they were in their research, they would never have imagined she could create virtual weapons with her mental power. The instructor remained calm in the face of Song Shi's sincere yet somewhat perfunctory response, moving on to the next question. You didn't even bother to kill Zhang Wenjing in the end. You have excellent emotional control. Is that because of your healing nature? Song Shi pursed her lips, looking thoughtful. After a moment, she said, the researchers say so, but I think the main reason is my own strong willpower. The instructor simply dismissed Song Shi as a flamboyant individual and dismissed the latter part of her statement as self-aggrandizement. No matter how strong the willpower of a berserker, it's difficult to control the bloodlust driven by the bloodlust within. Little did she know, Song Shi was telling the truth. During her time in the dark room at the control school, she had already mastered controlling her frenzied emotions. Your performance today was excellent, the instructor concluded. You'll be leaving a little later after the debriefing meeting. We need to test your mental strength. Song Shi nodded. After the debriefing meeting, the head instructor announced the results of the 10 mirror maze elimination rounds. The winner of the first group is Song Shi. Song Shi will receive 10 points, and the rest of the group will receive 2 points. At the end of the second group, there will be 4 people remaining in the mirror maze. There will be no winner, and no points will be awarded to anyone. At the end of the third group, there will be 5 people remaining in the mirror maze. Again, no points will be awarded to anyone. The winner of the fourth group is Luli. Luli will receive 10 points, and the rest of the group will receive 2 points. Luli, a member of the Rinchi Middle School Senior Class's violent training team, raised his eyes at the name. Luli, standing at the far left edge of the line, turned around. Their eyes met, and Luli curled her lips at him, trying her best to create a friendly smile. This was the first time Song Shi had seen a smile on her icy face. It was truly uglier than crying. Perhaps realizing this, Luli quickly lowered her lips, feeling a sense of embarrassment at her own inexplicable behavior. She glared at Song Shi in embarrassment and turned away. Chapter 188. Song Shi was baffled. After the instructor announced the rankings, he awarded each group extra points based on their performance. Groups 1, 4, and 5 contributed the majority of the instructional videos to this mirror maze elimination round. Each member will receive an extra point. During the elimination round, more than half of the members of Groups 6, 8, and 10 primarily hid, not actively attacking, and stalled until the end of the time limit. This violated the original purpose of the elimination round. Each member will receive an additional point deducted. The 3 groups whose points were deducted immediately erupted in wailing. In addition, members 41, 43, 52, 78, and 90 deliberately manipulated their rankings, lowering their group's ranking in order to win the next level. Each will receive a deduction of 3 points. 5 more heartbroken people in the world. The boy who had been lying on the ground while waiting for the competition to end shed sad tears. He was number 41, Group 2, S rank. What had he done wrong? He simply wanted to distance himself from Zhang Wenjing, so he ran a little slower that morning, falling out of the first group. He wasn't even thinking about competing for first place in the second group. He consciously eliminated himself midway through. And now he'd been caught red-handed, losing 3 points. Sob. In this world, lying flat on your back is so hard. Especially from now on, he wouldn't just have to worry about running into Zhang Wenjing, he also have to worry about running into Song Shi, the man who had stretched Zhang Wenjing onto a stretcher. Those 2 great demons, he was completely disheartened. After a brief meeting, the morning's training for the Berserker department came to an end. The formation disbanded. Songshur didn't immediately return to the dorm to change clothes. She still had to check her mental strength. Led by a blonde, blue-eyed female instructor, Songshur arrived at an equipment room adjacent to the indoor training ground. Amidst a pile of cold, functional instruments, the instructor pulled out a tester. Songshur had already undergone numerous mental power tests. He expertly attached the instrument's data cable to his body and released his mental power as instructed. The results quickly appeared. 4,200. This was similar to the mental power points displayed on the system panel in Songshur's mind. The instrument didn't specifically categorize low, medium, and high points. Your mental power reserves are good, the instructor said, helping Songshur remove the instrument cable. For the past 4 hours, Songshur's mental power points had been constantly depleted, yet he still managed to reach over 4,000. This was truly remarkable. And when he woke up this morning, without depleting his mental power points were around 5,000. In case Songshur didn't understand, the instructor kindly explained, most S-level players have this value around 1,000. According to the system's classification, 1,000 is considered intermediate. What about SS level? Songshur asked. 3,000. SSS level can reach about 5,000. So her current mental power level is on par with SSS level. No, her healing and Berserker abilities share the same mental power point system. On average, her Berserker abilities' mental power level is only close to SS level. After returning the equipment to its place, the instructor said to Songshur, "Okay, you can go eat. Meet in the playground promptly at 1:30 p.m. Songshur left. She first crossed the campus and returned to her dorm to shower and change. If she went to the cafeteria in her current, half-human, half-ghostly state, she would definitely be kicked out. There were people from every department on campus, especially since it was lunchtime. Many combat-related departments conducted actual combat training, and many students were injured daily. While the infirmary could repair their wounds, there were no blood-soaked training uniforms left to change into, and many students were seen walking around campus covered in blood. It was commonplace. But someone as tragic as Songshur was rare. After a day of fighting on the front lines, this was nothing special. On the forum, which department is so inhumane? They torture people like this? Come out and be tortured. Below is a picture of Songshur walking past a tree on her way back to the dorm, with the caption, "My heart aches for a girl whose face was bruised like this." You should feel for her opponent, who is still unconscious in a bed in the infirmary. Afternoon. The debriefing, which many had been anticipating all afternoon, finally began. At the front of the formation, a large virtual screen hung in the air, its content clearly visible to everyone. "Let's start with the stupid case," the chief instructor said. Then, a pre-edited video played on the screen. It was a compilation of people banging against a wall. Different people, different angles, and different ways of banging. The entire video was 5 minutes long, with each scene lasting 3 seconds. It was a pure, unaccompanied version. The bang 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 sound echoed through the silent indoor training grounds for 5 minutes. Next to the virtual screen was a smaller screen, half the size, dedicated to a close-up of each person involved during the video. Without exception, the person in the close-up had a tense expression, forcing composure. The top right corner of the large screen also recorded the number of times each person appeared. The final ranking was from highest to lowest. The implication of humiliation was overwhelming. The rankings were sorted. Number 25 in the first group, Wang Yihu, hit the wall 32 times, occupying a minute and a half of his time, ahead of the second-place finisher. When Wang Yihu's close-up appeared, he tilted his head back for the first 20 seconds, looking calm, his inner core stable, and fearless. As the crackling sound on the virtual screen continued, and everyone turned to watch the excitement, his ears began to turn red, then his entire face, and his head drooped lower and lower, almost level with his chest. Of those 90-plus seconds, 2/3 were caused by Songshur chasing him and his running around. But the camera didn't focus on Songshur, only on him. It made him look like he was blind and running around. With so many people watching, it was embarrassing. "I hate video editors." The long video passed in his agony. The head instructor began to explain the other videos one by one, occasionally calling the person involved to come up and perform again. 3 clips from Songshur were selected. The first clip shows her sneak attack on number 34, analyzed and explained in terms of her positioning and keen observation. The second clip shows her high-speed fistfight with number 6. In this clip, number 6 is the primary focus, with Songshur serving as a foil. Number 6 is mentioned because her boxing combos are more universal. Songsher's counterattacks rely solely on her own resilience, something that ordinary people without dual-element skills cannot imitate. The instructor simply praised her without breaking down the details. The third clip shows Songsher's fight with Zhang Wenjing. Seeing Zhang Wenjing drag Songsher's leg and smash the simulator mirror, shattering it, many people below gasped, rubbing their arms. In the next scene, Songsher sneaks in from behind, delivering a punch that not only shatters the simulator but also silences them. One punch? One punch? Is that a human? The instructor focused on the early fight between Songsher and Zhang Wenjing, briefly discussing Songsher's adaptability and composure in the face of danger, before moving on to the next video. As for her later stage moves, there's not much to discuss. The only things discussed in class are those that can help others improve. Songsher smashed the simulation mirror with one punch. Who could possibly replicate that? Others couldn't follow her path or imitate her moves, so their time wasn't wasted. The afternoon review ended at 7 p.m. sharp. In the evening, there was a cultural class on the Rage Department. Chapter 189. Yes, the Rage Department also has academic subjects. And exams? And exams count towards points. In subjects common to all departments, such as Beastology and Supernatural Power Studies, placing in the top 10 in the grade earns 20 points. For the Rage Department, who hadn't seriously studied academic subjects in their 3 years of high school, the thought of placing in the top 10 was a pipe dream. They could only strive to be in the top 10 in the department. The top 10 Rage Department members also earned 10 points. The Rage Department has 6 courses this semester. If they could place in the top 10 in each, they would get 60 points, a very large number. Songsher arrived 10 minutes early, but he could only sit in the last row. The seats in the front were all taken. Sitting at the back of the tiered classroom, which held nearly 400 people, Songsher could see everyone's movements. In the first row, Zhang Wenjing had a desk filled with different colored markers. He followed the teacher, constantly changing pens and marking on the textbook. Wu Hua, in the corner of the third row, lip-synced rapidly, seemingly memorizing the contents of a PowerPoint presentation. Sitting in the row in front of her, number 6, near the edge, a female boxer named Meng Allen dozed off, chewing on the end of her pen. And then, there was Ding Changrong, a strikingly bright young woman, raising her hand to ask the teacher a question. How can I put it? Everyone felt so disconnected. The scene before me was a completely ordinary scene of college students diligently attending class. Who would have thought that any single person here could easily kill a tiger without any mutations? Just this morning, this group of people were still fiercely fighting for victory, beating their opponents to a pulp, sincerely wanting them dead. For example, during the afternoon review, footage of Ding Changrong and Zhang Wenjing fighting was replayed. The two exchanged blows, the scene unleashing a violent climax. Finally, Zhang Wenjing narrowly prevailed, sending Ding Changrong flying through the 7-meter-high mirror maze. Ding Changrong free-falling, her waist caught in the glass wall, her body bent at an odd angle. Her waist was definitely broken. She was taken to the infirmary, where the healer worked on her for 2 hours, and 2 different healers were needed before her waist was reattached. Now, the two peacefully sat at the same table, listening to the teacher's lecture without interrupting each other. A harmonious, yet truly eerie scene. Songsher withdrew his gaze, turned to the next page, and followed the teacher's lead. This class focused on the geographical environment outside the human base. The lecturer was a professor of exotic animal habitats at the Federation. Her hair was completely white, meticulously tied back in a bun, and she was dressed in a formal suit. She paused mid-sentence to share the latest developments. Today, the Federal Geographical Institute issued a new notice, officially designating the area of Harbor Province before the anomaly as the 10th Forbidden Zone. In the future, our textbooks will also change the 9 Forbidden Zones to 10 and expand on this content. The Federation's 10 Forbidden Zones, their geographical location, climate, typical exotic beast species, their origins, and population complexity are all crucial. If you want to join the 4-Wire program, you must memorize all this information by heart. When you mention the name of a forbidden zone, all its details should immediately come to mind. It's not for me, nor for those 10 points on the exam. It's for you to actually visit that place someday, so you don't go there blindly, uninformed, and die in vain. Joining the 4-Writer program means visiting a forbidden zone in the future, and the federal government didn't hide this from the students. The federal government wants to select fearless death squads, not those who cower and try to escape upon hearing they're heading into the restricted zone. If they recruit the latter by concealing the truth, and then invest all sorts of resources in their training later, then retreat when the time comes to fight, the losses will only be greater. All the information we humans currently have about the 10 restricted zones was gathered by successive teams of Awakened, who risked their lives to infiltrate them. Each subtle, seemingly insignificant point of knowledge we learn may have been earned at the cost of the sacrifice of a senior Awakened. So I hope everyone will pay attention and not be distracted during class. The teacher glanced pointedly at the back row. Songshur, who had just come to his senses, said, The teaching schedule for Gangwoo province will begin after we finish teaching the other 9 restricted zones. You can prepare in advance. I've already sent you the materials. Let's continue with today's content. Jin Hai. The 2-hour class, with no breaks, went by quickly. If you listen carefully, time flies. After class, Songshur didn't leave immediately. She reviewed the material and reviewed the classes she missed in the past 2 months. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that she headed for her dorm. After a quick wash, she laid down on her bed, her consciousness entering the system. The system's healing panel had changed. Power name, Healing. Class, Psychic. Level, S. Talent 1, Healing. Skills, Self-Healing, S. Repair, A. Soothe, A. Purify, C. Shadow Clear, B. Enhance, B. Talent 2, Destruction. Skills, Mind Play, S. Create Patient, B. Psychic Attack, B. Illusion Despair, B. Virtual Weapon, A. Psychic Power, 4650/10,000. 2 lines of text appeared on the original panel. Healing Upgrade Progress, 20%. Note, you need to improve your proficiency in your healing skills. You're running out of time. Therefore, the requirement for this healing upgrade is to frequently use healing skills. Once you reach a certain level of proficiency, you can level up. Songshur understood all of this, but why did they add the final sentence? Your time is running out? What time is running out? What will happen when the time is up? Is a crisis about to befall her? Is the system just casually saying this to motivate her, or is it a warning? Songshur's mind raced through various possibilities. The system remained silent, ignoring her questions. Songshur reviewed her current situation, searching for the potential danger within. First, Jin Yi, the chairman of the hunting group, had extended an olive branch to her, hoping to recruit her as a core member. The terms were generous and sincere. If she refused, would the hunting group kill her? No, there was absolutely no need. The hunting group was a company partnering with the federal government, and her records as a hunter there were readily available to the federal government. Killing her would only bring Jin Yi into great trouble. Furthermore, she believed Jin Yi wasn't the type of controlling leader who would annihilate anyone who displeased her. Secondly, her scumbag father in this body had also taken a fancy to her dual-class identity and wanted to draw her into his illicit camp. This was indeed a crisis. Based on Song Ye's past behavior within the base, he was a petty and treacherous person. If she rejected him, he would definitely find ways to retaliate against her. This was something to be cautious of. Third, the 11th Military Region, represented by the old principal, hoped she wouldn't forget Base 11. In other words, she shouldn't forget Base 11 once she became successful. The old principal only hopes for her continued success. The 11th Military Region behind him is probably keeping a close eye on her whereabouts, fearing she'd be snatched away by another base. This isn't a crisis. Fourth, the selection ceremony for the Pioneer program is imminent. After successful selection, she'd be training at the first base. While this isn't a crisis, it's certainly urgent. Training at the first base will only last about 1.5 years. Once a team is successfully formed, they have to face alien beasts on the front lines. 1 year will pass for battlefield adaptation and team building, and then the following year, they'd likely be in the restricted area. After her healing skills level increases, some of them will be effective against alien beasts, making them a perfect weapon. The sooner she reaches full proficiency in her healing skills, the higher her chances of surviving alien beasts. The system's real concern is probably the last point. If she dies, it'd have to find another host. Cultivating a dual system host is incredibly difficult, and with the system's stubborn nature, it certainly doesn't want to start over with a new host. Thinking this through, Songshur returned his gaze to the control panel. The Berserk panel remained unchanged. Berserk upgrade progress, 77%. Today's progress bar increased by 20%, reaching the daily limit. 2 more Mirror Maze elimination matches, and she'd be able to successfully advance to SS. For now, everything is moving in a positive direction. Songshur lay in bed, closed his tired eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 190. 5:10 a.m. The alarm rang, and Songshur rose from bed, full of energy. She went to the bathroom in her slippers to wash up. Her roommate, Wu Wanyun, was hunched over at the dormitory door, changing her shoes. The healing department morning training would gather at 5:20 a.m. It was now past 5:10 a.m., and it would take about 15 minutes to walk from the healing department freshman dormitory to the training ground. Wu Wanyun had already left the dormitory at this time yesterday. She was late today, and would probably have to run to make it on time. Good morning. Wu Wanyun heard the door open, looked up, and greeted Song Shi. Good morning, Song Shi replied, retrieving the nutrient solution from the refrigerator. I bought a nutritious breakfast ahead of time, and I prepared one for you too, Wu Wanyun said. Song Shi's gaze shifted upwards. On the upper shelf of the refrigerator sat a brightly colored salad. Red pineapple fruit, dry grass. These are all foods that boost mental strength. Wu Wanyun had already changed her shoes and whispered, combining food and nutrient solution is very helpful for energizing types like Berserk. Many of my friends do it this way. You can try it. Song Shi reached out and took a single bottle of nutrient solution, closing the refrigerator door. The bathroom was a few steps from the refrigerator. She tilted her head back and quickly drank the nutrient solution. As she passed the door, she showed Wu Wanyun the time on her laptop. I bought this to try after training today. I don't have time for breakfast today. Wu Wanyun looked at the laptop. 5:15. I'm going to be late. She hurriedly turned and opened the door. I'm leaving now. See you tonight? The sound of running footsteps could be heard from outside, heading towards the stairwell. Song Shi tossed the empty nutrient solution bottle into the trash, went to the bathroom, and washed up in a full 10 minutes. Then, in 5 minutes, she sprinted to the training ground. She joined the line on time. 2-hour weighted run, everyone come here to get a backpack. Backpack weights were categorized by level. Song Shi lined up to receive her S-Class backpack, but the instructor handing out backpacks told her they hadn't prepared any. She needed to go to the SS-Class distribution area. Song Shi went to the SS-Class line, but the last backpack went to the person before her. When it was her turn, there was no backpack left. Then, a medium-sized instructor, with a smile, pulled out a backpack from behind, noticeably larger than the others. They happened to have 3 SSS-Class backpacks today. Why don't you use this one? Song Shi, there are only 2 SSS-Class freshmen, and you're preparing 3 backpacks? The instructor rubbed his eyes pretentiously. I got up a little early, my mind isn't clear, and my eyesight is a little blurry. I miscounted. I never believe you. Next time, just say it directly. Song Shi picked up his backpack, swung it behind him, and slung it over his shoulder. I'm happy to do anything to improve my strength. The instructor's eyebrows lit up, his blurry eyes instantly cleared, his mind cleared. That's good. I was worried you refuse, because it was too much trouble. He was a talkative man, and seeing Song Shi's formidable strength yet his drive and straightforwardness immediately drew a certain fondness from him. Even though Song Shi hadn't asked, he took the initiative to explain. It's mainly because the force you used to shatter the simulator mirror with one punch yesterday wasn't at the level expected of an S-level runner. S-level weighted running is too easy for you, and won't achieve the purpose of training. That's why I thought of increasing the weight. But, he thought, we'd be doing some strength tests today. If you expend too much energy during morning exercise, will it affect the accuracy of the data? He tapped his palms, making up his mind, and looked at Song Shi. Remember to come to me after training to get the nutrient solution. It's free, as a special compensation for you. Song Shi wasn't short of nutrient solution right now, but who could refuse free nutrient solution? She nodded. Okay, get going. It's already been 2 minutes. The computer detected that you stopped for 5 minutes, and you be deducted 1 point. Song Shi, shock. She blurted out, there's even such a rule? The instructor's eyes narrowed into a smile. I thought someone would tell you these rules, since you've been here all day. I didn't expect you to be so unpopular. Song Shi. Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, Song Shi packed his backpack and ran towards the weighted running area. Song Shi didn't push herself hard at the start. She needed to maintain her stamina for 2 hours of running. The weighted running course was located on a hill surrounded by Tomorrow University. Several rugged paths have been dug into the hill, circling from the base to the summit, specifically for students to use for weighted cross-country running. There were also morning training sessions for students from the aviation department at the summit, and occasionally a few would fly down from the top and back up again. Though the hilltop was barren, devoid of trees, and scattered with a few dry shrubs, it was surprisingly vibrant. Song Shi, carrying an 80 kilograms backpack, climbed the mountain at a steady pace. The higher they climbed, the more people began to tire and slow down. Song Shi's steady pace unexpectedly overtook the others, until they saw a familiar figure. Lu Li. Already nearing the summit, Lu Li's steps were heavy, and streams of sweat from her neck soaked the back of her clothes, yet she showed no intention of slowing down. Feeling someone's gaze fixed on her, Lu Li turned her head. Song Shi? She glanced behind her. Why are you behind me? Getting my backpack took a while, Song Shi said, speeding up to keep pace with her. Hearing the word backpack, Lu Li noticed that Song Shi was carrying a backpack significantly larger than the average S-class. Her eyes dimmed, and she feigned a casual look away. Wherever you go, you're the center of attention. In high school, Song Shi was the focus of Instructor Pei and Director Yan's attention, and every ounce of progress was meticulously analyzed. Only after entering university did those who had been so self-righteous in high school realize just how insignificant A and B rank berserkers truly were. This year's freshmen at Tomorrow University are filled with S rank, double S rank, and even SSS rank. They can only be average, or even at the bottom of the class. They had assumed Song Shi would be no exception. After all, there were so many geniuses here. But today was only the second day, the day after Song Shi officially joined the Berserker class for morning training, and she was being trained according to SSS standards. Even though her Berserker rank was only S rank. Song Shi once again received attention, once again the center of attention for the Berserker class. Even though she had mentally prepared herself countless times, seeing the gap between herself and Song Shi at this moment, she couldn't help but lose the courage to keep running. As she thought this, she felt a tap on her shoulder. She looked up, and saw it was Song Shi. She wore a comforting smile, but her words were, "Want to be the center of attention? Tomorrow I get you an SSS level weight-bearing backpack, so you can blind everyone who passes by." Chapter 191. Lu Li rolled her eyes. Are you a single-celled organism? Was the backpack the point? It's strength. Oh, Song Shi said, as if suddenly enlightened. It's strength. His tone changed, and he asked, then why are you staring at me all day if you don't improve your own strength? Yesterday, you gave me that weird smile. Lu Li, ? She panicked and tried to explain. I smiled because she wanted to befriend Song Shi. She suddenly had the foolish thought of following his example, and she gave him a silly smile. She stuttered, unable to continue. Is that how she was going to explain it now? Impossible. Following Song Shi as an example? Bullshit. She must have been so excited about getting first place in the group that her brain went haywire. I injured a nerve in the corner of my mouth fighting with someone, and it's twitching uncontrollably. Don't think too much about it. How could I possibly smile at you? Song Shi didn't bother to expose her clumsy cover-up. She was so awkward, he said lazily, I understand. You didn't smile at me. Go ahead. See you. With that, Song Shi picked up speed past Lu Li, and climbed toward the top of the mountain. After 2 hours of weighted running, everyone returned to the training ground, removed their backpacks, and assembled for the next set of training. In the previously empty training ground, next to the chief instructor at the front of the formation, a row of metal racks stood, holding various weapons. Everything Song Shi knew was on display, but most were new to him. All cold weapons. Starting today, we conduct specialized weapons training to find the weapons that best suit you. In your sophomore year, we use this as a basis for customizing specialized mental weapons for you, the chief instructor said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, cheers erupted from the ranks. Psychic weapons can easily rip through the hide and flesh of exotic beasts and sever their bones, far more effectively than ordinary firearms. Possessing psychic weapons means you're not far from joining the battlefield and slaying exotic beasts. In the ranks, a square-faced boy, upon hearing this news, said infatuatedly, the Berserker class is incomplete without psychic weapons. Without the Berserker class, psychic weapons can't unleash their full lethality. We complement each other. The outside world lumps us in with the warrior class. Politicians elevate the warrior class because of their loyalty, claiming they represent all the best qualities of the Federation, and reveling in the warrior class as the Federation's superior class. Awakening direction. In fact, the warrior class will never be able to match us. Superior psychic weapons are made from the bones, armor, fangs, and other hard parts of exotic beasts. They contain the will and soul of the exotic beasts that sacrificed their bodies, and they are enduring. The warrior class's dull nerves cannot sense the savage nature of the exotic beasts within psychic weapons. They cannot resonate with the weapons, and cannot maximize their effectiveness. We can. Those politicians who grant the warrior class the right to use psychic weapons made from precious exotic beast materials have no idea how much they are squandering natural resources. The boy grew increasingly excited, his eyes bulging, his cheeks flushed, and he waved his fists, drawing a strong reaction from the crowd. Songshur remained silent. She didn't know as much as the other party. For example, the idea that there was a connection between the berserker class and weapons crafted from exotic beasts was new to her. She only knew that psychic weapons made from exotic beasts were rare, wielded only by high-ranking berserkers. Achieving anything below S-rank was generally hopeless. S-rank itself was highly elusive, relying entirely on the number of exotic beasts hunted by previous awakened teams. The warrior and bone armor classes also needed psychic weapons made from exotic beasts, so the quota within the berserker class was limited and always tight. Most psychic weapons available to the berserker class were made from ordinary metal. During the manufacturing process, the machine-aided manufacturing class infused them with souls and psychic power. Psychic weapons made from exotic beasts were rare, and ordinary psychic weapons were not so easy to come by. A berserker could only have one custom-made weapon in their lifetime. If it was lost or destroyed, no more would be custom-made for them, forcing them to recreate the weapons of retired or deceased predecessors. Of course, significant contributions were a different matter. Quiet. The instructor's voice was drowned out by the noise in the queue. Unable to bear it any longer, he raised his voice and shouted. The queue gradually quieted down. Randomly match up, 2 by 2. Choose your weapons, and let me see your skills. After the chief instructor finished speaking, a group message popped up on everyone's laptop. Songshur clicked on it, and behind her name, unfamiliar names were constantly changing. 3 seconds later, the name froze. Her opponent's information was matched. Wang Yihu. A familiar name. The guy who had knelt and begged for mercy in the mirror maze. At the same time, at the front of the line, Wang Yihu, seeing that his opponent was Songshur, felt his knees weaken and he nearly collapsed. He couldn't believe it, his head spinning, and he felt he couldn't breathe. He pinched his Renjong point desperately. Why Songshur again? What grudge? What resentment? Who's he? What's wrong with you? Why that expression? His companion craned his neck in concern. It wasn't concern so much as a spectator's delight. Who are you matching with? Wang Yihu managed 2 words, Songshur. Do you remember the moment she smashed Zhang Wenjing's head in? Wang Yihu's forehead was sweating. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't. I remember. Hadn't he also been shot in the head by Songshur? But he hadn't shown the surveillance video. He hadn't told anyone else either. So what's your message? He asked his companion. Good luck, his companion stifled a laugh. Wang Yihu, It didn't matter if he died. To save time, 20 groups competed simultaneously. Each instructor served as a referee for one group. The head instructor moved between the groups. Songshur was the second group to go up. The 9th group in the second group. The referee was a beautiful, blonde, blue-eyed instructor. Songshur went to the weapons rack first to choose a weapon. Wang Yihu, with a fearless air, stepped forward, keeping a 2-meter distance from Songshur, and selected his own weapon. He kept a subtle eye on Songshur's movements, watching her choices. He had to outgun her in weaponry. Songshur hesitated between a dagger and one of the many broadswords. Songshur picked up the dagger and practiced with it. Wang Yihu prayed inwardly, choose this one, choose this one. I'm good at this, and there's still hope of winning. Songshur put down the dagger. Wang Yihu, ? To fight against the monsters, I better choose a weapon with greater power, Songshur thought. She walked towards a row of broadswords of varying lengths, weights, and styles. Finally, under Wang Yihu's expectant gaze, she drew a long sword, 1.5 meters long and 4 fingers wide, and returned to her fighting position. Chapter 192. Wang Yihu pondered for a moment, ultimately choosing the dagger, his specialty. The power of a weapon depends on its wielder, not its size. And in close combat, a dagger, due to its sharpness and ease of close-quarters attack, possesses greater lethality than a long sword. Wang Yihu consoled himself with this. He gripped the dagger's handle with his sweaty palm, the cool warmth of the dagger slightly easing his nervousness. He took a deep breath and strode towards Songshur. The 2 men faced each other, about 2 meters apart. Are you ready? The blonde instructor asked, scanning the 2. Songshur nodded, holding his dagger across his body. Ready? Wang Yihu stared at Songshur, gripping the dagger tightly, his gaze determined. As fellow S-rankers, he refused to believe he was inferior to Songshur in every way. Yesterday's loss was an accident. He was simply too frightened by the sight of Song Shi beating someone up, and he felt like retreating. If he showed signs of retreat during a fight, he'd inevitably be at a disadvantage. Today was different. He was mentally prepared, and wouldn't be as passive as yesterday. A whistle blew from the instructor's lips. Song Shi and Wang Yihu moved simultaneously. Before the whistle blew, Wang Yihu had thought of many fighting moves. First, get close, stab her wrist, remove her weapon. While she was trying to retrieve it, stab her waist, and kick the weapon away. This would simultaneously render Song Shi's weaponless, and restrict her movements due to a waist injury. She would then be completely at a disadvantage, and he could then adapt to the situation. This match was a sure win. This was his plan, and this was what he did. He was utterly confident that Song Shi's broadsword was no match for his dagger. He charged relentlessly at Song Shi. But he missed a trick. Song Shi was 100 times more agile than he was. Song Shi lunged at him first, the gleaming white blade slicing a dazzling arc before his eyes. He immediately stopped and blocked with his dagger. Before the 2-foot-long sword and dagger collided, his eyes gleamed with a sense of complete control. Song Shi's move was too easy. The next one would be no difficulty. Although Song Shi's speed was a little different than he expected, it didn't matter. He was confident he could get everything back on track. As soon as he blocked this move, Song Shi would surely strike again. He would seize the moment she swung her sword and kill her with a single blow. He imagined himself standing behind Song Shi, dagger pressed against her neck, warning her, "Don't move." As it happened, the chief instructor was standing right next to their group, watching him fight Song Shi. The chief instructor would witness his fluid moves and his expression, even in victory, remaining calm. The thought was exhilarating. He was lost in his fantasy. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The dagger, about to fulfill his mission, broke the moment it collided with Song Shi's long sword. Broken? Broken? Wang Yihu's pupils constricted, the numbness in his wrist not enough to convince him of what he was seeing. He froze in place, his right hand still holding the dagger in a blocking position. The broken dagger fell to his feet. Song Shi flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, the long sword was at his neck. The cold, sharp blade pressed against his pulse. The voice that had become his nightmare echoed behind him, taunting, "You're already daydreaming before the fight even begins. If you don't lose, who will?" Wang Yihu was devastated. Impossible, impossible. He hadn't even approached Song Shi. The whistle signaled the end. Song Shi lowered the knife from Wang Yihu's neck. How boring. She thought they could have another big fight and accumulate progress points. Wang Yihu was too weak. The chief instructor was standing nearby again, so she couldn't play freely. Song Shi turned back to the weapons rack, put the long sword back in its place, and walked back to the formation. The chief instructor, without a word, went to watch from the other groups. Wang Yihu came to his senses, picked up the broken dagger from the ground, and angrily brought it to the blonde instructor. Song Shi's weapon is of a different quality than mine. It's unfair to declare me the loser. I request a change of weapons and a new match. The blonde instructor toyed with her whistle and glanced up at him. You still think it's the weapon quality? Isn't it? If they were made of the same material, how could Song Shi have broken them with just one blow? Wang Yihu recalled the video playback from yesterday afternoon, where Song Shi had smashed the simulator mirror with one punch. He quickly added, "Even if she was strong enough to break my dagger, her knife would have been damaged, but hers is clearly intact," Wang Yihu questioned, pointing at the knife Song Shi had returned to his armory. The blonde instructor asked hesitantly, "Don't you know that in combat, the berserker type infuses its psychic energy into the weapon it wields, increasing its strength and lethality?" Song Shi was able to sever Wang Yihu's dagger with a single strike, clearly infusing it with spiritual power. She was puzzled. Didn't Wang Yihu do the same? The dagger broke so cleanly. Wang Yihu, of course I know. I also infused spiritual power into my dagger to protect it. Why did it break? We're both S-rank. He stared eagerly at the instructor, awaiting a reasonable explanation. The blonde instructor thought of the reading on the instrument when she measured Song Shi's spiritual power yesterday, 4,200. That was certainly a number unimaginable to the average person. She suddenly felt a pity for Wang Yihu, who had been struck twice by Song Shi. He had encountered that pervert. The instructor patiently explained, "Have you ever considered that the difference in your mental power is too great?" Wang Yihu was even more confused. They're both S-rank. How could they be so different? The instructor decided to tell Wang Yihu the truth. Song Shi's mental power is now approaching SSS level. The dagger in Wang Yihu's hand fell off. ? He almost lost his voice. Wasn't she still S-rank yesterday? Is she going to be SSS today? He shouted so loudly that many teams that had already finished their matches turned to look at him. Who was S rank yesterday and SSS rank today? The blonde instructor held his forehead with his hand, his tone helpless. Only her mental power is almost reaching SSS level. The evaluation of the Berserk system isn't solely based on mental power level. Reflexes, speed, gene activity, and so on are also considered. In these areas, she's still only S rank. Wang Yi couldn't hear a word of what he said next. His mind was now filled with the words, Song sure is SSS rank, Song sure is SSS rank. With these words hanging over his head, he returned to the line in a daze. He actually walked straight towards Song Sure. Song Sure was looking down at his laptop with a frown. Glasses sent her a series of messages. Song Sure, something's happened, check the news. Chapter 193. Immediately afterwards, Glasses sent a link. Song Sure clicked on the link and was redirected to a simple news report. Headline: The Federation's only dual engineer is the daughter of a first-class federal wanted criminal. A closer look at the Federation's only dual-element character, Song Sure, 19 years old, possesses both a healing and a berserker type. Around the age of 18, she awakened both the healing and berserker types. She herself was once a high-probability berserker type differentiation candidate. According to our agency's in-depth investigation, her berserker type differentiation value is 49%, and her healing type differentiation value is 38%. Her mother is a C-level healer, and her healing genes are derived from her. Her father is listed in her file as an A-level Peacock type awakener. The source of her high 49% differentiation probability is questionable. Of course, ordinary people can also develop awakener genes through genetic mutation, but according to data from the Supernatural Administration Bureau from the year 101 of the mutation to this year, the highest differentiation value for children awakened through genetic mutation within 3 generations of ordinary people is 37%. A 49% differentiation value is far too high. After relentless investigation, we finally discovered that the Peacock Awakener mentioned in the archives was not his biological father. Song Shure's biological father was Song Yi, who had been sentenced to death by the Federation 18 years earlier and escaped from the human base while being escorted to the laboratory. I believe many readers of this news are from bases 1 and 11. Those over 30 probably have some impression of Song Yi. You can ask older friends or relatives. They're sure some have heard of him. Song Yi, a berserker type A rank. Formerly stationed at Base 11 as a member of the mobile unit, he committed a series of unforgivable crimes there, and was subsequently sent back to Base 1. His exceptional talent earned him promotion to S rank upon his return to Base 1. However, during a military morning meeting, he lost control and murdered 4 colonels due to disobedience to the decision-makers, earning him the death penalty. According to our investigation, the 4 colonels included a Wu family healer, a Lu family fire awakener, a direct descendant of the Chu family, and a Chu family warrior awakener. Song Yi later attacked a police officer and escaped, disappearing at Base 1. A joint manhunt was launched within and outside Base 1, with the bounty on his head reaching 150 million federal coins, placing him at the top of the wanted list at the time. During this search, Base 1 dug deep, expending enormous manpower, material, and financial resources, yet Song Yi still escaped. On the 19th day after the bounty was announced, surveillance footage near Base 1 city walls, which were still under repair, spotted him fleeing the base. After the walls of the first base were built, he never returned. 18 years later, his daughter grew up to become the Federation's first dual-type cultivator. She was universally admired and meticulously cultivated by the 11th base, with countless resources poured into her. Wasn't this unfair to the awakened and ordinary people killed by her father, Song Yi? Song Sure quickly skimmed through the news. Yin Jing sent another news link shortly after. Seeing the headline, Song Sure smiled. Song Yi, the father of dual-type cultivation, was still alive 18 years after fleeing the base. She knew Song Yi had little patience. He had waited an agonizing day yesterday, but when she failed to reveal the news of his return, he had no choice but to announce it today. Still using this method. The previous news item was merely a publicity stunt for his appearance, a foreshadowing, if you will. The public's attention had been drawn enough, curiosity was piqued, and he was about to make his debut. Song Sure continued reading. Is the area outside the base truly suitable for human survival? How could a human survive for so long outside the base, with no food, no water, and with strange beasts roaming everywhere? Is the claim that the area outside the base is unsuitable for human survival a lie fabricated by the Federation to control ordinary citizens? Or is it the truth? Song will also tell you the truth. Click on the video below. Songshur clicked on it. In the video, a middle-aged man with white hair streaking his temples sat behind a table crafted from a single solid black stone, wearing a uniform resembling a military uniform. He clasped his hands together, placed them on the table, and faced the camera. He smiled, his lips curled, a forced smile, because the wrinkles between his brows were so deep that even if he tried to stretch his facial muscles, they couldn't be smoothed out. His brows were dark and fierce, revealing his usual demeanor. His mouth opened and closed, and out came the same raspy voice Songshur had heard outside the space portal. "Hello, you poor souls, kept in the dark by the federal government. And my dear daughter. I'm so pleased you've grown so well." Song in the video also smiled, a smile that was rather gnashing. She hadn't done as he asked, and he was angry. He then returned to the point. Is the area outside the human base truly unsuitable for human habitation? With polluted water, toxic gases, swarms of strange beasts, and scarce food, can humans survive less than 3 days outside the base? This is all a lie, a massive lie fabricated by the federal government. Song Yi waved his arms. To better control you, exploit you, and maintain their position at the top of the pyramid, they've imprisoned you behind high walls. They're afraid you yearn for the outside world, so they've used lies to keep you willingly inside the base. The world outside is beautiful, with picturesque scenery, abundant food and water, and we're self-sufficient. Well, you might not know this, but I'm not the only human outside the base. Those who didn't find it possible to seek refuge in the base 100 years ago have already thrived outside the base. We've formed our own army, many of which are awakened, to maintain law and order in the city. By the way, we've built a city where everyone has spacious, well-equipped homes. We don't have to live in cramped, dark cages like in the base, where ordinary people live. Even rats would be ashamed of where you live. We have schools and hospitals here. The hospital has healing awakened ones, who can cure any illness, and it doesn't cost a fortune, just provide adequate food. Don't worry about a lack of security here. When the alien beasts arrive, the military can organize the evacuation of all personnel. We also have space-based awakened ones, enough to ensure everyone's evacuation. We won't abandon you in the alien beast tide. I don't think the federal government can do that. The just concluded alien beast tide incident at Base 11 is still fresh in our memory. Of the millions of people abandoned, many were your family and friends, right? You don't have to worry about the alien beast tide destroying all the wealth you've worked so hard for, leaving you with nowhere to go. Here, we have countless cities geographically distributed, and each person is allocated at least 3 properties. So, you don't have to worry about your family being torn apart by the alien beast tide. Chapter 194. Song Yi is tempting the humans inside the base to leave. A video, isolated even against a pitch-black background. Whether the person sitting in the center is a virtual person created from data or real, no one can be sure. Who would believe him? He needs to provide evidence. At least prove that he exists, and that the outside world is as good as he describes. Proving this is only the first step. Song Yi still needs to cleanse himself of this stain. Song Yi was once a federally wanted criminal. His numerous crimes and his brutality would have ordinary people shunning him. How could they possibly leave the human base and join his forces, even if Song Yi were lucky enough to complete the second step and convince ordinary people to put aside their past grudges? There's still the third step, the federal government. From the moment this news appears and spreads, the federal government will undoubtedly issue a global search for the location of Song Yi's so-called free city. Once the specific location is discovered, the federal government will ruthlessly destroy or occupy it, and Song Yi will be dead. These were just 3 points Songshur had thought of in a short time. Upon closer examination, countless difficulties arose. Song Yi wanted to achieve his goal, but the road ahead was destined to be difficult. Yet he persisted. Songshur didn't know if he was overconfident or if he truly had the confidence to accomplish it. I know many of you are questioning my authenticity, the reality of the city I'm describing. In the video, Song Yi raised his hand, gesturing to the person across from him, who wasn't in the frame. A blue vortex appeared before him, expanding until it filled half the screen. Song Yi's calm voice came from behind the vortex. Starting today, I will randomly invite some of you to come to my city and experience for yourself what a truly free society is. How will I get you here? I've already told you. There are many space awakeners here. They will randomly descend upon a few lucky individuals and teleport you to my city through a space portal. Look, that's it. He laughed perversely, pointing to the space portal before him. The pale blue space portal trembled, gleaming with a faint white light. Songshur's gaze fixed on it. The white light flashed, indicating that something was being transmitted. Just as Song Sure had this thought, a shirtless man, wearing a cool swimsuit and a colorful swimming cap, appeared in the video, barefoot and holding a camera. He looked around blankly, still holding the camera in shock. Water was dripping down his body and clothes, pooling at his feet. "Holy shit! What's going on?" he exclaimed. Wasn't he just live streaming from the pool? How did he end up in this strange place in the blink of an eye? The glasses simultaneously sent a message to Song Sure's computer. A new message alert appeared above the video. The glasses explained the person's identity. This person's IP name was Wang Ba Su Fu, and his real name was Wang Su. He had 40 million followers online. He rose to fame by revealing the lives of the rich, and would occasionally complete challenges set by his fans. Song Yi recorded the video at 4:30 p.m. yesterday. At that time, Wang Ba Su Fu was live streaming a review of the outdoor pool at the Mermaid Tower, the second tallest building in the first base, when he was suddenly taken away by a spatial portal. His live stream signal suddenly cut out, and his fans called the police. The video had been recorded yesterday afternoon, and Song Yi was even more impatient than she expected. Song Sure pulled down the chat box and typed, "Have you found his current location?" "Not sure." Wang Su's family provided information that a positioning chip had been implanted in Wang Su's arm, and the first base police were using it to track him. "I haven't heard whether they've tracked him down yet." Song Sure closed the chat box and continued watching the video. A blogger with millions of followers suddenly disappeared from his livestream. Song Ye's move instantly brought a surge of attention to his appearance. At this moment, Song Yi was patiently comforting the turtle, wishing well. "Don't be afraid. You're about to be one of the first pioneers in the human base to experience the new city. You should be proud of this. You can also use this to gain more attention and fan support. It's mutually beneficial." Wang Su noticed a camera across from him and awkwardly covered his private parts. "Do you want to film the cooperation negotiation process too?" he asked. Wang Su didn't recognize the man across from him. From the few words he just exchanged, he deduced that he was the first party he was negotiating a partnership with. However, this first party wasn't ordinary. He had an awakened person with him, and their approach to the negotiation was unusual, bringing him directly to this unfamiliar place. While this was somewhat impolite, what could he do? He was clearly a powerful figure, someone he couldn't afford to offend. "Record the entire process and broadcast it later for greater credibility," Song Yi replied calmly. Wang Su, broadcast it later? He glanced down at his red and green swimming trunks, then at Song Yi, dressed in a suit. In his livestream, he could dress however he pleased, even with millions of viewers online. But in such a solemn occasion, he felt uncomfortable dressed like this. "Can I change my clothes before we discuss the cooperation?" he asked reasonably. Song Yi ruthlessly rejected his request. "Time is limited." Song Ye's simple words demonstrated his absolute dominance in this partnership. Wang Su glanced at the camera with a pitiful and helpless look, then rubbed his arm. "Don't worry about him." Song Yi returned his gaze to the center of the camera. "We send him back in a week at most. He have a fantastic journey during that week. I'm sure he'd be happy to promote us when he returns to the human base." Return to the human base? Wang Su's composure flared at this. He wasn't in the human base right now. A new city? Promoting? There were cities outside the human base? What was going on? Who was the man sitting across from him? His mind was full of questions, and he wanted to ask, but he didn't dare interrupt the man who was speaking. He subconsciously felt that the man was someone he couldn't handle, and if he interrupted him, something bad would happen. He kept his mouth shut. "I originally had 10 spots for the first round of testing in the new city, one for each base. Turtle Wishing Well was just one of them." Hearing his online name in this situation, Wang Su felt particularly ashamed. What a crappy name it had been. He lowered his head, staring at his thumb. Chapter 195. But fortunately, there were still 9 unfortunate souls to accompany him, and his nervousness eased considerably. "The remaining 9 spots," Song Yi said slowly, "I announce them tomorrow. Everyone wait and see." Knowing that 9 more people would be captured by Song Yi tomorrow, many people were sure to have sleepless nights tonight. "Okay, our first meeting ends here." Song Yi stood up, looked at his men behind the camera, and signaled to end the video. The camera shook twice, and I thought the screen would go black, but Song Yi suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, I forgot to remind my daughter, Song Sure, to study hard." He smiled at the camera and said his last words. Wang Su scratched his arm, his mind racing. Song Sure, this name? Why does it sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Song Sure. Song Sure, isn't this the dual system awakener? Songshur turned off the video. Within 10 minutes of their release, these two news stories reached the 9th and 10th most searched topics. The Federal Ministry of Information took action, completely blocking the news and related keywords. No relevant content for these two news stories can be found online. The media company that published these two news stories was also shut down, but according to my tracking, these two news stories were not released by this media company. The media company was unable to deliver these two news stories to half of the people in the base within a few minutes. Even those who did not follow the media accounts received news alerts. I found that the sources of these two news stories were scattered across different areas of the 9th base, but were released simultaneously, avoiding the government areas where the concentration of awakened superbrains is high, which to some extent delayed the closure. I suspect they also have awakened superbrain systems, and the situation at other bases is similar to that of the 9th base. Although the news only lasted 10 minutes, so many people saw it and passed it on to each other, so the situation isn't optimistic. I just saw quite a few people go to your school's official website and clamor for your expulsion. Some even went to the 11th Military Region Registration website. What are you going to do? Songshur anticipated today's scenario the night she learned Song Yi was alive. She calmly typed, "Do nothing." Glasses instantly became agitated. Are you just giving up on yourself? You won't even try to put up a fight? Why don't you release a video? Make a clarification statement? Didn't Song escape the human base before you were born? You haven't even met him. What does his actions have to do with you? You can even ask your mother to testify for you. He's deliberately trying to sow discord between you and the Federation, especially since he's repeatedly mentioned you're his daughter. And his final words, "Study hard," imply that you should make good use of the Federation's resources and use them for his benefit after you've completed your studies. Do you think he's speaking human language? It's full of sarcasm and lingering. You should fight back, issue a clarification statement. I'm here to ensure it reaches everyone in the Federation and sever all ties between you. Ever since personally orchestrating a protest, Yin Jing has grown increasingly confident in his abilities. He believes he's exceptionally gifted in this area. Songshur replied, "Do nothing. We don't need to take any action. Tomorrow University, the 11th Military Region, the federal government, even the hunting group, they fight on my behalf. Last time, we were isolated and helpless, so we had to create our own public opinion and take the fight personally. Glasses, this time is different. There are no fools in the federal government. You can see through Sonya's subtle thoughts, and they see them even more clearly." Glasses, You actually feel a little touched when you say that. Last time, we were fighting alone. This time, have we found a backer? Songshur pursed her lips and sneered. I guess so. After sending her last words, Songshur turned off her laptop and looked up at Wang Yihu, who had been standing in front of her for a long time. Not convinced? Want a rematch with me? Sure. We go to the life and death arena at noon. Isn't it said that if you kill your opponent in that arena, you won't be held responsible? Let's go there at noon today and have a hearty fight. Wanting to die isn't easy. If he helps her level up and make some contributions before he dies, then he die a worthy death. Wang Yihu shook his head in bewilderment. Rejected? Then get out of my way, Songshur said impatiently. Wang Yihu mumbled something and lowered his head. No matter how good Songshur's hearing was, or how close they were, he couldn't hear clearly. What? Songshur asked, frowning. I was wrong. Still couldn't hear clearly. If you don't want to talk, get out. Wang Yihu, He glanced up at Songshur with resentment, took a deep breath, and as if making some kind of resolution, spoke each word with a measured tone. I was wrong. Songshur, ? Are you sick? The thought of someone standing right in front of you for no reason and saying, I was wrong was eerie, and now it was happening right in front of her. I shouldn't have lied to you yesterday, Wang Yihu said sincerely. I'm a high-probability healer, but later awakened to the Berserker type. I understand the healer type's psychological weaknesses better, so I took advantage of your kindness. Songshur suddenly understood the difference between Wang Yihu's behavior and the Berserker type. It turned out to be because he almost awakened to the healer type. Yesterday you knelt and begged for mercy, and today you're admitting your mistake. Is the healer gene that influential? Wang Yihu glanced around quickly and lowered his voice to correct him. I didn't kneel yesterday. I just sat down because my legs were weak. Songshur sneered, seeing through everything. You've admitted your mistake. Tell me, what's your real motive? Wang Yihu touched the tip of his nose guiltily. I don't have any motive. I sincerely want to apologize. If you don't want to tell me, get out. Song sure didn't have much of a time to react to someone so full of lies and constantly calculating. At this point, exposed once again by Song Sure, Wang Yi, who could only laugh awkwardly and said awkwardly, "It's nothing really. It's just, why is your mental power so high? Do you have a secret? We're both high probability dual element differentiations. Perhaps the secret that works for you will work for me too. Honestly, I was an S-rank berserker when I awakened, and I'm still an S-rank now. They say my healing genes have affected my potential, but you haven't been affected, and your mental power is still so high. Tell me your method, and we can improve together. I'd be grateful." Song sure hadn't expected this to be the reason. There's no secret. It's innate. The First Base Research Institute hasn't found any results yet. Song sure's few words shattered Wang Yi's hopes. Really? Are you hiding something? Wang Yi pressed on, relentlessly. Are you afraid I surpass you once I learn this? Are you so petty? We're all for the Federation. For humanity, no one is better than you. Even if I surpass you in rank. Song sure couldn't bear to listen any longer. Every word made her question whether she was a healthy adult. She turned and headed for the rest area. Seeing her turn and walk away without a word, Wang Yi immediately started to chase her. Song sure backhanded a punch. "Don't follow me." Wang Yi, clutching his cheek, stood there, aggrieved and resentful, still unable to figure out where he had gone wrong. Song sure walked to the rest area and poured himself a glass of cold water. After a few gulps, his anger subsided slightly. Chapter 196. The free weapon random match ended, and the head instructor began to summarize the previous battle. The atmosphere in the squadron was clearly off. He was lecturing, and the whispers below continued. As the whispers grew louder, the instructor was briefly unable to continue. The instructors usually didn't enforce discipline in the squadron. Everything was based on points. For the violent students, the most frequent violations of discipline were fighting. However, their class attitude was still quite serious, their thirst for knowledge was strong, and their desire to become stronger was intense. The instructors permitted private discussions on such matters. But widespread absenteeism like today's had never occurred before. Points had no binding force on this matter. The instructor simply stopped talking. He stood in front of the squadron, gazing at the group of students. "Send a representative to explain your discussion to me. I want to hear what's more important than your lectures." After the instructor spoke, the team fell silent. Those who had been discussing animatedly glanced toward the end of the team, though no one stepped forward to represent them. "Don't you even have the courage to step forward and state your case?" The coach raised his voice, his gaze darting around among the students. More than their talking in class, he was even more infuriated by the fact that no one dared to speak up. "You, the violent department, are getting worse with each passing year." The instructor, unable to contain his frustration, finally uttered these iconic lines. "They're discussing someone online who claims to be my father." A clear, gentle voice suddenly rang out from the corner of the formation. The chief instructor looked toward the source of the voice and shouted, "Song Sure, step out." Song Sure stepped out from the end of the formation. "Speak clearly." The instructor looked at the girl before him, eyebrows raised. "A top-tier wanted criminal named Song Yi has appeared online. He posted a video claiming to be my father. Many people are leaving messages to our school urging me to be expelled. They must be discussing this matter." Song Sure spoke nonchalantly, as if the matter had nothing to do with her. When the instructor heard the word Song Yi, his expression changed, and he blurted out, "Song Yi? Instructor, do you know him?" Song Sure, perceptive, looked at the instructor before him inquiringly. The instructor was about 40 years old. 18 years ago, he was in his 20s. Song Yi's age was about the same. And the instructor's aura certainly gave him the air of someone who had been to the battlefield. Perhaps he did know him. The instructor didn't respond to Song Sure's question, but stared at Song Sure for a long, deep moment. "Song Sure, Song Yi." Song Sure didn't know what he was thinking, but she could tell from his expression. She feigned ignorance and asked, "Instructor, is there anything you want to tell me?" The instructor came to his senses, stunned for a moment, and shook his head. "Return to the team." "Yes." Song Sure was about to rejoin the team. The blonde instructor, who had been standing to the instructor's right, approached with her laptop flashing. "Song Sure, the principal wants to see you." Midway through class, Song Sure left the parade and followed the instructor to the principal's office. The instructor personally escorted her because the principal had explicitly requested so in the message. "They've been sent for." The instructor impatiently kicked open the principal's office door. "Xiao Song is here, come in." The principal came out, ignoring the chief instructor standing in front. He extended his hand to Songshur, who was standing behind him, with a warm smile. Why? You insist on me sending them off? I'm still in class, the chief instructor complained, then walked into the office and sat on the sofa in the reception room. Songshur was surprised by the way these two interacted. It seemed as if there was another layer of connection between them. Xiao Song, sit this way. The old principal, as if oblivious to his complaints, warmly invited Songshur to sit on the soft sofa in the reception room, and considerately placed a steaming cup of tea in front of her. Songshur surveyed the office. A middle-aged woman in a business suit stood in the corner of the sofa, her presence minimal. Songshur recognized her. The space portal through which the principal had brought her back from the first base was controlled by her. She was a space-type awakener. The distance between the first and ninth bases spans half a planet. She was able to connect the space gate over such a distance, so her level must be at least S level. Besides her, there was another person in the office. He was standing in a similarly secluded position, behind a full-height plant at the junction of the living room and the work area, his figure barely visible. If he hadn't deliberately concealed his presence, Songshur would have suspected the man was planning to assassinate her. Xiao Song. Have you heard about the rumors out there? The principal asked cautiously. Songshur was about to nod when the chief instructor, dressed in a slim-fitting black uniform, spoke up across from her. What's going on? The principal gave him a look of deep disdain. I'm not asking you, I'm asking Xiao Song. Don't interrupt. If you want to listen, stay here quietly. If you don't want to listen, go back to teaching your students. Like father and son. Songshur's eyes drifted between the two men. A sudden thought struck him. With this suspicion in mind, he looked at their appearances again and found a striking resemblance. Their faces were similar, square and square, with slightly flat noses. The principal looked kind, while the head instructor looked fierce. Clearly threatened, the head instructor shut his mouth and remained silent. Instead, he stared at Songshur, urging her to answer quickly. Songshur cleared his throat. I heard about it. I've seen the news and the video. Someone even sent a private message asking our school to expel me. I know all this. The principal sighed. I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. They've deployed at least 10 Super Brain Awakeners in Base 9 alone, not to mention the other 9 bases. These Super Brain Awakeners were able to quietly appear in the base and be safely evacuated. There must have been quite a few Space Awakeners playing a role. I wonder what he's done with the outside world in these 18 years. The old principal was filled with worry. Have you found his location? Songshur asked, concerned. Not yet. The old principal shook his head. The federal government has ordered every base to send Super Brain Awakeners to search for suspicious signals outside human bases, but there's no results yet. Just now, 9 other self-media creators with large followings disappeared during their live streams. The old principal told Songshur the latest news. Songshur fell silent. Don't hide it from me. I want to know the whole story, the head instructor said, catching some clues from their conversation. He stared at the old principal with a burning gaze. That man is really Song Yi, right? He's really back. Chapter 197. And you are his daughter, correct? The instructor suddenly turned his gaze to Songshur, standing directly across from him. His usually calm and composed eyes now shone frighteningly, like a long uninhabited wasteland ignited by fire. He and Song Yi had a grudge. Songshur was almost instantly certain. She sat up straight. I don't know. For as long as I can remember, my father has been a handsome, gentle peacock awakener. Before today, I had never met Song Yi. Whether he is my biological father or not, I'm afraid I need other means to verify, Songshur said naturally. She wasn't lying. Last time, in the wilderness, Song Yi had spoken to her from behind a spatial portal, never appearing. The video she watched today was indeed her first encounter with Song Yi. When Song Yi left the base, little Song wasn't even born yet. Someone online spread a lie, intending to undermine the Federation's unity through this rumor. And you, an instructor at Tomorrow University, believed it so easily, the old principal reprimanded coldly. His eyes held another meaning. The chief instructor, after staring at him, slowly realized. Songshur couldn't possibly be Song Yi's bloodline. The Federation wouldn't allow it, the 11th Military Region wouldn't allow it, and ordinary citizens wouldn't allow it either. The Federation's first dual lineage couldn't be associated with a wanted criminal. Songshur must be pure. She carries the hope of human evolution. So regardless of whether Songshur and Song Yi were related, from the moment Song Yi's identity as a wanted criminal was revealed, they were completely unrelated. The meaning of his father's words just now represented the federal government's opinion and its final stance on this matter. Song Yi intended to fabricate the rumor that his daughter was biracial, smearing Song Shi, while simultaneously undermining the Federation's internal unity and dividing the relationship between the federal government and ordinary citizens. This would also be the federal government's public explanation to ordinary citizens. Thinking through all this, his scalp tingled, and he looked in horror at the girl sitting across from him, her hands resting on her knees, serene and well-behaved. From beginning to end, Song Shi had addressed Song Yi as a man who claimed to be my father. She had never acknowledged him as her father. This was true in front of the 400-person parade, and even when answering the principal's questions. Could Song Shi truly be unsure if he was her father? Had her mother never mentioned Song Yi's name in these 18 years? No. Song Shi had simply considered the federal government's stance on this matter before he had. She anticipated the federal government's next explanation, and she carefully positioned herself and entered into her role, following the instructions for what to say and what to do. Xiao Song, you don't need to pay attention to the rumors out there. You only have one biological father, Song Shi, a guard at the 35th Military District Hospital at the 11th base. He was attacked and killed by Song Yi 18 years ago, the old principal said. Her new identity was born, and Song Yi went from being her father to her father's murderer. Song Shi accepted it calmly. Just focus on your studies at school, and we take care of the rest. Song Shi nodded. Things were unfolding much as Song Shi had anticipated. The federal government would issue a statement to personally clarify things for her. Well, it wasn't really a clarification. Fabrication would be a more appropriate term. It was simply fabricated by the world's most authoritative federal government, and fabrications are undeniable facts. At 11 a.m. federal time, the 11 military districts of the federal government, as if by agreement, issued a statement on their respective official websites. They were fully committed to apprehending the traitor to humanity, the top-ranked wanted criminal Song Yi, and the Federation's Song Shi was actively participating in the effort to avenge his father. The official website only published 2 short sentences, and then a series of news media outlets sprang up like mushrooms after a rain, vying to report extensively on the incident, with the relationship between Song Shi and Song Yi being the most prominent and the most in the know. The coverage took on various forms. There were news articles clarifying the relationship between Song Shi and Song Yi. There were interviews with Song Shi's parents, Song Shi's grandparents. They wept before the camera about their son's misfortune and the pity of their granddaughter, who had grown up without a father, and was ridiculed and bullied by her classmates. They fluently answered the reporters' questions about Song Shi's life. Zhao Jing was also interviewed. She sat in a chair before the camera and answered the reporters' questions expressionlessly. Regarding the online rumors that many people believe Song Shi's father is a federally wanted criminal, what do you have to say? Zhao Jing, I don't know Song Yi. Song Shi's father is Song Shi, and he has no connection to Song Yi. Did you meet Song Yi at the 35th Military District Hospital at the 11th base? He was assigned to a mobile unit in the 35th Military District at the time, and he had some connection to your life. Here's his photo. Can you recognize him? Zhao Jing didn't look at the photo and replied coldly, no. Didn't you see him the day Song Yi killed your husband, Song Shi? Zhao Jing, no, I only saw Song Shi's body. What do you think Song Yi's motive is in referring to your and Song Shi's daughter, the only dual-awakened person in our federation, as his own? Zhao Jing, he wants to incite the anger of ordinary citizens like us and exploit our anger to cause the federal government to lose a dual-awakened person. He's driving a wedge between our federation and ordinary citizens. According to neighbors, since your family moved to Base 9, Song Shi has been studying hard at school and hasn't had time to visit you. Now, facing the camera, do you have anything to say to your daughter? Zhao Jing slowly looked towards the camera, her brown eyes filled with complex emotions. Her tone was no longer as cold as when she answered the previous questions. Song Shi, you're an excellent awakener. You avenge your father, right? You definitely kill Song Yi, right? I wait for you, and when that day comes, I apologize for everything I've done. Song Shi saw this video during lunch. At that moment, she was still sitting in the old principal's office. Song Yi failed to achieve his goal this time, and I'm worried he attacked you. Space-type awakeners are elusive, and the spatial distortion they create when they cast a space gate is difficult to detect. For the time being, he'd be following you. As the old principal spoke, a young man hidden behind a potted plant emerged. He's an SS-level space-type awakener. He can keenly detect spatial distortions within a 50-meter radius and give you advance warning. He also has extensive combat experience and can help you in case of an emergency. Chapter 198. Song Shi looked up. The man was dressed in black, with a gun holster on his waist and a knife sheath on his leg. Do you have to follow him even when he's asleep? The principal said, sleep is when a person's alertness is at its lowest, making it most vulnerable to attack. He must remain within 10 meters of you while you sleep. I have a roommate in my dorm, so it's not convenient. How about she be my replacement? Songshur pointed at the middle-aged female space awakener in the corner of the sofa. The principal shook his head. Her combat power isn't strong enough, and her ability to respond to emergencies is limited. For your safety, our entire school leadership has made comprehensive considerations, and she's the most suitable. As for your concerns about accommodations, we've relocated you. The new dorm is in a faculty apartment building next to the Berserk Department freshman dormitory. The apartment is occupied entirely by Berserk Department faculty, all Berserk Awakeners themselves. This is also for Songshur's safety. Berserk Awakeners are more alert than those from other departments. If a fight breaks out in Songshur's room, everyone on the entire floor, and even the entire building, will be aware of it. This is the safest place in all of Tomorrow University. After leaving the principal's office, Songshur returned to her dorm to pack her belongings. She simply grabbed some daily necessities and a change of clothes and headed for the staff apartment. The Space Awakener followed her closely. His name was Chio Ruijian, an S-rank Space Awakener. As for the others, Songshur asked, but he wouldn't reveal them. The person assigned to protect her at such a critical moment was definitely no ordinary person. Songshur lived on the 3rd floor. She didn't take the elevator, but climbed the stairs. She still had a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. A black suitcase sat on the glass coffee table in the living room. Chio Ruijian had been here before her. Which room is mine? Songshur asked Chio Ruijian behind her, rather than just opening a door. He pointed to a room relatively far from the living room door. Songshur walked in, luggage in hand, without looking back. Chio Ruijian hadn't followed within 10 meters. Songshur closed the door and piled her belongings on the table. She didn't immediately sort them out, but instead opened her laptop to contact Chin-Yi. I agreed to join the hunting group. She had been a hunter for almost a year, but it wasn't considered formal membership. She was merely employed, using the name of the hunting group. This time, she was joining truly, becoming a full-fledged member of the hunting group, on the path to becoming a core member. Although your reply was a little late, I still want to warmly welcome you. Do you want a grand welcome? I'd love to let everyone in the company know you're coming. No, let everyone in the Federation know you've chosen my company. Songshur quickly declined. No, I just want to join quietly. It's a shame, I can't use your fame to promote the company. Songshur scoffed. With my current fame, I'm afraid it will only bring bad publicity to your company, and cause a wave of resignations. Chin-Yi. No, no one would give up their current benefits for something that has nothing to do with them. Whose daughter you are is none of their business. They just stir up trouble online. The benefits I offer them are enough to make them unwaveringly choose the hunting group. You're a good boss. Bosses who use benefits like this to bind their employees are extremely rare in this world of exploitation. Chin-Yi, I accept the compliment. When will you start work? Songshur glanced at the door. It was quiet outside, not even the sound of footsteps. He was probably standing at her door. The school has assigned me a personal bodyguard, so it might not be convenient for me to go to the hunting group. Chin-Yi was silent for a moment. I know why you suddenly chose to join me. Songshur asked knowingly. Why? You want me to help you get rid of Chio Ruijian? You know him, because you promised me a reply yesterday. I should have received a response. I waited until the early hours of the morning and didn't hear from you. I felt the need to learn more about your situation, so I sent someone to find out some information. This wasn't just knowing or something. Finding out the results of the university leader's discussion in a short period of time was no different from finding out how many hairs she had lost this morning. She had only just learned his name was Chio Ruijian 10 minutes ago. Is the hunter group's sphere of influence too vast, or has its partnership with the federal government reached this point? If it's the latter, she doubts Chin-Yi will still help her. I can help you, but I still advise against it. The federal government sent Chio Ruijian with the intention of monitoring you. If I help you get rid of Chio Ruijian, the federal government will send someone else. That's right, the principal said Chio Ruijian with her, not just to protect her. She suggested replacing Chio Ruijian with another Space Awakener, who was clearly incompetent in combat, and the principal's unhesitating refusal showed that. She's a berserker type, strong enough to protect herself. The principal witnessed her single-handedly slay 3 golden-boned spiral tigers last time. Space-type awakeners aren't cut out for martial arts, and the chances of a space-type awakener with extensive combat experience being stronger than her are very low. Therefore, there's no need to send Chiyo Ruijian, a space-type awakener, who can provide her with adequate warning will suffice. The school leaders did so anyway, because the federal government doesn't fully trust her. Will she meet privately with Song Yi? Has he colluded with him? Even if she had no prior contact with Song, what about the future? Will she be tempted by Song Ye's offers of benefits? No one can guarantee that these won't happen. Chiyo Ruijian can monitor her while protecting her. Qin Yi objectively analyzed. Chiyo Ruijian's presence can indeed protect you to a certain extent. If you don't have anything you absolutely need to hide from the federal government, it's best to keep him. Song Shi pondered Qin Yi's intentions, and sensed a hint of something amiss. Something that needs to be hidden from the federal government. My visit to your hunting group shouldn't need to be hidden from the federal government, right, Qin Yi? Of course, you can come here openly. This is like a part-time job for you, earning money and gaining experience. So what else would I have to hide from the federal government? Are you referring to my contact with Song Yi? If I had such intentions and asked you to remove Chiyo Ruijian, would you do as I asked, Qin Yi? Of course. Song Shi was at a loss for words. So, Qin Yi wasn't completely loyal to the federal government. Chapter 199. Until the new city is found and Song Yi is apprehended, the federal government will continue to send people to follow you. If they deal with Chiyo Ruijian, there will be another Chiyo Ruijian. Are you sure you still want me to do this for you? If Song Shi gives her a positive answer, she will do it immediately. Sending Chiyo Ruijian away is easy, but the hard part is getting the federal government to stop monitoring Song Shi. Song Yi was silent for a moment, then finally typed, "Let's keep it for now. She hasn't done anything shady lately. Being around someone like this won't have much of an impact on her. Aside from making her feel uncomfortable." Song Shi ultimately didn't schedule a meeting with Qin Yi. Her class schedule was packed, and she couldn't spare the time to visit the hunting group. The so-called welcome ceremony was foregone. Qin Yi could contact her directly through the computer if he had any missions. According to the previous agreement, she could use most of the hunting group's resources. Qin Yi referred her to an acquaintance, Xiao Haitang. Song Shi still remembered the former agent of the 179th branch of the hunting group, located outside Base 11, and the flamboyant owner of the Yezue bar, dancing on the dance floor. Qin Yi said that if she needed anything from the hunting group, she could contact Xiao Haitang directly, and that Xiao Haitang would be responsible for coordinating her missions from now on. Song Shi had been asked for his contact information during his first visit to the Yezue bar, so he immediately accessed his chat box and inquired about the real situation outside the human base. The more details, the better. Song Shi added a note. Xiao Haitang replied quickly, "Okay, my new colleague, but it takes time to collect and organize this information. I get back to you in half an hour." Okay. Song Shi turned off his laptop, stood up, packed his luggage, and prepared to go to the dining hall for lunch. As he opened the door, Chiyo Ruijian, who was leaning against the living room window, turned his head. He pointed to the previously non-existent cardboard box on the coffee table. "Here's the nutrient solution the principal just sent you." Song Shi walked over and took a cigarette. As usual, she shook it twice, observing its consistency against the light. It was a long-lasting nutrient solution, and the bottle had never been opened, so there was nothing wrong. She unscrewed it and drank it. She then transferred the remaining nutrient solution in the box to the refrigerator's cold storage compartment before going to the entrance to change her shoes. "I'm going to the dining hall. Do you want to come with me?" The dining hall was packed, and Song Shi wouldn't open the space door in public. Chiyo Ruijian didn't say anything, but his actions answered Song Shi's question. He walked over and stood a meter behind her, watching her change her shoes. Song Shi. It was 12 noon, and most departments had already finished their classes. The dining hall was crowded. Song Shi selected the dishes and headed to her and Tang Yu's usual seating area, while Yang Jingjin headed to hers. They both arrived, and Yang Jingjin waved eagerly upon seeing her. "Have you seen the online news? That song is truly wicked. How could he? Who is this handsome guy?" Yang Jingjin was excitedly sharing the gossip she found online with Song Shi when she saw the young man following behind him sitting at the same table with them. "The principal sent him to protect me," Song Shi said, picking up the food as usual. "Does he need to follow me even when I eat? Personal protection?" Yang Jingjin's gossipy spirit suddenly flared. "Yeah. Does he need to protect me even when I sleep?" Song Shi. She nodded patiently. "Yang Jingjin, what about your current roommate? I've changed dorms, and will be living in the staff apartment for the Department of Rage. Yang Jingjin, wow. Her eyes were filled with envy. She wanted to be protected too. Thinking of sharing a roof with such a handsome guy every day, seeing him every day, she couldn't suppress the smile that formed on her lips. Songshur glanced at her calmly. Wipe your saliva. Yang Jingjin, shock. She quickly wiped her lips, trying to save her appearance, and said sheepishly, the food smells so good, haha. Tang Yu had been silent, since she noticed someone following Songshur. Since the person sat across from her, she stared at him intently. There wasn't a trace of admiration for his looks, all she could say was doubt about his existence. Protection? Does Songshur's strength warrant such close protection? With so many people in the cafeteria, is it necessary to be so closely guarded? Surveillance is more like surveillance. Are you a space awakener? It's said that space awakeners can sense spatial distortions within a certain range and predict the location of a spatial portal. Those above S rank can even tear space apart, ripping through immature spatial portals and preventing them from appearing. Tang Yu paused, staring at the person across from him. What level are you at? Can you tear space apart? Yang Jingjin, standing beside him, glanced sideways at Tang Yu in surprise. Little Yuzi rarely spoke so coldly. Asking someone's level directly wasn't a polite way of socializing. Is there something wrong with this guy? She immediately became wary, squinting her eyes and reassessing the man before her. He looks a bit fierce, with those high-set eyes. He looks at people with disdain and a coldness. He hasn't said a word yet, so he must be difficult to get along with. And he carries a gun with him, how dangerous. Xiaoshur has to be with someone like this every day, and has to be wary of his gun going off accidentally. Oh Xiaoshur, how pitiful. She immediately looked at Songshur with pity. Being scammed by a wanted criminal, Xiaoshur was truly pitiful. Faced with Tang Yu's aggressive questioning, Qiu Ruijian didn't directly disclose his rank, but said, I can block space gates below S rank. A space gate below S rank takes anywhere from 20 to 35 seconds for the vortex to appear and expand to allow a person to exit. These 20 to 35 seconds are enough time for Songshur to react, escape, or call for help, Tang Yu said. Even at night, the light generated by the spatial vortex is at least 200 lumens, no less than suddenly turning on a light. She could detect it instantly even in her sleep. Yang Jingjin explained. Little Yuzi could actually memorize the time and brightness of a spatial portal so accurately. She was worthy of being the top student in her high school class. So, spatial awakeners below S rank pose no threat to Songshur. Tang Yu's logic was clear. A spatial portal above S rank takes between 3 and 7 seconds to appear and allow a person to exit. If you can't prevent it from appearing, then she's left to defend herself against such an enemy? Doesn't that mean their existence is completely meaningless? Yang Jingjin cautiously nudged Tang Yu with her elbow. Tang Yu looked over, and with a look of warning, she said, they're hired by the school to protect Xiaoshur. Don't offend them. Qiu Ruijian looked quietly at the girl across from him, whose baby fat hadn't faded yet. He didn't get angry and patiently explained, the moment I sense the unknown spatial vortex is about to appear, I can open the spatial gate and transfer her away. Chapter 200. Then can you guarantee that the opposing space awakener isn't SSS? An SSS level player takes 3 seconds to open a space portal. You're S level, right? You can't transport her away in 3 seconds. Tang Yu stated the facts. Qiu Ruijian engaged in a debate with great interest. That's why I'm needed, not other S or SS level players. I can guarantee that all space awakeners of S level and below won't succeed. If the opponent is S level or above, I fight alongside her until reinforcements arrive, Qiu Ruijian said. You must be wondering why they didn't just send an SSS level or double S level space awakener to protect her. Tang Yu's expression was expressionless. I don't want to ask. Qiu Ruijian, who had already opened his mouth to answer, said, The tension escalated, and Yang Jingjin spoke up to smooth things over. I know that. Haha, our federation only has 3 SSS level space awakeners. It's not Xiaoxiu's turn. But Xiaoxiao, did you see your mother's interview video today? Yang Jingjin seized the opportunity to quickly change the subject. Songshur was bewildered. Zhao Jing. Interview video? She shook her head. Zio Yuzi, come on, I sent you that video. Show it to Xiaoxiao. Yang Jingjin quickly patted Tang Yu's arm. She actually had it on her laptop, but now she had to find something for Tang Yu to do to stop them from arguing. She was worried that the man would suddenly pull out a gun and shoot them all in a rage. Tang Yu understood her intentions and retrieved the video from the computer, removing its privacy settings and allowing Songshur to view it. The conversation between the reporter and Zhao Jing was leaked. Songshur looked at the woman in the video, whom he had only met twice. An undeniable sadness permeated her. There was a hint of pleading in her eyes, as she gazed at the camera for the last time. You are an excellent awakener. You will definitely kill Songyi. When that day comes, I will apologize for everything I have done in the past. You will definitely kill Songyi. Kill Songyi. She hated Songyi, but she had no recourse. She was powerless. As a victim, she could only watch the perpetrator walk free. She had thought Songyi dead outside the base, her hatred fading with the passage of time, with the departure of Songshur, the only person connected to her. But now, Songyi was still alive. The blood scab on her wound was once again forcibly peeled back by Songyi. She could only place her hope in Songshur, the daughter who had never received her love. Songshur lowered her eyes. To her, Zhao Jing was just a stranger she had met twice. The moment she signed the consent form to send her to the detention center, she saw it as simply putting an end to the original incarnation's miserable life for the previous 18 years. It signaled the end of their mother-daughter relationship. What happened to Zhao Jing afterwards had nothing to do with the original incarnation. After learning everything that had happened to Zhao Jing, and the connection from 18 years earlier, Songshur deeply loathed the violent man named Songyi. Songshur still had no extra feelings for Zhao Jing. She wasn't the original incarnation, and there was no so-called mother-daughter bond. Even without Zhao Jing's pleas, she would have killed Songyi, simply to disgust him. Many people online are asking why she apologized to you, Yang Jingjin said with a complicated expression. Of course, she knew why Zhao Jing said that. Back then, when Songshur was ganged up on by Wei Yuyu and his gang at school, Zhao Jing, Songshur's mother, never showed up. Later, she even personally sent Songshur to a detention center. She also couldn't figure out the true nature of the relationship between Songshur and Zhao Jing. Logically, the man who killed Songshur's father was the wanted criminal, and since Songshur lost her father at a young age, shouldn't Zhao Jing care more about her? How could mother and daughter become enemies? She couldn't understand. Let them ask whatever they want, Songshur said nonchalantly. I'm done eating. I have training this afternoon. I'm leaving first, Songshur said, then stood up and left, and Qiu Ruijian immediately followed. Yang Jingjin stared at Songshur's back and asked Tang Yu, who was standing beside him, suspiciously, why do I feel like Xiaoshur's mood has gotten worse since watching the video? Is it just my imagination? After a long pause without Tang Yu's response, she turned and said, Ah, why are you angry too? She frantically tried to calm Tang Yu's head down. Look at you, you're almost bald, and you don't even know how to control your emotions. Yang Jingjin was deeply concerned about Tang Yu's head. Didn't you just end up in a draw? Don't be angry, don't be angry. Yang Jingjin had assumed Tang Yu was angry because she hadn't won the debate. In reality, that nasty wanted criminal who cost her her freedom. Who? Who lost their freedom? Yang Jingjin was confused. Xiaoshur? Tang Yu took a deep breath. You eat. Yang Jingjin? Ah? Oh! She was heartbroken. Little Yuzi actually thought she was stupid. In the afternoon, Songshur continued training at the training grounds. Qiu Ruijian did not go with her. He and the instructor took turns ensuring her safety. During training, the instructor kept an eye on her, and during off-training, Qiu Ruijian accompanied her, never allowing her any time alone. The afternoon class focused on weapon techniques. The chief instructor personally taught the lesson. He chose the weapon most used that morning, the long sword. He taught several sword combos, and then let the students practice on their own. When they were almost done, he moved on to the next one. The entire afternoon was spent repeating these steps. Songshur studied diligently. She knew her basic skills were weaker than others, so she practiced with all her might. After finishing her afternoon classes, she hurriedly ate dinner and continued with her academic studies. Qiu Ruijian did not go with her during academic studies, but remained outside the classroom. She knew he was constantly watching because when Songshur went to the bathroom mid-sentence, she saw him standing at the door. Then he followed Songshur to the bathroom. He watched Songshur enter the cubicle and then return. You're so dedicated, Songshur gave him a thumbs up. Qiu Ruijian silently accepted. Back in the dormitory that night, Songshur washed up and lay in bed, looking through the data outside the base that Xiao Haitang had sent him. This data was recorded by the awakened teams from the hunting group who had personally witnessed things outside the human base, making it authentic and reliable. The areas outside the human base are divided into restricted areas, free areas, and hunting areas. There used to be 9 restricted areas, but now there are 10, alien beast nests, and breeding grounds for alien beast cubs. Humans are not allowed to approach at all. The free areas are where alien beasts often appear. The density of alien beasts is not as high as in the restricted areas. High-level awakened teams can venture in, but low-level awakened teams should avoid them. Ordinary awakened teams avoid the free areas. Then, there are the hunting areas. The hunting areas refer to areas where humans can hunt alien beasts. This is also the primary area for awakened teams to conduct missions. The density of exotic beasts in this area is low, so humans can encounter solitary exotic beasts and have a chance of capturing them. Chapter 201. Regarding the three areas of the Forbidden Zone, the Free Zone, and the Hunting Zone, regardless of their degree of danger, purely in terms of environment, the Forbidden Zone boasts the most pleasant climate and the richest resources, followed by the Free Zone, and the Hunting Zone the worst. Alien beasts tend to stay in areas with good climates and abundant food, and the Forbidden Zone serves as their carefully selected breeding ground. To a certain extent, the location of the human base can be considered a hunting zone, where the density of alien beasts is sparse. The environment is sufficiently poor to not attract alien beasts to migrate, allowing the human base to survive. Only occasionally, when the climate in a particular alien beast habitat changes, making it unsuitable for alien beasts, will the alien beasts migrate en masse to another location. When they pass through human bases during their migration, they trigger waves of alien beasts that can devastate human civilization. For example, the recently concluded Level 8 alien beast wave at Base 11. The relevant federal government departments dispatched a team of awakened individuals to investigate the cause, and subsequently track the wave's whereabouts. It was ultimately determined that the cause of this wave of alien beasts was a continuous drought in a grassland thousands of kilometers southeast of Taifeng Mountain, located in Base 11, that had left the surface barren. A group of herbivorous alien beasts could no longer survive, and the white-striped leopard and divine beast tribes at the top of the grassland food chain, which relied on these herbivorous beasts as their primary food source, were starving. Following their biological instincts, they began migrating. The white-striped leopard and divine beast tribes were considered relatively intelligent alien beasts. Not only did they migrate themselves, they also drove the herbivorous alien beasts on the grassland to join them. One group of intelligent alien beasts herded another. During the migration, some alien beasts living along the route sensed their own kind and inexplicably joined them. The migration route was long, and the number of alien beasts joining them gradually increased. The direction they were heading was Base 11, thousands of miles away. Had their initial direction deviated even a dozen degrees, they would have intersected with Base 11, and Base 11 would have survived the disaster unscathed. Alas, they didn't. By the time they reached Base 11, it had become a Level 8 alien beast tide consisting of nearly 800 alien beasts. Base 11 was annihilated. According to later tracking of the alien beast tide by some awakened teams, the central alien beast races of the tide, the white-striped song leopard, and the divine Jin beast, and their herbivorous alien beasts ultimately arrived in Gongwu province. Even though the alien beast tide gradually disintegrated after passing Base 11, the remaining alien beast races that reached Gongwu province still numbered over 100. They settled in Gongwu province, forming a new ecological chain. After more than 2 months of competition, they have now stabilized. The number and density of the alien beast population in Gongwu province met the criteria for a restricted zone. Just yesterday, Gongwu province was declared the 10th restricted zone. Songshur continued to scroll. 2 S-rank awakened teams from the group had discovered signs of human life while conducting missions in the hunting area. There were signs of open flames, unrotted food scraps, and gnawed bones. The teeth marks on the bones were similar to those of humans. Those present at the scene were lucky enough to discover a human tooth. Upon returning, they brought the tooth back to the hunting group for testing, confirming it was human. They were the only awakened team within the group to have discovered signs of human life outside the base. No other team had. No awakened team had ever directly encountered humans living outside the base. It's not surprising that humans exist outside the bases. Every human base built in this era always leaves behind some people. Intentional or unintentional, some people are always left behind as a contingency plan for humanity. When a human base suffers a devastating blow, their role becomes apparent. For example, the hundreds of millions of people within the Federation's 10 human bases today are all descendants of those who didn't have time to enter the bases a century ago. The Federation's history of crisis records 3 waves of alien beasts that completely destroyed the original human bases, and the humans within could not escape slaughter. It was the humans outside the bases who carried the burden and continued civilization. Although the Federation now has 10 bases scattered across the globe, the probability of a simultaneous collapse is almost zero. Leaving some people outside is always a good way to prevent disaster. These people have lived outside the bases for generations and are familiar with the environment. Even if they deliberately tried to avoid the awakened team, they would be difficult for them to detect. But there's no hiding in the city. Wherever a city is built, it stays there. The massive complex is striking. However, so far, no one in the awakened team has ever seen a city outside of the base. Of course, pre-mutation city buildings don't count. After over 200 years of devastation by alien beasts, the human structures of those days have been reduced to ruins, unworthy of the term city. Xiao Haitang said, "Not only has our awakened team never seen a human city outside of the base, but the awakened teams from the federal government have as well. Their field records are filled with encounters with the remains of pre-mutation cities here and there. Therefore, the possibility that Sonya's new city is in the hunting zone can be essentially ruled out. That leaves only the restricted zone and the free zone. Even a nimble and adaptable team like the Awakened would struggle to survive in these two areas, let alone so many ordinary people. Building a city there is simply a pipe dream. The federal government is now questioning the authenticity of Sonya's new city. In fact, from the beginning, a considerable number of federal officials believed Song Yi was fabricating this story. They began searching for him within the human base the moment they saw the video. Their argument is, Song Yi has space-based awakened subordinates, who can freely enter and exit the base. The area outside the base is clearly unsuitable for human survival, so he must be hiding somewhere within the base. However, the federal government contacted the chairman 3 hours ago. The group and the federal government reached an agreement to each send a team of Awakened to the free zone to investigate the situation. A two-pronged approach. This is the current situation outside the base. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Xiao Haitang's last reply was 3 hours ago. Let me know as soon as you have news about Song Yi. After replying, Song Shi turned off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. She curled up in bed, ready to fall asleep. Ding. The laptop beeped. Xiao Haitang replied instantly. Okay. Song Shi. The second night owl appeared beside her. After a serious discussion about work, Xiao Haitang's true nature emerged. My dear talented colleague, when can we meet at my bar? I've opened a new bar at the 9th base, still under the same name, just 10 kilometers east of your school. It's only a 20-minute bus ride away. Of course, if you're willing to run, I'm sure you can see me even faster. Song Shi typed the next line indifferently. No time. Chapter 202. Xiao Haitang immediately sent a 15-second voice message. It's heartbreaking. You're making excuses again. I've seen many students from your school in bars. They all have time, but you don't. You just don't want to see me. His tone was resentful, and he was deeply immersed in the role. I've been so devoted to you, but you've given me such a cold shoulder. It's true that when people become rich, they abandon their wives and their families. Song Shi was furious. Why did she reply to Xiao Haitang right before bed? Now, I was too sick to sleep. Song Shi was still trying to reason with him. Different departments have different course schedules, some easy, some demanding. I'm in the Rage department, and I really don't have time. Xiao Haitang, Rage department? Isn't he a Rage department major? Xiao Haitang sent an 8-second video. Song Shi clicked on it, and a flash of colorful light shone out, blinding her. She quickly squinted before looking at the video. On the lively dance floor, Wu Hua and his female partner were dancing passionately. Song Shi's eyes narrowed even further. Was that Wu Hua in the pink floral shirt? Xiao Haitang commented. Look at them. They're balancing work and rest. You should also give yourself some time to relax, and not put too much pressure on yourself. Going to a bar late at night? She might as well catch up on 2 months of classes now. She also had to catch up on the healing department's courses. She couldn't completely ignore the healing department just because she chose the violent department. What difference would that make to a single department? The old principal had mentioned that she needed to develop well-roundedly. The healing department's counselor Jiang Jihong sent her the electronic version of all the first-year courses this afternoon, telling her to study on her own and, when she had time, to go to the military hospital with the healing department for internships. The backlog of tasks before her was innumerable, and the only indulgence she could accept was being able to sleep before midnight tonight. Less than 5 minutes left. We meet again when the contract is signed. Qin Yi was still drafting the contract for her official employment at the hunting group, and it shouldn't be long before it's finalized. When the time came to sign the contract, she had to make time to visit the hunting group. Xiao Haitang, you truly value time like gold. Song Shi, time is money. Xiao Haitang was speechless, too silent to reply to Song Shi. Song Shi calmly turned off his laptop and quickly fell asleep. The next day's training arrived as scheduled. First, physical training, then combat instruction and weapon simulations. Song Shi took time off to attend the healing classes. The contract was quickly drafted, and that evening, after finishing his academic studies, Song Shi took a taxi to Xiao Haitang's newly opened Yuzui bar. Song Shi had plenty of money these days, so he could take a taxi, which cost 100 times more than the bus, whenever he wanted. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the main entrance of Yuzui bar. Song Shi jumped off the aircraft, followed closely by Qiu Ruijian. The bar still had the familiar tacky decor. A red and green sign read Yuzui, surrounded by illuminated banners like "Enjoy life while it lasts," and signatures left by people who had been there at some unknown time. Song Shi pushed the door open and walked in. The room was bustling with noise, the thumping of DJs deafening. Song Shi's head was buzzing. She covered her ear, which was closest to the speakers, and searched for Xiao Haitang. It wasn't hard to find him. He was the most relaxed person in the crowd. Song Shi found a spot farthest from the speakers, and crouched there to send a message to Xiao Haitang. Qiu Ruijian stood beside her, frowning as he observed everything around him. Clearly, he wasn't used to this kind of environment either. On the dance floor's raised platform, Xiao Haitang, swaying with all his might, felt the vibration of the laptop on his wrist. He paused and glanced at it. "Xiaoyun, come up and take my place." He beckoned a strikingly handsome young man to the platform and take his place. He then hopped down lightly, buttoning his clothes as he pushed through the crowd and looked for the location on the image Song Shi had sent him. Seeing Song Shi, he smiled speechlessly. "At least sit at the bar and order a drink or something." Song Shi stood up from his squatting position. "I don't like drinking." "Where's the contract?" Xiao Haitang didn't reply immediately. Instead, she looked at the man standing guard beside Song Shi with interest. "This is the one the federal government sent to protect you." "Yes." "Hello, my name is Xiao Haitang." Xiao Haitang greeted Qiu Ruijian with a familiar manner. "I'm the owner of this bar, and the head of the hunting group branch. Are you interested in joining us?" Qiu Ruijian said coldly, "I'm loyal to the Federation." "What do you mean by that? Doesn't the hunting group have any loyalty to the Federation? We're a legitimate company with deep cooperation with the federal government. You can join us and earn double the salary. The treatment here is also very good." Xiao Haitang wanted to say a few more words, but was rebuked by Qiu Ruijian's words. "I'm not short of money." "Okay, since we're not short on money, forget it. Song Shi, follow me." He finally remembered that his main task today was to find Song Shi to sign the contract. Song Shi followed Xiao Haitang to a private room. Qiu Ruijian was stopped outside. "There's no need to follow me here. I'll be watching. Signing the contract is a private matter. You can go in after we're done." Xiao Haitang extended his arm to stop Qiu Ruijian, unafraid of the gun on his waist. "The private room isn't big enough for you to sense the spatial distortion." Qiu Ruijian thought for a moment and finally agreed. Closing the door, the noisy sounds outside were instantly blocked out. Song Shi finally felt his mind return. No tailgaters yet, thank goodness. Xiao Haitang pushed the paper documents towards Song Shi and sat back on the sofa, stretching his arms across the backrest. Watching Song Shi flip through the contract, he said leisurely, "I've also called the rest of your team. They should be here soon. It's a good time for you to get together." He had only informed her that the contract was being signed today, not that there was a party. "Well, thank you for still worrying about the relationship between our team members," Song Shi said without looking up. Xiao Haitang seemed oblivious to Song Shi's sarcastic tone and accepted it with a smile. "It's my honor to serve you. It's also my honor to ensure your team gets along harmoniously and prepare for future missions." Song Shi had nothing more to say. After checking the contract to make sure it was correct, he signed his name. After he finished writing, the door to the private room opened, and the man with the blue glasses and the others filed in. "Schoolgirls. Long time no see." Lao Nyo's booming voice drowned out the others' greetings. Song Shi stood up and hugged them one by one. "Long time no see." Xiao Haitang put the contract away, no longer wanting to be a third wheel. "Have fun. The group will pay for all the drinks today. Don't think about saving money for them." Chapter 203. It was already 2 in the morning when Song Shi returned to the dorm, and he had risen from bed again at 5. She pushed open the door to see Qiu Ruijian, a weary-looking man standing beside the sofa, rubbing his head. His eyes were dark and gray, his hair a little disheveled, and he exuded the air of someone still half asleep, completely lacking the energy and spirit they had when they first met. Chiu Ruijian had to stay with Song Shi constantly. Last night, Song Shi and his group played until 2 in the morning, and he only returned to the dorm at that time. In the morning, he had to personally take Song Shi to the training ground. Only 3 hours of sleep. Song Shi was a healing type with strong self-healing abilities. Even with just 3 hours of sleep, she could return to a refreshed state. Chiu Ruijian couldn't do that. She could hold out for a day or two, but even Chiu Ruijian's awakened body wouldn't be able to handle it for long. Based on the current situation, it wasn't going to be a day or two for the federal government to apprehend Song Yi. Chiu Ruijian had to stay with Song Shi and follow his daily routine. Sooner or later, he would die suddenly. Song Shi bypassed him and headed for the bathroom, ready to wash. As he pushed the door open, he turned back and thoughtfully suggested, "Send me to the training ground. You can come back and catch up on some sleep. The chief instructor is watching over me anyway." "No," Chiu Ruijian said, shaking his head. "I need to stay within 50 meters of you." There was no other way. Song Shi shrugged. "I hope you can hold on a little longer." Her routine for the next 2 months would remain similar. With that, Song Shi closed the bathroom door, blocking Chiu Ruijian's view. Chiu Ruijian, left outside, frowned and pulled himself together. Song Shi trudged through the gloomy dormitories, heading for the training ground 3 kilometers from the Berserk Department staff housing complex. Under the deep blue sky, Song Shi opened his laptop and exclaimed, "Ah, only 3 minutes left." Chiu Ruijian sensed something was wrong. "You've got to keep up with me." With that, Song Shi broke into a run. Chiu Ruijian chased after her. At first, he was confident. His years of training and endurance training had given him physical fitness far exceeding that of the average space awakener. A mere 3 kilometers was no problem. But he watched helplessly as the distance between him and Song Shi grew ever wider. Song Shi left him with only a glimpse of his back. Over 50 meters, the difference in physical strength between Berserk and Space departments was truly enormous. He gritted his teeth and desperately chased after them. The drowsiness he felt from sleep completely vanished. The distance between him and Song Shi showed no sign of closing. However, the distance from the dormitory to the training ground was only 3 kilometers, and Song Shi never left his sight. At the training ground, Song Shi stopped, and Chiu Ruijian caught up, breathlessly. The two of them stepped on the soft grass. Song Shi's breathing was steady, completely unlike the run he had just had. He turned to look at Chiu Ruijian and grinned, "Isn't it refreshing? Aren't you sleepy now?" Chiu Ruijian's chest heaved violently as he tried to calm his breath. He had been running so fast that he couldn't speak. But his eyes didn't stop him from expressing his speechlessness. He seriously suspected Song Shi was doing it on purpose. He deliberately took his time changing his clothes and shoes. He dragged on until there were only 5 minutes left before he slowly descended the stairs. Song Shi said casually, "I'm going to the assembly." "You're welcome." 2 days had passed since the last Mirror Maze elimination tournament. During these 2 days, the instructors had focused on everyone's weaknesses, and also taught them some new fighting techniques. Everyone had improved, and Song Shi was no exception. She absorbed every practical skill the instructors taught her, and applied it with ease. Song Shi was now like a sponge, desperately absorbing everything around her. Today was a day to test the effectiveness of her learning. Real combat is the fastest way to improve your strength. Today, we began a new round of Mirror Maze elimination tournament. Morning training was complete, and the teams were once again divided into groups based on their obstacle course rankings. Song Shi was in the first group, number 4. The chief instructor stood before the formation, scanning the ranks. The rules have changed. In the points race, eliminating an opponent of the same level earns 2 points, eliminating an opponent 1 level higher earns 3 points, and eliminating an opponent of a lower level earns 1 point. The team with the highest points in each group will receive a championship prize. You can form alliances today, and points earned from eliminating opponents will be divided equally among all participants. As the instructor spoke, the group began to discuss the situation. Many members of the same group were already contacting each other about forming alliances. Generally speaking, alliances offer a better chance of winning for those with average skills. Each group is divided according to their ranking in the obstacle course from morning practice, and this ranking reflects a person's skill level to a certain extent. There is a significant difference in skill between the highest ranked and lowest ranked individuals within a group. In the individual elimination rounds, the champion is usually among the top 3 in the obstacle course, and the rest of the group has little to do with the winner. You could pull off a comeback like Song Shi did last time. If we could form an alliance today, the outcome wouldn't be so monotonous. We were grouped together, and while there might be a difference in strength, it wouldn't be too great. 1 versus 1 might not be enough, but 2 versus 1 would be more than enough. The news that alliances were possible in this tournament instantly piqued the enthusiasm of those at the bottom of the rankings. I figured after 3 consecutive individual competitions, an alliance would be possible this time. I've been keeping my temper down for the past 2 weeks and haven't offended anyone. Anyone want to form an alliance with me? I'm incredibly reliable. Someone laughed wildly. The others were also scrambling to find their own alliance partners. Now that they've negotiated, they have a peace of mind when they enter the mirror maze. Group 7, who wants to form an alliance with me? Let's first eliminate the top 10 in the obstacle avoidance race and split their points. He's ranked 11th in Group 7. Think about it, why did he only take out the top 10? If you team up with him, you might end up being sold out and having to count his money. Some were eager to try. Today is my turn to reclaim the top spot. Quiet, the instructor shouted. The formation reluctantly fell silent, some still multitasking, heads bowed, communicating on their laptops. Let me emphasize the last point of the rule, the instructor said, looking towards Songshi's corner. Break a piece of the simulator mirror, and you lose 2 points. Songshi. Many people chuckled. This rule was tailor-made for Songshi. Who else but her could shatter a simulator mirror with a single punch? Songshi kicked the grass at his feet, muttering to himself, "It's just a simulator mirror. What's the point of banging and banging?" Alright, the mirror maze officially begins at 6:30. We still have. The instructor glanced at the time. 15 minutes. Everyone, go to your positions. Disband. As soon as he finished speaking, the formation quickly dispersed. Everyone rushed towards the familiar mirror maze. Chapter 204. Songshi walked slowly. Chiyo Ruijian, who was not far from the training ground, approached her. Are you going in later too? Songshi asked. Chiyo Ruijian had just received a notice from the chief instructor and shook his head. No, I'm in the observation room. Aren't you afraid I'd be kidnapped? Songshi asked. Chiyo Ruijian, Songshi already knew the principal's true intention in having him follow her around. He had realized this when reflecting on Songshi's behavior that morning. The mirror maze is uniquely constructed. The spatial gate's positioning accuracy is within 10 meters. Even if they locate you, they can't accurately open it right in front of you. And even if you're unlucky, and it happens to open right in front of you, your instructor believes you can react within 3 seconds and successfully dodge it. Chiyo Ruijian explained a lot, but to Songshi, it came down to one sentence. The mirror maze is completely under surveillance. I don't need to be watching you personally, your every move is visible to me. Songshi stopped talking. Chiyo Ruijian, however, took the initiative and spoke to her. Why don't you form an alliance with others? Many people were walking in groups of 3 or 4. Songshi even noticed Wu Hua and Deng Changrong walking side by side, chatting. This was completely different from the last time, when they went their separate ways. I made too many enemies last time, Songshi said nonchalantly. She could already imagine how many people would come after her in this mirror maze elimination round, and how intense the battle would be. But it just so happened that her Berserk upgrade progress was only 18 points away. Ideally, I could break through to S rank and reach double S today. You could feign weakness and form an alliance with them. I'm sure many would accept you. After all, you're a healer. With your ability to repair, you'd definitely thrive in this kind of competition, Chiyo Ruijian suggested to Songshi. Songshi knew this, of course. She was a team in her own right. Whoever allied with her would gain far more than with anyone else. In this kind of elimination tournament, where stamina is constantly drained, whoever can maintain peak stamina throughout the battle will be the biggest winner. The two had already reached the indoor practice field, where 10 mirror mazes stood in a row before them. I consider this after seeing what happens inside, Songshi said casually. She searched for a familiar group of figures. She'd wait for them to enter a mirror maze, and then head straight for them. Chiyo Ruijian was surprised that Songshi had listened and not rejected his advice. He added a few more words. When I was in school, I heard that some of the competitions during the Berserk department's daily training were fiercely competitive. I hope you be presentable when I pick you up in 4 hours, Chiyo Ruijian said. Songshi had already seen the mirror maze that Deng Changrong from the same group had entered. It was the same location as last time. She turned to look at Chiyo Ruijian. Thank you for your well wishes. You're welcome. Chiyo Ruijian gladly accepted her thanks. Just like last time, Songshi entered the mirror maze, found position 4, and stood still, waiting for the competition to begin. The simulation mirror in front of her displayed the contestants, their rankings, and past records, just like last time. The top three were Ding Chongrong, Zhang Wenjing, and Wu Hua. Aside from Ding Chongrong, the remaining two were familiar faces. Song Shi looked down. Number 4, Song Shi, S-rank, wins 1. Her name was in the 4th row. Song Shi took another quick look at the people behind her. The names matched up with the previous group, but there were 5 differences. These 5 were all SS rank, replacing several S rankers from last time. At a glance, she and Wang Yihu were the only S rankers in Group 1. The Mirror Maze elimination round, March 28th, was about to begin. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. The subtitles on the virtual screen changed. 3, 2, 1. The Mirror Maze elimination round officially begins. This time, Song Shi took the initiative to open the side door and headed into the maze to search for her competitors. A good start. After walking for 5 minutes, Song Shi encountered a lone opponent. She hadn't seen him in the previous Mirror Maze, but she had seen him a few times during regular training, though they never spoken. Most of her opponents were double S. Hello, Song Shi greeted him. The boy, startled by the sudden sound, clenched his fists and looked warily toward the source. A rapidly enlarging Shu soul appeared before him. Song Shi launched a powerful kick, leaving him no time to react or resist. It was truly swift, precise, and ruthless, without a single hesitation. The boy was kicked in the chest, the immense force sending his entire body flying outward like a feather, forming a graceful C-shaped arc in midair. Bang! He crashed into the virtual mirror. In his last conscious second, his only thought was that he had damaged the simulation mirror. Would he lose 2 points? Number 35 was eliminated. Number remaining, 37. Song Shi's battle record was displayed on the virtual screen. Somewhere in Group 1's Mirror Maze, someone also saw the subtitles displayed on the mirror and cursed, "Damn!" Eliminated in just 5 minutes. These lunatics. Many others shared his thoughts, but they were too reserved to curse out loud. Another reason was that they were afraid the noise would attract their competitors. It was better to be quiet. Song Shi was aiming for the most eliminations and the highest points. She was well aware of her own strength. Her previous victory over Zhang Wenjing had largely been due to Zhang Wenjing's overconfidence, which she had exploited. If they were to compete again, she might not be able to defeat him. So, she had to eliminate as many people as possible before she faced Zhang Wenjing, accumulating enough points. Even if she ultimately couldn't defeat him, it wouldn't affect the final result. In fact, most people shared Song Shi's sentiment. Even Zhang Wenjing and Ding Chongrong did. Today's war was more of a chase. The strong pursued the weak, and the weak formed alliances to divide the strong. Song Shi's mind-playing skill clearly gave her an advantage over the others. She swiftly navigated the complex corridors of the Mirror Maze, searching for suitable prey. 9 minutes into the match, Song Shi encountered her second prey. A quick fight, a quick decision. Number 19 eliminated. Number remaining, 36. This is crazy. This time, it wasn't just the one person complaining at the beginning. I haven't even found my alliance opponent yet. Are we even going to let ordinary people play anymore? Are Ding Chongrong and Zhang Wenjing having another killing contest? 2 perverts. Chapter 205. Number 19 lay on the ground, clutching his bloodied head. His head spun, his vision shifting between black and white. The rumors were true. Song Shi's favorite way to subdue his enemies was with a headshot. 30 seconds ago, Song Shi had suddenly appeared from his side like a ghost, grabbed his head, and without a word, slammed it into the simulator. He didn't know if the simulator was cracked, but his skull was definitely fractured. He couldn't understand why Song Shi was so much faster than him, even though they were both double S. He lay on the ground, questioning his own fate. Song Shi, who hadn't left, had his back pressed against the simulator, watching the next person about to fall into his trap. The boy raised his head from the ground and stole a glance at another boy, who was groping his way towards him. Dark skin, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, a familiar figure. His sluggish nerves slowly began to work, and he belatedly realized that this person was none other than his roommate. They had already agreed to form an alliance today, and their agreed location would be the center point between their positions. He had been intercepted by Song Shi on his way to the agreed location, and now lay on the ground, unable to move. His brother, unaware of this, was approaching. And yet, his current position was in a blind spot, and none of the numerous mirrors could reflect him. He opened his mouth, about to speak a word of warning. As if Song Shi had eyes on his back, his claws reached him first, grasping his chin and twisting it with force, dislocating his jaw. His mouth gaped, unable to close, saliva dripping from his mouth. Songshur glared at him warningly, then stood up and continued to wait for his prey. The boy silently mourned for his companion for 3 seconds. "Take care, brother." Songshur finally saw a figure, radiating emotion, stand out from the lifeless reflections. Her eyes lit up, and with a whoosh, she leaped out, charging straight at the approaching figure. The approaching figure was quick to react. Never having seen a single shadow of one of his companions around, he became wary of his surroundings, especially with countless Songshurs surrounding him. He pricked up his ears, aware of every sound. Just now, he heard a crisp sound, like a dislocated bone. At this moment, Songshur rushed out without trying to hide his footsteps. He immediately noticed and quickly activated his defense. When Songshur's flying kick came, he raised his arm to block it. His forearm collided with Songshur's flying kick. Songshur's force was so powerful that he took 3 steps back, resting his back against the simulator mirror before he could steady himself. His forearm trembled faintly, and waves of dull, numbing pain shot through his mind. He clenched his teeth, feeling anxious. It was only 15 minutes into the mirror maze elimination round. In this kind of competition, the earlier you're eliminated, the faster you leave, the more others will question your ability. After all the rounds are over, the instructors will compile a ranking list of eliminations. The top 20 often become the subject of jokes. If you have a grudge, being eliminated in the first 15 minutes would make you question your life. Maybe the first thing they say, when they met in the future would be, "Look, he's the guy who couldn't even last 15 minutes in the mirror maze elimination round. Haha, even a dog could survive 15 minutes. He absolutely had to last past 15 minutes. Songshur had no idea she thought of all this in a split second. She landed from midair and immediately chased him, aiming for another kick in the head. The boy subconsciously considered blocking the blow with his arms, but remembering the strength of Songshur's legs from the previous attack, he changed his mind, ducked his head, and slid down the simulated mirror behind him. Songshur's kick missed. The boy took the opportunity to counterattack. The two engaged in a fistfight. It was a good time to practice the moves the instructor had been teaching him recently. Songshur's hand formed a knife shape, and when the opponent raised his arm, he struck his armpit. The boy's body shuddered, his shoulders involuntarily rising, and a shuddering sound escaped his throat. Ouch! Songshur grabbed his arm, his right hand continuing to slash downwards, like a knife. Crack! His arm folded back at the elbow, his forearm drooping limply. The boy's face paled, and he clutched his upper arm, gritting his teeth to stifle a cry of pain. The corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably with pain, and he managed to force out a few words through gritted teeth. The instructor told you to strike at the tendons, causing functional impairment and loss of sensation, not to cut straight through. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention in class. The boy gasped, a heart attack. Are you going to admit defeat now? Songshur asked. If she did, she would have to quickly find her next prey. If she didn't, then she would have to finish the fight quickly. The boy glanced at the simulation mirror across from him. Unfortunately, no one else had been eliminated at that moment, so the simulation mirror had no time to remind him. He hesitated. Now with a broken arm, he was no match for Songshur. Whether he admitted defeat or not, the outcome was the same. He was eliminated. The fact that Songshur calmly asked for his opinion showed her confidence in her own abilities. But he was unwilling to accept defeat just yet. Just as he was wavering, Songshur spoke. If you hesitate for more than 3 seconds, she held up 3 fingers, waving them in front of him. If you don't want to admit defeat, then we continue. To be honest, the boy's heart skipped a beat when he heard the words continue. The overwhelming sense of danger made him unable to control his words, and he shouted, I surrender. I surrender. Songshur's fist hovered 3 centimeters from his nose. Sweat dripped from the boy's forehead to the tip of his nose. He hadn't done anything, yet he was already panting, his eyes fixed on the fist about to fall, and he swallowed nervously. Watching the surveillance replay from the day before yesterday, it was this fist that shattered the simulator. If that punch had hit him in the head, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Number 31 eliminated. Number remaining, 35. Only after seeing the subtitles on the simulator, Songshur retracted his fist. Say it earlier next time, she said flatly, glancing at the sweat-soaked boy. The boy stared blankly at the time on the simulator opposite him. Oh! No! 14 minutes and 58 seconds, under 15 minutes. He was eliminated in under 15 minutes. If he had conceded any later. No, if he had conceded later, Songshur's fist would have come crashing down. He suddenly felt fortunate not to have been shot in the head. After eliminating 3 people in a row, Songshur had already earned 6 points. Chapter 206. After eliminating 3 people in a row, Songshur had already earned 6 points. She was the only one in her group to have earned any points. News of the others' eliminations hadn't yet reached her. Because she eliminated people so quickly, it acted like a catalyst, invisibly accelerating the others' actions. As Songshur searched for other prey, every virtual mirror she passed by constantly reminded her of eliminations. Number 16 eliminated. Number remaining, 31. Number 26 eliminated. Number remaining, 25. As time passed, those who had agreed to form an alliance had almost all gathered. Some were traveling in pairs, and some were even moving in groups of 3. The crackling sounds of fighting reached Songshur's ears. Songshur stopped and looked at a simulation mirror. The image displayed on the simulation mirror showed exactly what was happening at the moment the sound originated. 2v2? A man and a woman were facing off against a pair of men. The fight was fierce. One of the 2 boys looked familiar to Songshur, Wang Yihu. Currently, Wang Yihu's team was in the ascendancy. They were pinning down the opposing team, a man and a woman. Songshur pondered, then stepped closer. Just in case, he could find a way out. The shadow Songshur had cast on Wang Yihu last time was too great. Suddenly, seeing Songshur's image reflected in the surrounding mirrors, Wang Yihu shuddered, his fist deflecting slightly. The opposing team, seizing this moment of distraction, successfully counterattacked. The tide of battle was gradually turning. Wang Yihu's team was at a disadvantage. Wang Yihu, seeing the situation was dire, panicked. Songshur is right here with us. Let's not fight for now. Be careful of a surprise attack. The other 3 immediately took notice of their surroundings. They knew this might just be part of Wang Yihu's cunning scheme, a way to distract them. They were prepared for the worst. The instructor had analyzed Songshur's keen observation skills last time. Combined with her superb acting skills, the mirror maze felt like home to her. It was shrouded in mystery to others, but to her, it was incredibly familiar. She was also adept at sneaking up on her opponents. They didn't trust Wang Yihu, but rather feared Songshur. Songshur observed them calmly through the mirror. She heard Wang Yihu's warning, and saw the caution in their movements. TSK, what a hassle. If they kept pretending and waited for the 2 sides to decide the winner before charging forward, who knew when that would take? The difference in strength between them was not that great. If they waited any longer, the noise they made while deciding the winner would be overheard by others, and there were many who might want to reap the benefits. With more people, they might even unite to attack her. Might as well eliminate the 4 of them now. Songshur thought, charging towards them. Her intentions were so undisguised that the 4 couldn't ignore them even if they wanted to. They stopped fighting, their target unified, aiming at Songshur. They stood back to back in 4 directions, staring intently at the one they were facing, wary of Songshur suddenly appearing from their direction. Even though eliminating Songshur would only give 2 points, divided among the 4, each would only receive 0.5 points. This would come at a huge cost. Everyone would be injured, leaving them vulnerable to other enemies. Fighting them head-on seemed unprofitable. However, if they didn't simultaneously target Songshur and instead scattered, Songshur might find them and defeat them one by one. Even if they were facing Deng Changrong or Zhang Wenjing, the 4 of them wouldn't have chosen to fight so unanimously. Songshur's value wasn't great, but the damage he caused was significant. In the observation room, getting 4 people to unite in the mirror maze is like tying together the like poles of 4 magnets. The short and chubby instructor sighed from his chair. Even Zhang Wenjing and Deng Changrong couldn't get 4 people to unite. The blonde instructor recalled something amusing, and with a trembling laugh he said, "Last time, we emphasized the scene where she sneaked up on someone. Everyone knows that once she's got their eyes on you, there's no escape. So, are we really exposing her trump card?" "Not really," the short and chubby instructor said hesitantly. "We set up the mirror maze as the competition venue so that opponents of varying strengths can randomly encounter each other. The competition is still about head-on combat. While sneak attacks can test both players' reflexes and agility, they're not the primary goal. 1 or 2 times is fine, but relying on sneak attacks regularly wouldn't be fair to the others," the short and chubby instructor said. "Besides, sneak attacks are only a tiny part of Songshur's strength." The short and chubby instructor looked at Songshur on the virtual screen with admiration. "They're not really his trump card. Hey fatty, it looks like you're actually admiring her?" The thin, dark instructor on the other side leaned over and sized him up jokingly. The short, chubby instructor scratched his head sheepishly, his face flushing in 2 blushes. He remained silent. "Why should I be embarrassed to admit it?" The blonde instructor behind him patted his shoulder and said frankly, "I admire her too. She's highly talented, a quick learner, and doesn't have the usual arrogance common among berserker types. She's also incredibly polite to us, outspoken when she should be, and reserved when she should be. She embodies the best qualities of both the berserker type and the healing type. The blonde instructor enumerated Songshi's strengths, concluding with a sigh, if I were a dozen years younger and in the same school and class as her, I'd be chasing her around like a fangirl every day. I don't know what kids are thinking these days. No one wants to be friends with her. She's so unpopular. Chioruejian sat beside the instructors, dozing off, listening to their conversation. Unpopular? Wasn't Songshi at lunch yesterday with two friends? One silly, the other clever. They all seem to be on good terms. The kind who risk their lives for you. The others lack vision, but these two did. He confirmed his thoughts, and continued to doze off. I hope this mirror maze elimination round goes smoothly, without any major incidents. A silent, low-profile instructor suddenly spoke. It would have been fine if he hadn't spoken, but as soon as he spoke, all the instructors present, including the calm head instructor, focused their attention on him. Shut up. Your wishes always go in the opposite direction, and you still dare to make a wish? At this moment, inside the mirror maze, Songshi was already engaged in battle with 4 people. She took the lead in engaging the curly-haired girl who rushed in front. The two fought barehanded. Chapter 207. The other 3 surrounded Songshi. You're walking into a trap. The burly man, with a buzz cut, swung his fist, striking Songshi in the back. An S-rank, daring to go head-to-head with 3 double S-ranks and a single S-rank foursome. Wang Yihu, looking for an opportunity to strike, was once again shocked by Songshi's audacity. Even if her mental power was approaching SSS, on the verge of upgrading to double S, she couldn't do that. Even if Ding Chongrong had arrived, she would have had to think twice before going 1-on-4. Songshi, on the other hand, knew he'd been discovered and charged straight ahead. There were so many of them, they were too disrespectful. Songshi didn't care what they said, she just wanted to defeat her first target as quickly as possible. She attacked fiercely, forcing the girls back, gradually revealing their weaknesses. Songshi now had enough experience dealing with double S ranks to handle them with ease. She seized the opportunity and launched a powerful attack, dislodging one of the opponent's arms before sending him flying with a kick. She used all her strength, and the girl collided with the simulator, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood and falling to the ground, unable to rise. Number 9 eliminated. Number remaining, 26. First target eliminated. Songshi didn't even breathe, turning to search for her second target. Just now, while she was focused on dealing with number 9, the attacks of the remaining 3 rained down on her. She remained undeterred by them, undivided to deal with them, choosing to eliminate number 9 as quickly as possible. Her self-healing ability was strong, and the damage had completely healed, leaving her movements unaffected. This was why, at her S-rank level, she dared to fight 4 alone. The buzz cut had punched her. Songshi's gaze fixed on the burly man, a head taller than her, and built like a bear. She ran forward, leaped forward, stepped on the buzz cut's fist, and leaped onto his shoulder. She tightened her legs, and twisted her feet violently. The buzz cut, realizing her intention, quickly threw himself down, and they both tumbled to the ground. Wang Yihu and the remaining skinny boy rushed forward, kicking at the recumbent Songshi. Songshi rolled twice on the ground, avoiding their blows. She missed, and the ground cracked with a strong bang-bang sound. Songshi scrambled to her feet, but Wang Yihu and the skinny boy were already chasing her. She spun suddenly, and with a single sweep of her leg, she swept Wang Yihu and the skinny boy, who were approaching from both sides, to the ground. They both fell to the ground in disarray. The burly man who had fallen earlier charged forward again. Songshi leaned back to avoid his head-on blow, slipped under his armpit, and slammed his elbow into his back. The bear-like man stumbled forward a few steps. Songshi's attack was successful. Without hesitation, he kicked off with his feet, launching himself towards him. Leaping through the air, he swung his right arm and struck him hard on the back of the head. Bang! The burly man's features came into close contact with the simulation mirror. He covered his bleeding nose, braced himself against the mirror with both hands, and tried to straighten himself. The attack hadn't weakened him. Songshi's eyes flashed coldly, and with a decisive move, he brought his elbow down on the man's cervical spine. Crack! Number 20 eliminated. Number remaining, 25. After dispatching 2 men, Songshi flexed his elbow twice, and looked at the remaining Wang Yihu and the skinny man. Who goes first? The skinny man asked Wang Yihu, eyeing Songshi warily. Wang Yihu swallowed, his mind firm. Let's go together. Okay, the skinny man nodded. 3, 2, 1. The moment Wang Yihu's countdown ended, the two men who had agreed to go together tacitly turned and fled in different directions. Songshi, who was waiting for them to rush together, said, "Eh." The most innocent one was actually her. She chased after the skinny man first. For no other reason than that he was a double S, and eliminating double SS would give more points. The skinny man, catching a glimpse of the relentless pursuit behind him, cursed, "Wang Yihu, you bastard, you lied to me." At this moment, Wang Yihu was sweating profusely as he groped for his way forward. Hearing the other man scolding, he rubbed his sweaty palm against his shirt and patted his throbbing chest soothingly. For the first time, he was thankful for being an S-ranker, having escaped Songshi's clutches. Destroying the skinny man hadn't taken much effort on Songshi's part. He was number 38, the first group to make it through the qualifying rounds, and his strength wasn't impressive compared to the other double S-rankers. Wang Yihu, still groping forward, trying to get further and further away from Songshi, suddenly saw two lines of text appear on the simulation mirror in front of him. Number 38 eliminated. Number remaining, 24. Damn! Eliminated so quickly? Wang Yihu, you run fast. Songshi's ghostly voice suddenly rang out, and Wang Yihu's knees buckled, sending him to his knees. This scene brought back memories of 3 days ago. He was being chased by Songshi, slamming into the wall countless times, all of which had been edited together. This earned him the nickname Blind Crab. It means charging recklessly without a second thought. Get up, let's fight. Songshi stopped a meter behind him. Wang Yihu humbly knelt and turned around. My legs are weak. Why don't you go find someone else while I recover? Before he could finish his words, Songshi kicked him. It's always you, talking so much nonsense. Wang Yihu's body flew outward uncontrollably, like a leaf blown by the wind, drifting without roots. From takeoff to landing, his expression shifted from confusion and disbelief at takeoff to anger at the peak of his trajectory, to shame at Songshi's sarcasm. The moment he landed, he forgot everything except the pain in his butt, which made him grimace in pain. Songshi walked up to him, looking down at him. Are you giving up? Wang Yihu clutched his butt. His tail vertebrae must have been shattered. Songshi was too strong. It seemed like they weren't on the same level as last time. Has she leveled up? Most likely she's a pervert. He said listlessly. Give up? He never imagined it was the four of them against Songshi alone, a 4v1, but in the end, they were the only ones defeated. If this surveillance video were released, they would be utterly disgraced. Probably, in the entire history of the Mirror Maze Elimination Tournament, there had never been a 4v1 counterkill. Number 28 eliminated. Number remaining, 19. Time remaining, 3:30. 3 lines of text silently appeared on the simulation mirror. Within half an hour, Songshi had eliminated 7 opponents and earned 13 points. Wang Yihu was envious and jealous. The pain in his tailbone was so severe that he couldn't stand up. Unable to move on his own, he lay there, waiting for the Flying Awakener to lead him out. If he knew what was going to happen next, he would definitely climb as hard as he could and get out of the maze as soon as possible. Chapter 208. A place where a fight has taken place is prone to attracting those who seek to profit from the situation. Songshi didn't waste time with Wang Yihu. Seeing the subtitles on the simulation mirror reminding her that she had received the points, she immediately left the area. She turned right 3 times at the fork in the road, silently arriving at a new location before she separated a strand of her consciousness and entered the system. Power name, Berserk. Class, Enhancement. Level, S. Upgrade progress, 96%. For progress points remaining. Songshi withdrew her gaze and looked up, searching for prey that would allow her to max out those 4 progress points. Zhang Wenjing? Songshi's gaze suddenly fixed. The figure in the mirror directly opposite her, hair half covering her eyes and crimson lips, was none other than Zhang Wenjing. He was also looking at her. Their gazes, reflected by countless rays of light, merged and intertwined. His smile was eerie, like prey caught in a carefully crafted trap, filled with a sinister determination. Songshi calmly observed her surroundings. She saw no signs of emotion. She spread her mental power, finding numerous living beings nearby, and it was difficult to tell which was Zhang Wenjing. The nearest person, however, was 6 meters away. Songshi ignored Zhang Wenjing's silent provocation and, following her mental power, sought the closest person. The mirror maze was complex, and even if she knew the other person's location, she couldn't reach them directly. She could only determine a general direction, and keep moving in that direction. She would have to make many detours along the way, and there was a chance she would run into other competitors. Wu Hua. Song Shi looked at the boy before her, radiating a leisurely glow, and couldn't help but sigh, what a narrow road for enemies. Wu Hua's sixth sense was also quite good. After inexplicably sensing a hostile gaze, he turned around and saw Song Shi, dressed in training clothes and a high ponytail. He wasn't sure if the Song Shi across from him was real. After a moment of hesitation, he approached with a skeptical look. Unobstructed along the way, he faced Song Shi. Wu Hua was delighted. I found you. I say the same to you, Song Shi said coldly, twisting his wrist as he walked towards him. Wu Hua took a half step back, raised his hand, palm facing Song Shi, and said with a playful smile, wait a minute, we wait for someone else. Song Shi didn't pause. Your ally? Then I should have dealt with you first. With that, he launched his first attack. You're really impatient, Wu Hua said with a smile, his body already honestly defending. The two figures tangled together. After 100 moves, Wu Hua's expression was solemn. You've made great progress these past 2 days. Thank you for the compliment, Song Shi said perfunctorily. At this moment, a screen of light flashed in her mind. Berserk upgrade progress, plus 1%. Berserk upgrade progress, plus 1%. Berserk upgrade progress, plus 1%. One more point left. My ally has arrived, Wu Hua suddenly laughed. Song Shi's extended mental power instantly captured a figure just 2 meters away. Is it Deng Changrong? Before entering the mirror maze, she had seen Wu Hua and Deng Changrong walking together. Song Shi's first thought was Deng Changrong, but then a cold, damp, yet familiar voice rang out, Wu Hua, it's time for you to leave. Zhang Wenjing. Song Shi's heart sank. Wu Hua and Zhang Wenjing had formed an alliance. Can I watch from here? Wu Hua, still battling Song Shi, took a moment to ask. I eliminate her, and you be next. Zhang Wenjing's voice came from behind, answering Wu Hua's question with a dismissive tone. Wu Hua wasn't angry at all, but smiled. Aren't we all allies now? If we eliminate Song Shi, we still have Deng Changrong. The two of them chatted, oblivious to the others. As if she didn't exist, huh? Song Shi gritted his teeth, his fist clenched so hard that it cracked. He broke through Wu Hua's defenses and struck him in the mouth with a swift and fierce blow. Congratulations. After your tireless efforts, your berserk element has been upgraded again. Upgraded level, SS level. Looking forward to your next upgrade. Wu Hua was caught off guard by the punch to the mouth, his face contorted, and his head tilted back from the impact. By the time his head had returned to its original position, 2 streaks of blood were already flowing uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Unfortunately, he didn't knock the tooth out. Song Shi stared at him, having missed the sound. Wu Hua spat out a mouthful of blood in dismay, her lips and tongue bruised, her words unclear. Song Shi, haven't you heard that you shouldn't hit someone in the face? Song Shi laughed. How dare you say that? Last time, every one of his punches landed on her face. If it weren't for her strong recovery ability, she would have swollen like a pig's head. You're so hypocritical. Song Shi landed another punch, while Wu Hua was wiping the blood. Wu Hua frowned. He wasn't weak. Letting Song Shi succeed the first time was an accident, but a second time would be foolish. He retreated decisively. Song Shi's punch missed, and he pursued him relentlessly. Behind him, Zhang Wenjing, impatient, moved. Song Shi had been wary of him. The moment she sensed the powerful aura approaching, she felt a chill on the back of her neck. She immediately abandoned Wu Hua and moved to the side. She had taken half a step when Zhang Wenjing's whistling fist came crashing down. Having just reached double S, he always wanted to test his strength. Before Zhang Wenjing's fist retracted, Song Shi's eyes and hands were quick. He grasped his arm with both hands, planted his feet on the nearby simulator, and, as if walking on flat ground, twisted his arm backward. Zhang Wenjing felt a pain in his shoulder. With his free hand, he grabbed Song Shi's collar, violently yanking her back and slamming her to the ground. The impact was immense. Anyone else would have been thrown to the ground. But Song Shi, like an experienced monkey, held onto his left arm tightly, refusing to let go. No matter how hard he tugged with his right arm, she remained motionless. This was a lesson Song Shi had learned from her last fight with Zhang Wenjing. After being flung away, getting close again was difficult. Zhang Wenjing had strong defensive abilities. Every time she approached Zhang Wenjing, she was unerringly kicked back. Like a ball. So, given the gap in strength between her and him, this was the best way to deplete his fighting power. Zhang Wenjing launched a barrage of elbows, and Song Shi, enduring the pain in her back, kicked him in the knee. Upgrading to a double S-style kick, the force was vastly different from before. Zhang Wenjing felt pain in his leg, and he bent down, lowering his body. Song Shi seized the opportunity to bend her knee and kick upward, aiming for his chin. Zhang Wenjing dodged. Song Shi's knee missed, and she immediately switched to her next leg, kicking him alternately. Wu Hua, who had been standing nearby, watched the battle unfold. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly spoke. Song Shi, have you leveled up? The gap between Song Shi and Zhang Wenjing shouldn't be this small. Song Shi should have been crushed by Zhang Wenjing. Just like last time. Although Song Shi had a lucky escape last time, and even managed to turn defeat into victory, she was certainly being suppressed in the early stages. Chapter 209. Song Shi was completely absorbed in the fight with Zhang Wenjing, leaving no time for answering Wu Hua's questions. Zhang Wenjing's punches were fierce and oppressive. Song Shi pursed her lips, her gaze fixed on his movements. Her blood boiled, her five senses at full force. The sound of air flowing as Zhang Wenjing struck, the thundering thump of her heartbeat in her chest, were all amplified many times over. Sweat dripped from her forehead, and the subtle sensation of touch sliding down her forehead became a distraction. Zhang Wenjing advanced, punching Song Shi in the stomach. Song Shi was a moment behind in reaction, crossing her arms to block the blow, but the fist broke through her defenses and struck her hard. Song Shi gritted her teeth, making no sound, and stepped back, creating a 2-meter gap between her and Zhang Wenjing. The ruptured organs in her abdomen quickly repaired. Zhang Wenjing clenched her fists, a dark glint in her eyes, glimpsed through the strands of hair on her forehead. He knew Song Shi was a healing type with strong recovery abilities, so he wasn't going to give him a chance to relent. He swung his fist, and struck Song Shi in the face. Song Shi endured the sickening taste of blood in his mouth, and just as he was about to step back to avoid it, a gust of air surged from his back, lifting the ends of his hair. Someone was attacking from behind. Wu Hua was attacking. Song Shi abruptly retracted her retreat and hastily moved to the side, escaping the pincer attack from both sides. Her back rested against the simulator mirror. Unable to retreat, she stared at Zhang Wenjing and Wu Hua before her. Zhang Wenjing. You eliminated an S rank, and you actually need help? Song Shi tried to stir up trouble between Zhang Wenjing and Wu Hua. In reality, Zhang Wenjing's aura had already weakened the moment Wu Hua attacked. Song Shi's provocation was unnecessary. Seeing Zhang Wenjing's scowl, Wu Hua quickly lowered his stance and flatteringly explained his actions. She's too cunning. We should team up to take her down, to prevent another accident like last time. Last time, both he and Zhang Wenjing had fallen prey to Song Shi's hands. He deliberately brought up the humiliating memory that had humiliated Zhang Wenjing. Zhang Wenjing's already gloomy face now darkened even more, like ink dripping down his cheeks. He no longer hesitated about whether Wu Hua should intervene. His determination to punish Song Shi dominated his mind. He attacked Song Shi. Wu Hua responded with a similar attack, blocking Song Shi's retreat. Song Shi didn't retaliate as he had before. Instead, he stood still, his head slightly tilted upward, his gaze fixed on the top of the maze. Oh no! In the observation room, the dozing Qiu Ruijian suddenly stood up from his chair, his right index and middle fingers resting on his temple. His brows furrowed, and his eyes fluttered rapidly beneath his tightly closed eyelids. The other instructors were startled by his sudden movement and turned to look at him. What's wrong? The short, stout instructor asked. Qiu Ruijian, lost in his own world, didn't respond immediately. His brow furrowed, his eyes fluttered faster and faster, and the hand hanging at his side trembled slightly. Finally, he opened his eyes, hurriedly pushed his chair aside, and rushed out. His voice, lingering far behind, reached the instructor's ears. Space warping. A space-type awakener is coming. SSS level. Song Shi is in danger. At this moment, within the mirror maze, Wu Hua and Zhang Wenjing were still puzzled by Song Shi's actions. Surrendering so easily was not her style. Zhang Wenjing and Wu Hua had both experienced this deeply after their previous match. Song Shi was like an indestructible cockroach, ready to revive with a single breath. What was she planning with this posture? What new conspiracy was she plotting? Suspicions abounded in their minds, but they continued to strike at Song Shi with their fists and sweep their legs towards her waist. Song Shi's dark pupils dilated rapidly. She moved. She suddenly raised her hands, clasped them together, and swiftly pulled them outward. A light blue barrier, shimmering with light, enveloped her. What was this? Zhang Wenjing and Wu Hua's faces were illuminated by the barrier. They had never seen anything like it before. She could no longer stop her punches and kicks. Bang! Their bodies collided with the transparent barrier, making a crisp sound, accompanied by the crackling of bones. This seemingly virtual light curtain was actually a physical defense. Wu Hua limped back a few steps, gazing at Songshi with awe, his lips slightly parted, his face unable to conceal his shock. Mental power materialized, with a similar blocking effect. Mental power materialized, a mental skill. Could Songshi be a mental awakener? 3 system? He could hardly conceal his shock. Zhang Wenjing, standing nearby, refused to believe the threat and charged forward once more, punching the barrier between him and Songshi. Bang! 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 Songshi inside remained unaffected, his right hand resting in midair, controlling the barrier, his face stern. The barrier showed no signs of cracking. It was as strong as a simulation mirror. Zhang Wenjing's knuckles were covered in blood, and the blood stained the transparent barrier. It was as if a stream of water was flowing through the barrier, diluting all the blood. Zhang Wenjing looked at the scene before him with resignation. What Wu Hua could think of, he could do too. 3 departments? So what? All he wanted was to pull Songshi out from behind. But now, because of this unknown barrier, he couldn't. He was furious. He kicked the barrier again. Bang! Bang bang! The sound wasn't from him kicking the barrier. It was a gunshot. The unsilenced gun rang out suddenly in the empty indoor training ground, deafening, and all the simulation mirrors trembled simultaneously. At that moment, all the violent students in the 10 mirror mazes trembled and looked towards the source of the sound. A fellow contestant cried out in fear, asking those around him, "What's going on? Who brought a gun in here?" "Idiot!" His companion slapped him on the head. "Look there." He pointed to the eastern rooftop. "There's a blue glow there, like the edge of a dimensional portal." In a mirrored maze closer to the blue light, all the surviving contestants, including the couple still fighting before the gunfire, paused and looked up at the neighboring room. They had a clearer view. An elliptical vortex, 10 meters in diameter, appeared at the top of the indoor training field. The center of the vortex was black, fading to blue as it approached the periphery. From the center of the blackness, more than a dozen ropes were thrown out, and then, armed with long and short guns, wearing black combat uniforms, and with their faces covered, they descended, pulling on the ropes. While still in midair, they fired downwards. Bullets flew out, sparks flying from the muzzles. After the dozen or so men had completely landed, 7 or 8 more, fully armed in black, flew out of the black hole, hovering in midair. They were actually awakened flying-type beings. Chapter 210. That's the mirror maze where the first group is, someone said in astonishment. The first group at this time. The weapons aimed at Songshi, and the other 2 weren't bullets, but anesthetic needles. A dense barrage of anesthetic needles rained down in succession. Wu Hua and Zhang Wenjing dodged left and right, waving their arms to deflect the incoming needles. Unfortunately, the barrage was too intense, and Wu Hua was caught off guard. A needle struck him squarely between the eyebrows, his nerves instantly paralyzed, and his eyelids drooped uncontrollably. He pulled out the needle and forced himself to gather himself, not collapsing immediately. The anesthetic took effect, and his movements became incredibly slow, making him unable to withstand the barrage of additional anesthetic needles. In just 20 seconds, his face was covered in a blanket of needles. Hundreds of anesthetic doses poured into his body, and he could no longer hold on, falling face down. Zhang Wenjing's dodging was equally botched. There was no cover in the mirror maze, and the men who were firing the tranquilizer needles were all flying-type awakened ones. No matter how skilled Zhang Wenjing was, he couldn't fly. There were no handy tools around to bring them down. He simply lifted Wu Hua's body, and held it in front of his own body for protection. He rushed forward a few steps, using the momentum to fling Wu Hua away. Bang! The space-type awakened ones gathered in the air scattered, with only 2 unfortunate enough to be hit by Wu Hua. But they didn't fall from the sky, they were experienced, and quickly regained their balance. However, one man dodged awkwardly, losing his grip on the tranquilizer device, and falling to the ground with Wu Hua's free-falling body. Zhang Wenjing rushed over, picked up the tranquilizer gun, and began to target the group. 2 flying-type members were unable to dodge, and were hit by tranquilizers. Their heads swam, their bodies uncontrollable, and they fell. But there were too many opponents. They were surrounded by numerous locations, offering ample shelter. Zhang Wenjing was in the mirror maze, offering no protection. As he struck the group of flying-type awakened ones, their tranquilizers also struck him. Zhang Wenjing bit his lips, causing them to bleed profusely. The pain kept him awake for 30 seconds, but he ultimately succumbed to the tranquilizer's force and collapsed to the ground. One flying-type awakened member, hit by Wu Hua earlier, took vengeance against Zhang Wenjing. Even after Zhang Wenjing was clearly unconscious, he continued to pull the trigger, firing the tranquilizer. His hand was pinned down, and a taller figure beside him scolded, "Stop shooting. Songshi's already run away. Have you forgotten who our target is?" "Run away?" He was surprised, looking down. Wasn't she there just now? Really gone? The girl who had been hiding in the corner, somehow blocking all their anesthetics, had now slipped away silently. "Search. It's such a small place. I don't believe she can escape underground." The burly awakened flying type spoke into his headset. "Apart from her, kill as many as we can." While Zhang Wenjing used Wu Hua's body as a spear, Songshi took advantage of the crowd in the sky to dodge, and stealthily slipped away. She held onto the virtual barrier with her left hand, not daring to let go. There were not only anesthetics in the sky, but also real guns and ammunition. Songshi had already passed 2 bodies shot to pieces. They were all SS-rank berserkers. She had seen them several times during routine training over the past 2 days. The bullets used by those who descended from the sky were all infused with psychic energy. These psychic weapons were manufactured by the Mechanical Auxiliary Manufacturing Department. Their lethality was several times greater than that of ordinary bullets, easily penetrating the berserker's flesh, which rivaled the strength of alien beasts. For an unarmed berserker, facing these high-tech weapons and equipment, they were powerless. What was happening now was a sheer massacre. Songshi glanced up. The black space gate showed no sign of disappearing. Well-equipped men continued to emerge from it, and injured people on the ground were carried back. Chiu Ruijian hadn't appeared yet, which at least indicated that this space gate was above SS rank. Chiu Ruijian's space gate was being crushed from all sides, leaving him no chance to activate it. It all depended on when the federal government would react. Otherwise, these 380 berserker freshmen wouldn't be enough to kill. "Here! She's here!" Songshi heard the shouts and turned to look. The group of flying awakened ones had found her. They were above, she was below, in different dimensions, so finding her was easy. Songshi thickened the barrier, making sure every part of his body was protected so the anesthetic needle wouldn't find a loophole. He ignored them, and followed the instructions of the simulation mirror. "All students in the mirror maze, evacuate immediately. Beware of the enemies above." The simulation mirror, originally used to confuse the students, now displayed a guide arrow, directing the students to escape. Songshi didn't follow the exact escape route. It was too circuitous. When she encountered a wall that required a long detour to escape, she simply chose to smash it. Because of this, the route the mirror offered her became how many seconds it would take to detour. She compared the time it would take to smash the wall and chose the one that saved the most time. Songshi's advance was too fast this time, having already advanced from the edge of the mirror maze to nearly the center. Each mirror maze was about 500 meters in diameter, and Songshi's plan to smash her way out wasn't something she could do in a short time. After the armed flying personnel in midair realized that the tranquilizer guns were no match for Songshi, the group of people carrying long guns and short cannons were dragged from the air by the awakened flying personnel and dropped onto Songshi's path and surroundings. A cannon with a muzzle diameter of 15 centimeters was carried on the shoulder of a man wearing a black face scarf adorned with a few small red flowers, and aimed at Songshi, who was covered in a blue film. Songshi's relentless pace froze, and he instinctively took a half step back. Anyone who saw such a thick cannon barrel pointed at them would instinctively step back. Could her virtual barrier withstand such a massive shell? Songshi was skeptical. This group was undoubtedly sent by Songyi. Originally, they had used anesthetic needles on her and psychic weapons on the others. Songshi suspected that Songyi wanted to capture her alive. But now, Songshi, without a word, unleashed a psychic attack on him. This B-rank healing skill attacks the opponent's brain without contact, causing effects such as stun and coma. But now, Songshi looked at the unharmed man across from him, his eyes darkening. It had no effect. How could this be? Unless there were still psychic awakeners here. Where were they? Songshi was terrified. The leader said, "I want the person alive, or the body dead." Bang! Without a word, he pulled the trigger. Chapter 211. Sure enough, I want to see her alive, or her body dead. Songshi redefined the meaning of this phrase. If we can't bring her back alive, we take her body back. The shell and the blue virtual defense shield exploded together. The flames transformed into waves, radiating in all directions with Songshi as the center. Under the scorching heat, the simulation mirrors gradually failed from the inner circle to the outer circle, turning black in unison. The instructors and Xiao Ruijian, who had rushed into the mirror maze to rescue Songshi, were all horrified by this scene, watching the handheld surveillance camera. The scorching flames, even though they were a long distance from the center of the explosion, could still feel the scorching heat. And Songshi was right in the middle of it. Everyone's mind went blank the moment the explosion sounded. Xiao Ruijian lost consciousness for a moment, tripping over the flying limbs and falling to the ground. No one was able to help him, so he pulled himself up from the ground and turned to look at the arm that had fallen from the sky. The arm was the section between the elbow and wrist, with slender bones. The remaining skin showed a pale complexion and a thin layer of muscle. The bones were too thin to be a man's arm. Recalling the footage before the surveillance camera failed, Songshi was the only woman at the center of the explosion. Xiao Ruijian's lips were completely drained of blood. The projections on everyone's wrists were now only flickering black and white. Hello? 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 Liang Mian? Are you still there? A voice came from the computer receiver. In the silence after the explosion, there was an eerie calm. Hello? Please answer if you can hear me. Please answer if you can hear me. The chief instructor's voice was hoarse and weak. I am here. What's the situation now? What was that explosion just now? Is Songshi okay? An SSS-level Space Awakener has been requested and will be here shortly. All the surveillance footage we're receiving is faulty. Please report the current situation. Liang Mian, please report the current situation. The person on the other side of the computer kept asking questions, their tone growing increasingly impatient. Chief Instructor Liang Mian took a deep breath and spoke with difficulty. The terrorists are carrying XK-131 mortars, firing suicide rounds within 3 meters, aiming at Songshi. The person on the other side of the computer suddenly lost their composure and practically shouted, "How is Songshi now? Is she still alive? Did you go in? Did you find her? Songshi's fate is currently unknown. We are 200 meters from the center of the explosion and are closing in. Please send support immediately." Even on the other side, Xiao Ruijian quickly moved toward the center of the explosion while contacting his superiors. The enemy has a flying awakener equipped with psychic weapons. They've taken over the mirror maze and are indiscriminately shooting students. They also have a berserker awakener. All surveillance has been destroyed, and we have no way of knowing whether Songshi is alive or dead. They also have an SSS-level Space Awakener who has suppressed my spatial gate. I can't sense Songshi's location right now, and I'm closing in on her. A pitch-black, apocalyptic vortex swirled above the mirror maze. The armed thugs who descended from the sky didn't immediately leave. They flew towards several other mirror mazes, continuously shooting at the berserker students who hadn't escaped. Only 2 minutes had passed since the black vortex appeared, and countless students from the Department of Rage had already fallen to their guns, their blood splattering across the silver-white floor of the mirror maze. The instructors, the only armed personnel in the entire training ground, approached Songshi's position, firing at the terrorists in the sky. The center of the explosion was already a devastating mess. The first layer of simulation mirrors, closest to the blast point, shattered into fragments, scattered across the ground, covered in sparse patches of charred, unidentified viscous matter. The second layer of simulation mirrors still stubbornly stood, their surfaces blackened and also sprayed with fragments of black and red human tissue. Songshi was pinned beneath a 20-centimeter thick triangular fragment of mirror, lying soundlessly on the ground. At the moment the shell collided with the virtual barrier, the barrier was showing signs of cracking under the powerful initial impact of the explosion. The moment Songshi's face burned from the radiating heat, she urgently reinforced her virtual barrier. This time, she ignored her rear and focused all her mental energy forward, erecting an arc-shaped shield. The shield held its ground through the repeated surges of the blast wave, exhausting nearly 70% of Songshi's mental energy reserves. Such a sudden surge of mental energy left Songshi breathless, and she was caught off guard by the fragments of the simulation mirror that swept from behind, collapsing to the ground. The healing power slowly repaired the wound on her back, but her mental energy couldn't recover quickly enough. Songshi felt dizzy and her eyelids felt heavy. The sound of approaching footsteps forced her to open her eyes and peer through the gaps in her hair that fell across her face. 2 terrorists armed with submachine guns were gradually approaching her. Just now, when the shell exploded, the person firing the weapon was blown to pieces, and several awakened flying-type players in the sky at the time also did not survive. The person approaching now was someone who had been elsewhere. According to Songya's request, alive or dead the body. They were now coming to take her corpse. They would never have thought that, under such circumstances, she could still survive. Songshur did not act rashly. Using the shattered simulation mirror as a cover, she clenched her left fist, feeling the strength gradually returning to her body. She had recovered enough strength to lift the glass wall open. As the two men approached, Songshur checked her remaining mental energy. 1400. Enough. The two men were already approaching her. Luckily, the head's still there. I was worried it would be blown to pieces, scattered here and there, making it so difficult to clean up. The relatively short terrorist said this, reaching out and tentatively kicking Songshur's shoulder to see if he would react. Finding Songshur motionless and unresponsive, she slung her gun behind her back and half-crouched. Is a berserker type so strong? Her body doesn't seem to be shattered either. From her half-crouching position, she could see Songshur's entire form, pinned against the glass wall. She probably has some mental defense skills, her companion said. Snow Eagle and her perished together, because the tranquilizer gun couldn't reach her. Her companion looked at the ground around them. Almost all the body parts were from Snow Eagle. What an amazing human being. Stop talking. The mission is important. Get her out. We have to report to the leader when we get back, her companion urged. Chapter 212. I understand, she said lazily, gazing at the glass wall pressing against Songshur's body. Should we carry her back whole, or cut off her head and take it back? She raised her hand and tried to push the glass wall. This wall is a bit thick, and it won't be easy to push down. Or maybe we should just chop off her head. I don't think the leader will be angry. No, just take her back. Her companion drew a half-meter-long knife from his waist and handed it to her. Hurry, the federal government support is arriving, and the higher-ups are urging us to leave. Okay. The short terrorist took the knife, its cold white blade reflecting Songshur's prone form. She reached out to pull the hair from Songshur's neck, muttering, Since the leader misses you so much, I give him a whole head. That way, the leader. As soon as her fingers touched Songshur's neck, the subtle pulsation beneath his skin startled her. The unfinished words caught in her throat. Songshur suddenly moved, her left hand clamping down on the wrist of the terrorist crouching before her, who was holding a machete, and her right hand lifting the glass wall that was pressing against her. Suddenly, the armed terrorist standing behind her immediately raised his gun and shot at Songshur. Songshur shielded herself with the glass shield, blocking several rounds of bullets, and then pushed towards him. The 2-meter-high thick glass fell straight down. The man retreated repeatedly, but his heels caught the unshaken simulator mirror. With nowhere to retreat, the glass wall before him collapsed with unstoppable force, crushing him in the gap. Even on the other side, the terrorist, whose wrist Songshur had grasped, pulled a blasting grenade from his waistband and pulled out the fuse with his teeth, ready to die with Songshur once again. Songshur slashed his sword, severing the hand holding the explosive grenade. With a kick, the grenade flew far away, exploding in midair. Two of the flying awakeners were caught off guard and caught in the blast, their severed limbs raining down like rain. The terrorist, having suddenly lost a hand, cried out in pain and thrashed the other violently, attempting to break free from Songshur's grasp. Songshur, without blinking, slashed his sword and severed her other hand. Ah! Having lost both hands in quick succession, the terrorist screamed from the bottom of her heart. Her legs gave way, and she knelt on the ground, her eyes pierced by her mask, sweat soaking through. Songshur ignored her, snatching the submachine gun from her body and pulling the trigger at the struggling man pinned against the glass wall. Bang! Bang! Songshur fired 3 rounds in quick succession, his expressionless face blank. The bullets entered slightly to the right of his forehead, leaving only a single hole, laced with blood and brain matter, piercing the left back of his head. The awakened flying system personnel tasked with escorting the 2 men back from the sky witnessed Songshur's resurrection. Their expressions suddenly changed as they immediately surrounded him, injecting tranquilizers into Songshur. The burly flying system personnel, clearly in command, called back his companions, who had been killing indiscriminately elsewhere, and assigned some to intercept the reinforcements heading their way to rescue Songshur. The chief instructor and Chio Ruejian suddenly felt the pressure mount. Originally, the terrorists blocking their way were few and far between, they could handle them, and advanced slowly. But now, a group of flying system personnel suddenly appeared, circling overhead and firing at them. A group of men armed with live ammunition blocked their path. How arrogant of you on my turf! The chief instructor raised his gun and fired a burst of bullets into the sky. The men flew aimlessly through the air, and the flying types were incredibly fast, making it difficult to aim. The chief instructor's marksmanship was excellent, but he still missed many rounds. The skinny instructor, who had been firing alongside the main instructor, had almost emptied his rifle. He angrily swapped magazines. Damn flies. Many men fell from the sky, and the instructor's side wasn't unscathed either. 4 instructors were shot, and fell to the ground as they advanced. 2, sedated by the anesthetic, were snoring uncontrollably. Even on the other side, Songshur aimed her gun at the flying types in the sky. After shooting down 5 in a row, she pulled the trigger again, but no bullets came out. The magazine was empty. Our chance. The anesthetic? The dodging flying types in the sky instantly seized the opportunity to strike back, stabilizing themselves and aiming at Songshur. Countless anesthetic needles surrounded Songshur. Songshur's pupils reflected the overwhelming silver needles. She took a step back, waved her left hand in midair, and a virtual barrier appeared. This barrier was different from the last one. The moment the anesthetic needles impacted her, she retracted her fingers, and the barrier shrank inwards under her command. Then, Songshur pushed it outwards with all her might. Give it back to you. The dense anesthetic needles on the barrier, fueled by her mental power, returned to their original path. Run! The flying commander shouted, leading the way back. The others, slow to react, scattered like flies, buzzing. They were incredibly fast, but the anesthetic needles were so numerous that the circle of people left behind became a shield, leaving no exposed skin untouched. This attack knocked down nearly half of the flying units. After dealing with these annoying flies, Songshur turned around and approached the female terrorist, who had lost her hands and was huddled convulsing on the ground. Songshur had no intention of killing her. Songya's current location had not yet been determined. These people were the key to a breakthrough. The Federation would surely be able to extract some useful information from them. This person would be left to the Federation. Before that, she had her own methods of gathering information. Songshur stared at her intently, muttering to himself, illusionary despair. From her earlier conversation with her companions, she had met Song Yi and seemed to have a good relationship with him. Songshur wanted to access her most terrifying memories. Perhaps they would hold clues to him. Invisible yet overbearing mental tentacles emanated from Songshur's body, piercing into her brain, seeking her most hidden memories. Blood, training, mountains of corpses, a dark dungeon, Song Yi. And her? A series of fragments of memory flooded into Songshur's mind. The final fragment was Songshur chopping off her hand. Okay, it's become someone else's psychological trauma again. Songshur didn't have time to think about it after viewing those fragments. A blue vortex appeared before her. A spatial portal? Cho Ruijian is here? Songshur looked up at the spatial portal overhead, which was so vast it could be described as blocking out the sun. No. Under the pressure of such a massive spatial force, Cho Ruijian couldn't activate the spatial portal and save her. Or had support from the federal government arrived? Songshur stared warily at the vortex of the spatial portal. The vortex seemed to have a magical power that drew people in. Songshur's eyes gradually became dull. What was on the other side? Safe, no anesthetic needles, no shells, no blood. She should go in. Let's go in and take a look. Songshur took his first step without realizing it. Chapter 213. The next second, the deep, seemingly sucking vortex began to twist, and a dizziness overwhelmed her. Songshur's thoughts were drawn away, her mind empty, and her once clear eyes dimmed. The wind from the spatial portal brushed against Songshur's cheeks, ruffling her hair, which was heavy and matted with dust from the explosion. Songshur lost control of her steps, inching closer to the vortex. The wind carried the stench of earth and the scent of grass baked by the sun, and Songshur recalled a forgotten memory. She seemed to be transported back to a summer day, a scorching midday, crouching in her grandmother's vegetable garden, catching worms. In a dozen square meters, surrounded by a low white fence, her grandmother had personally planted the seeds of her favorite vegetables. Summer had arrived, the seeds had sprouted, and the vegetables were about to begin growing. It was time for her to go find her grandmother. Songshur's eyes half closed, the corners of her naturally upturned eyes filled with fatigue. She desperately sought the peaceful refuge ahead. The heavy metal sword in her right hand fell helplessly. Discarded by Songshur, he made no attempt to pick it up. Time to go back. Songshur thought dully. She took another step forward, drawing ever closer to the alluring dimensional door. Only 30 centimeters, just one step away. Go find Grandma, Songshur muttered. Grandma? Who? A thought flashed through Songshur's mind. Songshur's steps abruptly stopped. Where did her grandma come from? Her grandma died before she was born. She had never even met her, let alone her vegetable garden. Why would she want to see her grandma? And what the hell was that vegetable garden? Songshur regained consciousness and saw the spatial portal so close before her. The hairs on her back stood up. She had fallen for a trick. Unbeknownst to her, a psychic awakener had cast a hypnotic and hallucinogenic spell on her. Cooperating with the spatial awakener, they were trying to lure her into the spatial portal. Since they were able to cast the spatial portal under the pressure of an SSS-level spatial awakener sent by Song Yi, these two individuals must also have been sent by Song Yi. If they were SSS-level spatial awakeners sent by the Federation, they wouldn't have needed to use this method to lure her in. The other side of the spatial portal was probably Song Ye's territory. Earlier, before the cannonball was launched, she had launched a psychic attack on the person who launched it, but was stopped by an unknown psychic awakener. She had been wary of the psychic awakener's further moves. But he had become invisible. Perhaps, her psychic reserves were at their peak at the time, and the other person had used their skills on her, but none had been successful. Just now, defending against an explosion had consumed 70% of her mental energy. Her mental energy was at a weak state. The enemy had succeeded. If the illusion they had created hadn't been derived from her original memories, and she herself hadn't inherited them, the obvious confusion hadn't allowed her to notice the abnormality in her unconscious state. She might have actually walked in now. Songshur's clothes on her back, soaked with sweat, gave off a chill, and she felt a vague sense of dread. Just as she regained consciousness, the person inside the spatial portal realized they couldn't lure her in successfully. From the blue vortex, an arm covered in a black and gray wristband stretched out. Grabbing Songshur's collar, they dragged her into the spatial portal. Having fully regained her composure, Songshur could no longer let them drag her inside, like a lamb to the slaughter. Twisting the hand gripping her collar, Songshur's right hand, palm raised, slashed fiercely at the elbow of the attacker. Crack! Bone snapped. A muffled groan of pain echoed from within. The person inside let go of Songshur's collar, attempting to withdraw their hand. Trying to run, Songshur's hands formed claws, gripping the arm tightly and retreating rapidly. Moving away from the blue spatial vortex, he forcefully dragged the person inside out. After 2 steps, half of his body emerged, a thick-lipped, brown-skinned man with a fierce look. 2 hands appeared at his waist, tightly encircling him and pulling him back. At the same time, as he emerged, several gun barrels extended from within, firing indiscriminately at the outside. Songshur freed one hand and pulled a protective barrier in front of him. The bullets were all stopped outside the barrier, spinning at high speed but unable to penetrate. After a few seconds, they fell with a clang. While they were reloading, Songshur gathered her virtual shield. With a flick of her right hand, a blue virtual sword appeared in her hand. She swung the sword at the head of the half-exposed brown-skinned man. The sword, condensed with her mental power, was incredibly sharp, and a thin line of blood immediately appeared on the man's neck. The man reached out his hand, hidden on the other side of the spatial portal, and covered his neck. He stared wide-eyed at the blue lightsaber that had suddenly appeared in Songshur's hand, blood pouring desperately from between his fingers. What was that thing? The first human to die under the virtual blade. You should be honored, Songshur said coldly. Honored? Honored for what? The man was half-conscious, his pupils dilated, and he could no longer hear what Songshur said. The people inside sensed his life fading. Songshur's grip was tight, and they couldn't snatch him from him, so they simply gave up on him. The space gate, the size of a person, shrank rapidly. They didn't push the man out. His body was split by the space gate, half inside, half outside. In reality, he was separated into 2 dimensions. When the gate connecting the 2 dimensions disappeared, his body was also split in 2, remaining in 2 places thousands of miles apart. Songshur glanced at the half of his body lying on the ground and retracted the virtual blade. He reached out and hooked the previously discarded knife, tossed it up, and holding it in his palm, threw it backhanded like a javelin towards a certain location. The long knife hovered in midair. An invisible force controlled the blade's trajectory. Songshur's psychic power trembled for a moment, and like wolves spotting prey, they swarmed towards the unknown source of the energy. Found it, Songshur chuckled. The 2 people hiding 5 meters away from her. They had previously used psychic power to completely conceal their presence, but she had just tricked them, revealing their true identity. Songshur's smile faded, replaced by a fierce look as he strode in that direction. The 2 people hiding behind the simulated wall knew Songshur had discovered their tracks. One hurriedly summoned a flying awakened from the sky to escort them. The other, the spiritual awakened, launched a psychic attack against Songshur. The invisible hammer struck Songshur's head. Songshur's head ached, and he almost fell to his knees. In his mind, his psychic power points rapidly dropped by 50 points. The remaining mental strength in his body offset some of the damage. Songshur gritted his teeth and persisted, and his movements were not affected. Chapter 214. She was in front of the simulator in the blink of an eye, fists raised high. A blue shield, like ice crystals, formed around her knuckles. Songshur smashed down on the simulator, causing it to crack like a thin sheet of paper. The two men hiding behind him shuddered under the shower of glass debris. The young woman, a psychic awakener, resisted the instinct to cover her head and duck. With a righteous air, she spread her arms, unleashing an invisible psychic shield to protect herself and her companions. With them as the center, within a 1-meter radius of the sphere, countless sharp, thick shards of glass all came to a sudden stop. Large chunks of glass outside the psychic shield's range fell to the ground, clattering around Songshur's feet. Songshur ignored them, stepping on the shards and using the momentum to rise. Leaping 2 meters high, he snatched up the metal knife that had been thrown at him and was suspended in midair. She gripped the hilt with both hands, a vast amount of spiritual power flowing continuously from her palms. The half-meter-long blade expanded endlessly, a visible blue blade of light covering it. An ordinary metal knife was transformed into a magnificent and unapproachable spiritual blade. Songshur's body arched, carrying a terrifying momentum as he descended from the sky. He aimed at the sphere frozen in time and slashed. The young woman at the center of the sphere had a tragic expression on her face. Facing Songshur, she felt powerless. There were so many of them: aviator-type awakeners, space-type awakeners, psychic-type awakeners, and rage-type awakeners. They had used so many methods: the anesthetic needles customized for Songshur, the powerful spiritual weapons, the shells powerful enough to injure a small alien beast, and her spiritual lure and attack. Yet, there was still no way to bring Songshur back. There was no living Songshur, no body either. In fact, they had lost so many men themselves. The Ariel awakened who had been called to help earlier rushed over and fired at Songshur. There were tranquilizers and bullets. Songshur ignored them completely. The virtual blade slashed down, and the moment it made contact with the opponent's protective shield, a crisp pop sounded, like a balloon filled with water exploding. The motionless glass shards scattered within suddenly moved under the influence of gravity. Following the planned trajectory, it shot towards the two people in the center. Songshur's virtual blade was so fast that it arrived first, slashing the spiritual awakened. Human flesh and blood seemed vulnerable to the virtual blade. A line of blood was drawn out as Songshur swung his blade, splashing onto the simulator mirror behind him. Without blinking, Songshur tilted his blade and slashed at the other man. The man had been injured by the shattered simulated lens, his head bruised and bloody, the black scarf falling from his face, his expression filled with hatred for Songshur. He clutched his left arm, a 20-centimeter-long fragment lodged in his left shoulder, unable to move. He swore at Songshur, "You're a pervert." If he wasn't a pervert, what else could he be, according to their plan? Songshur was an awakened person with both berserker and healing attributes. So, their strategy was to first tranquilize Songshur. The anesthetic needle was designed specifically for healers. Even if a healer had strong healing abilities, the liquid in the needle would cause them to lose control of their body for a short period of time. A high dose could even cause a coma. Just in case, they also deployed a psychic awakener to be used in conjunction with the anesthetic needle. In the unique environment of the mirror maze, Songshur had no weapons, no cover, nowhere to hide, and support was blocked, so it wouldn't be long before she could rescue her. No matter how powerful Songshur was, she couldn't escape. But Songshur actually possessed psychic abilities. Psychic attacks were ineffective against her. She had built a virtual defense, so the anesthetic needle couldn't even touch her. Her psychic defense even allowed her to survive powerful artillery fire. She could even construct virtual weapons, overcoming her own lack of weapons. So what was she afraid of? What else could possibly subdue her? One person possessed both offensive and defensive prowess, and could also heal wounds and recover infinitely. The only word to describe her was perverted. What a shame you found out too late. Songshur swung his sword diagonally. The man, eyes closed, bracing himself for death, was instantly split in two. Retreat! Retreat! Federation reinforcements are arriving. Seeing the two dead, the group of awakened aviators in the sky instantly sheathed their weapons, turned, and scrambled towards the shrinking spatial portal. Songshur pulled 2 anesthetic needles from the back of her neck. The group had shot her while she was dealing with the psychic awakened. It's a shame she can't use both the virtual blade and the virtual barrier simultaneously. Songshur thought slowly, her body swaying. This drug is indeed quite effective. She took 2 steps back, discarded the 2 needles, and leaned against the remaining half of the simulation mirror, leaning all her strength on it. She took 2 deep breaths and adjusted her breathing rate. It takes time to metabolize. Luckily, the group Song had said were busy escaping. Songshur tried his best not to collapse, holding his eyes open, still able to look up and admire the frantic escape of those fleeing. Some awakened flyers were dragging some non-flying terrorists, while others, without such privileges, were climbing up on ropes. Their flight was a disastrous one, a stark contrast to their impressive descent. The black vortex shrank, its center tinged with a hint of blue, losing the apocalyptic terror it had previously possessed. Suddenly, a figure with twin ponytails appeared beneath the vortex mid-air. It was the awakened flyer, who had been responsible for transporting the injured from the previous mirror maze elimination round. She cheered Songshur on twice, her smile dimpling her cheeks. Why was she here? Ordinarily, with such a riot, the surrounding awakened flyers should have retreated from the danger zone. But she appeared at this moment. Songshur perked up and looked intently. The girl's figure gradually became clearer. On her shoulder, she carried a cannon. Where did it come from? I take you home. Her sweet voice was tinged with excitement as she flipped the cannon's trigger. Bang! The dull sound of a cannonball exploding echoed throughout the training grounds. The explosion didn't come for a few seconds. The cannonball flew directly into the closed space gate, now only a man's width wide. As the cannonball flew in, the space gate closed completely, and the explosion echoed thousands of miles away. The flying girl was thrown down by the immense force of the cannonball. She quickly steadied herself, maintaining her balance half a meter above the ground and soaring steadily. After she saw Songshur, she simply landed. Songshur checked his watch. From the time the space gate appeared until now, it had probably been less than 10 minutes. Chapter 215. You're still alive, good? The girl came over, carrying a cannon, and looked at Songshur with concern. How are you? Songshur clenched his fists, still feeling weak. Fortunately, watch out behind you. Those people are still alive. Not all of the thugs Song Yi had sent had evacuated the space gate. It closed quickly, and all the awakened flying types escaped. Those who had descended using ropes couldn't climb up in time and fell behind, unable to squeeze in. As the space gate closed, the ropes broke, and they all fell to the ground. He was now struggling to sit up. The girl glanced back, her hand on the headset, and called out, Songshur is still alive, right next to me. Locate me. After she finished her call, she glanced at the 2 blood-stained anesthetic needles at Songshur's feet. Considering Songshur's dazed state, she said, You've been drugged? Songshur uttered a soft hum. Don't worry, help's coming soon. We've got the SSS space system. The girl was about to comfort Songshur, but before she could finish her words, a massive spatial vortex materialized behind her. Songshur looked up. The vortex's blue light illuminated Songshur's cheek. The girl with the twin ponytails saw it and immediately dodged in front of him, raising her cannon barrel, aiming at the blue vortex, her finger on the trigger. The series of movements was seamless. Her face was wary. She had to be on guard, lest the enemy take advantage of her letdown and return. Until 2 soldiers in military uniforms emerged from the spatial vortex. After confirming the area was temporarily safe, they stood on either side of the spatial gate. A pair of black military boots stepped out, and then a tall, middle-aged woman in a dark blue Federation uniform emerged. She had jet black hair, a 3-dimensional face, a mole at the corner of her mouth, and a casual smile. She was a Federation official who had appeared in the Federation news. The girl with the twin ponytails slowly lowered the cannon from her shoulder and politely stepped aside, revealing Songshur behind her. Songshur examined the female officer standing in front of the spatial gate. I've never seen her before. I don't know her. Following the vortex, another group of soldiers emerged, well-equipped and marching in unison. As they emerged, they methodically separated to eliminate the surviving thugs. Suddenly, as they approached, an explosion erupted from one of the thugs, and the resulting heat wave, mixed with body fragments, rushed in all directions. Songshur's heart trembled, her drowsy mind as if poured with a bucket of ice water. Instantly clearing, she raised her hand, ready to cast a virtual barrier to protect herself. The female officer opposite moved first. She raised her hands, as if delivering a speech before the eyes of a crowd. As she raised her hands, an invisible membrane rose from the ground, quickly covering the front of the explosion. The explosives and the heat wave collided with the membrane, like a stone falling into a calm lake, rippling the water, or like magma mixing with the cold water, creating a cloud of steam. A spatial shield. an effect similar to the materialization of mental power. A defensive skill for a Space Awakener. It could cover an entire team, extending its protection area to 50 square meters. It was at least SSS level. In the entire federal government, there were no more than 5 SSS level Space Awakeners. Same level suppression. The troops sent by Song Yi retreated urgently because of her presence. She was powerful enough to destroy the spatial portal created by Song Yi's men. With her in charge, no SSS level spatial portal could possibly be opened here. If Song Yi's group of awakened followers didn't evacuate quickly, they would all be left here. The loss of so many awakened would surely be a significant loss. So they fled in panic. The first explosion seemed like a signal, followed by a second and a third, exploding from the bodies of the thugs, some lying and some sitting. Some of the dead thugs, their limbs shattered and scattered, would suddenly explode. Instantly, the entire mirror maze was engulfed in flames, and explosions echoed one after another. The tightly packed simulation mirrors of the mirror maze exploded one after another, fragments flying through the air and then plummeting down, piercing the metal floor at an angle. In such an environment, even the most agile awakened would struggle to survive. Yet, amidst this purgatory on Earth, in the center, where the riders were densest and the explosions were most intense, a transparent sphere, as fragile as a soap bubble, rested on the ground. Inside the bubble, Song Shi leaned against a simulation mirror, watching the flames soaring into the sky outside. The roof of the indoor training ground also ripped open under the bombardment, revealing the blue sky above and the combat helicopters circling in the sky. The terrorist attack on the freshman training ground of the Department of Rage at Tomorrow University was enough to alert the 9th Base Military District. They arrived in record time, only to be met with a scene of repeated explosions at the training ground. Of the 380 freshmen in the Department of Rage, how many would survive, and how many would be killed? Every student in the Department of Rage is a scarce resource for the Federation. Song Yi's actions have thoroughly inflamed the Federation's wrath. If Song Yi's previous provocative videos and kidnapping of 10 bloggers were like a monkey trespassing on a tiger's territory, now he's like plucking the tiger's hair. Before today, the federal government had leisurely investigated Song Yi, who coveted their territory. After today, they'd likely be hunting him down for thousands of miles. Song Shi averted her gaze. The anesthetic in her body was nearly halfway through its metabolism, and she could now stand naturally without the support of the simulator goggles. The explosion neared its end, the fire outside waned, and the smoke dissipated, allowing Song Shi to witness the full extent of the human body's explosion. Song Yi had placed the explosives at the side of their hearts. The moment the explosives exploded at the heart, the blood stored within the heart transformed into a crimson mist. Even though Song Shi was far away, protected by the materialized membrane of her mental power, she could almost smell the blood, her stomach churning. Only after the blood mist appeared would fragments of limbs fly everywhere. The scene was bloody, and Song Shi closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Some people had only suffered minor injuries from falling from a height of more than 10 meters before the explosion. They were still moving and conscious. Some knelt devoutly, some waved their hands for help, and some huddled together, accepting their fate. The explosion ended in Song Shi's agony. The bubble burst. The blood mist and dust from outside poured in. The female officer established a spatial portal. She couldn't activate both the spatial portal and the spatial shield simultaneously. "Mr. Song, please." The female officer stepped aside, revealing the vortex behind her, and raised her hand. "Let's get to safety first. You look like you need medical attention." Chapter 216. Song Shi resisted nausea and vomiting, not moving. "Where are you going?" The female officer wore a friendly smile. The previous wave of mental energy depletion seemed like a fleeting moment to her, and her complexion remained rosy. The contrast was stark, as Song Shi's virtual barrier, which blocked the shockwave of a single shell, consumed a significant portion of his mental energy. First Base has advanced medical technology. We have the highest level healers treat your injuries. No need. The moment Song Shi heard about First Base, she had only one thought: refuse. She had finally returned from First Base. Less than a week had passed, and she absolutely could not go back. When she used the virtual barrier, the simulator mirror was still operational, and it was equipped with surveillance cameras. Many people must have witnessed her use of it. The virtual barrier was also a skill similar in appearance to the psychic-type physical materialization. This group of people might suspect she was a psychic-type awakened one, especially since she later used the virtual blade. Although she wasn't, the virtual barrier originated from virtual weapon, one of the many healing-type skills. But she couldn't explain it to this group. No healing type awakened person had ever possessed such a skill. Healing type, berserker type, and now a psychic type. This group wanted to take her to the lab for further study, using the excuse of healing her wounds. Mr. Song, you are a unique awakened person. You should be aware of your specialness. Your mission is destined to be different from that of ordinary awakened persons, the female officer said. Different? Is her mission just to stay in the lab? But screw you. Songshur stood up straight and stretched his neck twice, his voice crisp and powerful. Sorry, I've recovered and don't need first base's healer. The female officer's expression suddenly darkened. Songshur's words implicitly implied a refusal to follow her back to first base. Besides, I know I'm unique. Many people who have met me have said so. I also understand my mission. Well, how should I put it? It's indeed different from ordinary awakeners. After all, they're so ordinary. The girl with twin pigtails seemed to be obediently lowering her head to serve as a backdrop, but her eyes, obscured by her hair, were already stealing a glance at Songshur. Goodness, I had never noticed Songshur being so immodest before. Songshur continued, I am far superior to them, so I am destined to achieve even greater achievements than them. The female officer, perhaps having never seen someone so openly flatter themselves, laughed in anger. I've heard that Song is a flamboyant and violent person. After hearing what he said today, I can confirm the rumors are true. Songshur smiled. I'm honored that my name has reached the ears of someone of your stature. The female officer suppressed her smile. Song, are you really not considering going to first base? As she spoke, an invisible pressure emanated from her, a mental force directed at Songshur. She was threatening Songshur. Songshur raised his eyelids and looked at her fearlessly. No, I won't go. My principal has high hopes for me. He's counting on me to bring honor to the school. If I go to another base, I don't know when I'd be able to return. He'd probably be sad. Songshur was like a well-behaved student, always attentive to the principal's needs, sharing his worries and joys. The 11th Military Region was now Songshur's strongest support. Whenever Songshur mentioned the principal, he brought up the 11th Military Region. As expected, the other party's aura suddenly receded. The president of Tomorrow University represented the 11th Military Region. Songshur saw it all, and could clearly feel it herself. Under that command, a layer of cold sweat had formed on her back, now solidifying, and her clothes felt cold and stiff. Her mental power had just dropped by over 80. Her accumulated mental power had partially offset the pressure, preventing her from kneeling. Songshur let out a long breath. Her consciousness fell on the system panel in her mind. After all this time, her mental power was reduced to only 800. Huh? Why hasn't the principal arrived yet? Songshur glanced around in feigned confusion, finally turning a questioning glance at the female officer across from her. Logically speaking, Songye's SS-class Space Awakener had been gone for so long, and the SS-class Space Awakener accompanying the principal should have opened the space portal here long ago. They had been chatting here for so long, and the principal hadn't appeared yet. What could be the reason? Of course, he was being suppressed by the officer from the first base. Facing Songshur's half-smile, the female officer waved her hand and retracted the space portal behind her. As the deep blue space vortex, imbued with immense power, vanished, two smaller space portals appeared to Songshur's right. Chiu Ruijian ran out, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Songshur still standing there alive. His mission had not failed. He then approached the female officer, bowed his head slightly, and addressed her respectfully, Major General Liu. Surname, Liu. Hearing this surname, Songshur subconsciously thought of the Liu family, a prominent clan in the first base. The female officer replied calmly. Ruijian, how are you doing here? Your mother mentioned you were on a mission at the 9th base, but I didn't know what your specific mission was. Chiu Ruijian glanced at Songshur before answering, this mission needs to be kept secret. As you know, my rank cannot be shared with others. The female officer patted Chiu Ruijian on the shoulder and praised him. Well done, keep it up. Amid their conversation, the old principal emerged from another spatial portal, followed by the middle-aged spatial awakener. The old principal looked grim. This was the first time Songshur had seen such an expression on his otherwise kind and smiling face. Clearly, the female officer had just used the power of the SSS to suppress the other space-type awakeners from casting a spatial gate, isolating the principal, and then privately conversing with Songshur, which had offended him. This was not only an offense to him, but also a disrespect to the entire 11th Military Region. The struggle for interests between military regions is far more intense than most people realize. But a superficial peace must be maintained. The old principal greeted her. After a few words, he couldn't wait to end the conversation and looked at Song Shi. Little Song, have you thanked Major General Liu for saving you? Thank you, Song Shi nodded. That's good. You seem to have suffered quite a few injuries. You need to go back and rest. Ruijian, take her back to the infirmary. The old principal hurriedly dismissed Song Shi. Xiao Ruijian nodded and opened a spatial gate. Let's go! Chapter 217. Before Song Shi stepped through the spatial portal, she glanced toward the principal. She saw him gazing silently at her, a smile of comfort and warmth in his eyes. Song Shi withdrew her gaze, her body fading into the blue, jelly-like halo. The spatial portal opened onto the lobby of the first floor of the 4-story medical building. The nauseating smell of blood lingered in Song Shi's nose, transforming into the refreshing scent of disinfectant. But upon closer inspection, a hint of blood lingered in the disinfectant. In the center of the lobby stood a pure white stone sculpture of a snake entwined around a scepter. Beneath it was a pool of water, a small fountain, barely gurgling. A constant stream of people streamed around the sculpture, mostly healers in their pure white uniforms. They all appeared hurried and uneasy, scrambling to get out in groups of 3 or 2. Soon, a stretcher carrying a patient was brought in. Even more outrageous, 2 flight specialists flew in from the outside carrying a stretcher, soaring through the air and heading straight for the 2nd floor, never touching the ground. The injured patient on the stretcher was perfectly stable. The moment the spatial portal appeared in the hall, 2 uniformed healers stood by, one in front and one behind, holding a mobile bed. The one in front, wearing glasses, stood with his legs in front of the other, knees bent, as if preparing to start a race. Remember, rush to medical room 16 later. There's only 1 vacant seat left in room 16 on the 1st floor, he instructed the other. Go to the 2nd floor. Yu Aichen just sent a group message. Anyone transported by the spatial portal at this time should be sent to room 32 on the 2nd floor, the other said, looking into the group chat on the laptop. 2nd floor. The bespectacled boy scratched his head, his mind racing. Then take the East Gates ramp, number 2. It's the closest. Okay. Song Shi stepped out of the spatial portal and, as usual, observed the surroundings. The 2 men pulling the hospital bed also observed her. Song Shi was a wreck. The ash from the explosion alone was a centimeter thick. Her face was tattered, her clothes torn, and her hair, spread out, looked as if it had been blown by a fart. Classmate, come up quickly. We take you to the ward, the bespectacled boy urged nervously, patting the wheeled hospital bed behind him. They didn't recognize Song Shi. I'm fine. I'm fine. This is just ash on my face. Go save the others first. Although she still had some after effects of the anesthesia, such as her speech being unclear and her tongue unable to control, everything else had recovered. But the other party, assuming she was afraid of wasting medical resources, explained, Don't worry, classmate. We're here from the entire department. We have more than enough people. We can save every one of you. The boy at the back of the car also advised, Classmate, just because you can walk and move now doesn't mean you're fine. It's likely worse than those who are confined to bed. Yes, you. The boy with glasses agreed. He glanced at Song Shi's horrific hair, adjusted his glasses, and said wisely, You were clearly at the center of the explosion. You might have burns, respiratory burns, lung infections, ruptured internal organs. He listed everything in detail. Song Shi was about to say that she was Song Shi, a healing type, and even if she had these problems, she would have healed them over time, when Xiao Ruijian, who was behind her, approached. He leaned close to her ear and said, in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, Principal Liang hopes you stay in bed for a few days. Song Shi was happy to cooperate with the principal, serving as a tool. He immediately jumped onto the bed, lying on his back, his hands folded on his abdomen. Take me to the ward. Hold on, we'll be there soon. The 2 men rushed, pushing the hospital bed. Before Song Shi saw the corridors merge into a continuous receding ceiling light. He felt a sudden dizziness, and everything that had happened in the past half-hour flashed before his eyes, like a kaleidoscope. They had arrived at room 32 on the 2nd floor. The door to the ward had been opened in advance. After the 2 men rushed in, pushing Song Shi's hospital bed, Xiao Ruijian slowly closed the door behind them. Room 32 had a single bed. There was only 1 empty seat, Song Shi. The ward was a luxurious suite, complete with a bathroom and a sofa. The last time Song Shi had seen a ward like this was in a TV drama. Today, he experienced it for himself. The 2 therapists remaining in the ward were both familiar to Song Shi, Yu Aichen, his high school desk mate, and Jiang Jihong, his university counselor in the Department of Healing. Hello, teacher. Songshur raised his hand in greeting. How could it have come to this? Jiang Jihong quickly approached the bedside, grasped Songshur's darkened hand tightly, and channeled her healing energy into it, examining it carefully. Constrain your mental energy. Be patient. Even though she knew Songshur was a healer, Jiang Jihong still felt uneasy. Healers' healing powers often have immune responses, so she urged Songshur to try to restrain his own mental energy. Songshur did as she was told, quietly awaiting her results. Yu Aichen stood on the other side of the bed. He had been standing there since Songshur was brought in, doing nothing but handing him a pillow. He frowned the entire time, staring at Songshur, as if he hadn't figured something out, and several times he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Songshur was annoyed by his stare. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask. Yu Aichen didn't answer, but handed her a mirror. Songshur saw herself in the mirror. First reaction, a national treasure? Second reaction, a national treasure wearing an afro wig. Songshur turned the mirror upside down on the bed. Even more annoyed. Nothing's wrong, Jiang Jihong released Songshur's hand. Just a little weak. Songshur, This happens when you deplete your mental energy too quickly. A few more days of sleep will be enough. Indeed, Songshur was very sleepy, and just wanted to sleep. Change into hospital gowns before going to bed, Yu Aichen reminded her. After taking a shower, Songshur lay on the hospital bed, feeling hopeless. Her hair needed to be cut. It was completely scorched, and even an S-level healer like her couldn't repair the denatured protein. Tang Yu, who had come to visit her, personally performed the procedure. 15 minutes later, sitting in front of the dressing mirror, Songshur looked back and forth. His dog-chewed, ear-length hair was beyond description. Xiaoyu, your haircutting skills are really uninhibited. How about I cut it like yours? Tang Yu asked, grabbing her braid and trying to cut it. Songshur and Yang Jingjin each stopped her with a hand. Songshur, don't be impulsive. Yang Jingjin was worried. Cut it, cut it. Look at the top of your head. That scorched tuft of hair is still so short, like a hedgehog. Songshur smiled. It wasn't that it wasn't growing, but every time it grew a little, Tang Yu would get angry and start burning it from the ends. That's how it creates the illusion that that part never grows. Many fire types are like this. Some older fire types will simply shave their heads to address the problem at its root. Yang Jingjin waved and sat back down. Go ahead and cut your hair. Afterwards, you two can do a hedgehog pose and a dog bite pose. I never eat with you again. The three of them played for 10 minutes, ending when Songshur yawned uncontrollably for the second time. Call me when you wake up, and I bring you food, Tang Yu said. Okay. You guys should get back to class. Contact me too, Yang Jingjin said eagerly. I take care of all the gossip during this period. I promise to find out everything you need to know when you wake up. Songshur smiled. Okay. Chapter 218. The Tomorrow University's Violence Department training ground was attacked by thugs from outside the base at 7:20 this morning. 28 people were killed and over 100 injured, primarily freshmen in the violence department, along with 2 faculty members. All the thugs were carrying explosives in their bodies. They blew themselves up within a minute of rescue arriving, leaving no survivors. According to survivors, these thugs claimed to be Song Ye's subordinates. They were armed with psychic weapons and killed indiscriminately. At 8 p.m., Songshur leaned against the headboard of his bed, watching the news projected on the wall opposite him. On the news screen, a female anchor in a formal suit was solemnly reporting on the day's attack. The news broadcast during this time period was broadcast simultaneously throughout the Federation, and everyone in the 10 bases could receive the channel on their laptops. A small table sat on Songshur's bed, upon which lay the dinner that Tang Yu and Yang Jingjin had brought him. Yang Jingjin pulled up a chair and sat beside Songshur's bed, leaning his head on the bed as he watched the news and sighed. Of the 28 people who died, 25 didn't even have complete bodies. The collective explosions of the suicide bomber shattered their bodies. Songshur recalled the scene he witnessed from within the protective space shield, a sea of fire outside. Hell on Earth was just that. Even the simulator couldn't withstand the repeated impacts and shattered, let alone the human body. The description of the violent element as having iron bones is an exaggeration. Even a beast would be shattered in such an explosion. At noon today, the relatives of these people came to the school. They searched for their children amidst the pile of broken limbs. Several fainted from the unbearable pain. Yang Jingjin's heart was heavy, her brows drooping. Gossip used to bring her joy, but today, it wasn't. Those were all living lives. They sent their children to school just fine, and less than 3 months after the start, they were found dead. Their bodies were still mutilated. Anyone would be devastated. Yang Jingjin sympathized. Although we espers don't live long, especially close combat awakened types like Berserker, going into battle is a near-death experience. Their parents must have been prepared for the loss of their daughters and sons, but who could have imagined they wouldn't die on the battlefield, but at school, during an ordinary day of training? Yang Jingjin lamented. 26 Berserker students, the future core attackers of 26 Esper teams, all dead. She lamented for humanity. The Berserker awakened class was already scarce. This year, there were only 380 Berserker awakened, and 1/15 had died. Tang Yu sat in a chair on the other side of the bed, hunched over a trash can, silently peeling an apple for Song Shi. Song Shi stirred his steaming porridge while flipping through his laptop. The news hadn't published a death list. She entered the large group of the Berserk department and, sure enough, found a document. It had been sent by the chief instructor 2 hours earlier, and the cover was black and gray. Song Shi clicked on it. Inside was a list of names and corresponding photos. The unbridled young men and women in the photos were now frozen in black and white. Song Shi quickly scanned the photos from top to bottom. 28 people had died, 26 of them Berserk department students, and 2 of them instructors. Song Shi had seen half of the 26 student names before. The only way Song Shi could have seen the names of his classmates was through the introductions given by the contestants in his group before the Mirror Maze elimination rounds. Yes, there were 13 of them here, the first group of contestants, potential competitors for Song Shi. The students who made it to the first group were almost all the best Berserkers of this class. Song Shi and Wang Yihu were the only 2 S-rank students, while the others were double S-rank. Even for the Pioneer program, they could easily meet the first selection requirement. But now, their dazzling lives had ended before they even began. The black font looked particularly heavy. SSS rank, Deng Changrong. SS rank, Ming Yi. SS rank, Kong Zhanwei. SS rank. S rank, Wang Yihu. B rank, Zhu Jinping. Of the 2 instructors, one was the short, plump one who seemed kinder than the others, and the other was the tall, thin instructor who had taught Song Shi swordsmanship. Song Shi stared at the list for a moment, then left. Her stomach growled twice. Song Shi was already starving. She had slept until 20 minutes ago. At noon, Tang Yu and the others came to deliver lunch, but couldn't wake her. They called in Jiang Jiheng to examine her, confirming she was simply exhausted and nothing serious. During this period of recovery, her mental strength had more than recovered. The nutrient solution she had taken that morning had been completely absorbed, leaving her intestines empty. Song Shi didn't drink the porridge immediately, but instead asked Yang Jingjin, "What will the school do?" Yang Jingjin looked up and said, "The school is collecting biological samples from the body parts," and said, "They will give the parents a complete body tomorrow, along with generous compensation." What about the federal government? Are they taking any action? They haven't issued a public notice yet. I don't know what they're going to do, but this time they're not covering up the news or hiding it from ordinary people. They're probably determined to kill Song Yi. "Have you found the location?" Song Shi asked again. She had chopped off the female terrorist's hands because she was worried she might commit suicide. She spared her life, hoping the federal government could extract some information from her. But she hadn't expected Song Yi to resort to methods far more brutal than she imagined. None of his men survived, not even a single intact body was left. Nothing was left for the federal government. "We have some clues," Yang Jingjin said, gesturing to the news broadcast. "By launching a homing bomb made of a special material into the enemy's space gate, our base's joint defense system detected a gaseous signature left behind by the bomb's explosion in the southern hemisphere. The awakened team, formed jointly by the 1st and 9th bases, has tracked the marker's location." Song Shi, watching the news, remembered the shell fired by the ponytail girl at the closing space gate. So, that shell was a homing bomb, locating the other end of the space gate. "Drink it quickly, it's getting cold," Tang Yu reminded Song Shi, who was stirring the porridge, after peeling and dicing the apple. Song Shi nodded, and lowered her head to eat. She was recalling the scenes she had witnessed when she had read the psychological trauma of the female terrorist. They were in a dim dungeon, training day and night. The dungeon was dark, with no view of the outside world. Besides that, she hadn't seen any useful information. But was the origin of the spatial gate really Song Yi's lair? Was Song Yi so easily exposed? Song Shi was skeptical. Chapter 219. On the second day after Song Shi stayed in the hospital ward under the pretext of recuperating, the principal and a group of researchers arrived to collect her biometric information and arranged for her to visit the psychiatry department after her discharge. Once the news of the attack on the Berserker Academy was announced, many people heard that Song Yi was behind it, and began to question your relationship with him once again. After sending the researchers away, the principal returned and sat on the sofa across from Song Shi. Song Shi looked up from his book, put down his pen, and looked at him intently. As the president of Tomorrow University, he had to give an explanation to the students' parents, the federal government, and the ordinary citizens who were following the news after the school was attacked and so many students died. He also had to negotiate with the people at the first base and find a way to secure her and keep her at the 9th base, where researchers from the 9th base and the 11th military region would jointly conduct research on her awakening of the 3rd system. She had probably not slept last night. Her eyes were streaked with red bloodshot, and her usually energetic facial muscles had drooped, making her look very old. More than 26 students from the Department of Rage died in the explosion, yet you managed to survive. They believe you and Song Yi were colluding. I've already spread the news that you were seriously injured and hospitalized for days, but they still don't believe it. Song Shi frowned. Logically, these people outside shouldn't have known about the explosion. The news only briefly mentioned the death toll and the suspected enemy, but didn't go into detail about what happened in those 10 minutes. Song Shi leaned forward slightly and asked, "Has everything that happened been made public?" It was Song Yi, the principal sighed. The people he sent were all wearing recorders, and recorded everything. He then disseminated the video. But they censored the beginning and the end, only releasing the parts that benefited them. This is the original video. The principal spoke, removing the privacy permissions on the computer. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the screen shook continuously, showing the thugs killing students from a first-person perspective. The video changed angles several times, with shots from a flying awakened in the sky and from those on the ground. In the 8-minute video, she appeared for only a brief 5 seconds at the beginning, a clip of her fighting with Zhang Wenjing and Wu Hua. After that, she disappeared, and the entire video consisted of Song Yi's men unilaterally shooting students, and the devastating explosion caused by the self-destruction of those left behind. After watching the video, Song Shi understood. This deliberately edited video clip made it hard for anyone uninformed to not suspect a connection between her and Song Yi. But then she fell silent. Song Yi turned this war into a propaganda video showcasing his own strength. While some might fear him, once this video spreads and becomes ingrained in people's minds, everyone will subconsciously believe that Song Yi has the ability to compete with the Federation. If someone becomes disillusioned with the Federation and feels desperate, they might indeed choose to head to Song Yi's territory. There won't be a shortage of such people. With so many wanted criminals, so many crimes, and so many shady organizations on the federal government's payroll each year, Song Yi's place will likely become their playground. It seems that while Song Yi didn't succeed in taking her away, he achieved another part of his goal. He didn't return empty-handed. The principal turned off the video, crossed his arms, and looked at Song Shi. Yesterday afternoon, many people held a parade, questioning why you were allowed to live. They called on the Federation to tell them the truth and stop hiding it. Song Shi probably guessed what the principal would do. I had someone create a complete simulation video of everything that happened in those 10 minutes yesterday and released it. As Song Shi suspected, releasing the complete video was indeed a good way to dispel ordinary people's suspicions. In reality, Song Yi had shown no mercy to her men from beginning to end. That oncoming shell was clearly aimed at her life. Song Shi's focus was on street protests. Large scale? Street protests in the Federation occur almost daily, and the reasons for these protests are varied. For example, protests against the Federation's deteriorating air quality and the federal government's complete indifference, protests against a district's city security team's indiscriminate killing of innocent people and their disregard for the lives of ordinary citizens, and so on. The federal government generally ignores these protests unless they become large-scale. Just like the last time she was taken to the lab, the protest march demanded her release and return to the 9th base. That march was personally orchestrated by Yan Jing, with the 11th military region behind the scenes fueling the protests. This massive demonstration, with protests across all 10 bases, was the reason. The federal government at Base 1 was forced to return her. For the principal to take this seriously and release the original video, it must have been a significant event. As expected, the principal nodded. All 10 bases have protests, and the situation is expanding. Many federal government departments have been besieged, severely impacting the operation of the federal government. Was it Song Yi orchestrated this? The death of 26 violent students in the attack was enough to attract public attention, but it's unlikely to have caused such a significant impact in just half a day. The original demonstration, orchestrated by the glasses, didn't escalate until over a week later. "It's him," the principal said, a headache. "He's truly omnipresent and incredibly cunning." But the video received a very positive response. "The demonstration has disbanded. Especially since they learned you're a triple awakener. They're now urging the Research Institute to come up with something useful." The principal spoke, carefully studying Songsher's expression. The proficiency with which Songsher displayed her skills yesterday clearly wasn't a sudden awakening. She must have known all along that she was a triple awakener. A talent like that would have been publicized early on in anyone else. Songsher, however, kept it a secret. He pondered the reason for Songsher's secrecy last night. Considering Songsher's background, the answer was easy to guess. "I know you've always worried about being too conspicuous and being sent to the lab. Your high school teacher Yin Qianlin also warned you to tone down your edge," the principal said slowly. Songsher raised his eyes and sat up straight. "Have you contacted teacher Yin?" The principal smiled softly and said gently, "He and I used to be friends." Songsher was momentarily surprised. Judging from his appearance alone, Director Yin was noticeably older. The principal saw through Songsher's thoughts. "I'm a peacock awakener." "Peacock?" Awakened peacocks do age more slowly than those of other branches and have longer lifespans. But what Songsher found most difficult to accept was, a peacock could become the president of a university for psychics. Chapter 220. It's not that she looked down on peacock awakeners. Peacock awakeners are inherently kind. The peacock awakeners have the lowest crime rate in the Federation's recorded history. Since humans began awakening their powers, they've only committed a few crimes. They are known as the safest awakened. Of course, this safety applies to ordinary citizens of the Federation, not the peacock awakened themselves. They possess strong empathy, gentle personalities, and are easily persuaded. Therefore, as decision-makers, they are often indecisive and swayed by various factors, lacking the iron-fisted determination of a decisive force. They also lack physical enhancements and self-protection abilities. They can't fight on the battlefield, nor can they serve as support personnel like healing types. Among the many awakened awakeners, they struggle to stand out. Besides being able to alter their appearance and having a longer lifespan than ordinary awakened, they don't have any other outstanding qualities. To become the president of one of the 3 universities for psychics, like Tomorrow University, and the spokesperson for the 11th Military Region, she assumed she must possess at least the formidable strength of the female space awakened officer from yesterday. "You don't have any traces of the peacock type in you at all," Songsher said. The principal deliberately touched his cheek and opened his laptop to take a closer look at himself with the front-facing camera. "Are you saying I don't look like him?" After seeing his own appearance, he tooted, "Indeed not." Songsher was amused by his cute gesture. "Your character is resolute and decisive, not like that of a peacock type." The principal was frank. "My family background is good." Songsher knew the principal's surname was Liang. Did the Liang family also come from a prominent family in the Federation? She didn't know much about the large families in the Federation. Genes only determine part of one's personality. Environment is the primary factor shaping the multifaceted nature of human nature, the principal said. As Songsher listened to him, she inexplicably thought of Chen Suqin, whom she had met at the control school. Chen Suqin represented the majority of the peacock family. Born into ordinary families, even slums, their outstanding appearance became a burden for them to survive at the bottom of society. Their weak genes, coupled with the bullying and injustice they faced growing up, made them increasingly weak and humble. They still didn't know how to resist. Songsher collected her thoughts and grasped the key point of the principal's previous words. "Once? We were friends once, but not now?" The principal's face was filled with nostalgia. "In the year 190 of the anomaly, we were in the same university, in the same class. Although we weren't in the same department, we bonded through our clubs and found we got along well. We stayed in touch and became like-minded friends." Talking about that time, a longing expression and a faint smile appeared on the principal's face. It was obvious that the two had a pretty good relationship back then. What happened next? Something happened. The principal paused, looking out the window behind Songsher, his thoughts etched in his mind. Songsher didn't press him. After graduation, he went to the front lines. In his 5th year, during a mission, his team was nearly wiped out. He was the only one left standing, found by a passing awakened team and carried back. The death of all his teammates left a deep psychological scar on him. He had trouble integrating with his new teammates. So, I invited him to teach at Tomorrow University at Base 11, and he agreed. He's a man of great vision. You're a healer, so you probably heard of Elvira, right? The principal suddenly asked Songshur. Songshur nodded. When she registered as a healer, the box of nutrient solution she received had a card on top containing a piece of advice for all healers written by Elvira. He's an SSS-level healer, but his greatest contribution to humanity is his discovery of countless high-probability healer differentiations, greatly alleviating the plight of humanity's lack of healers at the time. The principal nodded. Your homeroom teacher is a man with a discerning eye comparable to Elvira's. He always sees potential in a student before others do and nurtures them. Songshur had also heard from others that Director Yin favored nurturing gifted students. Yin Qianlin's ability to recognize her dual energy awakening talent before others showed him a keen eye. While teaching, he met a very talented student. How talented was she? The principal pondered for a moment, his eyes blazing at Songshur. Probably about the same as you. About the same as her? She's certainly quite talented. Songshur thought to himself. She's a high-probability triple-brain differentiation candidate, initially awakening in the gold element. She's one of the many students Yin Qianlin taught. Her initial awakening level was only C, but she was in the last class. Yet within a single semester, she reached SSS level. Songshur was also somewhat astonished, exclaiming, "So talented? Upgrading is difficult. For all element classes, no matter how hard you work, you only reach a maximum of 2 levels higher than when you awaken, regardless of your level at the time of awakening. 95% of people fall within this range, while only 5% can break through this barrier and achieve a level beyond 3 levels. The intervals between each level up are also very long, ranging from 2 to 3 years to 7 to 8 years. Songshur was considered one of the fastest level ups. And this person, from C level to SSS level, advanced 5 levels in just 1 semester, less than 5 months. Songshur began to wonder if he too had a system. What happened next? Songshur couldn't help but wonder what happened to him after the upgrade. I reported her situation to the federal government. Songshur immediately felt something was amiss. As expected, the principal said, after the first base learned of this, they asked me to send her to the research institute. The researchers hoped to use her to study how to rapidly upgrade human awakeners and break free from the shackles of level. So, you sent her? Songshur said softly. Yes. The principal smiled, trying to appear relaxed and carefree, but it was clear that he regretted his decision, and his smile was forced. Yin Qianlin opposed my reporting the news to the federal government from the very beginning. He saw potential in that student, so he tailored a training program for her, personally oversaw all of her training, and devoted his utmost to teaching her. But I did it anyway. I believe that humanity's interests were paramount. If the research yielded results, humanity's survival would be greatly enhanced. And the research was only a few days. If there were no results, the institute would have let her go. The principal paused, then gave a wry smile. But I didn't expect that. Unable to find a result, the institute would give her a large dose of drugs and immerse her in a tank of nutrient solution, causing permanent nerve damage. The next time Yin Qianlin and I saw her, she was still in the nutrient solution. The principal sighed. As he recalled the past, his smile grew sadder, his face more and more exhausted. Chapter 221. What's the result? One person was sacrificed, and what was discovered? Let's not let it be like last time, when those incompetent researchers came up with nothing. The principal said, multiple high-probability differentiation genes have multiple negative effects on the later upgrades of a single system. Songshur frowned, then a thought struck him. Isn't this the same theory Zhou Ten had used back in the control school, advising her to suppress either the healing or the berserker systems to prevent both from awakening? It turns out this theory originated from the life of Director Yin's former student. She possesses 3 elements, gold, fire, and spirit, and the differentiation value of each element is over 45%. Her early gold awakening was low because she was influenced by the genes of the other 2 elements. As she continued to strengthen her gold element, the suppression of the other 2 elements was weakened, and she was unstoppable, reaching SSS level within 4 months. After a long silence, Songshur said in an ambiguous tone, the researchers wanted to know how to increase the upper limit of awakeners and how to accelerate their leveling, so they sacrificed the life of an exceptionally talented person. But the final conclusion was that she should have been SSS, but her awakening was simply weaker in the early stages. The researchers, however, believed that she was inherently weak, and that some traceable pattern allowed her to ascend to SSS level later. The principal nodded. Because of this incident, he and Yin Qianlin parted ways. Knowing the truth, Songshur couldn't help but curse inwardly. A bunch of idiots. Idiot researchers should have their brains buried in a nutrient tank for future generations to study. How could someone be so foolish? The principal's smile was bitter, his body slumped against the sofa, still reminiscing about his relationship with Yin Qianlin. Not long after, he resigned from Tomorrow University, and went to the outer city, and our contact gradually faded. After arriving in the outer city, he met many talented students, all of whom were eventually sent to Tomorrow University. When asked about their high school teachers, many students who excelled at Tomorrow University would name Yin Qianlin. Even students taught by Yin Qianlin, even if not exceptionally bright or gifted, were the most outstanding among their cohort. Songshur leaned back on the sofa, quietly listening to the regret that flowed through his words. The sun shone brightly outside, filtering in through the window and illuminating the principal's aged face. The fine lines between his eyes and brow echoed the thin, withered face of the old man in his memory. Two people who had provided her with excellent learning resources and an environment at different stages of her life had, in the past, jointly changed the fate of an awakened individual with a very similar experience. Yin Qianlin taught the awakened one the ability to soar. Principal Liang, or rather, the chaebol and scholars he represented, trapped that awakened one, whose future was infinitely bright, forever within a small, jar-sized chamber. Back then, their differing philanthropies tore through their friendship, leading to irreversible consequences. The same situation reappeared today. This time, after years of remorse, Principal Liang chose to stand with Director Yin. The researchers from the first base will only participate in your 3-line genetic research as an auxiliary research team. They can only meet with you within the 9th base, and with permission from the 11th military region. The principal looked at Songshur seriously and said, giving her a promise. Songshur, you can be like Lu Xing, like Wu Jilu, like Jiang Qifeng, like Gong Wanyun, like all these talented people with family backgrounds, fully demonstrate your talent. His tone was remarkably firm. Songshur's expression remained unchanged. The principal stared at her intently, as if he wouldn't give up until she responded. Songshur lowered her gaze and nodded. Based on past experience, it seemed he had already determined she was a 3rd-level talent and suspected she might have other hidden talents. He was encouraging her to let go and not hold back. She wasn't a 3rd-level talent, Songshur sighed inwardly. After receiving her response, the principal stood up. As if he had spotted something outside the window, he quickly walked over and gazed up at the sky. Songshur turned her head, confused, and peered over the back of the sofa at his sudden action. The principal rested his right hand on the windowsill and sighed lyrically, awakened humans should be like the stars in the universe. Dark clouds cannot obscure them, they should shine brightly. Only when the stars shine brightly can humanity have hope. Songshur listened to him, and his gaze shifted to the sky. The Federation is suffering from severe smog. The sky is gray from morning till night, and visibility is very low. Not to mention the daytime, where you can't see the stars. Even at night, the sky is pitch black. Even the moonlight is obscured. Songshur half-heartedly echoed his words. The principal didn't bother Songshur again, he had a lot of things to do. He told Songshur to report to the psychiatry department the day after tomorrow and then left. After seeing him off, Songshur sat back on the sofa, flipping through his textbooks, catching up on the lessons he had missed in the past 2 days. Xiao Ruijian stood in the corner the entire time, a perfect invisible person. In the afternoon, the healing counselor, Jiang Jihong, arrived, bringing with her someone familiar. Wu Wanyun. A roommate he hadn't seen for 3 days. Jiang Jihong, while you're in the hospital, let Wanyun teach you some healing skills. Wu Wanyun walked in from the back and briefly greeted Songshur. Wanyun's skill proficiency is the best in your class. You were roommates before, so we won't be strangers, Jiang Jihong said. Songshur glanced at the stack of books in front of him, then at Wu Wanyun, sighing that learning never ends. Until the morning of the day, he reported to the psychiatry department. Songshur was completely immersed in learning skills with Wu Wanyun. Wu Wanyun had volunteered to go, having proactively asked Jiang Jihong for permission. She would make up for the missed classes later. Songshur never believed that someone would waste their time helping another person for no reason. Especially since she and Wu Wanyun were only superficially familiar with each other, and their time together was limited to a morning greeting. But Wu Wanyun never broached any topic unrelated to the healing department, wholeheartedly explaining the various skills and precautions, practically sharing everything she knew. Songshur couldn't understand, so she simply gave up on the idea. On the morning of her 4th hospital day, Songshur shed her hospital gown, washed up, and prepared to go to the psychiatric department. I go with you, said Wu Wanyun, who had brought her documents that morning. Songshur was looking in the mirror, and in the reflection, he looked at her. She was bending over to collect documents on her desk, as if it were just a habitual companionship between friends, like good friends going to the bathroom together. Songsher's voice was the same as always. Okay. Chapter 222. The psychiatry school is located on the south campus of Tomorrow University, along with the contract department. The south campus is generally quiet, dotted with trees and flowers. The trees are much thicker than those in the other districts, their canopies blocking out the sun. Such age-defying trees are rare in the entire Federation. On the way to the psychiatry building, 2/3 of the way was spent walking under the shade of trees. It was cool. The students walking by were silent. Songsher spotted a yellow sign on the road that read, "No outdoor broadcasting, no loud sound, no loud noises." Every department has its quirks. For example, Tangyu and the fire department often organize sauna sessions for their students. Perhaps the psychiatry department is better suited to training in such a quiet environment, allowing for faster improvement. Songsher quickened his pace. Wu Wanyan walked to Songsher's right. She wasn't as unfamiliar with the surroundings as Songsher, curious about everything. She must have been here many times, so she was familiar with the route and would promptly correct Songsher's route. "My boyfriend is a contract worker, and I've come here to see him several times," Wu Wanyan explained gently, even though Songsher didn't ask. Songsher wasn't interested in who her boyfriend was. He was most interested in why Wu Wanyan was following him. She had a feeling she'd find out the truth soon. Finally, they arrived at a green building that blended seamlessly into the surroundings. The building was cylindrical, with outward-facing windows that jutted out from the ground, reflecting the dark green oil film. From a distance, it looked like a spiraling vine entwined around the building. The principal had given her the contact information for the psychiatry teacher in advance. The teacher told her to go directly to the 13th floor. Songsher entered the elevator, and waited for Wu Wanyan and Chiu Ruijian to enter. The elevator doors closed and ascended to the 13th floor. 13th floor, we've arrived at the concentration training room. Please remain quiet. A robotic female voice echoed from the elevator, and the doors opened. The name concentration training room, coupled with the quiet campus and the added reminder, made Songsher's steps lighter as he walked out. But the sudden clamor of noise, as the elevator doors opened, deafened Songsher. About 70 students were scattered chaotically across the floor of an indoor training room. Everything was going on, the noise was boisterous, like elementary school students leaving get out of class. This was completely different from what Songsher had imagined a psychiatry class would be like. The psychiatry students gradually quieted down upon seeing Songsher. Today was Songsher's first public appearance since the violent terrorist attack. Songsher looked toward a small platform slightly raised above the floor, where the teacher was supposed to be teaching, but he wasn't in sight. A girl with a pigtail on one shoulder stood up from the crowd and trotted over. She glanced at Songsher and said sheepishly, "Teacher Yin and the others are in a meeting." She pointed to the second floor of the nearly 5-meter-high training room. Among the rows of rooms, one was closed. The girl spoke in a low voice, snapping her fingers constantly. She seemed a bit reserved, and she wasn't used to being with Songsher and 3 strangers. The meeting should be over in 10 minutes. It was supposed to be over by now, but it seems, they have a disagreement. Why don't you wait here for a moment? The girl awkwardly led them to a rest area separated from the training room by a glass partition. Songsher glanced at the second floor and followed her toward the rest area. Suddenly, a startled voice rang out from behind Songsher. "Li Jingkan, where are you going?" Li Jingkan? That name seemed familiar. Beside her, Wu Wanyan turned her head before her. Songsher suddenly remembered that when she returned from the first base, Wu Wanyan had asked her a strange question. "Do you know someone named Li Jingkan?" She had replied, "No." Like Wu Wanyan, Songsher turned around and looked at the newcomer. Her pupils suddenly shrank. Since she had come into this world, this was the first boy who had deceived her, exploited her kindness, and nearly sent her into the mouth of a monster. Li Jingkan, on the mountaintop of the stimulating experiment, within the glass enclosure, had been so ungrateful that he had pushed her into the mouth of a monster and successfully awakened his contract system. The fair-skinned boy walked towards them with brisk steps. Songsher's initial stiffness from shock deepened as he approached, and as he did, she clenched her fists and bent slightly, assuming an offensive stance. Chiu Ruijian, standing nearby, noticed this and looked at her in surprise. "Wanyan, why are you here?" Li Jingkan asked, addressing Wu Wanyan. "Songsher? ? She turned her head, looking at Wu Wanyan in disbelief. Wu Wanyan's boyfriend is Li Jingkan. Li Jingkan walked over and naturally put his arm around Wu Wanyan's shoulders. Wu Wanyun didn't resist, and the two of them moved intimately. Wu Wanyun said, I came to help my roommate find a teacher from the psychology department. Why are you here? The contract department and the psychology department train together. As you know, some of our courses overlap, so we often train together. As Li Jingqian explained, he looked up at Song Shi. He seemed to have completely forgotten Song Shi and everything that had happened between them. He greeted Song Shi with a smile. Hello, I've seen you on the news many times. Song Shi's brows furrowed, staring at his face as if he were staring a hole through it. She wasn't mistaken. The eyes, nose, mouth, the tone of voice, the curve of his lips when he smiled, all were identical to the man inside the glass. Li Jingqian walked towards her and extended his hand, a perfectly composed smile on his face, as if he were truly that sunny young man. Hello, nice to meet you. Is this our first time meeting? Song Shi asked back. You look familiar to me. Li Jingqian's smile remained unchanged. He was certain it's the first time. The smile on his face was the same as when he'd been at the stimulation experiment base. Song Shi later had many nightmares, dreams of the beast closing in on her, her head chopped off before she could escape. She even dreaded the aftermath, thinking how wrong she would have been if she hadn't dodged it in time. You're so forgetful. Let me help you remember, Song Shi said abruptly. Without waiting for anyone to react, he kicked the boy in the chest, easily sending him tumbling into the crowd on the training ground. The students from the psychology and contract departments, who had been observing them, were instantly furious. They gathered around, helped Li Jingqian to his feet, and condemned Song Shi's actions. Hey! How can you be so bad? How could you hit someone for no reason? You're relying on your status as a third-class student. Are you bullying me like that? Song Shi ignored them, approached Li Jingqian, grabbed his collar, and dragged him to his feet. Chapter 223. Wu Wanyun hurried over and half-knelt in front of Li Jingqian, tightly grasping Song Shi's hand that was gripping Li Jingqian's collar. Song Shi calmed down. A soothing force slowly descended upon Song Shi. She actually tried to soothe him. Song Shi slowly looked at her. A death stare. For the first time, Song Shi stared at her with the eyes he gave his enemy, cold and devoid of any personal emotion. In that instant, Wu Wanyun suddenly realized that her roommate, who skipped breakfast, was a ruthless thug among the berserkers. She could crush a whole bunch of berserkers to win first place in the competition. She could chop a man in half without blinking, chopping off his hands. She was the worst of the berserkers. Wu Wanyun's hands, which had been holding Song Shi's, suddenly felt cold and stiff, like a lump of ice. She swallowed fearfully and, trembling, slowly released Song Shi's hand. She had a look, so Song Shi ignored her. Do you remember now? Song Shi's sharp gaze locked onto Li Jingqian again, tugging on his collar. The 1.80-meter tall Li Jingqian was held in Song Shi's hand like a chick, at his mercy. Li Jingqian's face was pale. The sudden kick had clearly taken its toll. The contract awakening also strengthens the body, but it's far inferior to the peak-level berserker awakening. Even so, facing Song Shi, who was clearly on the verge of exploding, Li Jingqian maintained an innocent air. I don't know what you're talking about, or what I'm trying to recall. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding between us. Let me go, and I can explain it all. Huh. Song Shi's lips curled into a cruel smile, and he shifted his grip from the collar to the neck. Your broken legs have healed, so your memory has vanished along with them? Do you need me to help you remember? As Song Shi's fingers tightened, Li Jingqian's lungs were deprived of oxygen, his carotid artery was compressed, and he struggled to breathe, his face gradually flushing. However, what truly made Li Jingqian's pretense unbearable was Song Shi's foot landing on his right knee. The agony of his legs being torn apart by the beast suddenly resurfaced. That excruciating pain, his legs falling like puppets on strings, was unbearable even after 2 hours of healing. He would often wake in pain at night, sweating profusely, and touch his legs, doubting whether they had truly healed. He later sought repeated examinations from numerous healers. Every bone, every blood vessel, and every nerve in his legs was in its proper position. His legs were intact and in peak health. It was his mind that was ailing. He paid a large sum of money to hire a psychic awakener to heal the trauma. After 6 months, he finally accepted that his legs were intact and his nightmares were over. But then, Song Shi stepped on his leg again, and he suddenly felt a surge of pain he had long forgotten. He panicked, his voice trembling and choking. Song Shi. We can talk it over. Too late, Song Shi said coldly, stepping on him. Crack! The nearly insignificant sound amid the clamor of the crowd became a fatal blow to Li Jingqian's nerves. He struggled free from Song Shi, hugged his legs, and curled up on the ground, howling in agony. Jinkan, I help you heal your wounds." Wu Wanyan tried to approach him, but he pushed her away. Wu Wanyan sat on the ground in a state of panic, and could only try to comfort Li Jinkan. The chatter around them, criticizing Song Shi, grew louder and louder. Words like violent barbarian, potential criminal, next lunatic, and should be expelled fell unnoticed into Song Shi's ears. Song Shi didn't care. She couldn't kill Li Jinkan in a crowd, so she had to at least cripple one of his legs. She stepped forward, raising her leg high to deliver another kick, but Xiao Ruijian grabbed her arm and pulled her back. "I thought you were a calm person." Xiao Ruijian's voice darkened. "Do you know how many people are waiting for you to commit a crime?" Song Shi shook his hand away. "None of your business." With that, he finished what he hadn't done. He kicked Li Jingsan's other leg hard. "You're showing off in front of me. Do you think I won't deal with you just because you become a contract type?" Li Jingkan, whose mood had improved slightly after Wu Wanyan's soothing words, was kicked again, knocking him dizzy and tumbling 2 meters away. Song Shi chased after him, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up. Li Jingsan's face was contorted with pain. "During last year's stimulation experiment, I helped you escape multiple times, but you pushed me to the beast just to save your life." Even now, Song Shi was still furious when he thought about it. Wu Wanyan, who had rushed to protect Li Jinkan and stop Song Shi, paused at this. "Stimulation experiment? Is that the stimulation experiment I know about?" The psychic and contract types, who were watching, also grew uneasy at Song Shi's words. Li Jinkan and Song Shi both awakened in the stimulation experiment, from the same batch. "I'd never heard Li Jinkan talk about it before. How could we possibly talk? Didn't you hear Song Shi say that people helped him, and he's pushing them to the monster just to save his life? What else is that?" "I didn't. You're talking nonsense." Li Jinkan also ignored what others thought. He only knew Wu Wanyan was standing beside him, gritting her teeth and denying it. "Wanyan, don't listen to her." He gasped as he spoke, and it sounded painful. In reality, only his right leg was broken. His left leg had been kicked by Song Shi, but because of the angle, it wasn't broken. His serious condition was 2/3 due to psychological trauma. Wu Wanyan stood in Li Jingsan's blind spot, watching the struggling Li Jinkan in silence. The previous anxiety had vanished at that moment. She seemed to have seen through something, and instead felt a sense of relief. She even felt like tucking her messy hair behind her ears and straightening her wrinkled clothes. In a situation like that, surviving is a blessing. If it were you, you wouldn't necessarily do any better than Li Jinkan. Not everyone present disliked Li Jingsan's actions. There were also those who understood him, like the man in sunglasses. Many psychologists wore sunglasses indoors, a kind of learning method. "You understand him. You didn't do the same thing during the stimulation experiment, did you? Because you killed that person, you didn't end up like Li Jinkan." Venomous people can be found in every department. The man in sunglasses was instantly speechless, and it was because his criticism had hit home. "Song Shi, can you let him go? The teachers have finished their meeting. Don't let him delay important work." Wu Wanyan appeared behind Song Shi and whispered. The door to the second-floor conference room opened from the inside, and some teachers came out. Although the noise was loud, the decibel level was already high enough, so the teachers didn't notice anything outside. Song Shi left Li Jinkan behind. Would kill him, but not here. Chapter 224. The teachers gradually emerged, and the chaotic noise downstairs gradually quieted. The psychology and contract students, who had gathered in a thick circle to watch the excitement, immediately dispersed and returned to their original positions in an orderly manner. Song Shi, standing in the center of the circle, was revealed, as was Li Jinkan, who was curled up on the ground, clutching his legs and groaning in pain. A tall, thin, cold-faced teacher recognized his student with a sharp eye. He pushed past the other teachers standing in front of him and ran down the stairs to the second floor. He squatted on the ground and tried to help Li Jinkan up, but Li Jinkan, driven mad by the pain, pushed him away. The teacher fell awkwardly, his hands resting on the padded floor of the concentration training room. Li Jinkan, standing in front of him, had his right knee twisted, clearly broken. Among the crowd of psychology and contract students, the only outsider who could do this was Song Shi. Li Jinkan cried out in pain, sweat dripping onto the ground, and rubbed off his clothes. The contract teacher got up, looked around, found Wu Wanyan, grabbed her hand, and ordered, "You're a healer, go save him immediately." Wu Wanyan looked embarrassed. "I can't get close to him." "Calm down. I can always do that," he said. It's a well-known fact that healing types don't require close contact to perform calm down. Wu Wanyan did as she was told, injecting the calm down power bit by bit, But it had no effect. Li Jinkin remained in the same state. Did you actually calm down? Are you lying to me? Seeing that Li Jinkin showed no signs of improvement, the teacher flew into a rage, glaring at Wu Wanyun and raising his voice. The people around him shuddered at his sudden outburst. Some psychiatry students covered their ears in discontent. Wu Wanyun's delicate features furrowed in discontent after being yelled at, and she met the teacher's gaze with a composed expression. Is it because I'm a healer that you only dare to lash out at me, teacher? Her blunt revelation left the teacher stunned. He thought he found an outlet, but it turned out to be a tough sell. He quickly shouted at Songshur again, trying to save face and prove he wasn't a coward. Songshur, he's an S-rank contractor. There are only 5 S-rank or higher contractors in this class. This was why he was so furious over Li Jingshan's injury. The contractor ranks among the top 20 in the entire Awakener system. The loss of one such rare Awakener would be a loss to both Tomorrow University and the Federation. He usually treated her like a treasure, but today, after coming to the psychiatry department for exchange and study, he'd been dealt a terrible blow. You're taking advantage of your special status to act arrogantly, disregarding school rules and regulations, and bullying your classmates. I report your behavior to the Academic Affairs Office. I see if your points are high enough to justify your actions. At this moment, the other teachers came down the stairs and gathered around to calm him down. Teacher Zhao, don't be angry. These are just petty, rude fights between students. Just say a few words. Why bother? A bald teacher patted his back soothingly. Another teacher, a brightly dressed female teacher in a red, hip-hugging skirt, came over and said with a smile, it's not easy for the children to earn points. You know how important they are to them. It's not worth it to fight over something like this. Li Jingsan's contract department teacher immediately lost his composure, and the superficial peace could no longer be maintained. He took 2 steps back, freeing himself from the 2 teachers surrounding him, one on each side, and then pointed at them. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Songshur is about to join your department, so you're starting to protect her, aren't you? The bald teacher shook her head, a look of fairness on her face. What are you talking about, Brother Zhao? As teachers, we treat all students equally, whether they come to our department or not. We're putting ourselves in the students' shoes. After all, we all went through student life together, so we should be considerate of each other, the beautiful teacher said earnestly. Bah! You psychology department members are the most snobbish. Teacher Zhao didn't buy it, and immediately dragged the entire department into the discussion. They were just enjoying themselves, but they were being insulted for no reason. The psychology students watching the fun were immediately displeased. When it comes to sarcasm, they never lose online, and even less in real life. I don't know which department has been hoarding our psychology department's resources for over a decade. Exactly. We've never accused them of taking advantage, but now they're accusing us of being too powerful. The contract department members were displeased upon hearing this. Everyone wanted to side with their own department. Whoever's hoarding your resources, stop flattering yourself. The contract department is the school's priority department, and I was saying you were hoarding our resources. The psychology department, whoever provides evidence is right. Every time our seniors donate a hunted exotic beast, they give you half of the time to study. The underground cages, where the exotic beasts are held, record the time they enter and exit. Do you want to go see how long your contract department has been there? It was indeed rare to see teachers and students from both sides arguing simultaneously. Of course, some teachers went to check on Li Jingkan. After all, Li Jingkan had been injured in the psychiatry building, and they couldn't just leave him alone. Soon, a psychiatry teacher used their psychic powers to investigate and discovered that Li Jingkan was experiencing excessive phantom pain due to mental stress. With the phantom pain resolved, Li Jingsan's condition would improve slightly. Psychiatry has the ability to clear psychological shadows. A psychiatry teacher stood above the curled-up Li Jingkan, their psychic power flowing in the form of a smooth ribbon, flowing from Li Jingsan's left brain and out the right. The darkness in Li Jingsan's memory slowly dissipated, his cries weakened, and his body gradually relaxed. When psychiatry clears psychological shadows, it actually weakens the memory that caused the other person pain. It's not erasing the memory. The other person will still recall the memory from time to time, but when they do, they won't bring their own subjective feelings into the memory. Instead, they will view the people and events in the memory from the perspective of an outsider. A psychiatric psychiatrist capable of clearing psychological trauma must be at least A-level, and their fees are high, 4 or 5 times more expensive than a healer. The higher the level of the psychiatric psychiatrist, the faster the psychological trauma is cleared, the more durable the results, and the lower the chance of relapse. Li Jinkin had seen numerous psychiatrists, spending a fortune, before his trauma was cleared. Today, as soon as Songshur stepped on his leg, all his previous efforts were undone. He could be considered a blessing in disguise. Every psychiatrist who was able to attend the meeting today was S-level or above, and the female teacher who personally cleared his psychological trauma was even a double S-level. In less than 3 minutes, Li Jinkin recovered. He calmed down, opened his sweat-stained eyes, and looked at the teacher before him, weakly thanking him. "Thank you for your help." The teacher shook his head and withdrew. "Li Jinkin, you're awake?" The male teacher, who had been engaging in debate with the crowd, saw his student awake and immediately rushed over. "I've called a healer for you. They be here soon. Just hold on." For an awakened person, the fractured legs, aside from the inconvenience, were perfectly acceptable for the pain. "No need," Li Jinkin shook his head. "No need to bother, my." He looked up, searching for Wu Wanyun. Standing to Songshur's right, he spotted her. He smiled sweetly. "Wanyun will help me heal." Wu Wanyun stood quietly, making no move to approach him. The smile on Li Jingsan's face gradually faltered. Seeing Wu Wanyun taking so long to arrive, Li Jingsan's teacher became even more anxious than Li Jinkin himself. "Wu Wanyun, putting aside your relationship, you're a healer, yet you allowed your classmate to die without help." Wu Wanyun remained unmoved by his moral blackmail. Songshur walked toward Li Jinkin. Li Jinkin instinctively shrank back. His teacher also looked at Songshur warily. "What are you doing here?" "I'm a healer too. Didn't you say healers can't allow their students to die without help? I'm here to save him." As Songshur spoke, he knelt down in front of Li Jinkin, grasping his wrist despite his resistance. The teacher watched Songshur's movements nervously, warning, "Songshur, with so many eyes on you, don't try to play dirty tricks." If she wasn't playing dirty tricks, why would she come here? Could it be that she really wanted to heal Li Jinkin? Songshur sneered inwardly. Chapter 225. Li Jingsan's fear of her was dispelled by the psychiatric teacher. This wouldn't do. She had to make amends. At least until she actually took action, Li Jinkin had to live in agony. Illusion of despair. It was a very useful skill. Silently. Psychiatric teachers can only dispel psychological shadows, not create them. Even with so many double and triple S-level psychiatric teachers standing around watching her, Songshur wasn't worried they'd discover her actions. While repairing the wounds on Li Jingsan's legs, Songshur read his most fearful memory. Before reading it, Songshur knew that the memory was the memory of her kicking him into the monster's mouth, spitting on him, and having his legs bitten off by the monster. If he hadn't suddenly awakened, he would have become the monster's digestive matter, thrown off the cliff to be used as fertilizer for flowers and plants. After reading it once, it was indeed true. Songshur reconstructed the scene and played it back to Li Jinkin. The twisted bones in Li Jingsan's legs snapped back into place, returning to their normal state. Songshur stood up. Li Jinkin had a fit. He cried out in pain again, clutching his legs, and rolled on the ground. "Songshur, what did you do?" The contract teacher's face flushed, and he practically grabbed Songshur by the collar, demanding to know why she harmed his precious student. Song feigned innocence. "I only healed his wounds. With so many people watching, I didn't dare to do anything." The bald psychiatric teacher stood by Songshur, raised 3 fingers, and said solemnly, "I testify that Song did nothing." "Your testimony is useless," the contract teacher said, fuming, his teacherly demeanor completely gone. "Are you a healer?" the bald man said. "I swear she didn't use any psychic tricks." The other person said, "Eh." The elevator door opened silently. 2 people in medical healer uniforms approached. They had been called by the contract department teachers to treat Li Jinkin. Songshur, facing the elevator entrance, was the first to see them. "The healers are here. If you don't believe me, you can have them recheck." The bald teacher repeated himself like a parrot. "Yes, if you don't believe me, you can have them recheck." The contract department teacher ignored Songshur and the bald man and waved to the 2 healers, asking them to recheck Li Jingsan's body. The 2 healers squatted in front of Li Jinkin. They couldn't hold Li Jingsan's hand. Li Jingsan's hands were in a gesture of rejection, resisting anyone who approached him. He was completely absorbed in the beast's attack, his eyes glazed as he shouted, "Don't come over here, don't come over here." The 2 healers tried to soothe him, but to no avail. Li Jinkin refused to calm down, the exact same situation Wu Wanyun had faced earlier. The 2 healers, their faces grim, searched for the cause. At that moment, Songshur, standing behind them, stood with his hands behind his back, idly admiring the surroundings. As expected of a psychiatric training room, Upon closer inspection it felt like entering a primeval forest, with a green hue and botanical decorations everywhere. The ventilation system blew in the soothing scent of greenery. Unable to control Li Jingqian, the two healers looked up at the psychiatric teachers around them for help. Help him calm down. We just recently performed a psychological trauma cleansing on him. A contract-type mind isn't suited to multiple invasions in such a short period of time, the teacher who had previously helped calm Li Jingqian said professionally. Neither hypnosis nor trauma cleansing can be performed. The contract department teacher kneeling beside Li Jingqian suddenly woke up. Yes. To establish a connection with the alien beast, he needs to have very high brain sensitivity. Frequently invading the brain with mental power will reduce their perception. Song Shi, strolling leisurely, paused upon hearing this knowledge point. The contract department has this kind of weakness? She was intrigued. But what happens when perception decreases? The information she received after signing up for a year's membership didn't include any information on this. Song Shi contacted the Q&A forum blogger G Genius, whom she hadn't spoken to in a while. Girl, you become an adult after just a few months. The red mark after Song Shi's username had indeed disappeared. Song Shi waited for him to get down to business. Perception is the criterion for grading the contract department. The higher the perception, the easier it is to control the alien beast, and the more loyal the beast will be. To control an alien beast, the contract department needs to establish a subtle connection with the beast's brain nerves. Perception is the key to establishing this connection. Declining perception makes the person dumb, making it difficult to establish a connection. The consequences of diminished perception range from demotion to demotion. As you know, the contract type is the only one of the awakened types that can regress, the other being the alien type. Both the alien type and the contract type belong to the exotic beast category. When Song Shi first learned that some awakened types could regress, he was surprised. After all, everyone advances level by level DCB, SSS level. Even if their advancement is slow, at most they remain at a certain level, not regressing. The two beast taming types, however, are different. If they don't progress, they regress. It turns out it's all due to perception. A peaceful regression is the least of the consequences. If they discover their perception has decreased while taming a beast and choose an exotic beast that doesn't match their strength, they will suffer the beast's backlash, madness, or death. The alien beasts they could control were matched to their own levels, a process meticulously calculated. D-level contractors were paired with D-level alien beasts, and S-level contractors were paired with S-level beasts at the highest. There couldn't be any mistakes. The Federation stimulation experiments, where the lowest level alien beasts were selected for stimulation contractors, followed this matching principle. Song Shi turned off his computer. Another way to kill Li Jingqian without anyone noticing. Elsewhere, a group of people forcibly restrained Li Jingqian's hands and feet. The healer was finally able to touch him, and their healing power circulated through him twice, finding no problems. This proved that Song Shi hadn't tampered with him. Then why is he like this now? The contractor teacher asked unwillingly. He had always believed it was Song Shi's fault. Otherwise, why would he act like a madman after being touched by Song Shi, even though he was apparently fine? It seems to be a psychological factor. Psychological factors depend on the psychiatric system. Li Jingqian couldn't receive psychic treatment at the moment. We have to wait until tomorrow. So Li Jingqian was knocked unconscious, and told to stop suffering for now, and consult a psychiatrist tomorrow. Before leaving with Li Jingqian, his teacher approached Song Shi and said, I report everything you did today to you. I try to curb your arrogance. This is for your own good, otherwise your character will sooner or later become seriously flawed. This was the first time Song Shi had ever discussed character with someone of the violent type. He smiled and said nothing. Chapter 226. The farce ended with the departure of Li Jingqian and his teacher. Shi Xiao, I've brought you here. I'm leaving now. Wu Wanyan also said goodbye to Song Shi. Before leaving, she said, if you have any questions, you can come to my dorm and I tell you. To be honest, Song Shi had lost interest. Originally, Song Shi thought Wu Wanyan's actions were a conspiracy against him, but now it seemed that was not the case. He was just a tool used by Wu Wanyan to verify Li Jingqian. Wu Wanyan's goal had been achieved. Song Shi knew that Wu Wanyan had used her. His favorability towards Wu Wanyan, which was not high to begin with, had now plummeted to zero. Although Wu Wanyan's exploitation had allowed Song Shi to find Li Jingqian, he was able to relieve some of his resentment. Song Shi's expression was indifferent. Wu Wanyan paused, then realized what was happening and chuckled self-deprecatingly. You probably aren't interested in knowing about our emotional entanglement. That's good to know. Don't let it happen again, Song Shi warned. I hate being used. With that, he turned and left. You're such a heartless person. Wu Wanyun stared at Songsher's back. We've lived together for so long. I even brought you breakfast. I thought our relationship was closer than strangers, but it's not. Songsher turned his head, his eyes penetrating. Don't be so self-satisfied, expecting others to be grateful for your generosity. And don't always tell yourself I'm heartless. It's mutual. Wu Wanyun and Li Jinkan had a special relationship. The bouquet of flowers she's seen when they first met must have been given by Li Jinkan. The happy smile on Wu Wanyun's face at the time didn't seem fake. Songsher even believed that before today, Wu Wanyun and Li Jinkan were still close lovers. However, the moment Wu Wanyun saw through Li Jinkan's character, she decisively gave up on him, watching him struggle in agony without even the slightest intention of stepping forward to help him. Heartless was a word that suited her better. Wu Wanyun clenched her teeth. She disliked the word. She retorted, he relied on his ability to control the beasts to orchestrate a heroic rescue. His kindness to me was just a facade, just to get close to my family. I discovered his true colors and kicked him out. Isn't that right? Songsher met her gaze. Why do you think heartless is a derogatory term? Wu Wanyun was stunned. Wasn't Songsher condemning her behavior? Was he praising her for cutting ties and cutting losses? Her heart raced. She wanted to confirm her suspicions with Songsher, but he had already followed the psychiatry professor to the second-floor conference room. In the conference room, 5 psychology faculty members sat behind a U-shaped conference table, with Songsher in the chair opposite. It felt like an interview. The female teacher on the far left of the U-shaped table operated a computer and projected a video into the air. The video showed the day of the attack on the mirror maze. Just as Zhang Wenjing and Wu Hua's attacks were about to land on Songsher, she clasped her hands together and quickly pulled them apart, revealing a light blue barrier shimmering with light. At this moment, the spatial gate had not yet appeared in the sky, and the simulation mirror had not yet been destroyed. The video was recorded by the simulation mirror within the mirror maze. The video freezes on the moment Songsher pulls open the virtual barrier. Can you show us your psychic power materialization? The red-dressed female psychic awakener in the middle of the U-shaped table asks. Psychic power materialization is one of the psychic type skills. It's not psychic power materialization. Songsher roared inwardly. The virtual barrier is a form of healing virtual weapon. Unfortunately, there's no explanation. Songsher could only resign himself to his fate and pull with both hands. A barrier identical to the one in the video appeared in the conference room. 2 teachers emerged from behind the U-shaped table, including the bald teacher with a head like a boiled egg. They circled around Songsher, examining the psychic power materialization that measured about 2 meters in diameter. The bald man bent his index finger, tapped it twice, and finally commented with satisfaction, "Nice hardness." The awakener in the red dress, who hadn't left her seat, held a pen between her index fingers and held her forehead in silence. If it can withstand a cannonball, how can its hardness be bad? I told you to check the purity. The bald man then remembered and quickly released his own mental power to shake hands with Songsher's. In other words, think of Songsher's virtual barrier as a filter, his mental power as pebbles of varying sizes. The larger the pebble that could slip through, the lower the purity of Songsher's materialized mental power. The result was that his mental power converged above the filter, forming a full mass, without a single pebble slipping through. This purity, SS level, right? He moved aside in shock, allowing the other 3 people behind the U-shaped table to see. The female awakener in the red dress stood up and leaned out from behind the table. Incredible, incredible, she explained in a startled dialect. The bald teacher immediately sent out the invitation, his eyes blazing at Songsher. Songsher, come to our department. You're only S rank in other departments, but you're a double S in the psychology department. Don't you think you've earned something? Songsher raised his eyes and said, Teacher, I'm not stupid. The same rank in different departments is simply not comparable. We learned this in high school. The bald teacher scratched his head. Uh-huh. Really? We still teach this in high school. His voice trailed off, and he returned to his seat. He received several rolls of the eyes. If you don't know how to say it, just shut up. It makes us psychology department idiots look even more idiotic, and people won't want to come. A teacher next to him lowered his voice. Oh, the bald teacher said timidly. Can you tell us? When you materialized your psychic power, did you sense the spatial distortion? The red-skirted awakener asked Songsher, pointing her pen at the image in midair. 3 seconds after Songsher opened the virtual barrier, a spatial portal opened wide, and the flying awakeners sent by Song Yi flew out and began firing tranquilizer needles at them. Only space-type awakeners can sense spatial distortions. Did this group think she was still a space-type awakener? No, I was just defending myself against the attacks of two opponents. I watched the entire video. Their attacks were insidious, every move aimed at killing you. The Red Skirt Awakener, the highest-ranking member of the group, said seriously. If I were you, I'd consider switching to a safer and easier type, like the Psychic type. Song Sure. I still prefer a more intense and brutal training style. You are? The bald man hesitated. Okay, let's get back to the point. Can you show us your other Psychic type skills? The Red Skirt Awakener said. Song Sure, I only know how to materialize my mental energy. Really? The woman crossed her arms and looked at Song Sure suspiciously. After a moment, she pointed at her own eyes, then at Song Sure. My eyes are as shiny as his head. You're not lying, I can tell. Song Sure stared back at her expressionlessly. So do you think I'm lying now? Chapter 227. The two of them locked eyes. After a moment, the female teacher averted her gaze, covered her mouth with her hands, and coughed lightly, changing the subject. Let's move on to the next question. The video progress bar scrolled back, freezing on Song Sure using his mental power to materialize a long sword, its blade radiating a blue glow. This clip was shot from a top-down angle. Song Sure grasped the arm extending from the spatial portal with one hand, and with her other hand, she spread her fingers and formed a hollow grip. A blue virtual blade materialized, resting obediently in her palm. We haven't seen this skill of yours before, the female teacher said, looking through the information. This skill doesn't belong to the mental system, nor does it belong to any of the 1,022 known skills in the Federation. I created it myself, Song Sure said. The five teachers looked up simultaneously. Do you understand what you mean? The female teacher in the red dress said, glaring at Song Sure. You will be the originator of this skill. The bald man congratulated him. You also have the naming rights for this skill. What will you call it? He leaned forward, his expression curious. The emergence of new skills is not uncommon. 100 years ago, when humans first developed superpowers, every superpower user was completely in the dark about their abilities, having no idea what they possessed. Through continuous exploration, the thousands of fixed skills we have today have emerged. It was an era of explosive skill development. As more and more skills were discovered, the space left for future generations to explore and develop became much smaller. In recent decades, few new skills have emerged. Song Sure, are you sure we want to discuss the naming of this skill now? Shouldn't this kind of thing be reported to the Supernatural Power Administration? It feels like it has nothing to do with these teachers. The bald male teacher spoke bluntly. We invited you here just for this new skill. The teacher next to him poked his arm, glared at him, and muttered, You can't keep your mouth shut. The bald male teacher quickly pursed his lips and made a zipper-zipping motion. The teacher who poked him looked at Song Sure calmly. Teacher Sue and I work at the Supernatural Power Administration. A thin, pale teacher, who had remained silent, raised her hand and waved to Song Sure, identifying herself as Teacher Sue. The male teacher continued, You can demonstrate this supernatural power in full before us and tell us the name you've chosen. We register it and submit it to the skill database right away, saving you another trip to the Supernatural Power Administration. Although for Song Sure time is money, and every bit saved counts. But in this situation, Song Sure had too many concerns. I can't guarantee that everyone can use this skill. I can't provide a clear guide to its use, and I'm not even sure if it belongs in the psychic category. It's definitely not psychic, but now it's time to find a place for this skill. Song Sure couldn't absolutely say it was a healing skill, so he could only leave the classification to them. Psychic, definitely psychic. The bald man slammed the table, stood up, and vowed. As for your three current psychic categories, the Berserk category can't output psychic power. While the healing category can, it only affects living organisms. Only we psychic categories can use psychic power to summon wind and rain, attack with psychic power, and materialize with psychic power. As he spoke, he raised his hand and materialized a plane of mental power. He tapped it with his fingers as if rapping on a table. Look, listen. That crisp sound is so similar to the virtual knife in your video. Song Sure. And you can't provide instructions for use. What's the big deal? He said nonchalantly. What skill is only accessible to 1 or 2 people in the first few years after it's introduced? Without professional guidance, how could anyone figure out how to use it? That's true. The Wu family healer was able to keep their skills secret, and the federal government didn't say anything. The bald teacher smiled at Song Sure, as if looking at a delicious bun. Let's register the name in the skill database first, and then we go through the rest of the process. So she only needed to name the skill. She wouldn't have to worry about anything else. You get paid, the red dress teacher added. Anyone who wants to learn your skills will have to pay you. Patent fees? This was the first time Songshur had heard of such a thing in the Federation. Federal technology wasn't patent protected, anyone could copy it. Skills actually have protection. But she had learned so many skills, finding free methods online, purchasing materials, and studying with teachers, and she had never heard of this thing. Within 30 years, after 30 years, there's no need to pay. Songshur, So that's it, only protected for 30 years. 30 years is to stimulate everyone's exploration and development of skills. Any longer would not be beneficial to the overall development of humanity. With so many psychic awakeners in the Federation, 30 years of patent fees would be a huge sum. But Songshur didn't believe anyone could master virtual weapons. She had no hope for the 30-year patent fee. You want this new skill to be classified as a psychic skill? The 5 teachers exchanged glances. This was indeed their genuine thought. If this skill were to be listed under the psychic department's name, they could apply for research funding, resources would be shifted toward the psychic department, and the psychic department's status within Tomorrow University would rise. To be honest, each university for psychics prioritizes different departments. Tomorrow University emphasizes the natural sciences, the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Natural Sciences Department is Tomorrow University's gold medal department, and its teaching quality and resources rank first among all psychic universities in the Federation. Some natural science students from other bases also consider Tomorrow University when choosing a university. The healing department is next. The psychic department doesn't even make the list. The resources of a university are limited, and they favor one over the other. The resources for the psychic department are pitifully few. The beasts used for student training are donated by past students. Songshur didn't care about their reasons for doing this. The virtual weapon skill had already been exposed, and sooner or later it would have to find a home. If not the psychic department, then the berserker department, or the healing department. What she cared about was, how are you going to research it? Songshur was a lucky star for the psychic department, and the teachers wouldn't let him suffer any injustice. Come whenever you have time. Just let us know beforehand, the red-clad female teacher said kindly. We cooperate with you. If the journey is too long for you, we can even send someone to pick you up. The offer was good, so Songshur agreed. The skill is called Virtual Weapon. Songshur extended his right hand, and under the gaze of 5 pairs of eyes, a curved blue dagger condensed in his palm. The dagger was composed of pure blue spiritual energy, and the light spiritual energy slightly radiated outward. Songshur looked as if he were holding a dagger burning with blue flames. If nothing else, the appearance was eye-catching enough. After Songshur demonstrated his full range of skills, she put away her weapon, and stood up to say goodbye amidst the astonished and admiring gazes. Chapter 228. Songshur was on his way back to the Berserker training ground on campus, when he received a message from Xiao Haitang. Are you interested in going outside the base? Songshur's spirits lifted. Did you find Songyi? No. Songshur, After the homing bomb entered the space gate, and the Federation authorities located the exact location of the bomb explosion in the southern hemisphere, the awakened team set out. As soon as Sonya's space gate closed, a Federation space-based psychic opened it to the same location. But it was empty. The hunting group also sent personnel there. Xiao Haitang sent her footage captured by a recorder carried by an awakened. Out of the space gate, there was a thick fog. They arrived just in time, and the smoke from the homing bomb explosion hadn't yet dispersed. Perhaps there were some wind-based awakened, as the slowly swaying smoke was swept up into the sky by a sudden tornado, making the view much clearer. As far as the eye could see, towering trees blocked out the sun, one after another, thick vines entwined among them, as if a monkey would swing from the vines, howling, at any moment. They had arrived at a place resembling a primeval forest. On the ground lay a pile of bullet casings, and half a body, the remains of the brown man, who had been crushed by the spatial portal. Aside from that, there was no sign of Sonya's group. They must have opened another spatial portal, and slipped away. Someone in the video circled around and returned. Otherwise, why wouldn't there be even a shoe print? Songyi had slipped away again, leaving no trace. This was exactly what Songshur had expected. The Federation ordered the awakened team to expand their search area. After several days, they still had no results. Your school just ordered 10 ironclad ice sides. It's a large order for hunting outside the base. The group is currently short-handed, so you be filling in. Although we're not going to capture Song Yi, we can go outside the base. Song Shi longed to see the world outside the base. That world, teeming with exotic beasts, had long held a fascination for her, drawing her there. Song Shi agreed. When do we set off? In 2 days. We need to scout a good area to hunt 10 ironclad ice scythes at once, preferably in areas with a high density of ironclad ice scythes. We also need to prepare the hunting tools. In 2 days, it happens to be Saturday. How long will the round trip take? Song Shi asked in a text message. This was her first time participating, and she wasn't familiar with the process. In her opinion, with the help of the Space Awakened, the travel time would be almost negligible. Hunting for the ironclad ice scythe would definitely involve an awakened team. The ironclad ice scythe itself isn't very high level, so with proper preparation and overwhelming strength, you should be able to catch 10 in an hour or 2. A round trip would probably take half a day. Unexpectedly, Xiao Haitang said, if you're lucky, a day will be enough. If you're unlucky, the ironclad ice scythe might not be in that area that day, and you have to spend time looking for it, which could take forever. Song Shi fell silent. If she wanted more than 2 days, she would have to request leave in advance. If the principal knew she was going off base, he probably wouldn't approve her request. I've decided, I put your application up. Okay. Opportunities to leave the base were rare, so Song Shi decided to seize this opportunity to train herself. Xiao Haitang, when you have time, come to the group and get acquainted with your teammates. Xiao Haitang added, although you might not fit in with them. Awakeners leave the base in small groups. The 4 to 6 people in the group spend, who knows how long they've been working together. Neither the chemistry nor the trust between them is something a new member like Song Shi could possibly integrate into. For example, the Federation's Awakener groups are formed in the first semester of their sophomore year, and then they spend a year of field training and integration in their junior year. If there aren't any major issues, they won't be replaced and will remain a permanent group for life. Team members level up together and go on missions together. So, the members of an Awakener group are closer than family. Unless for special reasons, such as the sacrifice of a team member or when internal conflicts reach a critical and irreparable level, they will be disbanded and reorganized. Awakener groups are rated, with different level groups performing different level missions. A team that is disbanded and reorganized will almost always be demoted several levels. Few people are willing to disband. Song Shi's teammates on this mission out of the base will all have their own dedicated teams, huddling together for support in times of danger. She, however, will be undertaking this mission alone. However, she is both a healer and a berserker, unafraid of the alien beast's black energy and capable of both defense and offense, thus fulfilling the criteria for a team. Xiao Haitang, or rather, Qin Yi behind him, assigned this mission to her because of her dual-class abilities. Song Shi was about to type, then there's no need to meet, when Xiao Haitang's message arrived. Xiao Haitang, don't refuse. If you can't fit in, you can always ask them about the outside world. They've been out there for years, and have more experience than you. Song Shi thought about it, and decided it made sense. Then I find time to go over. When will they be there? Xiao Haitang, they've always been there. They're eager to see your dual-type abilities. Song Shi glanced at Qiu Ruijian, who was following behind him. Seeing Qiu Ruijian's puzzled look, she lowered her head and asked Xiao Haitang, what should we do with Qiu Ruijian? Can you get rid of him? We couldn't have Qiu Ruijian follow her outside the base. He'd be too much of a burden. Xiao Haitang, Director Qin has already thought of it. Just wait for the news. The next day, Song Shi received a notice from the principal, temporarily recalling Qiu Ruijian. The reason was that Qiu Ruijian's level was too low, and his combat effectiveness was low, relative to Song Shi. In the last battle in the Mirror Maze, Qiu Ruijian's effectiveness hadn't been fully demonstrated. He couldn't protect Song Shi. Overwhelmed by the SSS level space types, he couldn't cast the space gate, and couldn't even get close to Song Shi. Song Yi has SSS level space awakeners under his command. If the Federation truly wants to protect Song Shi, it must send at least one. But the Federation only has 5 SSS level space awakeners. Compared to Song Shi, the Federation has many more important figures who require close protection. Each of those figures is a heavyweight. The death of one would throw the Federation world into chaos. Song Shi is nothing. Furthermore, the Federation's primary intention isn't to protect Song Shi. They're afraid that Song Shi and Song Yi are secretly connected. This concern was dispelled when Song Yi bombarded Song Shi with a cannonball, completely killing him. Song Shi leaned against the bedroom door, watching Chiu Ruijian pack his luggage in a good mood, a tube of nutrient solution dangling from his lips. Goodbye, Taylor. Chiu Ruijian pulled his luggage, turned away expressionlessly. Goodbye? Gone. Chapter 229. Songshur didn't move out of the Berserk department staff building. This was also the principal's suggestion. To put it bluntly, Songshur was now a ticking time bomb, and there was no telling when Song Yi would target her and strike back. Moving back to the healing department building would keep the healers, unable to protect themselves, in constant fear. If Song Yi really came, they wouldn't even be able to fight back, and would be killed in droves. The staff building was occupied by experienced teachers, either from the warrior department or the berserk department, as well as retired veterans, who had served in the battlefield and could offer some support to Songshur. After seeing Chiu Ruijian off, Songshur retrieved the instant food he bought at the convenience store last night from the refrigerator and microwaved it to fill his stomach. After a quick lunch, Songshur changed into his training clothes and headed to the berserk department training grounds. On his way downstairs, he ran into the chief instructor, who also lived in the building. "Hello, chief instructor." Songshur paused to greet him. "Well, go and train hard." Liang Mian walked past Songshur. Songshur slowed down and followed him from the side. 26 students and 2 comrades were killed, and he was deeply traumatized. The day after the accident, Liang Mian spent the entire morning holding a memorial service and resumed training in the afternoon, not letting the incident take away any extra time. The two of them went to the training grounds, one in front of the other. On time. The others had already formed up, and Songshur returned. Because some students were missing, Songshur filled the gap in the middle of the back row. The overall training atmosphere became more tense and tense. No one discussed the incident, but simply practiced with all their might. After 4 hours of practice, the last hour before get out of class ended featured a short in-class practice session, where pairs were randomly matched against each other. They were restricted to using only learned moves, and were not allowed to incorporate any unconventional techniques learned elsewhere. The original intention was to consolidate today's learning. The in-class practice was to match players of the same level. Zhang Wenjing was the only one left at the SSS level, and he was assigned to the SS group. "Zhang Wenjing, battle," the coach announced, looking at the random match results from the computer. Songshur. Everyone looked at Songshur, standing at the end of the line in astonishment. When did Songshur reach SS level? Wasn't she still S level in the last mirror maze? There were only 21 players left in the SS group. Including Zhang Wenjing, there were 22 people, 11 groups, battling simultaneously. Songshur clenched his fists and assumed one of the 18 different attacking positions discussed in the previous class, watching Zhang Wenjing's movements across from him. "Every time I play against you, it always feels refreshing." Zhang Wenjing stood there blankly, with no intention of attacking, as if simply chatting with Songshur. "My hairstyle does give you a refreshing look," Songshur said. She still had a shaggy, dog-eaten haircut. She wanted to get it fixed at the hairdresser, but she never found the time. So she just let it grow out naturally. After all, she wasn't the one who was being ugly. After Songshur said that, Zhang Wenjing finally noticed Songshur's haircut. "It's really ugly." "Songshur, I was referring to your strength," Zhang Wenjing corrected Songshur. "I saw your video in the mirror maze." Refreshing wasn't really an adjective for her hair. Songshur was slightly surprised that Zhang Wenjing could even say such compliments about someone else. "When you punched the simulation mirror, that meant you were using a weapon for personal use, right?" Zhang Wenjing suddenly said. Songshur. She knew it. Zhang Wenjing stepped forward, taking an offensive stance, his tone grim. "So you've always been my loser." This perfectly suited Zhang Wenjing's personality. He couldn't acknowledge anyone else's superiority, and he always had to look down on them. What a cocky guy. Songshur charged forward. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Most of the other level players waiting for the match focused their attention on Songshur's group. Songshur was able to defeat an SS class player at S class. But now that she's SS class, can she defeat an SSS class player like Zhang Wenjing? Many people shared this thought. The onlookers didn't realize they were subconsciously lumping Songshur in with the unusual group. In the past, no one would have considered which was stronger, SSS class or SS class. The two simply weren't comparable. I don't think so. Songshur must have been close to being promoted to SS before, his strength approaching that of an SS, which is why he was able to dominate among the SS. Now that Songshur has just been promoted to SS, his strength shouldn't be on the same level as Zhang Wenjing, who has been at SSS for over a year. They didn't dare use affirmative words or a positive tone. The result of the battle between Song Shi and Zhang Wenjing soon came out, proving their assumptions were overblown. Song Shi was kicked by Zhang Wenjing and sent flying, landing among the instructors, unable to get up for a moment. The blonde female instructor stepped forward and helped Song Shi to his feet. Song Shi manually reset his broken wrist as the head instructor blew his whistle. Group 1, Zhang Wenjing wins. Zhang Wenjing glanced at Song Shi calmly and returned to the team amidst the admiring gazes of the others. SSS is worthy of being SSS. There were many who praised him. Zhang Wenjing defended their perceived hierarchy. What's wrong with you? Song Shi was stopped by the chief instructor on her way back to the team. Did you waste a few days of rest? Seeing Zhang Wenjing rush up, you froze there, motionless. Song Shi lowered his eyes. It reminds me of the guy who fired the cannonball at me last time in the maze. We're very similar in build. The chief instructor was silent for a moment, then lowered his voice. Psychological disorder? Song Shi lowered his head and said nothing. The chief instructor recalled the past few days. They dealt with the parents' dispute, the media attention, and the people at Base 1 who were eyeing Song Shi covetously. But none of them had paid attention to Song Shi's mental health. She was just a young adult. Facing such a powerful shell, she had no way of knowing if she could survive. It was hard not to be traumatized. Take tomorrow off to see a psychiatrist, he said, leaving the next group. Song Shi glanced at him from behind and returned to the team. After an afternoon of training, Song Shi returned to his dorm to shower before returning to the classroom for his academic class. The female lecturer was discussing the 10th restricted area, Harbor Province, detailing the entire ecological chain from beginning to end. Song Shi listened in, his attention focused on the school forum, searching for the freshman contract department's class schedule. A week before the start of freshman year, a senior student posted the class schedules for all departments. Song Shi found the contract department and clicked on it for a quick glance. Tomorrow morning, the contract department will have a practical training session. Contract department members can control alien beasts, and practical training requires contact with them. Yesterday, in the psychology department's concentration training room, she heard someone mention the underground palace cages that hold alien beasts. The psychology department and the contract department share access to the alien beasts in that underground palace. The underground palace cages appear to be built within the psychology department. Song Shi then searched for a layout map of the West District, where the psychology department is located. Found it. The underground prison is right below the spiral green building we visited yesterday. Chapter 230. The shadow representing the underground palace cage on the map covered a vast area, almost 1/3 of the West District. The psychology department building seemed like a needle stuck above. The cage held a strange beast. If it went mad and devoured a person, it wouldn't implicate her. Song Shi found the psychology department teacher whose contact information he had added yesterday. Hello, Teacher Cha. Song Shi had just greeted her when the message entering appeared on the other side. Your instructor Liang has contacted me. He asked me to help you with your problem. Come to my place tomorrow, and I teach you the psychology department's psychological shadow removal skill. Song Shi agreed and made an appointment for 7 a.m. The pretext was, after finishing the course, there would be time to study the new psychology department skill, virtual weapon. In reality, it was because the contract department's practical class started at 8 a.m. Song Shi reserved an hour for learning the new skill. Learning a skill in an hour sounds unrealistic. For Song Shi, an hour was more than enough. She already knew shadow removal. Although it was called something different from the psychological shadow removal of the psychiatric department, the essence was the same. 7 o'clock was early for the psychiatric department, which didn't require in-body training, but since it allowed her to research virtual weapons, Teacher Cha readily agreed. Song Shi turned off her laptop and immersed herself in the class. 10 o'clock, get out of class ended promptly. Song Shi stuffed her textbooks into her locker, each with its own compartment, and headed for the school gate. She had contacted Xiao Haitang this morning, and was planning to go to Yezue Bar tonight to learn from the awakened team. They had agreed to meet at 10:30, but Song Shi wasn't in a hurry. She bought some food at a convenience store, and ate while walking towards the bus stop. The laptop suddenly vibrated. Song Shi looked down. Xiao Haitang, are we there yet? Song Shi untied a straw and stuck it into a milk carton, typing slowly. No. Xiao Haitang, I pick you up. Song Shi declined. No, I take the bus. Unexpectedly, Xiao Haitang sent a direct message. I'm already near your school's bus stop. The accompanying picture showed him sitting in a car, wearing sunglasses, his hair styled, with a few strands hanging down his forehead. He held the steering wheel with one hand and held up his laptop with the other, half his tongue poking out, a showy pose. In the entire photo, only the faded lettering of the bus stop sign was visible in the upper right corner of his head. He didn't reply and turned off the laptop. Songshur spotted the bus stop sign from a distance. A dozen meters away, a red convertible sports car was parked nearby. Songshur frowned and approached. Xiao Haitang, admiring his stunningly handsome face in the mirror, saw Songshur suddenly appear in it and turned his head in fear. "Damn, who are you?" The milk carton between Songshur's fingers was instantly crushed. "Haha, just kidding. Get in the car." Xiao Haitang shoved the mirror back in place, pressed a button, and opened the door for Songshur. Songshur stood there motionless. Convertibles. I'm afraid of getting shot in the head. There are many car models in the Federation, but convertibles are rare. Gun rights are allowed in the Federation, and there have been many cases of people hostile to the rich hiding in buildings around the streets, shooting those driving convertibles. This is uptown, full of wealthy people and awakened ones. What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Haitang waved casually at Songshur. Come on in. The security in Base 9 is better than Base 11. There won't be any problems. Besides, you've been upgraded, so you won't be killed by a single bullet. Songshur, does not dying justify getting shot? Songshur was worried about Song Yi arranging people, but then he thought, if Song Yi really wanted to do something, she could take the bus, and Song Yi could easily plant a bomb on it. By comparison, Xiao Haitang was more reliable. It wasn't like someone had tampered with the bus. Songshur went around to the other side and got in. The car started and ran purely on the ground. Songshur seriously suspected Xiao Haitang bought this car just to show off. Traffic on the ground was congested, and during rush hour, it was impossible to move at all. That's why the Federation had small private aircraft, the Skyway. These people can't see me with aircraft. Xiao Haitang raised her chin to look out the window. There were a lot of people out and about at this time of day, and suddenly such a flashy convertible appeared on the street, attracting many glances. Xiao Haitang enjoyed the stares, and even slowed down. Songshur's eyelids twitched. For some reason, looking at the crowd around him, he felt strangely irritated. If you go any slower, we'd be late. Just let them wait, Xiao Haitang said nonchalantly. They're going to hang out at my place anyway. If you arrive a little later, they can hang out longer. Speed up, Songshur said stiffly. You? Xiao Haitang glanced at her in the rearview mirror, about to ask why she was speeding. Are you Songshur? A surprised voice suddenly rang out from outside Songshur's car door. Songshur, who is awake in the third level? A young boy, still immature, clutched the car door and ran after it. Songshur's face was expressionless. I'm not you. You are? I know you. I've seen you on the news many times. Can you take a picture with me? The boy persevered, refusing to let go even after being nearly knocked over several times. Xiao Haitang slowed down, giving the other man time to recover, and persuaded Songshur he recognized you with that hairstyle. He's a loyal fan. Take a picture with him. The car stopped. The boy caught up, breathless, his voice stuttering. I have a camera in my bag. Wait a minute. He wiped the sweat from his eyes, and reached into his messenger bag for the camera. Xiao Haitang rested his chin on the steering wheel, a look of envy on his face. You're a celebrity now, too. You have fans chasing you for pictures. When will I ever meet my fans in person? Before he could even finish the word fans, a gun was pulled from the boy's bag and pointed at Songshur. Xiao Haitang's features contorted in shock. Be careful. You killed my sister? You deserve to die. The boy pulled the trigger. Songshur's hand had been resting on the seat adjustment, and the moment the boy pulled out his gun, she leaned back. Xiao Haitang's eyes widened. Without Songshur's shield, he was the one facing the gun. What should I do? He wanted to shake Songshur's shoulders and question her. The moment the boy pulled the trigger, Songshur reached out to grab the pistol. The muzzle deflected, and the bullet hit the windshield in front of the driver's seat. Xiao Haitang, having saved her life, breathed a sigh of relief, her stiffness softening. Songshur easily snatched the gun from the boy's hand. The boy reached into his backpack again, unsure what to do. Songshur aimed the gun at him and pulled the trigger. Bang! The boy fell straight to the ground, the bomb in his backpack half exposed. Do you still want fans like this? Songshur turned to look at Xiao Haitang. She still held her gun in a shooting pose, her face illuminated by the neon signs on the street, her nose casting a sharp shadow across her cheek. Xiao Haitang waved her hand. No, no, no. The sudden gunshot and the falling boy scared away those nearby. Some onlookers hid behind cover, watching from afar. Someone's dead. We can't just walk away. Xiao Haitang stepped out of the driver's seat and walked around to Song Shi's side. He took off his sunglasses and saw the bomb on the ground. A shudder welled up in his throat. Thank goodness he reacted quickly. Song Shi tossed the gun back onto the black backpack and looked at the boy lying on the ground, blood still trickling from the back of his head, his eyes wide open. Dying with eyes wide open. Revenge for my sister. Which sister? Many people have died at her hands. Why didn't he just throw the bomb right away? Don't want to harm innocent people? Worried the bomb might explode prematurely or be thrown back by her? Can't bear the pleasure of using a pistol to kill his enemy. Song Shi leaned against the car window, pondering the reason. Xiao Haitang was already contacting the city security team. Hello? Downstairs from the Shima Technology building on Jiangquan Road, someone has been shot and killed. The body is lying in the middle of the road. Come and deal with it. After contacting the city security team, Xiao Haitang contacted the hunting group's legal team, gave them the address, and ordered them to arrive within 5 minutes. Xiao Haitang squatted down and looked through the boy's messenger bag. Inside was a spare gun, 2 magazines of ammunition, 2 shells, and a photo in the inner pocket. Xiao Haitang looked at it, didn't recognize it, and handed it to Song Shi. It's probably his sister. See if she's someone you know. Song Shi took it. In the photo, the person affectionately hugging the boy's shoulder was a student from the Berserk department who had trained with her. One of the victims of the Mirror Maze terrorist attack. Song Shi remembered every one of the victims. The girl in the photo was named Huang Xiaohong, a B rank. Song Shi wasn't surprised that someone blamed her for the death of their loved one. Despite outside rumors, she and Song Yi were not related by blood. Song Yi had come to kill her, she survived, but someone else did. The deceased's family needed someone to vent their hatred. Song Yi was far away, but he resented her for being in the base. Song Shi handed the photo back. A freshman from the Berserk department. She died in the attack at the training ground. Xiao Haitang understood instantly, saying, I can't tell right from wrong, and placed the photo back on the boy's chest. 5 minutes later, a flying vehicle carrying 3 black-suited legal personnel from the hunting group arrived. After briefly discussing the situation with them, and warning them not to reveal that Song Shi was the shooter, Xiao Haitang drove away with Song Shi. It was up to them to negotiate with the city security team. Xiao Haitang restarted the sports car, and this time drove as fast as he could, sprinting through the streets for 6 minutes before arriving at the Yezue bar parking lot. I never drive this car again. He slammed the door shut after exiting. I almost lost my life today. Song Shi surveyed the parking lot. There were over 20 cars and aircraft in this area, all of them incredibly impressive, a world apart from the cars parked in other areas. These were probably all owned by Xiao Haitang. Song Shi ignored his complaints and headed for the elevator. They arrived at the agreed-upon private room, only 3 minutes late. There were more than a dozen people sitting inside, men and women, some tall and some small, all with piercing eyes. As Song Shi walked in, their gazes were fixed on him. For a moment, Song Shi felt as if he were being seen through from head to toe. These 15 people belonged to 3 teams of awakeners. Xiao Haitang greeted them warmly, then patted the shoulder of a towering figure and introduced him to Song Shi. This is Li Jimu, the captain of a 4-man team. Although their team is small, it's rated S-Class. We're one of the few 4-man S-Class awakeners in our group. We carry out missions efficiently, and are a team that Director Qin trusts very much. The awakener named Li Jimu's chest vibrated, and he grinned from ear to ear. Of course not. It's all thanks to Director Qin's kindness. We must not let him down. Old Li, stop being so modest. Let me introduce your new teammates for this operation. Xiao Haitang and his brotherly arms clasped hands. Li Jimu looked at Song Shi and said generously, don't be polite. Just call me Li Tieto. I'm a warrior. The mission will begin the day after tomorrow. If there's any danger, just stay behind me. I absolutely guarantee you won't get out without a single hair on your head, he vowed, patting his chest. I'm a 3rd class. Why would I need your protection? The man who spoke was as thin as a bamboo pole. Call me Wang Zhu, and these are my teammates, a 6-member S-rank awakener team. He briefly introduced himself and looked at Song Shi with an arrogant attitude. Are you really a 3rd-level awakener? Demonstrate it to me. Song Shi smiled and declined. You have a chance to see them during the mission the day after tomorrow. Zhu Gan's face darkened. Xiao Haitang livened up the atmosphere. Who's going to let someone show off their strength right away? You figure it out naturally once you get to know them better. Ah Jia hasn't even introduced her team yet. Songshur looked at the 5-person team in the corner of the private room. The leader was a woman with flaming red hair like hay, and a face heavily freckled. "Ah ja, the fire type, they're my teammates." The woman's voice was exceptionally soft, almost as if cotton were stuffed in my ears. After a brief introduction, Songshur began to ask them about matters outside the base, and points to be aware of. For example, how do we solve the problem of water sources outside the base? Li Tieta said, dew, spring water, river water, seawater, there's plenty of water. Just test it with your equipment before drinking. Besides, you're a healer, so you can drink it without testing. It won't kill you anyway. The group laughed. The words were crude, but the truth was there. Li Tieta was afraid Songshur would think he was talking nonsense. That's what the healers in our team do. Sometimes, when we're unsure if the water is poisonous, we let them drink it first. If they don't feel any effects, we drink it later. Isn't this a simplified version of Shenong tasting hundreds of herbs? Isn't that? Songshur asked his next question. After 4 hours of discussion, Songshur had mastered the most basic knowledge of survival outside the base. Which herbs should not be touched? They are poisonous and attack quickly, so quickly that the healer's cells can't keep up with the rate of death. Which herbs should not be approached? Their scent will make them targets, attracting nearby monsters. And which insects should flee when they see them? They may look the same as before the mutation, but they can alert other monsters, and so on. Songshur stuffed everything into her head, and she didn't return to her dorm until 3 o'clock. After a quick tidy-up, she laid down on her bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 231. The next day. It was 7 o'clock sharp. Songshur sat in the office of Teacher Cha from the psychiatry department. Teacher Cha was still dressed the same way she'd been the last time they met, in a vibrant red dress, her face always smiling, a smile bright and generous. "Let me wake up first," she said, walking to the coffee machine and pouring herself a cup of hot coffee. She turned and asked Songshur, who was already sitting in a familiar chair, "Would you like some?" Songshur glanced at her cup. "No, I'm not sleepy." "Being young is great," Teacher Cha sighed, holding the cup and sitting across from Songshur. She leaned her face against the rim, the hot aroma of coffee steaming against her face. She blew on it, took a sip, and instantly felt refreshed. "I heard that both the healing department and the berserker department have to get up at 5:30 a.m. for training," she asked Songshur casually. Perhaps every psychiatrist, in the initial stages of treating a patient, starts by chatting with them about things unrelated to their condition, and the awakened are no exception. About 5:20 for the healer. Psychic and healer types are both fragile, yet the healers work so hard every day, while the psychic types are so relaxed. This was something Songshur hadn't expected. I don't know who spread the rumor that healers have weaker physiques. A 5:20 morning workout every day, if it were a psychic type, 2 would be exhausted in 3 days. The tallest of the short guys. Healers are indeed weaker than awakened types, like berserker and warrior, but they're quite impressive compared to psychic and hypercognitive types. Huh? Teacher Cha thought, placing his coffee cup on his desk and staring at Songshur with interest. You're both a berserker and a healer. Are your stamina better than both? Songshur nodded. Otherwise, how could she have ranked in the top 10 in obstacle run when she was still S rank, surpassing all the SS rankers? When you're both SSS rank in healing and berserk, won't you be able to unleash power beyond SSS rank? Songshur hadn't considered what her SSS rank would be like. She was short-sighted. She only wanted to deal with her immediate enemy first. Songshur dodged the question, "Teacher, let's begin." Wait until I finish my coffee right away. The mental skill shadow removal followed the exact same process Songshur had learned on her own. Teacher Cha taught meticulously, and Songshur acted like a beginner, following her lead. He then perfectly displayed his genius, clumsily showcasing his recent learning achievements in front of Teacher Cha. In the office, 2 mice were kept in a glass tank. After repeated electric shocks, they were afraid to eat the cheese in the center of the tank. After Songshur cast shadow elimination on them, they forgot the fear deep within their memories, and headed towards the cheese covered with electrodes below. Teacher Cha gave Songshur a thumbs up. You've achieved results on your first try. Your learning speed is almost as fast as I achieved in a week. Songshur looked at the little white mouse, cowering in the corner, repelled by the current. I need a few to take home for practice. Where did you buy them? They were trained by the school's logistics department. Just go and request a few. Songshur's words reminded Teacher Cha. She checked the time. It was already 8 o'clock. Practice more when you get home. If you have any questions, ask me. I take you somewhere where we can test the devastating effects of your new skills. Songshur didn't ask where, but followed silently. As they exited the elevator, Teacher Cha said, "I've arranged to meet the other teachers. They're already here." Chapter 232. The elevator didn't stop at the ground floor, but went straight to the basement. Although it was the basement, the sensation of the descent suggested a depth of at least 30 meters. The elevator traveled from the first floor to the basement for 7 or 8 seconds before the doors opened. Every university for superpowers has a place to keep superpowered beasts for students to use during their studies. Songshur and Teacher Cha emerged from the elevator one after the other. What came into view was a silver wall, with corridors on either side, 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, very narrow. A row of lights stretched overhead, stretching endlessly, with no end in sight. Besides that, there was nothing. Not even the black energy emanating from the superpowered beasts could be seen. Teacher Cha walked right in front of her, and Songshur didn't dare to use his mental power to probe, fearing she would notice. The silence was complete, with only the teacher's voice. Psychology departments cannot do without exotic beasts in their daily training. Those in the beast taming department, such as the contract department and the alien department, rely even more heavily on exotic beasts for training. They can control ordinary experimental animals before even entering university. And you, the healing department, Teacher Cha turned to glance at Songshur, a former healing department student. You will also have to face exotic beasts in person during the second half of your freshman year to build up your courage. Purifying the black energy from exotic beasts face-to-face is a completely different experience than purifying them on instruments. The purification on instruments refers to the time back in the military hospital in the outer city, when the black energy from all the wards was concentrated on a single floor for centralized processing. In that situation, you could only see the black energy, not the exotic beasts, and the healers had no sense of danger. Going into battle without witnessing the power of exotic beasts is too cruel for students. It's disregarding their lives, Teacher Cha said. Our school has 2 underground prisons. One is in the East District, which is the South District where you, the Berserker, Warrior, and Fire Awakeners, are stationed. The beasts inside are all fierce and suitable for your daily training. The other one is in our West District. We're currently in the West District's underground prison. They approached a door. It was small, only about the size of a person, and taller people would have to stoop to enter. Teacher Cha opened the door and walked in, holding it for Songshur. Songshur lowered his head slightly before entering. It's designed so low to prevent the beasts from escaping. There's a pack of giant rats here, and they're very cunning, Teacher Cha said helplessly. After entering this door, the world before her changed dramatically. It was like entering a primeval forest. All sorts of beasts, all seen only in books, appeared before her. Fire rhinoceros cave rat, 4-eyed stink dog, earth wolf beast, and the 10 ironclad ice scythes she was about to hunt on her mission. Their appearances overlapped with the knowledge Songshur had memorized by rote. It was like a special species exhibition hall, with a wide range of sizes and colors, a strange yet savage beauty. They were enclosed in glass cubes of varying sizes, allowing one to see at a glance what each beast was doing. The beasts held here are of low level. Their attack power isn't as great as the underground prisons in the south area, but they're sufficient for the psychic department. Teacher Cha closed the door behind him. A number of students had already arrived for class, now gathered around a dream abyss beast as the teacher explained something. Songshur casually scanned the area and pinpointed his target, Li Jingqian. He stood in the front row of the crowd, listening attentively to the teacher's lecture, nodding occasionally. He looked like he recovered. So tenacious. As Li Jingqian listened to the teacher explain how to control psychic attack monsters, like the dream abyss beast, goosebumps inexplicably appeared on his arm. He touched his arm, confused, and felt someone watching him again. He looked up, his gaze passing through the dream abyss beast's glass grid, and through several layers of glass, he met Songshur's gaze from afar. The goosebumps, still unsoothed, instantly multiplied. Why is Songshur here? Li Jingqian, is there something wrong with what I'm saying? The teacher noticed his anomaly and asked cautiously, pondering her previous lesson. No. Li Jingqian shook his head nervously. Then I continue. The teacher cleared his throat. This dream abyss beast. After confirming Li Jingqian's location, Songshur moved towards him. She glanced at all the monsters in the distance, and the armored icicle caught her attention. She was about to go hunt this exotic beast, so she took a closer look. Seeing Songshur approaching the armored ice side, with great interest, Teacher Cha immediately followed. At the same time, more than half of the psychiatry teachers who had arrived earlier were heading over, while the rest were guiding their students. Besides the contract department, there were also psychiatry students attending the practical class today. "Little Song is here," the bald teacher called out to Songshur affectionately. Seeing Songshur pause in front of the glass pane of the armored ice scythe, he tried to find a conversation. "Do you like the armored ice scythe? Is she perverted? She likes exotic beasts." "Yeah," Songshur agreed, his voice half-hearted. "Why does this armored ice scythe look so sickly?" Lying in the glass cube, the two crab-like claws of the armored icicle drooped on the ground, translucent gray. The book says that the armored icicle's claws are transparent, like they're carved from ice. Gray, either sick or old. Most importantly, the cell it was in was filled with a dense black aura, a feeling of pre-death frenzy. Teacher Cha explained, "It's been imprisoned here for 19 years, since birth. The lifespan of its species is 20 years, so it's due soon." "Songshur, I see." The bald man saw Songshur's unhappy expression and said hurriedly, "We've reordered 10 live armored icicles. They should be delivered in about a week. You can come back and see them then. Their claws will be as beautiful as described in the book. And I recently heard that the first base is researching the edible value of armored icicles. It's said that the claw meat is very tender." The bald teacher said, his eyes gleaming with longing. Songshur wasn't in the mood to listen to what he said next about how the armored ice scythe tasted. 10 of them, armored ice scythes, and about the same time frame. How could they possibly have all of them together? It turned out that the order for those 10 armored ice scythes for the hunting group was placed by the teachers in the Department of Psychology. "Wipe your saliva," Teacher Cha said disdainfully, throwing a pack of tissues to the bald man. Then, looking at Songshur, he said, "Let's begin today's test." Songshur nodded. "Let's take this armored ice scythe," Teacher Cha suggested. "Its armor is thick and provides strong defense, perfect for testing the sharpness of your virtual weapon." Teacher Cha was thoughtful. Besides this, there was another reason. The armored ice scythe's attack point is at its pair of pincers. As it ages, the claw's attack power has greatly diminished. It's been imprisoned here for 19 years as a teaching object. All the psychiatric students during those 19 years have practiced psychic attacks with it, and its nerves have become dull. Even though Songshur's virtual weapon wasn't sharp enough, he wasn't worried about provoking the iron armor ice scythe and being injured by its resistance. "Where will we test it?" Songshur had noticed that in the glass cube next door, the teacher was organizing the students from the contract department to try to control the dream abyss beast one by one. Each person pricked their fingertips, squeezed blood into a syringe, and then inserted the syringe into the launcher. The launcher spanned the glass cube, injecting the syringe directly into the dream abyss beast's flesh, pushing the blood in. The contract department's process of controlling alien beasts uses blood as a medium. A close look revealed that several patches of skin on the dream abyss beast's body were missing, revealing the tender flesh beneath. Some method must have been used to prevent the wounds from healing, otherwise the needle wouldn't have been able to penetrate its body. There weren't many students in the contract department, only about 30 or so. From high to low, Li Jingqian is S rank, so it will be his turn soon. "There's a testing room in the underground palace," the bald teacher said, raising his hand. "It's right here. Follow me." Songshur and a group of psychiatric teachers moved to the testing room. The testing room was to the right of the iron armor ice scythe glass grid. All the alien beasts in the underground palace cages were arranged in a circle of about 10 or so, with the testing room in the center. The testing room was connected to the glass grid containing each alien beast, making it convenient for those who wanted to get up close and personal with the beasts. The testing room itself was also a transparent glass grid, allowing for easy observation from outside. There were many doors, only large enough for humans to pass through, which were always open, allowing those inside to evacuate as quickly as possible in the event of an emergency. "We had already set up everything here before you arrived," the bald teacher pointed to a circle of black box-shaped devices embedded in the glass at equal intervals. "They can capture your mental energy, simulate its range, and visualize it. They're very advanced equipment these days." Songshur was somewhat surprised by the device's ability to capture the direction of her mental energy. She relied on her undetectable mental energy to deal with Li Jingqian. Songshur stood still, asking, "Will it be affected by the black energy?" "Black energy is also a form of mental energy." "Yes. It's unavoidable. Once the finished video is out, we can only eliminate it based on its trajectory," Teacher Cha said. Songshur breathed a sigh of relief, as long as there was interference. The iron-armored ice scythe was shrouded in black energy. "Let's begin," Songshur said, walking towards the small door of the testing room. The iron-armored ice scythe was released. Songshur clenched his right hand, and a blue, flame-tinged virtual sword condensed in his palm. Students from the psychics department gathered around, curiously observing the weapon Songshur had conjured up out of nowhere. They had heard that virtual weapon was a skill within their psychics department. They would have the opportunity to learn it in the future. If nothing else, this virtual weapon is the coolest skill I've ever seen used, someone said with envy. With a simple gesture, a stunning weapon materialized, enough to satisfy everyone's inner chunabun. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the Dream Abyss Beast, it was Li Jingsan's turn. Chapter 233. After Li Jingkan pricked his finger and injected blood into the syringe, the operator outside the instrument adjusted the gun's direction, took aim, and fired at the Dream Abyss Beast's hind legs. The Dream Abyss Beast had just broken free from the previous person's control, and was furious. Furthermore, having been caged and used as an experimental subject for years, its body was weak and sickly. It could not make any major movements. Facing Li Jingkan, it simply growled from its throat, then supported itself on its front legs, hiding its hind legs. But its eyes glared fiercely and resentfully at the group of humans before it. As the blood slowly flowed into its body, its gaze gradually blurred. Li Jingkan stood outside the cage, facing it. Following the instructions previously given by the teacher, he focused his attention and carefully controlled the Dream Abyss Beast to obey his commands. The Dream Abyss Beast is a psychic attack beast. It can create illusions and manipulate other lower-level beasts. Strong Dream Abyss Beasts can even control awakened ones. Compared to ordinary exotic beasts, controlling a Dream Abyss Beast is considerably more challenging. Only by trying to control different exotic beasts can you choose the most suitable contract beast for your needs. The contract department teacher stood behind Li Jingkan, facing the other students. The Dream Abyss Beast is the most ideal contract beast. As you all know, we contractors can only control one exotic beast at a time. But if we contract a Dream Abyss Beast, leveraging its ability to command lower-level exotic beasts, we can control a whole group of them simultaneously. Such strength is very rare in the Federation. So, whoever among you can control a Dream Abyss Beast will be eager to team up with you in the future, even SSS-level awakened teams. Li Jingkan, intensely focused on the Dream Abyss Beast, frowned. The scene before him gradually distorted, and a sense of being out of control arose within him. He had attempted to control the Dream Abyss Beast before, though unsuccessful, the progress had been smooth. It was only because he ultimately failed to direct the beast's actions that he was declared a failure. But today, after only the first step in invading the Dream Abyss Beast's brain, the beast before him began to appear double. Blood began to ooze out from his nose, dripping onto the ground. Why is Li Jingkan bleeding from his nose? The others listening to the teacher's lecture noticed a pool of blood at Li Jingsan's feet, and pointed at it in alarm. The teacher turned his head, glanced at the ground, and immediately ordered, Li Jingkan, stop immediately. A nosebleed is no small matter for a contracted clan. It signifies mental damage. Perhaps the brain is suffering from the beast's inherent defense mechanisms. Li Jingkan knew this, and with a growing sense of discouragement, he was about to call it a halt. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him say something. If you can't, get down quickly. There are still many people waiting behind us. Don't waste everyone's time. An S-rank contract master, I've tried so many times, and I can't even control an old, weak Dream Abyss Beast. It's so shameful. I might as well just run into a wall and die. After all, he only got to S-rank thanks to his girlfriend's resources. There's a huge difference between a tonic and the real deal. Haha. And now he's been dumped. I wonder if he ever get to SS again in his lifetime. Li Jingsan's ears were filled with these mocking voices. His back stiffened, and his hands, hanging by his sides, trembled. The teacher also told him, let go, Li Jingkan. You're simply too mediocre. All your efforts are in vain. You simply can't compare to the other S-class. You can't control the Dream Abyss Beast. Dream Abyss Beasts are reserved for talented students. You're just an S-class built with the Wu family's nutrient solution. Too weak. I guess you only be able to join an A-class Awakener team. And Songshur will be the object of competition among all SSS class teams. Songshur's talent is far greater than yours. You can't compare to hers. Give up. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Sharp, piercing voices reached Li Jingsan's ears from all directions, and he trembled. Haha, did you hear that? Li Jingkan actually wants to compete with Songshur in talent. This is the biggest joke I've heard in my 20 years. Li Jingkan wiped the blood from his nose, and stared at the Dream Abyss Beast with a determined, cold gaze. Impossible. I won't go down. I can definitely control it. Shut up, all of you. Li Jingkan yelled a few times, then braced his hands on the glass. He pressed his eyes close to the glass, glaring at the dream abyss beast within, his eyeballs gradually filling with countless bloodshot veins. What's wrong with him? Did we talk? A girl from the contract department, her hair loose, observed Li Jingsan's unusual behavior and whispered to her companion, "The teacher just told him to stop. Why is he so emotionally unstable?" She couldn't understand. Who knows? Her companion curled her lips. Li Jingkan has been acting crazy these past few days. Wasn't he like this the day before yesterday, when he met Songshi from the 3rd department? He was fine yesterday, and now he's acting like this again today. Maybe it's the pressure, he concluded. No one knew that just now, Songshi, standing over 30 meters away from Li Jingkan, had manipulated Li Jingsan's mind. Imagination of despair. Silently. Inside the testing room. Should I use all my mental energy to chop it down? Songshi reassured the psychiatry teachers. The 7 psychiatry teachers, standing on the operating platform at the top of the testing room where Songshi was, nodded and shouted, "Use as much mental energy as you can. Don't leave any room for error." Okay. Songshi faced the armored icicle crawling toward her. The armored icicle resembled a scorpion, its entire body covered in an ice-blue carapace. Songshi remembered from the book that the armored icicle had a sickle-shaped tail, its primary weapon. The armored icicle before her did not have one. The tip of its tail was very sharp, and humans often cut it to make weapons. The ironclad Icide's tail had been chopped off, but not necessarily to make a weapon. The glass cage couldn't withstand its repeated attacks over the past decade, so it was cut off to prevent it from escaping. The ironclad Icide still had 2 large claws in front of it. Without a tail, it could only attack with these claws, which were currently gray. But only for now. Songshi threw a boost spell. The ironclad Icide's mental and physical strength, nourished by this mental power, gradually recovered, even showing signs of surpassing its peak strength. Why is the ironclad Icide running faster? Teacher Cha and the other teachers were standing high up, their vantage point allowing them to overlook the entire testing room. Teacher Cha noticed that the armored icicle crawled towards Songshi very quickly, a speed not normally achieved by a 19-year-old. The bald teacher saw something, narrowed his eyes, bent down, and leaned in closer, staring at the armored icicle. His expression changed after he saw it clearly. Why are its pincers transparent? Look here. Teacher Cha calmly magnified the image captured by the mental power detector on the inner wall of the glass. The teachers on the podium gathered around. In the image, all areas with mental power appeared gray, while living things appeared white, against a blue background. The sword in Songshi's hand was black. The mental power density was so high that the grays overlapped to form black, which was understandable. The armored icicle's body was emitting a gray hue, and numerous gray clumps emerged from it, flying around the testing room. Now, the gray almost obscured the blue background. Why? How did the ironclad Icide suddenly? The bald teacher considered his words. Resurrected? Resurrection means vitality. The ironclad Icide, half dead and about to sacrifice its life today for Songshi's test, suddenly burst into a powerful vitality. Can Songshi handle it? Someone worried. Whether the ironclad Icide was alive or dead wasn't important. What mattered was whether it could harm Songshi. Why don't we pause the experiment? Let's look for a weaker monster, someone suggested. Teacher Cha considered for a moment, then shook his head. No need. I've seen the battlefield records from when Base 11 was attacked by the monster wave. Songshi killed many of the group violent beasts. But there's no comparison between the Tuanbao beast and the armored Icide. The bald teacher disagreed. Tuanbao beast was a glutton in the world of exotic beasts, obsessed with eating, incredibly bulky, and slow to react. Teacher Cha raised his eyelids and glanced at him. There's no comparison between Songshi 2 months ago and Songshi now. This was the truth. 2 months ago, Songshi was an S-rank berserker, and now he's an SS rank, with a skill psychic materialization. No matter what, it wouldn't be Songshi who got hurt. Furthermore, the testing room had multiple escape hatches. If things got tough, Songshi could just choose any one and escape, whereas the massive armored Icide couldn't. Perhaps it was because Songshi was so rare and so crucial to the development of the psychic department that he was watching him so closely, fearing any mishaps. The bald teacher calmed his fluctuating emotions. The 7 or 8 teachers switched their gazes between Songshi and the sensor screen, fearing they might miss either one. Songshi and ironclad Icide engaged in a fierce battle. Songshi seemed unable to find a way to get close to ironclad Icide, circling it repeatedly. Ironclad Icide, in turn, chased Songshi back and forth. If a berserker instructor were present at this moment, they would have immediately seen that Song Shi was teasing Ironclad Ice Scythe, not even exerting even a fifth of his full strength. So nervous. Will she be caught? The psychology students watching rubbed their hands excitedly. I don't know. This is the first time I've seen an awakened person and a beast battle in person. It's so intense. Those berserkers are so arrogant. No wonder they're so arrogant all the time. I'd be the same. The intensity in their eyes was just Song Shi's way of stalling for time. What truly refreshed their understanding of the berserk type's power, and what would make any other berserk type battles over the next 10 years less impressive, was the scene that was about to unfold. Song Shi effortlessly dodged the Ironclad Ice Scythe's powerful strike. She stood in the center of the testing room, casually glancing around. 18 glass cells held 18 exotic beasts of varying forms. Trapped within sturdy, yet cramped, artificial cages, unable to move or escape, their existence a suffocating existence. A nerve in Song Shi's brain suddenly twitched. This was the feedback from the illusionary despair. Over there, Li Jingqian was almost there. Song Shi raised her eyes. She raised her sword. Sensing an inexplicable threat, the Ironclad Ice Scythe, seeking advantage and avoiding danger, began to retreat away from Song Shi, the center of the attack. Freedom. Song Shi's lips moved silently, his hands gripping the sword as he swept horizontally. A ghostly blue flame instantly spread out in an arc centered around Song Shi, frantically tearing through all obstacles. The retreating armored ice sickle was split in two. The testing room was split apart. The glass cages holding the exotic beasts surrounding Song Shi were all torn apart on the side closest to him. Crack! 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 They all cracked in unison, 1.5 meters above the ground. The testing equipment on the platform went off the charts. Blue, gray, and white, at that moment, simultaneously turned a thick, inky black. A powerful surge of mental energy swept through everyone gathered nearby, teachers and students alike, and they all took a few steps back, covering their faces. Only one person stood there, idiotically. It was Li Jingqian. The bald teacher clutched his head, one eye visible. What's going on? As soon as he asked, the test chamber beneath him began to shatter, sending large chunks of glass raining down. His legs buckled with fear. Luckily, the operating platform was suspended from the ceiling of the underground palace, not directly supported by the test chamber. Otherwise, from a drop of over 10 meters, they would have been nearly killed. Wait! He remembered something important. Song Shi was still down there. Song Shi! Be careful! He crouched on the ground, poking his head out and shouting at Song Shi below. Song Shi was holding onto a virtual barrier, leisurely strolling through the rapidly falling glass, powerful enough to crack his skull. The fragments banged against the sky above, a resounding sound. Roar! The terrifying roar of the Dream Abyss beast suddenly echoed, drowning out the bald teacher's shout. And then, like a signal, in the circle of glass cages surrounding Song Shi, 18 exotic beasts roared in unison. They had all received Song Shi's generous enhancement. Previously barely surviving, they were now infused with boundless spiritual power, their bodies brimming with strength as if they were reviving a last gasp. They rose from the ground. They butted their heads, kicked their feet, and even used their corners to butt against their cages. The glass grid, already cracked by Song Shi's rips, was now vulnerable to attack and shattered with ease. The entire underground palace began to shake, and shards of glass rained down like a shower of cherry blossoms in April. The first Dream Abyss beast to break through the glass cage alerted all the students, who were still stunned. Ah! Dream Abyss beast! The Dream Abyss beast is out! Run! The crowd scattered and ran. No one cared about anyone else. At this moment, escaping was the most important thing. Li Jingqian stood there in a daze, not moving an inch. He seemed oblivious to the impending danger, staring at the Dream Abyss beast, which had broken free from its cage and was advancing steadily toward him. He muttered, I've awakened. An S-rank contract master. I've awakened. Li Jingqian! Run! The contract master, who had already reached the outer reaches of the underground palace, looked back and saw Li Jingqian, still frozen in place. His face flushed with anxiety. The Dream Abyss beast leaned forward, its mouth wide open, saliva dripping from between its teeth onto Li Jingqian's head. S-rank. I am. Song Shi stood 10 meters away. If she had wanted to, she could reach Li Jingqian and drag him away in a second. Song Shi remained motionless. She held the virtual barrier indifferently, surrounded by falling glass. The Dream Abyss beast's maw opened wide, its fangs sinking into Li Jingqian's chest, piercing through it. The crackling sound of chest bones breaking reached Song Shi's ears clearly amidst the surrounding noises. Song Shi's lips curved up instantly. If you have the guts, come back to life. Chapter 234. Li Jingqian. The contract department teacher yelled at the top of her lungs, rolled her eyes, and fell backward, caught by her students. 18 alien beasts had escaped their restraints. After venting their anger by wreaking havoc in the underground palace, they turned their attention to Song Shi, the only human inside. Song Shi, get out of here! The security team will be here soon! Teacher Cha shouted at Song Shi from above. As if the alien beasts understood her words, one, carrying a tortoise shell, blocked the only exit from the underground palace. The psychology department teachers, suspended from the ceiling, watched this scene, and the color drained from their faces. These alien beasts, imprisoned for years, held a deep resentment towards humans, yet now, they had forged a cooperative relationship, sharing a common hatred. The rock turtle's shell is sturdy and impenetrable. The security team won't be able to break down the door for a while. Contact the Berserker department. Teacher Cha calmed the others. Don't just stand there. Whether it's a mental attack or hypnosis, try to hold off as many as you can. It's coming. A handsome male teacher said incoherently. What? Teacher Cha looked at him, bewildered. The male teacher stared at Teacher Cha's back, his eyes vacant, his body stiff, and he took a step back. Nine-legged dragon. Bang! The console shook violently twice. Teacher Cha hurriedly grabbed the railing and turned to look. A nine-legged dragon had sensed the presence of humans above the underground palace and had just crashed into them. It had landed on the ground, glaring at them fiercely. Its hind legs were tense, half-crouching, clearly determined not to give up. As soon as Teacher Cha had the thought, the nine-legged dragon jumped up, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced on them again. All the teachers took a step back, but due to the limited space at the workstation, they barely took a few steps before their backs hit the rear guardrail. The mouth of a nine-legged dragon was an extremely disgusting and terrifying thing. Even though all alien beasts were human enemies, humans still had preferences for certain ones. For example, the group violent beast, the ugly-looking but glutton. Outside the base, everyone was happy to encounter such alien beasts, easy to control and kill. The nine-legged dragon, on the other hand, was the opposite. Just imagining it would make you vomit up your leftover food in nausea. Jagged teeth densely packed around its mouth twice, and 9 tongues, scarlet and patterned, forked at the tip. Gazing into its open mouth, one felt a suffocating, sticky sensation, as if entangled within those soft, snake-like tongues. Research suggests this is one of the nine-legged dragon's hunting abilities. When prey sees their open mouths, they feel a sense of fear and nausea, slowing their reflexes and enabling them to devour their prey more quickly. Suddenly, seeing the scene, resembling a snake's nest with tens of millions of crimson snakes entwined to welcome their prey, even Teacher Cha was stunned, frozen in place. The operating platform was high. Last time, even though the nine-legged dragon flood had leaped nearly 20 meters into the air, it barely touched the bottom of the platform. The nine-legged dragon flood learned from its previous leap. Somehow, it quickly communicated with its companions and persuaded them to leap simultaneously with another exotic beast, located 10 meters away. While it was midair, the other exotic beast placed itself under its feet, willingly serving as a stepping stone. Using this momentum, the nine-legged dragon flood leaped a second time, effortlessly landing on the same level as the operating platform. Its 9 forked, tangled tongues darted out with a whoosh, swirling towards the teachers. Seeing the teachers trapped in its enchanting trap, a blue flying shield swooped in from the side, deflecting the nine-legged dragon's head and its disgusting tongue. The shield circled the nearly 30-meter-high underground palace before returning to Song Shi's grasp. The nine-legged dragon's attack failed, and gravity dragged its massive mass down to the ground at a rapid speed. The glass covering the floor was simultaneously catapulted into the air. The teachers, recovering from the sudden, unprepared abyss, broke out in a cold sweat. The underground palace trembled, and the operating table swayed. In a panic, the teachers supported each other, half crouching to lower their weight. This time, the strange beast failed to reach its food. Landing on all fours, it roared viciously at the culprit, Song Shi. It didn't lunge at Song Shi directly. Its roar seemed more like a communication with the other beasts, a message, hold her back. After its roar, the beasts that had previously surrounded Song Shi accelerated their attacks. Song Shi stood alone in the circle of beasts. Each beast was exceptionally large, and compared to them, Song Shi looked like a cat standing before a pack of tigers. At this moment, Song Shi was calm. She calmly retracted her virtual shield. The beasts growled and bared their teeth at her, their serrations sharp and white. Songshur sneered, dismissing them. A bunch of old, weak and sick. Roar! The dream abyss beast, facing Songshur head-on, howled, its bloody air blowing towards him. Songshur frowned in disdain. You're the most aggressive, so die first. Songshur opened her arms, and two long blue flaming swords suddenly materialized in her hands. Songshur twisted her wrists, and the blades blossomed like flowers in her hands. She raised both swords and charged forward. The dream abyss beast was vulnerable in her hands. A few slashes. Berserk upgrade progress, plus 3%. You losers, you're just giving me progress points. The progress bar for the Berserk upgrade from SS level to SSS level hadn't increased at all during the fight with Zhang Wenjing yesterday, but today, after killing the beast, it actually increased. That was clear. This time, the progress increase only affected the beasts. There were so many beasts here, more than enough for her to max out her upgrade points today. Meanwhile, the nine-legged dragon repeated its previous actions, refusing to stop until it had devoured the people at the control panel. This time, it again used mid-air momentum to leap twice in succession. But it didn't even touch the control panel. It crashed crisply into a transparent protective shield. None of the spiritual teachers were below S rank. The previous two times, it had moved too quickly, leaving the teachers unprepared and allowing it to triumph. How could there be a third time? That transparent barrier was the spiritual department's spiritual power materialization. Immensely solid, the nine-legged dragon slammed into it with a resounding bang, and the materialized barrier remained motionless. Teacher Cha, who was supporting the spiritual power materialization, spat out blood and fell to the ground. The other teachers quickly caught her. The alien beast's black energy attacked. Teacher Cha, lying on the ground, began to bleed from her nose and eyes. Teacher Cha was still conscious. Leave me alone, It's coming again. The nine-legged dragon didn't give up. Knowing these humans feared its black energy, it relentlessly charged forward for the fourth time. This time, it was the bald teacher who stepped forward to materialize his mental power. With a teeth-grinding resounding bang, the nine-legged dragon was once again repelled by the materialized barrier. If it were solely a physical attack, the psychiatric teachers wouldn't have worried about it. But its black energy had always been more lethal than the alien beast's physical attacks. As it approached twice, the accompanying black energy attacks eroded the psychiatric teacher's brains. The attack range of the alien beast's black energy varied, and humans used this energy as a criterion for classifying alien beasts. Any human entering the black energy's attack range would be affected, and awakened individuals would be particularly affected. Using supernatural powers within the alien beast's black energy's range was like accelerating one's own brain death. The nine-legged dragon's black energy had a very small range, and only when it leaped into the air did it affect the psychiatric teachers. Only healers can purify the black energy. The psychic skill's spiritual materialization can't isolate the black energy. The psychic skill brand can, however, isolate the black energy, but it has limitations. It can only seal the alien beast's black energy within a confined space, like the glass cube that previously trapped the alien beast. The operating table is open. The psychic teachers can only establish spiritual materialization one by one to withstand the repeated attacks of the nine-legged dragon. If attacked by the black energy, they can still be repaired by the healer, giving them a chance of survival. If they are caught in the nine-legged dragon's mouth, they will be ground into dust. Teacher Cha watched the three remaining psychics teachers struggle for a long time before giving the order, use psychic attacks. Each person now only had one chance to use their powers. Using hypnosis and psychic attacks meant the black energy would accelerate its invasion of their brains, depleting their fighting power. By the time the nine-legged dragon struck again, no one would be able to maintain the psychic barrier. But if they didn't use their powers, waiting for the nine-legged dragon to exhaust their chances, and reinforcements didn't arrive in time, they would be doomed. Teacher Cha decided to take a gamble. The three S-rank psychics awakened, following her command, stared at the nine-legged dragon as it leaped forward again, simultaneously launching psychic attacks at it. The nine-legged dragon's expression suddenly grew ferocious, and before it could even reach the barrier, it lost its strength and fell to the ground. Success, success? Someone glanced down cautiously. For the psychics awakened here, besides Teacher Cha, this was their first direct confrontation with a supernatural beast. They stayed on to teach because they were skilled at learning skills, and had a talent for imparting knowledge. They had no experience in battle. Not many awakened psychics could fight on the battlefield. Today, facing the nine-legged dragon, which wasn't within the glass grid, they panicked for a moment. Teacher Cha, who had actual battlefield experience, became their backbone. Don't let your guard down, Teacher Cha weakly warned them. While it's far away and out of its black energy's range, continue your attack. Yes. Wei Bang, report on Songshi's situation. One of the three still-standing psychiatry teachers poked his head out pessimistically. He held out little hope, but the moment he saw the scene below, he froze. Teacher Cha saw his expression was off. What's wrong? Did something happen to Songshi? She struggled to sit up, her brain congested with blood, her vision blackened, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. The male teacher, Wei Bang, quickly helped her back down, his saliva flying with excitement. She's alive. She killed those beasts. I just can't believe it. As long as she's alive. Teacher Cha sighed in relief, her eyelids heavy and her breath gradually fading. This time, we didn't take proper protective measures. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to her. You help her. With that, she lost consciousness. Teacher Cha. Teacher Cha. The three panicked. Wei Bang reached out a trembling hand to feel Teacher Cha's breath. There was none. He used his mental power again to detect life activity at the mental threshold, which was very weak. Teacher Cha, don't die. He shook Teacher Cha's shoulders desperately. Down below, Songshi annihilated all the beasts surrounding her in one fell swoop. Wiping the blood from his cheek, he couldn't help but curse, wait! Whose blood is it? It's corrosive. A burning pain shot through his right cheek near his chin. With a casual rub, a layer of flesh peeled off. Songshi hissed in pain, but ignored it, waiting for it to heal. With his sword raised, he rushed towards the last beast, the nine-legged dragon. Songshi vented all his anger on the nine-legged dragon. Having suffered multiple mental attacks, the nine-legged dragon had no power to resist. Its tail only moved as Songshi slashed at it. He easily decapitated it, and kicked it away. Still not satisfied, she chopped off each of the 9 legs, and only then did the pent-up anger in Songshi dissipate. The sound of crying overhead became clearer. Songshi looked up. She could only see the base. She could faintly hear the others crying, Teacher Cha, Teacher Cha. Songshi hadn't participated in their fight, but even a casual thought told her they were suffering under the 9-legged dragon's dark energy. The enhancement skill allowed for remote restoration of mental power, but Songshi didn't intend to reveal this skill for the time being. She glanced at the control panel overhead. The stairs leading to the control panel shattered along with the cracking glass in the testing room. Almost 30 meters high. Songshi walked towards the edge of the underground palace wall. The metal wall. Songshi coated her fist with mental power and smashed it, instantly creating a small dent. Songshi smashed and climbed. Soon she reached the top, more than 10 meters away from the control panel, which was slightly below her. Songshi had planned her route while underground. There was a ventilation vent at the top of the underground palace. Songshi pushed against the wall and leaped with all her might, grabbing the vent's bars. The teachers at the control panel watched her move, understood her intention, and made room for her. Songshi glanced at her feet, suspended in the air. 30 meters, a height high enough to make one dizzy. Songshi shifted her gaze, focusing on the empty tunnel at the control panel. She would leap 7 meters in the air. She rocked her body back and forth, gathering strength. At the exit of the underground palace, the lifeless turtle shell was powerfully kicked open from outside. Striking in, Liang Mian, the head instructor of the Berserk department, and his S-rank and above Berserk students, witnessed this very scene. Songshi swung on the ceiling of the underground palace. Below them lay the corpses of strange beasts, their deaths horrific. With the arrival of the Berserker department instructors, the students outside grew bolder and peered inside. Some, seeing all the strange beasts dead, darted in to watch the excitement. They took photos of the scattered beasts. Liang Mian kicked away the severed heads of the 9-legged dragons at his feet and looked up at Songshi, still swinging. He put his hands on his hips and asked, "What are you doing?" Songshi replied between swaying steps, "Teacher Cha isn't breathing. I'm going to heal her." Having almost accumulated enough energy, Songshi leaped out, her figure gliding like a fish to the operating table's railing. She slid inside. Someone also filmed this video and later posted it on the school forum, captioning it, "Who would have thought someone as agile as a monkey could be a healer?" At this moment, Liang Mian passed by Zhang Wenjing and ordered Wu Hua, "Hurry and bring the flight department guys over." With that, he followed the same path Songshi had taken, scrambling up the wall and leaping onto the operating table. A girl with a pigtail on one side stopped Wu Hua as she was about to leave, and summoning great courage, she said, "Well, there's also a healer." Wu Hua glanced at Songshi, who was at the top of the underground palace, and said in an ambiguous tone, "Oh, what do you need a healer for? Song sure is a healer. With her around, your teacher won't die. She's killed so many monsters, her mental strength must be running low." The only thing that answered her was Wu Hua's long-vanished figure. Song Shi was already repairing Teacher Cha. "How is she?" Liang Mian asked Song Shi, nervously staring at Teacher Cha's pale, blood-stained face after climbing onto the operating table. Then, he saw Song Shi's almost transparent face. Song Shi lowered his head, holding Teacher Cha's hand. Hearing this, he said, "It's okay, I'll be fine soon." Song Shi's mental energy had been at high consumption since the sword that split all the glass squares. Killing a monster was different from killing a human. Each move required several times more mental energy than fighting a human. At this point, his mental energy was dwindling. But it was enough to heal one patient. 10 minutes later, Teacher Cha rolled her eyes twice and opened them. She was awake. Song Shi released her hand and sat down. Liang Mian excitedly opened his mouth to say something to Teacher Cha, but Teacher Cha ignored him and held Song Shi's hand. "Xiao Song, are you okay?" Song Shi shook his head and glanced at the dejected chief instructor. TSK. What had she discovered? Song Shi's gaze was so obvious that Teacher Cha followed his gaze and saw the chief instructor's stern expression. Suddenly, he was furious. "You're still disappointed? What's there to be disappointed about? I didn't do anything. Do you expect me to burst into tears and be grateful to you the moment I open my eyes?" Liang Mian defended himself aggrievedly. "That's not what I meant." Song Shi, standing by, lowered his head and looked away, his ears perked up. Liang Mian's eyes glared. "Don't think I don't know you're smirking. Does Xiao Song's happiness bother you?" Teacher Cha said indignantly. "I just went through such a dangerous battle. If I were Xiao Song, I'd be laughing out loud right now. And you're still fussing over other people's laughter?" Liang Mian, "I don't care. The awakened flying type is here. Send you down?" Teacher Cha, "Xiao Song, go first." Liang Mian, "Okay." Chapter 235. The news that the underground palace cage holding the alien beasts in the West District had been destroyed, 18 alien beasts had escaped, and had devoured an S-rank contracted master, quickly spread throughout the school. The last time the Berserker department was attacked, 28 people died, only 6 days earlier. 6 days later, another student had died in an accident. The school forum was abuzz with discussion about this matter. How could the underground palace cage be breached for no apparent reason? Some questioned it. The underground palace cages in the West District have been built for at least 50 years, and we've never heard of an alien beast breaking through and escaping and devouring a student. 1 or 2 would be understandable, but this time, 18 escaped at once. Could there be a problem with their psychiatric department management? Also, the alien beasts imprisoned in the West District are nothing but scum, with all the sharp parts of their bodies cut off beforehand. How could they possibly break through such a sturdy glass cage? I can understand what happened with the Berserker department. After all, they're full of ferocious beasts. But what happened with the spiritual department's cage? I reasonably suspect it's an internal management issue, and they deserve an explanation. You don't know this? I'm a freshman in the spiritual department, and I happen to go to the underground palace for training today. It has nothing to do with the beasts, and there's nothing wrong with our department's management of the underground palace's cages. So what happened? Someone asked, but the floor owner didn't respond for 5 minutes. Someone got angry. Someone commented below, "You're talking halfway through, and your spiritual power materialization will always leak from now on." The spiritual department's signature skill, spiritual power materialization, isn't something everyone can master. Many spiritual awakeners never manage to achieve it, and the outside world often uses the term leaking to describe it. It's a curse even more vicious than giving birth without an anus. Psychic attacks will never hit their target. Brands will never be able to contain monsters. Hypnosis will always make you insane. Shadow removal will always become a beautiful memory. Some bystanders, who were just watching the fun, burst into laughter. The host returned 10 minutes later, and saw so many curses lined up that his eyes went dark. The host said, "I have diarrhea and need to go to the bathroom. Can you all be so petty?" The people below started to shirk responsibility again. It's not us in the healing department. We, the healing department of truth, goodness, and beauty, can't say such vicious words. It's not us in the machine-aided manufacturing department either. We're working tirelessly day and night to produce weapons for you. The accompanying image shows a place resembling a production workshop, with a river of molten metal in the center, its fiery red illuminating the faces of students on either side. Report someone slacking off in class. Traitor. It's not us in the lighting department either. We're casting a rain spell. The accompanying image depicts spiderweb-like lightning streaking through a gloomy sky. Water types. Sensing the scent, arrive. Pray for rain? Who's praying for me? Get lost. It's not us berserk types. Our curses are only more vicious. Do those above even count as curses? Case solved. Fire types did it. A fire type walked by, cursing. After a few moments of banter, someone remembered the real issue. So OP, what's going on? The OP hinted. This incident and the previous attack on the berserk training ground involved the same person. The massacre at the berserk training ground was a huge sensation at the time, and the buzz hasn't died down yet, leaving everyone unaware of it. That day, the infirmary was so busy that every healing student with a repair skill was deployed, demonstrating the sheer volume of casualties. And amidst that massacre, Song Shi, the target of the terrorists, miraculously survived. The school later released the details of the 10 minutes of the attack. Song Shi engaged in intense struggles with the enemy, escaping death numerous times. Anyone else would have perished countless times, but Song Shi remained unharmed. One battle made her famous. Why would she go to your psychology department's underground prison? Shouldn't she also be training with the Berserker department? Haven't you heard she's an awakened psychology student? She went to the West District's underground prison because the psychology department teachers must have wanted to determine her psychology level. Right, master. The master was one of the many psychology students who watched Song Shi's battle with Iron Armor Ice Scythe. He overheard nearly every conversation between Song Shi and Teacher Cha, and with a little research, he figured out the whole story. Not really. She discovered a skill never before seen in the Federation: virtual weapons. It's similar to psychic materialization, but more advanced. Essentially, they're both physical weapons condensed from psychic power. Virtual weapons can be transformed at will into blades, spears, swords, halberds, and even shields. The teachers took her to the underground palace to find a strange beast to test the power of the virtual weapons. The teachers told her to give it her all and leave nothing to chance, and she did as they instructed. No one expected her casual chop to shatter the surrounding glass cage. Haha, are you kidding me? Using virtual psychic power to cleave a 20-centimeter thick glass cage that held a strange beast, the host, I'm not kidding. If we hadn't been standing on the outer layer, we'd probably be dead by now. Most people believe it. There's no need to lie about this kind of thing. You've all seen the video released by the school. Song Shi literally conjured a knife with just a casual stretch of her hand. I thought her casual knife drawing skill was impressive enough, but I didn't expect it to be so lethal. Some people seriously analyzed that the lethality was likely solely due to her own strong mental energy reserves. As we all know, mental energy materialization consumes mental energy every second, making it a noble skill, second only to Space Gate in terms of energy consumption. Virtual weapons based on mental energy are certainly the same, or even more so. If it were us, a move this powerful would drain us completely. But there's more to it than that, as shown in the picture. She single-handedly created this horrific scene. The picture was taken by a student, while Liang Mian kicked away the rock turtle blocking the door. Don't tell me the person hanging from the ceiling of the underground palace is the one we're discussing right now. Haha, like a gecko hanging itself. Original poster, you know how to describe it. Yes, it was her. She climbed up the wall to repair our injured psychiatry teacher. For those who followed the entire process, let me summarize the entire process. Song Shi used her psychic abilities to split open all the glass cages and release the beasts, then used her berserker abilities to kill all 18 of them. Finally, she used her healing abilities to save the others. She was expending her mental energy the entire time. I'm sure Lu Xing would have been drained of energy from this whole process, yet she walked back to her dorm like nothing had happened. Conclusion: her mental power reserves are terrifying. The number of people discussing his situation kept growing, all expressing shock and curiosity about Song Shi's mental power reserves. Someone else asked, who knows Song Shi? Go ask around. I want to know. I pay. Yang Jinjin showed the comment to Song Shi. His eyes sparkled. Sure, why don't you tell me? We split the money we earned 50-50. Song Shi, who was devouring his meal at the dormitory table, raised his eyelids and saw the comment. His internal vision system panel showed him the remaining mental power points. 250. What a depressing number. You're just making it up. They don't know if it's true or not, Song Shi said, wiping his mouth with a tissue. That's true, but... Yang Jinjin held up a finger. The first element of gossip, strive for truth. Songshur walked back to the bed with unsteady steps and lay down. It's not news. Yang Jingjin sat down beside her bed. So strive for truth. At least, I wouldn't spread something I know is false. That's my professional ethic as a gossip saint. 7,300. Songshur said a number and closed his eyes wearily. Yang Jingjin was satisfied. Then get some rest. I bring you food tomorrow morning. She left and returned. Oh, by the way, Xiao Yuzi won't be back from training until 10 p.m., so I won't bother you with your sleep. We all come to see you tomorrow. Songshur waved, urging her to leave. She was exhausted, and she was almost dying of sleep. Also, those bottles of nutrient solution the principal sent are by your bed. Remember to drink them if you wake up. They're very effective. Got it. Yang Jingjin walked out of the bedroom, quietly closing the door behind her. Standing in the living room, she couldn't wait to send a private message to the person, telling them her 7,300 spiritual power. Personal account received, 100,000. Yang Jingjin counted the zeros, her eyes widening. Boss, what a generous man. She transferred half to Songshur. Quickly, word of Songshur's spiritual power of 7,300 spread through the forums. Students from the healing, violent, and psychic departments all lined up to borrow the spiritual power measuring device to determine their own spiritual power. There was nothing they could do. Songshur was their competitor. Little did they know that the number 7,300 was a fabrication by Songshur. While Songshur was sound asleep, discussions about her continued to grow in popularity on the forums. So just because she's a third-class cultivator, she can go unpunished for killing someone. I agree. I've always wondered this too. Do ordinary lives not count? The deceased was no ordinary person. An S-Class contracted master, at least a key member of an S-Class awakened team, murdered like that. And yet, these people are still bragging about Songshur. After all, they're all spineless. They kneel before anyone powerful, and after kneeling for so long, they can't stand up. On the way back to the dorm, Yang Jingjin kept scrolling through her laptop. Although the discussion wasn't about her, she felt an inexplicable sense of pride that her friend was so impressive and being praised by so many people. I was caught off guard by these outrageous comments, and my head was flushed with blood. I personally took action. Super Brain War God replied to post 269, who spilled vinegar. The sour smell is wafting over here. Super Brain God replied to F261, even soft bones are stronger than someone like you with congenital bone deformities. Super Brain God replied to F255, open your eyes and read the apology letter posted on the Psychiatry Department's official website. Stop slandering people all day long. Teacher Cha issued an apology letter regarding this accident an hour ago. The gist of it was that the Psychiatry Department teachers were inconsiderate. They tested new skills improperly, failed to clean the area and evacuate the crowd in advance, and failed to implement emergency protective measures, resulting in the death of a student from the contract department. All responsibility lies with the Psychiatry Department, not Songshur. Songshur stopped the monster from harming people in time, saving many lives. The Psychiatry Department ultimately compensated the family of the deceased with a large amount of federal currency, and the family agreed to sign a letter of understanding. Yang Jingjin firmly stood by Songshur. While she felt sorry for the death of a contract department student, she believed it was an unavoidable and unpredictable teaching accident, and Songshur was one of the victims. Many people shared Yang Jingjin's opinion, and a heated discussion ensued on the forums. So much so that a weak, pitiful, and helpless post was immediately pushed down as soon as it appeared. Am I the only one curious about Songshur's psychic department level? It fell on deaf ears. No one responded. The forum war of words ended in the early morning hours, as the school stepped in to suppress the meaningless arguments. The next day at 7 o'clock, Songshur's alarm went off. Songshur, his hair a mess, crawled out of bed. Sleepy. Still sleepy. I hadn't rested enough. But my mental strength had recovered by more than half. 6,900 points. After washing up, Songshur drank the nutrient solution at his bedside table and took the bus to the hunting group. Today was the day for the mission outside the basement. Arriving at the basement level of the Yezue bar, the others had gradually arrived. Songshur greeted Xiao Haitang. Didn't sleep well? Xiao Haitang asked, looking at the languid Songshur. More or less. Actually, Songshur's attention was distracted by the nutrient solution surging mental energy. He drooped his eyelids and didn't bother to explain. I hadn't expected the nutrient solution the principal had given him to be so effective. Songshur leaned back in his chair and waited for the others to collect their equipment. Pull yourself together, Xiao Haitang said, a rare expression of seriousness. There are dangers lurking outside the base. How can Director Qin let you leave like this? Song Shi rubbed his face. After everyone else collected their equipment, Song Shi stood up, collected a full set, and changed in the locker room. A pure black combat uniform, a tactical helmet, black boots, and a complete arsenal, locating flares, distress flares, smoke bombs, explosive grenades, a pistol, ammunition, and various standard weapons. Song Shi walked out of the locker room and past a mirror. She looked around and was very pleased with herself. In her previous life, she would have taken a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments. The others were equipped similarly to Song Shi, but each had one more item. For example, the burly warrior-type leader of the four-man team carried a machete nearly 6 feet tall on his back. The red-haired female fire-type leader of the six-man team wore a whip at her waist. The leader of the five-man team had a sword hanging from her waist. These weapons were most likely psychic weapons, personal weapons. Song Shi was only a freshman, and the school hadn't yet customized her psychic weapons. We have some spare psychic weapons here. Feel free to choose from them, Xiao Haitang said to Song Shi, pointing to a weapons rack. Song Shi selected a broadsword, the weight of which suited her hand. This is it. Okay, Xiao Haitang nodded. Let's go! The Space Awakener in charge of this mission's transport opened a spatial portal. Facing the blue vortex head-on, Song Shi instantly caught a whiff of rotting leaves emanating from it. Xiao Haitang looked at the 16 people. Be careful. 16 people, one after another, stepped through the spatial portal. Chapter 236. The scene shifted. One moment, they were in the basement equipment room of the Yezue bar, and the next moment, the dense shadows of the forest enveloped them. Song Shi sniffed, the stench of moldering leaves making her want to sneeze. Sinking deep into the soft, fallen leaves, Song Shi and the 15 members of the other 3 teams stepped into uncharted territory. The spatial portal shrank behind them, and then vanished. Recently, the ironclad Ice Scythe tribe has been migrating from the southeast to the northwest. The spot we're standing on is a necessary path for them. Wang Zhu approached a towering tree, so large that 10 people wouldn't be able to wrap their arms around it. He pointed to several fresh scratches on the trunk, 6 or 7 meters high. These are the marks left by the ironclad Ice Scythe. The ironclad Ice Scythe's trunk was only 3 meters tall, but its sickle tail, when erected, could reach 6 or 7 meters. Song Shi released his mental energy, sensing any living creatures in the surrounding environment. After a thorough discussion that evening, Song Shi learned that none of the 3 awakened teams had any spirit type awakened. Have you sensed anything? Ajia, the fire type awakened next to Song Shi, turned and asked. Song Shi's telepathic range was limited. Within a 50-meter radius of her, there were no living alien beasts. However, there were many insects hiding in the soil and among the treetops, flashing tiny green lights within her telepathic range. Song Shi shook her head. Nothing within 50 meters. She looked at Wang Zhu, whose hands were pressed tightly against the tree trunk. He remained motionless and silent. Wang Zhu was a wood-type awakened. The information Xiao Haitang had given her indicated him as S-rank. After about 7 or 8 seconds, Wang Zhu patted the dirt off his palm. There are alien beasts 15 kilometers away, at least 20 of them. I'm not sure if they're ironclad Ice Scythes. They're heading our way. The plant sense of wood awakeners can sense what's happening at a distance, provided there's an uninterrupted plant connection between them. The Federation's highest plant sense record is 102 kilometers, which corresponds to what Song Shi had learned in his senior year class. Set up the hunting ground, the warrior awakener, nicknamed Li Tieta, quickly gave the order. Hide well. If it's an ironclad Ice Scythe, kill it immediately. If not, wait for it to pass by and then look for clues to the ironclad Ice Scythe. Remember to control your movements and avoid attracting other nearby monsters. The plan had been discussed before they arrived. The 16 people were divided into 3 teams, forming a triangle. They would ambush in 3 directions, keeping their distance from each other within a kilometer for easy communication. Each team was to kill at least 3 ironclad Ice Scythes. Whichever team had spare capacity after completing their target could kill a few more, with no upper limit. As for Song Shi, she could join whichever team she pleased. As long as I don't act alone, it'd be fine. Having made the decision, Li Tietal led his 3 team members north. Wang Zhu led the team quickly southwestward. Ajia's team, a 5-man squad, headed southeast. Song Shi stood still, pondering for a moment, then also headed southeast. Ajia didn't react to Song Shi following until they reached a similar point, looking back at the road they come from. Set up the battlefield here, she commanded, and the team dispersed. The team's healer expertly climbed up a tree branch, concealing himself behind the lush foliage. Soon after he squeezed in, a pale yellow purifying disc expanded in a spherical pattern from the tree fork, enveloping all the team members, including Songshur. Songshur hid behind a large tree, awaiting the arrival of the unknown beast. Chapter 237. The ground shook, and the tree trunk swayed. In Songshur's sight, over 20 ironclad ice scythes, their scythe tails raised high, sped towards them. Where they passed, trees were either scratched or severely toppled. "Move," Ajia's voice came from behind. In addition to the healer and the Super Brain Awakener, for combat-type awakeners instantly leaped out from behind cover and charged at the ironclad ice scythes. The ironclad ice scythes were caught off guard, their march disrupted. No one could move too far. The purification disc had a limited range. The number of ironclad ice scythes within the purification disc was also limited. As a berserker with inherent purification abilities, Songshur didn't compete with the others for the ironclad ice scythes within the purification disc. With her sword in hand, she rushed out of the purification disc's range. Seeing her rushing back, the others' hearts sank, and they instinctively wanted to call out to her. The team healer had activated the purification disc in energy-saving mode. The farther the purification disc was from the central healer, the lighter its color became, until the outermost circle was barely discernible. Each member of the awakened team, with tacit understanding, knew the range of their team's healer's purification disc and precisely controlled the battle within that area. The team members all believed that Songshur, in his first battle, had been so excited that he had forgotten about the purification disc. The healer hidden in the tree even urgently disabled the purification disc's energy-saving mode. The purification disc suddenly glowed brightly, revealing a faint intricate pattern on its surface, clearly marking the edge of the disc. It flickered for a moment. Because of the vast area, the pattern's appearance required a tremendous amount of mental energy. Songshur noticed the flickering pattern and wondered why he was wasting mental energy on such a meaningless task during battle. Perhaps it was their team's tradition? Songshur stopped thinking and devoted himself to the armored ice side before him. Grasping the long sword, shrouded in spiritual power, Songshur leaped into the air, his foot pressing against the head of the armored ice scythe. When the tail of the armored ice scythe attacked, he slashed it with his sword. His speed was so astonishing that the others suddenly realized that Songshur was a healer, and wasn't afraid of the alien beast's black energy attacks. They all focused on their tasks. The order stated that the armored ice scythe must survive. After severing the tail of the armored ice scythe, the armored ice scythe went into a rampage. Songshur stood firmly on it, then pulled out a syringe-shaped object, about the length of his forearm and the thickness of his upper arm, from his equipment bag. He then injected it with spiritual power into the armored ice scythe's cervical vertebrae. Electricity instantly surged through the ironclad ice scythe's body, causing it to twitch twice before its limbs stiffened. It had been about to carry Songshur into a tree, but after the shock, its legs lost control, and it stumbled forward, tumbling several times before crashing into the tree. Songshur seized the opportunity to jump down before it fell. Large leaves fluttered down, and Songshur dodged them, turning off the electric syringe and stuffing it back into his backpack. The first ironclad ice scythe was taken care of. Songshur didn't pause, aiming for the next ironclad ice scythe. While their group was engaged, 2 other teams were also hunting the ironclad ice scythe. From time to time, flashes of lightning could be seen, and flames shot up into the sky. Li Tiata had warned the others to control their movements before the mission began, but few actually followed his instructions. Even some strong man from Li Tiata's group threw an armored ice sickle in this direction. Halfway through, the tail of the armored ice sickle hit the tree trunk and cut it in half. The thick trunk then tilted straight towards Songshur's team. Several more trees were knocked down along the way, like dominoes. Songshur felt a massive shadow bearing down from the sky, leaped off the ironclad ice scythe, and ran. After running about 50 meters, a treetop crashed down behind her. The green pollen released by the treetops flew into the air, quickly spreading throughout the forest, burying Songshur. Songshur held her breath in an emergency, and quickly donned the gas mask attached to her helmet, sparing herself from inhaling the pollen. Someone slower than her could move, and the sounds of "Achoo, achoo" echoed from different directions. Songshur glanced around, but there was no sign of the ironclad ice scythe. Either they had been crushed to death, or they had all fled. Songshur spread her mental power to search, and sure enough, apart from her 2 companions, no other large lifeforms were within her range. Songshur recalled the first ironclad ice scythe she had hunted and estimated that the distance between her, and it was beyond her mental perception limit. Songshur turned back. Her first prey, she mustn't let it die like this. Songshur used her knife to clear a path ahead, sweeping aside the branches and leaves, and then returned the way she had come. Ahem, Li Tietia and his group are making such a fuss again. Someone on her right cursed. Songshur looked over, but the pollen hadn't settled yet, so she couldn't see who it was. But judging by the voice, it seemed to be the ever-reticent Ajia. Ajia had taken the same direction as Songshur when the giant tree fell and fled. Ajia had also noticed the sound of Songshur chopping branches and asked, "Songshur? Is it me?" Songshur replied, continuing to chop. The diameter of these branches was comparable to the thickest trees at Tomorrow University. Songshur seriously doubted that the iron-armored ice scythe would survive a fall from such a heavy tree. She couldn't even sense its presence yet. A ball of fire erupted from Ajia's direction, igniting the dense pollen in the air, sending sparks flying and quickly spreading to Songshur's side. Where the sparks passed, visibility increased dramatically. Songshur could clearly see Ajia, along with the healer emerging from the tree branches, and the A-rank warrior awakener protecting the healer. Both were covered in dust. Ajia approached Songshur. "Can you sense the other members' positions?" Songshur released his mental power to sense them, then pointed in a direction. "There's one over there, and the other one's out of range. Let's gather everyone together first, and work on the armored ice scythe later." With Ajia's arrangement, Songshur had no choice but to give up the armored ice scythe for now. After rescuing the healer and warrior awakener, they circled the fallen treetops in search of the remaining two. Songshur sensed an A-rank earth awakener. When the tree collapsed, he had dug a hole and crouched in it. He had just crawled out of the ground and was uninjured. Ajia searched the surroundings, but couldn't find the last person. He returned and asked the Earth-type awakener sitting on the ground, "Where did Qianrong go?" Qianrong was the super brain-type awakener in the team. In this 5-person team, the Fire-type, Warrior-type, and Earth-type members were the core members, while the Healing-type and Super Brain-type members served as support. Outside the base, the Super Brain-type awakeners served as a liaison within the base. Any technological equipment lost its effectiveness once it left the base. Only the Super Brain-type awakeners could communicate with the base. After completing their mission, they could call on the Space-type awakeners of the hunting group to open a space gate and take them back. Losing the Ultra Brain Awakener meant completely cutting off contact with the base. There were 3 ways to return. One was to ignite the homing flare they carried. Other nearby awakened teams would see them and rush to their aid, allowing them to return with their Ultra Brain Awakeners. If they were lucky, the Federation's Joint Defense System would detect the flare explosion and send personnel to investigate. Activating the Joint Defense System consumed a significant amount of resources, and the Federation wouldn't run it all the time, so the chances of encountering it were vanishingly small. The second option was to find a supply station. The Federation had supply stations scattered around the base, specifically for teams on missions. These stations were regularly restocked with food, water, and weapons and equipment. Most importantly, the supply stations contained signal towers capable of transmitting distress signals. Every Federation team on a mission received a detailed map of the supply stations, including one in Songshur's possession. If they could find a supply station, there was hope of returning. This was because, according to statistics, most Federation supply stations were breached by alien beasts once every 10 days. And the Federation sent personnel to repair them once a month. Upon reaching the supply station, the launch pad might already be destroyed, leaving them with no choice but to wait patiently for a month for maintenance personnel to arrive, repair the equipment, and bring them back. The third option, for a strong awakened team, was to walk back by following the map. It was said that Lu Xing and Wu Zhili used this method when they went on missions. There are some successful cases for regular awakened teams, but they're rare. Every year, the Federation loses contact with many awakened teams while on missions. In summary, none of the 3 solutions mentioned above for losing a super brain awakened can guarantee a safe return to base. Therefore, awakened systems that serve as homeward guides are crucial for missions. For example, super brain awakened systems, space awakened systems, and some lesser-known systems that can perform signal transmission functions, such as the geomagnetic system. All of these systems are protected and don't have to personally battle alien beasts. On this mission, the 3 teams had a total of 2 super brain awakened systems, one in Ajia's 5-person team and the other in Wang Zhu's 6-person team. Now that a super brain system, unable to protect itself, has gone missing, Ajia is anxious and asks Songshur, "Haven't you sensed Qianrong's location yet?" Songshur shook his head. "No. The situation is not optimistic. They walked all the way here, almost skirting the entire canopy. Song Shi's sensing range was 50 meters, and she had already sensed everything nearby. Qian Rong couldn't run very fast. If he were still alive, Song Shi would have found him long ago. But now, there was no trace of him. There was probably only one possibility: death. Song Shi, Li Shi, Fusha, the three of you stay here and search. Yao Jun, you and I will go find Wang Zhu. After making the arrangements, Jiao left with the Earth-type Awakener. Wang Zhu had a Super Brain Awakener. By having that Super Brain Awakener connect to Qian Rong's missing brain, they could locate him. Chapter 238. The result was disastrous. The Super Brain Awakeners in Wang Zhu's team tried repeatedly, but failed to synchronize their brainwaves with Qian Rong's. Song Shi, who had been left behind to search for Qian Rong, unearthed Qian Rong's body from under a tree fork. His chest had been pierced by the fork's broken end. He had bled almost completely out. Song Shi had smelled blood and followed it to find him. The three teams reunited, and Qian Rong's body had already been moved to the ground by Song Shi. Ajia grabbed the Earth Awakener's collar, her clenched fists trembling faintly. How did you protect him? The tree fell, and you actually ran away. Ajia was the only S-rank member in the team, serving as both the team leader and the primary damage dealer. The healer and Super Brain Awakener were protected by two other members. For the warrior and Earth Awakeners in this team, they didn't need to slay too many monsters, they only needed to provide Ajia with appropriate support. I don't know why I ran away. The Earth Awakener's eyes were red. He watched his teammates die because of his cowardice, feeling the most pain in his heart. I couldn't control my steps. He wept miserably, broke free from the captain's hands, and knelt beside the corpse to repent. Song Shi felt a little strange listening to his description. Why did the symptoms so closely resemble being controlled by a psychic awakener? But among these 16 people, she was the only one with a psychic awakener. It's possible that he was just trying to excuse his abandonment of his teammates. Song Shi half-crouched, examining Qian Rong's body. His face was distorted, and he was in agony before his death. From a healer's perspective, his death wasn't immediate. The tree branch pierced his lungs, narrowly avoiding his heart. He died of choking and asphyxiation, as evidenced by the blood on his chin. There was enough time for him to regain consciousness and call for help from the Super Brain Awakeners in Wang Zhu's team, asking them to bring a healer and rescue him quickly. But no, the other Super Brain Awakener never received any message from him. It was only after he went to A's family that he realized Qian Rong had lost contact. It was as if he was being mind-controlled, preventing him from calling for help. It was our fault, Li Tietia said guiltily. We didn't control the kill range well and accidentally killed him. He apologized, and the four members of the team bowed to the deceased. The attitude was sincere, but the dead cannot come back. Li Tietia had just straightened up when A's family's fist struck him in the face, landing with a dull thud. Li Tietia covered his face. His teammates, displeased that their captain had been assaulted, stepped forward to fight back. The warrior-type awakener standing behind Ajia also took the lead, drawing his broadsword to support the captain. Apologies are useless. Who threw the ironclad ice scythe? Ajia glanced at the four faces opposite him, wishing he could torture each one to death. Li Tietia changed the subject. Ajia, the mission is important. Let's discuss this back at base. Wang Zhu also nodded in agreement. Group rules. When on a mission, personal matters must be put aside, and official matters must come first. Who lived or died didn't matter to him. He just wanted to complete the mission and collect his paycheck back at the group. My team hunted 3 ironclad ice scythes, Li Tietia said. Our team hunted 2. The two of them discussed their mission progress on the spot, then looked at Ajia together. Ajia's head of red hair suddenly burned like a flame. In Song Shi's eyes, she was a fireball. Wang Zhu raised her eyelids and casually mentioned, Ajia, I remember you once committed something that nearly landed you in the lab, and it was the chairman who rescued you. Ajia's anger, like a bucket of cold water, extinguished. One, she said weakly. This one was the one Song Shi had hunted. Song Shi had just checked it, and it still had a breath left. He immediately repaired some of its wounds, and gave it another anesthetic shock. We still need 4. We've already destroyed this place, and there's the body of the ironclad ice scythe. The ironclad ice scythe won't pass through here again. We need to find another place to search, Wang Zhu said, grabbing another vine and using plant sense. Finally, they decided to go 20 kilometers east. Chapter 239. Leave one team here to guard these 6 ironclad ice scythes. The rest of you will go hunt the last 4 with me. Wang Zhu arranged the divisions. Ajia and Li Tietia remained silent, tacitly agreeing to his plan. Songshur didn't belong to either team and had no need to speak. She stood aside, her knife clutched, her gaze flickering over the only awakened super brain in the group. Which group will stay? Wang Zhu asked Ajia and Li Tietha. Li Tietha glanced at Ajia, resting his knife on the ground. Our group will stay. Okay. In the end, Li Tietha's team remained where they were, while the others followed Wang Zhu 20 kilometers away. The group moved through the dense forest. Accelerating their pace, each person rushed like a bullet, their whoosh echoing between the trees. The healer and the awakened super brain couldn't keep up with the others, so their teammates lifted them up, their feet off the ground, and carried them to their destination. Watching the scene, Songshur finally understood why the berserkers often practiced cross-country running with 70 kilograms loads. They didn't usually carry so much gear on missions, it seemed they were carrying their teammates. At their destination, the healers and the super brains were unloaded, and the two teams set up traps separately. Songshur didn't have much to set up. He just had to catch an ironclad ice scythe and charge in. While the others were busy, Songshur, knife in hand, approached the Super Brain Awakener from Wang Zhu's group. The Super Brain Awakener was grunting as she piled dry branches on herself. Songshur squatted down beside her and picked up a dry leaf to cover her head. Crouching in the haystack, the awakened Super Brain system peeked half an eye through the leaves, staring warily at Songshur. What was Songshur doing? Were they familiar? Songshur asked. If there were other awakened Super Brain system nearby, could you sense them? The woman was bewildered. She was the only Super Brain system left in this place, so why would Songshur make such an idiotic assumption? Considering Songshur's strength, he could still help her if anything happened. She still had to befriend Songshur. She answered honestly, as long as their brainwaves are on the same frequency as mine, I can sense them, no matter how far away they are. You mean if they're not on the same frequency, even if they're standing right next to you, you can't sense them, right? Songshur asked bluntly. The woman was slightly agitated, and the leaf above her head trembled twice before sliding off. She hurriedly reached for it, arguing, of course, I only have one brain. As she scooped it up, other leaves also slid off one after another. All her efforts were in vain, and the woman glared at Songshur angrily. Songshur casually formed a hemispherical virtual mental shield, and placed it over her. Use this. It's much stronger than your haystack, Songshur said. The team members surrounding the Super Brain Awakener, tasked with protecting her, had subtle expressions. It seemed Songshur didn't treat them as human beings. They were surrounding Piccoli, weren't they protecting her? As for piling so many leaves on her body, it was purely Piccoli's personal preference. Piccoli examined the blue, transparent shield surrounding her body with curiosity, the natural blue light illuminating her three-dimensional features. Is this the mental skill you developed, the virtual weapon? I guess so, Songshur replied perfunctorily, as was announced. I remember that psychic systems can freely adjust their frequencies. Yes, they can. But what do you want to do? In this deserted place, you don't suspect there are other awakened superbrain systems hiding, do you? Piccoli sat cross-legged in the shield, deducing from Songshur's behavior. Songshur did have her suspicions. She had a feeling Qian Rong's death wasn't simply caused by being pierced by a tree branch. Songshur set up a protective shield for Piccoli, and Piccoli's attitude towards him improved considerably. She spoke earnestly to the young woman, who had just reached adulthood. This is your first time out of the base, and you're so anxious. 97% of awakeners experience this same psychological symptom the first time they leave base. It's called paranoia. Just venture out a few more times, and it'd be fine. Song paranoia sure, She opened her mouth to say something else, but Piccoli interrupted her, this time with a compelling reason. FM connections are very draining, and the S-Class Ultra Brain system has a limited number of FM connections per day. I need to maximize the number of connections I can maintain to ensure I can contact the group and send you all back at the end of the mission. Piccoli was under immense pressure. With so many lives resting on her shoulders, she had to ensure nothing happened to her. Piccoli was reluctant, and with her teammates watching closely from the side, Songshur couldn't force her. After reinforcing the virtual shield, Songshur returned to the front. She nimbly climbed a tree and crouched on a branch, awaiting the next wave of ironclad ice scythes. Time passed minute by minute. Songshur estimated that he had been squatting for nearly 20 minutes, but there was still no sign of the iron armor ice sickle. Ajia was growing impatient. He plucked a handful of weeds, threw them under his feet, and crushed them repeatedly. He asked Wang Zhu, why haven't they come yet? Wang Zhu dropped his hand from the tree trunk and said dejectedly, they ran in the other direction. Run away? Should we chase them? Songshur asked. No, Wang Zhu looked up at Song Shi, who was crouching on a branch. Going any further would be the territory of other exotic beasts. The situation would be complicated. Looks like we have to wait here any longer. Song Shi sighed and sat down on the branch. Just then, a rustling sound came from Li Tieta's direction, like a heavy object scraping against the ground, accompanied by footsteps. Song Shi looked out. A few hundred meters away, Li Tieta and his teammates, dragging their immobilized armored icicles, were approaching. Song Shi had a wide field of vision and could see them, but Ajia couldn't. Hearing the noise, he immediately raised his weapon toward the source in alarm. Wang Zhu had already sensed it through the trees and raised a hand to reassure Ajia, "It's Li Tieta." Following Li Tieta came 8 unfamiliar humans, both men and women, dressed in tattered, almost unrecognizable clothing stained with dried blood. They supported each other and surveyed their surroundings fearfully. Outside the base, humans. Song Shi narrowed his eyes, looking down at them. Li Tieta placed 6 armored icicles in the distance and approached with the 8 individuals. Who are they? Where are they from? Wang Zhu's gaze shifted from the group behind Li Tieta back to Li Tieta's face. Li Tieta's face flushed with excitement. They're escapees from Song Ye's new city. They know a lot about it. If we take them back to the group or the federal government, we'd definitely find the new city's location. The burly and loyal man's eyes lit up at the thought of the immense contribution he could make to the human base. Chapter 240. These people escaped from the new city? Song Shi's eyebrows unconsciously raised. She seemed to have cleared her mind. She leaped down from the tree, more than 10 meters high, and knelt on one knee. Under the horrified gazes of the 8 men, she stood up and walked towards them. Let me hear how you managed to make it all the way from Song Ye's territory and arrive here safely. Song Shi looked at them calmly. The 8 men seemed intimidated by Song Shi's aura. They shoved a young man out. He glanced at Song Shi cautiously and said timidly, We were originally 200 people. Recalling that painful memory, his voice choked and trembled, a hint of fear lingering. Song Ye imprisoned us for many years. 7 days ago, he sent someone to take us to a place for experiments to awaken us. Song Shi traced the carved patterns on the knife handle with his fingers, looking at him meaningfully. The young man became nervous under Song Shi's gaze, his words stuttering. He would occasionally glance up at Song Shi, only to quickly lower his head when Song Shi looked back. Sly eyes. Song Shi observed every little movement. We knew we were doomed on this trip, so we joined forces along the way to kill those awakened who were guarding us. Then, we randomly chose a direction and just kept running. We encountered many strange beasts along the way, constantly being devoured by them. By the time we got here, only 8 of us were left out of 200. He wiped his tears and glanced at the 7 people behind him with a grateful look. Thankfully, we survived. Li Tieta felt sympathy for their plight and anger at Song Ye's actions. Li Jimu had asked these people about the details on the way here, and Song Shi and the others knew everything. He patted the young man's shoulder comfortingly. You will be back at the base soon, and you will all become heroes of our federation. The young man knelt before Li Tieta in gratitude, tears streaming down his face. We were all kidnapped from the base's slums by Song Ye. We were taken away when we were 13 or 14, and have been imprisoned in Song Ye's laboratory ever since. Today, we can finally go home. Li Tieta enjoyed the other's genuflection, feeling immense satisfaction. He looked at Wang Zhu and said, Have your people contact the group immediately and send them back. Wang Zhu said nothing. No, Ajia objected immediately. Why? You're not still holding a grudge against Qian Rong's death and deliberately working against me, are you? Ajia, think long term. Don't let our personal vendettas interfere with our mission. Li Tieta looked at Ajia righteously and spoke righteously. Foolish and self-righteous, Ajia said, giving him no shred of respect. A group of people without any special abilities could flee for 7 days in a monster's territory, and Song Ye's men couldn't catch up with them. Do you think that's possible? Ajia emphasized, don't forget, Song Ye has countless awakened ones under his command. Even with an average person running through such a vast, dense forest, 7 days wouldn't be enough to cover much. A high-level awakened one would easily find them. This was the truth. Li Tieta was speechless, but he was unwilling to give up his position and obey Ajia. Regardless of whether they have any problems, they are all connected to Song Ye. Send them back to the Federation, and they will be interrogated. While the 2 of them argued, Song Shi had already gone through the minds of the 8 people. In the fragmentary memories he had read, they were captured in a dark, windowless room and starved for days. Everyone's memory was the same. Beyond that, There was no extra fragment that could reveal the rest of their experiences over the past few years. It was as if they had been erased. Songshur took a moment to react, then looked at the 8 weary faces not far away, and realized that he had used shadow elimination on them in advance. Her being a psychic awakener had already been exposed, and psychics could read a person's most fearful memories. To prevent these people's memories from revealing any abnormalities, Song had also erased some of their memories. The only memory that remained was to confuse her. What a good intention. Songshur chuckled sarcastically. Since she first entered this forest, Song had known her whereabouts. Song also knew she was a 3rd-level type, and didn't want to kill her, but wanted to capture her alive. Sending people directly to capture her would be difficult given her strength, and the numerous awakened around her. The entanglement between the two sides would allow the super brain awakened to relay the news back to the group, allowing the group to open a space portal to rescue them. The first method had a very low success rate, so Song Yi adopted a roundabout strategy, killing 2 super brain awakened without alerting the enemy. He could then do whatever he wanted with the remaining people. In fact, he was halfway successful. Qian Rong died, and no one suspected homicide. Song Ye's men once again sought an opportunity to attack Piccoli, but she cast a protective shield over her. The protective shield can resist both psychic and physical attacks. Song had no choice but to abandon the roundabout strategy and adopt Plan 3, infiltrate the interior, wait for an opportunity to approach Piccoli, and kill her. Songshur glanced at Piccoli, who sat cross-legged and peacefully within the virtual shield. Songshur is a psychic awakener. Hearing her name mentioned, Songshur turned back. Ajia looked at her. S-level psychic awakeners can read anyone's memories, forgotten or not, as long as they come into contact. Songshur, what's your psychic level? Songshur, she wasn't a psychic awakener. S-level. So what if she wasn't? It didn't stop her from pretending. After all, the outside world had already assumed she was a 3rd-level psychic. Actually, there was a bug. An S-level psychic awakener's extended psychic power could sense more than 50 meters. Songshur had previously told Ajia that within a 50-meter range, they couldn't sense the presence of alien beasts. A 50-meter radius, converted to psychic skills, would roughly be B-level. Ajia could elaborate on psychic skills, so he must have known her rank was an S. At that moment, the 2 women, who had barely spoken, reached a consensus to work together to trick the 8 individuals into revealing their true identities. Li Tieta patted the visibly stiffened young man's shoulder and helped him up. Once you're cleared of suspicion, I immediately send you back to base. You're important to the base, and I won't let anyone harm you without cause. As he spoke, Li Tieta glanced at Ajia, and also at Songshur, who had been singled out by Ajia. As he helped the young man to his feet, he lowered his head, and glared obscurely in Songshur's direction. Once he stood up, his expression of pity resonated with Li Tieta. He was very understanding and said, "We're not in a hurry to return to base. You're here to carry out your mission, right? We can't slow you down. Please continue with your mission. Once you're done, you can verify it however you want." Chapter 241. Li Tieta wavered. His warrior genes determined his behavior. Songshur knew without question that he was the dumbest of the 4 warrior attributes, lacking any brains. Songshur walked up to the young man and Li Tieta. "That won't work. What if you have problems and attack us while we're hunting exotic beasts?" The young man's face paled and sank. Songshur held out his hand. "Put your hand up." The young man's cheeks puffed up. Under the gaze of so many pairs of glasses, he gritted his teeth and placed his hand on Songshur's. His hand was dirty, covered in blood and mud, with grit in the nails. He certainly looked like a refugee. Good detail. Songshur took his hand and skillfully read his memory. "Are you really S-rank? I heard in the dungeon where I was imprisoned that S-rank psychic awakeners can sense the wind within 1,000 meters. Can you help me sense if Sonya's men are catching up?" The young man asked. He was reminding Li Tieta and Wang Zhu that Songshur wasn't S-rank. Li Tieta's face immediately betrayed doubt, and Wang Zhu also frowned. The 2 had been far away at first, and hadn't heard Songshur say within 50 meters. Now, after the young man's remark, they all unanimously questioned whether Songshur was truly S-rank. She had only ever claimed to be S-rank verbally. Although Songshur had her back to them, and couldn't see their expressions, he knew they were convinced again. "My mental power, materialized, can withstand a single artillery shell. You've probably all heard that. Is there any need to question my level?" The 2's doubts about Songshur's mental level were dispelled. The memory read process was almost over, and Songshur shook off the young man's hand. "He was sent by Song Yi. He wants to kill our super brain awakened and keep us all here, unable to return. The young man, you're lying. Seeing the situation was bad, he knelt down before Li Tieta again, grabbing Li Tieta's legs. She's lying. She looks a bit like Song Yi. She must have been sent by Song Yi. The moment he mentioned Song Shi and Song Ye's resemblance, Song Shi's murderous intent surged. How dare he compare her to Song Yi? Song Shi raised his sword and slashed it, the virtual blade striking the young man's neck. Before the S-rank Li Tieta could react, the young man's head rolled 2 meters to the ground, facing him, blood splattering everywhere. Song Shi's move was so decisive and abrupt, without any warning, that no one present had expected it. Ajia, who had been working with Song Shi, blinked in shock, also startled by Song Shi's speed. Song Shi, you killed him? Li Tieta realized it belatedly. If the Federation had taken this man back, how much information could they have gotten out of him? And now he'd been killed by Song Shi. Song Yi sent him, and you're keeping him alive for the new year? Song Shi said, charging into the remaining 7 men. That's just your words. Li Jimu roared. I now seriously suspect you're one of Song Yi's men. You're afraid they leak information about him, so you want to eliminate them. Li Jimu drew his machete to stop Song Shi. Behind him, the 7 panicked men hunched their shoulders, begging Song Shi for mercy. Get out of here. Song Shi stared at Li Jimu. Or I wouldn't mind leaving you here too. You're a traitor to the Federation. You're a shame the group trusts you. Song Shi said no more. If it weren't for the fact that she needed to return to the base and rely on Piccoli, she wouldn't have meddled. She would never have let these unstable factors kill Piccoli. Li Jimu was seeking death, and she welcomed it. Chapter 242. Song Shi and Li Jimu engaged in combat. Li Jimu was an S-rank combat type, while Song Shi was a double S-rank berserker type. They were on a completely different level, and Song Shi beat him back, forcing him to retreat in panic. He clearly hadn't anticipated Song Shi's formidable foe. His years of combat experience and familiarity with the terrain didn't allow him to gain any advantage against him. His face flushed crimson. Compared to the wounds on his body, the beating he endured at the hands of Song Shi was the most devastating toll. Kicked once again by Song Shi, his massive body slammed into an even larger tree, causing him to slide down and spit out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest, staggered to his feet, and warily stared at Song Shi, extending a hand to the healer in his 4-person team. The onlooker, observing his actions, ran over, grabbed his hand, and attempted to heal him. Song Shi watched the scene coldly, swung the long sword in his hand, and with a whoosh, it plunged straight into the tree trunk between the healer and Li Jimu. The healer's forward movement froze, his gaze slowly shifting downward. The long sword had just grazed his Adam's apple. He swallowed hard. Song Shi's throw had been so powerful that the blade was still trembling slightly and making a humming sound. It was a blatant threat. Li Jimu's hand was right before his eyes, but the healer genuinely didn't dare to grab it. He looked for help at his other 2 teammates. The 2 teammates were walking towards him. They had been spectators. The fight between Li Tieta and Song Shi was Li Tieta's personal behavior. They neither approved nor disapproved of it. By threatening their team's healer and refusing to treat Li Tieta's injuries, Song Shi was effectively an enemy of their entire group. Li Tieta's 4-person team consisted of an S-rank warrior, an S-rank healer, an A-rank gold, and an A-rank bone. The A-rank gold awakener raised a hand and seized Song Shi's weapon, which had been lodged between the tree trunks. The long sword was drawn out, and the gold awakener, controlling it, flung it lightly to the top of the treetops. It was obvious he intended to disarm Song Shi. Song Shi observed this but didn't stop him. Her weapon wasn't a handle sword to begin with. She crossed her hands, and 2 scimitars appeared in each hand. A reward for you. As soon as Song Shi finished the first word, the virtual blade flew out, aimed at the gold awakener and the bone armor awakener. It was incredibly fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. The blue blade trailed a trail, like a meteor. The 2 men hurriedly dodged. The virtual blade grazed their bodies, dissipating silently into the air. A thought flashed through their minds. Song Shi's new skill was just that. The next second, a sharp pain shot through their heads, as if someone were stabbing them with a needle. They immediately knelt on the ground, clutching their heads, wailing. They couldn't even think of helping Li Tieta, instead calling for the healer to come and heal their wounds. Song Shi unleashed a mental attack. The healer, still clutching Li Tieta's hand, couldn't move away, and felt the pressure mount, his face filled with anxiety. I save you. Song Shi's words tumbled coldly. He withdrew his hands, and a long sword condensed from his chest, its tip pointed at the healer. Healer, shock! Cold sweat broke out on him, his knees weak. He looked around and realized none of his 3 teammates could save him now. Li Tieto, having recovered somewhat, forced himself to walk in front of the healer, shielding him with his body. He looked at the other 2 teams behind Master Song and shouted, "Wang Zhu! Ajia! Why don't you come help me? Together, we kill her and eliminate a major threat to the Federation." Ajia, leaning against a tree, cursed softly, "Idiot." Song Shi was hired by the group at great expense. How could the group and the federal government not know if she's a traitor? Why would a brainless person like you have to judge her here? Ajia said. A virtual sword shot out from Song Shi's palms. Li Tieto grabbed the healer to dodge, then replied with a gruff voice, "The group and the Federation have been deceived by her identity as a 3 series. Ajia, unwilling to waste words with Li Tieto, who was deeply obsessed with saving humanity from disaster, left a message saying, "You will be severely punished by the group," and left with his team. "Ajia, where are you going?" Li Tieto called out to her. The situation was urgent. Without the strength of Ajia's team, dealing with Song Shi wouldn't be easy. "Are you worried that if you killed Song Shi, you wouldn't be able to explain it to the group?" "Don't worry, we can just stick to one story, and say she died at the hands of a beast because of her own lack of skill," Li Tieto said. "Such an overestimation of one's abilities. Will Song Shi be the one to die in the end?" Ajia disagreed. She quickly left with her team, saying from a distance, "I'm going to hunt the remaining 4 ironclad ice scythes." She appeared to be timid and didn't want to get involved in the fight, so she stayed away. But in reality, after running a distance, she led her team back silently. "You two, go protect Piccoli." Ajia pointed at 2 teammates. "Yes. You follow me." Ajia instructed the Earth-type Awakened to follow her, approaching the 7 refugees who had quietly dispersed. Ajia caught a lone refugee from behind and slashed her throat with his knife. The lone woman's scream caught in her throat, and she glared at Ajia with resentment before collapsing to the ground. Ajia moved on to the next person. During Ajia's absence, Wang Zhu, trusting Li Tieto's words, led his team into a fierce battle with Song Shi. Song Shi, facing 7 battle-hardened combat-type Awakened alone, found it difficult to escape. The remaining 7 refugees took advantage of the chaos and rushed towards the unprotected Piccoli. They feigned a posture of avoiding harm and seeking shelter, completely unaware of the group's actions, who were absorbed in the battle. Piccoli vaguely sensed something was amiss and took a step back. Her protective shield was deactivated as Song Shi used his virtual weapon on the other side. With only 1 healer beside her, she drew her gun and pointed it at the fastest approaching refugee. "Stay away from me," she warned, stepping back. The refugee wiped away tears and feigned pity, saying he was afraid of being accidentally injured in the fight and wanted their protection. The healer next to Piccoli softened and rebuked her, "You're making a big fuss. These are the people the captain has chosen to protect. You should have pointed your gun at Song Shi." Piccoli, wary, ignored his command and lowered her gun. More refugees gathered. They exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They were no longer the frail, shambling refugees, they were clearly ruthless Awakened. Vines burst from the palm of a pale-skinned young man. Piccoli's hand trembled, and she immediately pulled the trigger. Chapter 243. The vines pushed into the muzzle of the gun, and the bullet failed to fire. Piccoli shuddered, dropped her gun, and tried to flee. The vines grew rapidly, spreading continuously. Piccoli's hands were bound, and then the vines pierced her wrists and burrowed into her body along her veins. Song Shi. In this final moment, Piccoli could only think of Song Shi to save her. From beginning to end, Song Shi was the only one who was unwavering in his determination to kill these people. Her captain had already been deceived by them. Song Shi heard the cry for help. She tried to turn her head to see, but Wang Zhu's vines attacked her with bared fangs and claws. Song Shi retreated repeatedly, Li Tieto's fists close to her ears, filled with murderous intent. There were also the golden needles controlled by the gold element, and the deep pit dug by the earth element at her feet. Besieged on all sides. "Piccoli, you must not die. Get out of here." Song Shi spread her fingers, and a vortex rose from beneath her feet. A tornado of vast spiritual energy, carrying the force of a shattering force, twisted and tore through the bodies of those around it. "Ah!" The screams were drowned out by the tornado. Song Shi rushed out from the center of the storm, rushing towards the wood-type boy who was entangled with Piccoli. Song Shi cut through the vines binding Piccoli's hands, grabbed the broken vine, and twisted it back, strangling the boy's neck. The boy was forced back, clutching the vine around his neck, suffocating until half his tongue lolled out. The vines quickly left bloody marks on his neck, and the blood spread down his pale neck. "What are you still standing there for? Fix her!" Songshur shouted to the healer beside Picoli. The healer, finally recovering from what had just happened, squatted down to check on Picoli. The young man, tightly restrained by Songshur, had a distorted face. He stared up at Songshur overhead, his pupils dilated. Gathering his last bit of energy, he raised his right hand, and two vines emerged from the ground, their tips incredibly sharp, striking Songshur's temple. Songshur noticed this out of the corner of his eye and dragged the young man backward, pulling his body upward. The vine that had originally attacked Songshur now pierced the young man's temple. Both vines simultaneously penetrated, feeding on his flesh and blood, and expanding madly within his brain. Soon, green veins crawled beneath the young man's pale skin, a terrifying sight. He died. The other refugees reacted and, instead of confronting Songshur head-on, charged towards Picoli. They were merely B and C rank awakeners, and together they were no match for Songshur. Song had also set Picoli as their target. As if she didn't exist, Songshur grabbed hold of the vine, and at the end, carrying the young man's body, he swung it towards the group. 3 people were knocked over, and Songshur stepped on them. Before they could struggle to their feet, each received a kick to the head, making direct contact with the ground, sinking deeply into the earth. With their cervical vertebrae broken, the 3 men were motionless. Songshur opened his eyes, and looked at the 3 remaining refugees. The 3 refugees' scalps tingled. Songshur's current appearance was truly horrifying. She was standing on a pile of corpses, dragging a vine in her hand, with a figure unrecognizable attached to the other end. It was physically nauseating. Ajia, who had rushed over, was also shocked by the scene. Songshur didn't give the 3 men time to recover, releasing the vine and charging towards them. The 3 men had lost their will to fight, the gap in strength between them, and Songshur was too great. They turned and ran. Their exposed backs became targets for Songshur. He stopped, drew his pistol, and aimed at them. Bang! 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 3 bullets in quick succession. The specially manufactured bullets were incredibly powerful. The 3 men fell to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 244. Thousands of miles away, in a dimly lit room, a tea set was swept off a table, and shattered to the floor with a clatter. Behind the dark table, a man's gloomy face twisted like a ghost. Veins throbbed on the back of his fist, resting on the surface. He uttered a few words through gritted teeth, "Keep catching them, catch them alive." Across from him, several men suddenly looked constipated. One in the middle bravely exclaimed, "Leader, we can't catch them alive. I just can't." Songshur was too versatile. She couldn't handle ranged attacks. She was a psychic awakener. She couldn't handle close-range attacks. She was an SS-rank berserker awakener. She was also a healer. If she couldn't kill them instantly, she could recover as long as she had a breath left. A bunch of trash. The man punched the bare table, cracking it. Unsatisfied, he kicked it again, and the table gave way, sending it flying in all directions. Several subordinates dodged skillfully, returning to their positions within 3 seconds, heads lowered. The man took a deep breath. Send them next. Contract system, monster tide. Consume her. Songshur was still too late. The vine pierced Picoli's heart, spreading its branches and leaves. Her teammates exhausted all their mental energy, but failed to save her. Songshur stood before Picoli, her eyes tightly closed. Picoli's arms were entangled in the vines, which flowed down her arms into her heart. The vines were soaked with Picoli's blood, the broken end stained blood red. Excess blood flowed to the ground. Songshur grabbed the vine and pulled hard, and the shrunken vine slid out of Picoli's arm, revealing a bloody hole. "She's dead," Ajia said weakly, standing beside Songshur. "We can't go back. He moved too fast. We weren't there yet." The warrior-type awakener assigned by the Ajia to protect Picoli blamed himself. Litiata, who had narrowly survived Songshur's psychic tornado, trudged over, his lips trembling. How could this be? How could it be like this? The Ajia glared at him with disgust and resentment, accusing him, "If it weren't for your reckless behavior, we wouldn't be in this situation. It's all because of you." Litiata was unwilling to admit his mistake. He instinctively shook his head and retorted, "It has nothing to do with me. I did all this for the Federation. It was Songshur. It was Songshur who angered them, and that's why they took action." He shifted the blame onto Songshur, trying to comfort himself. He had convinced himself, pointing at him and righteously saying, "It's you. You were too slow, and that's why she died. It's you who's prevented us from returning to the Federation." The Ajia clenched his fists. "You still don't admit your mistake? I'm not wrong. Why should I admit it? Lietiata roared. Songshur turned around, silently unsheathed the dagger from his waist, and plunged it diagonally into his neck. Without preamble, without warning, he slashed through Lietiata's trachea. Lietiata's pupil shrank in disbelief, his voice like a bellows, occasionally choking. "You, how dare you?" Songshur plunged the dagger an inch deeper, almost piercing through him. His gaze was cold. "Who do you think you are? Why would I dare to do that?" Lietiata fell unwillingly. 3 teams, 15 men when they arrived, now only 5 remained. 4 men from Ajia's team survived, and only the healer remained from Wang Zhu's team. Before they arrived, these deceased individuals had never imagined they would never return. Hunting 10 ironclad ice sides, such an easy task, had ended their careers. Seeing Songshur kill Lietiata, Ajia instinctively took a step back. Songshur seemed intent on silencing them. She carefully assessed Songshur's expression. She was an S-rank fire type after all, yet she still had to cowardly look at Songshur's face. "There's going to be a fierce battle later, be prepared." Songshur didn't attack her. He said this before walking aside and resting under a tree. Chapter 245. 30 minutes later. The ground shook, and huge leaves fluttered down. A dark shadow rushed out from the depths of the dense forest, snapping trees and sending dust flying in its wake. Songshur had already risen, ready for battle. He retrieved the knife that had been thrown from the treetops. He grasped it, wiped the blade, and a thin film of light blue mental power coated it. Is this a wave of alien beasts? Ajia and his teammates stood back to back in a circle, surrounded by a black mass of alien beasts in all directions, and they immediately broke into a sweat. Different species of alien beasts. It wasn't like a natural migration of alien beasts. Their target was clear, themselves. There was a contract system behind the scenes controlling them, Dream Abyss beasts. The contract system could control the Dream Abyss beasts, and thus lower-level alien beast groups. "Follow me." Songshur said this, then suddenly rushed in a certain direction, hacking into the herd of alien beasts, one after another. The Dream Abyss beasts have a limited level, and the monsters they can control are also of a low level. At a glance, these monsters are mostly A and B level, and Ajia's team can easily handle 10 or 20 of these levels. The biggest problem is that the monsters are endless, like a tide. Physical energy will continue to be depleted, and eventually, exhausted, they will be overwhelmed by the monsters. Escape, but it's impossible. Without a Super Brain Awakener, contact with the group has been lost, and there is no spatial gate to retrieve them, so there is no way to leave this place. It seems that the only option is to fight the monsters and die of exhaustion. Ajia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth, took his team, and followed Songshur. Escape was impossible anyway, so the worst that could happen was death in battle. Killing each monster meant one less threat to humanity. Songshur led the way. Ajia and his teammates dealt with the monsters closing in from both sides. Songshur, determined in her goal, repeatedly raised her blade, slashing and stabbing, penetrating deeper into the southeastern direction of the monster tide. She slew every monster that blocked her path. The 4 of them moved forward, back to back. The healer in the middle spread out a purification disc with a diameter of 10 meters, enveloping the 4 fighting. The 5 of them formed a dagger, with Songshur as the tip, protruding above the others. He slew most of the monsters blocking the way, relieving the pressure on the others. The monsters blocking the way increased in number, and their levels all became A-level. Exhausted, Ajia finally realized Songshur's intention. Find the contract system controlling the Dream Abyss beasts, and the monster tide would naturally subside. While it's unknown how Songshur determined that the hidden contract system was in this direction, the monsters in this direction were generally much higher in level, with 1 or 2 S levels visible, indicating that Songshur had found the right direction. The Dream Abyss beast's control of the alien beasts decreases in level as the distance increases. The Dream Abyss beast is just ahead. Its contractor must be nearby. Ajia's fire dragon overturned a dozen alien beasts, encouraging his already weakened teammates. Keep pushing, break through. We still have a chance of making it back alive. The captain said it, and it happened. The team members took a deep breath, increasing their power. The 5 of them accelerated their advance once more. Songshur leaped onto a group of violent beasts, severing its cervical vertebrae. Standing tall, she caught a glimpse of a red light 20 meters away. The color of human emotion. Songshur immediately leaped off the group of violent beasts and retreated back to Ajia's 4-member team. For a contracted practitioner of the Dream Abyss beast to be here, they must be accompanied by a Space Awakener, or perhaps a Super Brain Awakener, who can spread the word, Songshur said quickly. You stay here to attract the monsters, and I go and kill the Dream Abyss beast. Okay, you go quickly and come back quickly. Ajia's face paled from overusing his fire powers, but there was no trace of fear in his eyes. We can only hold out for 20 minutes at most. If not, we die together. Songshur nodded solemnly. Trust me. With that, she turned and charged into the tide of monsters. Songshur sheathed her weapon and dodged between the monsters, concealing her presence. Facing the long-legged monsters, Songshur slipped out from under them. As soon as the monsters saw her and opened their mouths to bite her, she was gone. She tried to turn back to find her, but the monsters behind them pushed them forward. So she simply switched her target to the 4 humans in front. Facing the creeping monsters, Songshur leaped directly over them. Songshur was like a gust of wind weaving through the tide of monsters, leaving no trace except for the stench of the monsters. 7 minutes later, the density of the monsters gradually thinned out. Songshur slowed his pace, his gaze quickly searching for the humans hiding behind the monsters. Found it. 3 people and 1 beast. The one closest to the Dream Abyss beast must be the contractor. The remaining 2 were a healer, the purification disc under his feet centered on where he stood, and a spatial or super brain psychic, who periodically glanced at his watch, a hint of impatience. Is it almost used up? The man in the royal blue suit asked the contractor, checking the time on the computer. It's been an hour. Don't kill it. The contractor stood behind the Dream Abyss beast, lowering his head to play with its long tail. Hearing this, he said nonchalantly, Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you see these beasts are still charging forward? It'd probably take another half an hour. Just wait patiently. I should have just handed you over and left immediately. You're wasting too much of my time, the man in the royal blue suit said coldly. Songshur, who had been eavesdropping, said, confirmed, a space-type awakener. Thinking of a countermeasure, Songshur sought the optimal attack range. The 2 continued to bicker. The contractor curled his lips in disdain. TSK, just an A rank, just ferrying people back and forth. What's there to be busy about? You should be honored to be on a mission with me. You? The man in the royal blue suit pointed at him, trembling with anger. Why rush? You still have to send Songshur to the leader later. When you see him, you can complain to him about me. The contractor said indifferently, and went back to teasing the Dream Abyss beast's tail. The Dream Abyss beast obediently allowed him to play, shaking its head. Suddenly, the Dream Abyss beast hummed. So comfortable? The contracted master increased the pace of his caress, rubbing his chin in deep thought. When we get back, should I find someone to serve you? The Dream Abyss beast suddenly turned its head and bit him from behind, its expression ferocious. The contracted master suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Songshur rushed out, slashing the healer's neck with a knife as he went, heading straight for the Space Awakener in the royal blue suit. The Space Awakener was the key to their return to base. Even though Songshur knew that killing the Dream Abyss beast a second later would put the Ajia and the others in the center of the alien beast tide in greater danger, she formed her right hand into claws, clasping the neck of the man in the royal blue suit. She quickly activated illusionary despair, her mental power penetrating his mind and constructing an illusionary image. Songshur's arrival caught him off guard. A Space Awakener didn't have particularly fast reaction times. Aside from being slightly more sensitive to spatial distortions, they were otherwise at the level of a healer. He was easily subdued by Songshur. The man in the suit had been trained, and with his life hanging in the balance, he raised his right hand to open the space gate. As long as the space gate was fully open, support would arrive instantly. He felt a sudden mosquito bite on his temple. His eyes felt heavy, and he couldn't help but close them to relieve the fatigue. When he opened them again, the leader's figure, seated behind the table, appeared before him. What are you doing standing there? Why hasn't the space gate opened yet? The leader glared at him angrily. He feared the leader's gaze. Whenever he met his gaze, it was like confronting an SSS-level monster. He lowered his head and asked cautiously, Where is it? 119.41, 245.3, 4618. An unfamiliar location. Who was the leader going to kidnap again? He only had to do as he was told. The spatial portal opened wide. Songshur raised his hand and threw the knife, which Xiao Haitang had asked her to choose before the trip, from his waist into the spatial portal. Xiao Haitang. Come to support. A wave of alien beasts. Thousands of miles away, at the 9th base, in the Yezue bar, inside a private room. 5 minutes before the spatial portal appeared. The private room, usually a scene of revelry and ecstasy, was now as bright as day, its atmosphere solemn. On the sofa in the center of the room, Qin Yi, wearing a black shirt, rested one hand on the backrest, the other tapping his knee rhythmically. Before her, Xiao Haitang stood respectfully, his hands hanging down. Alongside him stood 20 or so men and women. The heads of Qingze District, Anlu District, and Boi District will be transferred back to headquarters tomorrow. 3 voices, slightly excited, said, "Yes, Director Qin." Xiao Haitang, you stay here temporarily for 2 months, then return to the first base headquarters, Qin Yi said. In less than 2 months, all Forerunner program candidates will be at the first base. Songsher will also go. Yes, Xiao Haitang said, his face unusually serious. Qin Yi then named several heads of branches whose operations were underperforming. A young woman behind Qin Yi touched her brow and suddenly interrupted, "Director Qin, someone is trying to open the space gate to this location. Do you want to intercept it?" Xiao Haitang looked up. Qin Yi didn't immediately ask her to stop him. Instead, he asked, "Who do you suspect?" "Those who know this location are all insiders of the group," Xiao Haitang said. "There's a fundamental difference between insiders and hunters. Hunters are merely hired by the group, without signing contracts, and can leave at any time. Internal personnel are the true backbone of the group, maintaining its operations. Don't intercept them, be prepared for defense," Qin Yi said. An invisible light shield enveloped everyone present, guarding against the possibility that someone on the other side of the spatial portal might not be their own. A vortex appeared in the center of the private room. Everyone who had been standing there dispersed, vacating their space. Chapter 246. Just as the vortex reached about 20 centimeters, a knife was thrown from it. Xiao Haitang spotted the knife with his sharp eyes and walked to the ground to pick it up. His expression changed. "Boss Qin, this is the weapon Songsher took before his mission." The blade was covered in blood, and it splattered many drops on the ground as it hit the ground. Xiao Haitang clutched it tightly in his hand and said anxiously, "They clearly didn't bring any space awakeners with them before they left." Qin Yi's brows fell, and he stood up. Songsher's voice came from the other side of the space gate. "Xiao Haitang, come to support. Monster Tide. Song Yi. 20 kilometers east of the original location." Xiao Haitang, shock. "Boss Qin, we..." He looked at Qin Yi. "Track the other side of the spatial gate," Qin Yi ordered the young spatial awakener, then looked at his subordinates and arranged things in an orderly manner. "Aqiao, Axi, you go ahead and provide support. Xiao Haitang, notify the group's awakener team that it's time to start their mission." Qiao spat out the lollipop in her mouth and casually threw it into the trash can. She twisted her neck twice and walked towards the spatial gate in the center of the private room, followed by a thin boy. From the spatial gate, a booted foot extended. Someone was about to emerge. Qiao and the other men stopped and moved aside. Xiao Haitang, who had his head lowered, his brain blazing with messages, heard the noise and looked up. Everyone in the room turned their attention to Songsher, who had suddenly emerged. Songsher slowly and laboriously revealed half of his body. Between his arms, he was holding a man who looked unconscious. Songsher had heard Qin Yi's voice from the other side, and was not surprised to see Qin Yi in the room. He's Song Yi's man. Song Yi hasn't reacted yet. Quickly, have someone read his memory before he explodes. Songsher pushed the man in the royal blue suit out and spoke quickly. Qin Yi looked at Songsher. "You get out first." Half of Songsher's body was still stuck in the center of the spatial gate, a very dangerous move. If the spatial gate closed at this moment, even if Songsher had a body of steel, he would be torn in two. "You go in first and save them. They're trapped in the monster tide." Songsher didn't step out first. Instead, he looked at Qiao and moved aside, leaving half of the spatial gate open. Qiao was displeased at being ordered around by Songsher. "Qiao, hurry up," Qin Yi warned. Reluctantly, Qiao entered. The moment her figure disappeared through the spatial portal, she let out a curse that was clearly heard in the private room. "Bad luck. Songsher, what the hell are you doing?" The thin boy followed her in, and immediately exclaimed in surprise, as if startled by something. Xiao Haitang, who had already notified the awakened team to assemble urgently, came over and urged Songsher, "Get out. This door looks like it's about to collapse." The man Songsher had pushed to the ground grunted twice, faintly trying to break free from Songsher's grip. "Move aside." The others in the private room were confused. Why did they need to move aside? Qin Yi was the first to step back at Songsher's command. Seeing the chairman step aside, the others also stepped back. Songsher stepped out. The huge head of the dream abyss beast, biting her left shoulder, emerged. At this sight, gasps echoed throughout the private room. No wonder Ying Xiao cursed when she first entered. It turned out she was frightened by the head of the dream abyss beast that charged head-on. Song Shi's shoulder was pierced by its sharp fangs, stinging with pain. While she was distracted by controlling the man in the royal blue suit to create the space portal, the dream abyss beast bit her shoulder. The dream abyss beast could create illusions, and Song Shi, fearing she might inadvertently fall into one, simply let her shoulder get stuck in its fangs. The piercing pain confirmed that what she saw was real. She forcefully led the dream abyss beast through the space portal, but its master sensed something was amiss and summoned it back. Song Shi then grabbed its fangs, preventing it from escaping. The scene now was the dream abyss beast biting Song Shi, while Song Shi tugged at its fangs, both man and beast restraining each other. All of Song Shi's body parts had left the area of the space portal. He raised his foot and kicked the man in the suit, who lay on the ground, lost in a trance. The man in the suit trembled, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. Suddenly, consciousness returned, and he sat up like a carp. The spatial portal slammed shut. The dream abyss beast was neatly cut in two. The jaws loosened, its head fell to the ground, and blood gushed out. Song Shi's shoulder was freed, and he took 2 steps back, away from the rapidly spreading blood on the floor. The young female spatial awakener seemed to be at SSS level, opening the spatial portal faster than anyone Song Shi had ever joined. She first teleported the group's awakener team to support Ajia, who was trapped in the alien beast tide. She then teleported a mental awakener, a portly old man with glasses. He quickly controlled the man in the royal blue suit's consciousness before he could self-destruct. These people have 2 triggers for self-destruction, one controlled by themselves, and the other controlled by Song Yi. Controlling their consciousness can block the first trigger. As for the second, when Song Yi attacked your school's training ground last time and ordered all his men to self-destruct, we developed a jamming magnetic field composed of 4 superbrain awakened beings that can block the signal from Song Yi's order to self-destruct, Qin Yi explained to Song Shi. The Federation's speed was beyond Song Shi's imagination. Now we must hurry and transfer the man in the suit to the jamming magnetic field. The spatial portal opened again, and the fat old man led the lost man in the suit through. Except for Xiao Haitang, the branch managers returned to their respective companies, leaving only their own people in the private room. You don't look well, Qin Yi said, sitting on the sofa with Song Shi, examining his expression. Xiao Haitang, have someone send over some nutrient solution. High efficiency. Xiao Haitang's contact arrived. Song Shi touched her shoulder, the bloody hole had almost healed. She drank 2 bottles, and her mental strength recovered somewhat. Song Shi stayed with the hunting group until the 4 members of the Ajia team were returned. They were covered in blood, almost entirely from the blood of the beasts. Their injuries had been healed on the way. Song Shi hadn't concealed the deaths of the other 2 teams, nor could she have unless she could completely wipe out the Ajia team. I'm so sorry that the group has lost 2 S-rank Awakener teams. I will provide their families with the compensation they deserve. You did what you were supposed to do, so there's no need to feel any burden. Xiao Haitang, hearing the last part, glanced at Song Shi. Director Qin, do you think she looks like she's feeling any burden? Her face was cold, as if she were contemplating how to kill these people's families as well. Chapter 247. Song Shi saw the official announcement during a practical class on the healing system. Yang Jinjin forwarded it. Early this morning, the Ulijia zone wiped out Song Yi's new city locations 1, 7, and 9. 11 laboratories and 6 underground prisons were discovered within them, along with 10 pits housing tens of thousands of people, containing a large number of human remains. See attached image. Song Shi clicked on the accompanying image, and was greeted by a circle of freshly excavated crimson soil surrounding a pitch-black cavern, a color that resembled blood. The second image showed the bottom of the cavern. A searchlight shone down, revealing countless skeletons densely packed together at the bottom of the pit, over 10 meters deep, many still covered in rotting flesh. Song Shi enlarged the image. Some of the skeletons were not the normal milky white or pale yellow of humans, but rather deep red and purple. They had all undergone some form of human experimentation before their deaths. Song Yi's so-called new city was actually a slaughterhouse adorned with flowers. Everything he advertised was designed to attract ordinary citizens to the underground prison, where they would be imprisoned and subjected to brutal experiments. Beneath the foundations of the new city lay thousands of desiccated bones. Song Shi quickly scrolled to the bottom and took a quick look. The announcement never mentioned Song Yi's capture, nor did it explain the purpose of his experiments. It avoided the main point, advising ordinary people not to believe in Song Yi's so-called new city, and to give up the idea of joining in the fun. Song Shi was more concerned about Song Ye's whereabouts. She vaguely understood that since the federal government hadn't mentioned Song Ye's arrest in the announcement, he had likely slipped away again. Song Shi wanted to know more precisely. The perfunctory statements in the news were far from enough. Song Shi lowered his head and sent a message to Xiao Haitang, asking for the latest progress. Song Shi, come up and demonstrate. Jiang Jihong suddenly called Song Shi's name. Song Shi looked up, and everyone else in the class looked at her. Today is Sunday, and the Berserker department doesn't need to train. The healing department has regular classes on Saturday mornings, and only has a half day off in the afternoon. Jiang Jihong made every effort to take advantage of Song Shi's free time, asking her to attend the healing department half-day class. Song Shi put down his laptop and walked to the center of the operating area surrounded by a group of S-level and above. A skinned human brain was immersed in a transparent glass tank above the operating table. The fiberglass was filled with pink, transparent liquid, providing basic nutrients. Beneath the brain were more than a dozen thin tubes of various colors, connected to the operating table below the fiberglass. Jiang Jihong pressed a black button on the operating table. Dozens of black air emerged from the pipes. Sniffing the delicious taste of the brain, they went wild and rushed to the brain. Follow the steps I taught you and purify the black energy from this human brain. Jiang Jihong stepped aside to give Song Shi room to operate. Song Shi placed his hand on the glass jar, and purifying power slowly flowed from his palm and poured into it. Song Shi had learned how to purify black energy at the military hospital at Base 11, having practiced countless times with soldiers sent back from the front lines. Unlike the soldiers, the brain before him came from an awakened being. It was more attractive to the black energy. Purification was also more difficult. But for Song Shi, it made no significant difference. After 2 minutes, she withdrew her hand. There was no trace of the black energy left in the glass jar. Is it done? Jiang Jihong asked uncertainly. The human brain is delicate and complex. Purifying it from the brain requires not only a mastery of purifying power, but also a certain understanding of brain structure. In short, experience is essential. 2 minutes, even for a healer with extensive practical experience, is an exceptional achievement. Song Shi nodded. Still thinking about Song Yi, she didn't feel like explaining her past at the military hospital. She silently retreated to her original position. Jiang Jihong pressed another red button on the console to test the black gas content within the glass jar. They couldn't directly see the alien beast's black gas like Song Shi could. They needed a detection device to provide purification results. Purification rate, 100%. A robotic female voice announced Song Shi's purification results. Several sour glances darted towards Song Shi. Someone who had never taken a healing course, yet with just one move, he achieved a top 3 score in the healing department. Song Shi, unaware of the extent of his performance, lowered his head to read Xiao Haitang's reply. After reading the man's memories at 11:45 last night, the group shared the contents with the federal government. This person wasn't high-ranking, but fortunately, he was a space-based awakened, responsible for daily transporting people, and knew many locations. Song Yi had built 9 new cities, scattered across different regions. The person whose memories I read yesterday only found 3 of them, and he was responsible for transporting people within these 3 new cities. After the group notified the federal government, 90 awakened teams were assembled within 10 minutes, with 3,000 ordinary soldiers assigned to locations 1, 7, and 9. Song Shi abducted the person from outside the base at 11:20 p.m. The memory reading alone took over 20 minutes. The federal government and group troops set out at 11:55, and the entire journey took 35 minutes. This was highly efficient, and it also revealed the federal government's determination to kill Song Yi. Xiao Haitang, this time we've reaped a rich harvest. We were quick enough. By the time Song Yi realized something was amiss and prepared to relocate, it was too late. From New Cities 7 and 9, we only managed to evacuate key personnel. Many documents and equipment from the labs weren't moved out, and the test subjects held in the underground prison were also left there. When Song Yi ordered the surprise attack on you, you must have been in New City 1. The troops heading towards New City 1 were ambushed by Song Yi's men. A fierce battle ensued, and the noise attracted a wave of alien beasts, resulting in the loss of 1/5 of our awakened squad and 1/3 of our ordinary soldiers. Song Yi ambushed the troops to buy time. Most of the important data and test subjects from New City 1 were relocated. Those that weren't successfully relocated were blown up by Song Yi. Nothing useful was recovered from New City 1. However, the findings from the other 2 cities alone are enough for the Federation to thoroughly study Song Yi's activities over the past decade and perhaps even discover the locations of the other cities. Let me let you in on a secret. You've made an invaluable contribution to this success. The federal government intends to award you a reward and is already discussing it. I'm not sure what it will be, though. Song Yi had indeed escaped again. Song Shi's brows furrowed unconsciously, and his aura darkened. Yu Aichen, who had somehow moved next to Song Shi, was startled and instinctively tried to comfort him. Song Shi abruptly turned his head. Don't touch me with your mental power. Healing mental powers repel each other, which would only make her more irritated. Yu Aichen lowered his hand. What's wrong with you? Chapter 248. Song Shi put down the laptop. It's okay, she said, looking towards the podium. At this moment, Wu Wanyan approached Song Shi's right. Xiao Shi, yesterday the teacher asked me to deliver some information to you. I went to the Rage Department staff building to look for you, but you weren't there, so I left it outside your dormitory door, she said. Song Shi replied briefly, I saw it. Wu Wanyan looked at Song Shi's profile, opened her mouth, and hesitated. Song Shi noticed, but wasn't interested in what she was about to say. Suddenly, Song Shi's laptop went beep. It wasn't just hers, everyone else's laptop went beeping non-stop, even Jiang Jihong, who was lecturing. Song Shi clicked on the laptop. A 30-second video clip with no source suddenly appeared on the laptop's homepage. Only an awakened super brain could control the laptops of so many people simultaneously. Song Shi. I'm your father. Clicking on the video clip, Song Ye's bewildered face filled the entire screen. Veins bulged from his forehead, his face twisted like a ghost's. His eyes were red as he stared at the camera, his voice filled with anger. Song Shi held the laptop farther away. Many people clicked on it like Song Shi. The entire lab suddenly echoed with a cry of, I'm your father. I'm your father. Song Ye's eyes widened with resentment. What benefits did the federal government give you that you're so loyal to them? I've invited you time and again. How many of my men have died because of you? Even so, I had no intention of killing you yesterday. But you? You brought them here. Song Yi, seemingly just settling down, was already impatiently filming the video. His entire body was in a frenzy, his hand shaking with excitement. Dust and blood stains on his collar were visible in the corners of the screen. You've ruined over a decade of hard work. What can the federal government give you? I asked them, what can they give you? Those chaebols, those high-ranking officials, those aristocratic families, they're all in cahoots, greedy, and afraid of death. How are they any better than me? They've killed just as many people as I have, they just whitewash it. You're so willing to be used by them, you idiot. The video abruptly ended, the last word idiot repeating itself in the practice room. Wu Wanyun, to Song Shi's left, and Yu Aichen, to his right, looked at him cautiously. The others in the practice room also looked at him. Song Shi turned off his laptop with a blank expression, showing no reaction to Song Ye's insults, as if the person he was talking about in the video wasn't her. Jiang Jihong reacted quickly, coughed, and, maintaining order in the classroom, continued with the following lecture. Song Ye's 30-second video was played onto the computer screens of most people in the inner city of the 9th base. Less than a minute after it was posted, the federal government's super brain awakeners deleted it from everyone's computer screens. However, the video's content was still widely circulated. Some gossip-savvy individuals even recorded the entire video in advance using another offline device, and later released it to satisfy the curiosity of those who hadn't seen it. Online discussion of Song Ye's 30-second accusation was rampant. Song Shi was definitely Song Ye's daughter. The way Song Yi spoke was clearly a sign of a berserker type gone berserk. A berserker type in a state of berserk disregards evasion, and speaks out whatever's on their mind. What if they're related by blood? Song Shi and Song Shi aren't on the same page anyway, and Song Shi doesn't acknowledge him. It's Song Yi, on the other hand, who's been trying every possible way to establish a connection with Song Shi. He must have been attracted by Song Shi's three-element talent. Song Shi awakened at 18, and before that, she never heard of Song Yi looking for her daughter. Now that she's awakened to 3 elements, Song Yi has come to acknowledge her. He's thinking he's getting a free pass, but there's no such thing as a good deal. With a father like Song Yi, Song Shi is incredibly unlucky. By the way, Song Yi said, you brought them here and ruined the hard work I put in for over a decade, is that related to today's announcement? Could it be that the federal army suddenly cleared out Song Ye's 3 territories today, given the location Song Shi provided? From what Song Yi said, it seems likely. Question: how did Song Shi know the location? The federal government searched for so long and couldn't find it. Who could possibly know? This involves confidential information, and no one online can give you an answer. Why would someone like us, at the bottom of society, be so eager to find out? Just enjoy the melon, and know that Song Shi and Song Yi aren't on the same page. In this day and age, you can still see people sacrificing their own interests for the sake of justice. Wow, Song Shi is the best. Honestly, if it were me, I might actually agree to Song Yi's offer and follow my father around. I'd be the ultimate boss outside the base. As long as I hit quickly enough, the Federation wouldn't be able to catch me. Occasionally, I could even have a Space Awakener secretly transport me back to the base. I could find a place to live and be happy, free from the oppression of those disgusting capitalists. It's a beautiful thought. Wake up, brother above. Stop dreaming. It's time to be a slave. The guy above is the one who truly echoed Song Yi's words. What words, idiot? Do you really think Song Yi went to great lengths to get Song Shi out of the base, so she could enjoy herself? Song Yi did a lot of inhumane things back in the base. Is Song Shi the only one of his bloodline left? Why doesn't he go after others, and keep targeting Song Shi? Think about it. The person above spoke soberly. Don't forget that Song Yi is a wanted criminal, a perpetrator of all sorts of evil. Family ties mean nothing to him. And that ridiculous experiment he conducted that killed so many people, who knows? Maybe Song Yi's real goal was to get Song Shi's 3-line genes. Correct. There are an abnormal number of psychics in Song Yi's new city. Batch after batch of them have died. It feels like all of their psychics were born from the womb, or maybe all 5 were psychics in one birth. Then I'm a little curious how he did it. I want to awaken. Who wouldn't want to awaken? The social status gap between awakened individuals in the Federation and ordinary people is enormous. They're the chosen ones, while we're just cattle. Song Yi's video only sparked a wave of discussion online. In reality, Song Shi's life wasn't affected much. He spent his days shuffling between the healing, violent, and spiritual systems, never stopping. It seemed everyone had forgotten one thing. 10 bloggers with numerous followers were publicly abducted by Song Yi using a spatial portal. Today marks the 7-day deadline for Song Yi to return them to the Federation as agreed. The federal government dispatched all active super brain awakened individuals in the Federation, ordering them to monitor all network traffic at the 10 bases, ensuring they wouldn't miss a single opportunity for Song Yi to exploit. Chapter 249. Song Yi was truly defenseless. If online didn't work, he'd try offline. Around 6 p.m. that day, at the first base, a highly popular Federation rock singer was holding a concert. Atop the stage, next to the band's lead singer, a blue spatial portal suddenly appeared. Then, the turtle wishing well, which had been missing for a week, reappeared. His eyes blazed with a fiery, frantic light. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he pushed the lead singer to the ground, snatched his microphone, and projected his computer screen into the air, frantically promoting the new city. At the same time, numerous paper flyers, featuring images of the new city's infrastructure and ordinary people living and working in peace and contentment, floated down from the sky, reaching every corner of the first base within reach. The second base. Over the densely populated square, a laser beam projected a picture, visible to every passerby. In it, a blogger with millions of followers was gushing about the new city. The third base, the fourth base. At the same time, similar scenes unfolded at every base. Simply promoting the new city as a livable and wonderful place won't attract many people. Especially after the federal government repeatedly warned and publicized the plight of ordinary people in the new city. Song also seized on a fatal selling point. Anyone can awaken. No matter what age, even 50 or 60, they can awaken. There's no differentiation score limit. Even if the differentiation score at birth is 1%, they can still awaken. Everyone has the hope of awakening, but the success rate isn't guaranteed. Song Yi was very candid this time, releasing years of research data. The data showed that the success rate of awakening for each person was 63%. The most common awakening levels were B and C, with a 10% chance of A, and a 3% chance of S or above. The direction of awakening is uncertain. It is generally determined by the latent talent in one's genes. To prove its authenticity, Wang Ba Su Fu even publicly displayed his supernatural power flight. Wang Ba Su Fu had been live streaming for 10 years, and was now 32 years old, well past the age limit for awakening. He had never previously demonstrated the ability to fly, and the Supernatural Administration could not find any information about his awakening, so he couldn't be faking it. In addition to Wang Ba Su Fu, 5 other bloggers displayed their supernatural powers, all of whom had suddenly developed them within the past week. Song Yi capitalized on the desire of ordinary citizens to transcend class boundaries, and the news sent shockwaves through the public. At 11, my differentiation score was tested, and it was a violent 1%. I thought I'd be ordinary forever, but song has given me another chance to create a brilliant life. Enough said. Brothers, if anyone has a way to get to a new city, let me know. Add one, and I'm asking for the same. At 52, I still have a heart that can soar freely in the sky. Song doesn't know how to do things. Why doesn't he take this opportunity to announce the exit route so I can pack my bags in advance? First come, first served. I'm already heading to the outer city. Everyone is discussing this matter. The Federation's Superbrain Awakeners are fully mobilized, but they only maintain an hour of network silence. An hour later, the internet is exploding with discussion again. Song Shi, Tang Yu, and Yang Jingjin gathered in Tang Yu's dorm, also discussing the matter haphazardly. Just cut off the internet and the power. It makes sure no one can discuss it. Yang Jingjin cracked melon seeds while flipping through the laptop, quickly absorbing the information. The school forum was also discussing the matter. Cutting off the internet is only a temporary solution. This matter has already become a hot topic. Further disconnections will only cause more dissatisfaction. Tang Yu leaned back on the carpet beside her bed, sipping milk. Song Shi was verifying the authenticity of the data Song Yi had provided with Xiao Haitang. Many people on our school forum are questioning whether Song Yi's data is fabricated. Yang Jingjin disabled the laptop's privacy settings and showed Song Shi and Tang Yu the contents. With a 63% chance of awakening, wouldn't that mean more than half of humanity would awaken in the future? Then why would humans be afraid of the alien beasts? They could simply charge into the restricted area and kill one each, and wipe them out. The most deceptive part is that anyone can awaken regardless of their differentiation value. Wanting to awaken with 1% differentiation is like dropping a drop of ink into the ocean and attempting to dye it black. It's true. A drop of ink theoretically does change the ocean's color, though the effect is so negligible that it's negligible. A 1% differentiation value won't have any impact on the likelihood of eventual awakening. The idea of no age limit is also quite deceptive. At 50, can a body withstand the overwhelming power of awakening? It's ridiculous that so many people out there still naively believe they can truly change their fate with Song Yi. I've seen several people already planning which psychic university to attend and which position to take after awakening. They've been ordinary for too long, and now there's hope of escaping their current situation. It's understandable that they want to grasp at that hope. Becoming an awakened means facing greater dangers and shouldering heavier responsibilities. Once on the battlefield, one mustn't retreat. Training from dawn to dusk every day. These people only care about the social status and benefits of being an awakened. Yang Jingjin threw down a handful of sunflower seeds and clapped his hands. Tang Yu looked at Song Shi. I wonder how the federal government will handle this matter. Simply suppressing it will only create superficial peace, but it harbors greater hidden dangers. Song Shi had already learned from Xiao Haitang the true extent of the data Song Yi had released. The data isn't falsified, but Song Yi has concealed a lot. Song Shi looked up. Forcibly transcending one's physical limitations to awaken shortens one's lifespan by February 5th to April 5th. Yang Jingjin's eyes widened. So, if someone originally had a lifespan of 100, they can now only live to 60 at most, and possibly only 20 at least. That's a hefty price to pay. Yang Jingjin exclaimed in disbelief. The awakening process can also be painful, Song Shi continued, while Yang Jingjin and Tang Yu listened intently. The stimulated awakening technique Song Yi uses essentially blends certain genes from alien beasts with human genes and grafts them onto humans. Embryos are most effective, but embryos cannot withstand the immense energy of the alien beasts, resulting in a 98% mortality rate. Even among adults, many die directly because their bodies are unable to withstand the force. Others, while able to withstand it initially, lose control later on, suffer the backlash and lose consciousness, or even explode and die. Song Yi's 63% figure includes all successful awakenings, including those who die within a short period of time after awakening due to an inability to adapt to the energy within their bodies. The probability of truly awakening and not dying within 1 month of awakening is only 36%. The probability of surviving for 3 months is 21%, and the probability of truly surviving and being indistinguishable from a naturally awakened awakener is only 9%. Grim statistics. Yang Jingjin was momentarily at a loss for words, her mouth half open as she faced Song Shi. Perhaps because she was a superbrain system, she had a keen eye for numbers. Behind these figures, she saw countless lives about to be tricked into eternal burial. Tang Yu was the first to emerge from the data, spouting, heartbroken. Songshur agreed. Chapter 250. The battle between Song Yi and the federal government did not end quickly, with each side maintaining its own view. The federal government released the real data obtained from the crackdown on the New City laboratory. Song Yi, in turn, spread rumors that the federal government's data was fabricated. Some believed the federal government, others believed Song Yi. Both sides argued fiercely online and in person. The base's walls suffered several small-scale attacks. Some people attempted to escape through the main gate, but were invariably stopped by the military. When the federal government refused to release them, some people began protesting in the streets. Almost all of these were Song Yi's men. They hid among the crowds, instigating other citizens to complete tasks as per their instructions, attack a specific person, smash a specific store, sneak into a school, and kill a certain number of students. Only by completing the tasks could they obtain a chance to leave the base using a space gate. The federal government was in a state of panic. They could not find Song Yi's lair, unable to address the problem at its root, and could only continuously increase patrol police to maintain law and order. These matters were unimportant to the students at the Ability University, who were actively preparing for the preliminary selections for the Forerunner program. There was only 1 month left until the official selections for the Forerunner program. During the Berserker Department's daily training session, the chief instructor announced a piece of news that delighted most everyone. Today, the Mechanical Aid Manufacturing Department will be collecting your training data and customizing your psychic weapons. Morning training will be suspended. Great! The moment these words were spoken, the formation erupted in cheers. The chief instructor, observing the group of excited students, who were already jumping for air, grew increasingly concerned. He sternly warned, "You must choose the type of weapon that you are most comfortable with. You only get this chance once in your lifetime to customize a psychic weapon. This weapon will accompany you throughout your journey, so make your choice with careful consideration." Got it, instructor. Why haven't the people from the Mechanical Aided Manufacturing Department arrived yet? Someone craned their necks to look at the training room door. Liang Mian, they be there soon. The students began to whisper again, discussing which weapon to choose, and what material to use. The spine of the Golden Bone Spiral Tiger is of the highest quality. Its toughness and ductility are top-notch. I want a Golden Bone Spiral Tiger spine as a weapon. A boy said, his chin resting on his hand. Dream on, his companion muttered. The Golden Bone Spiral Tiger is so precious. Those who can use its spine have always been SSS rank. In our entire department, only Zhang Wenjing can forge weapons from it. The boy, his fantasy shattered, grimaced. Why? It's so unfair. They're already so strong. Why give him such a powerful weapon? Haha, giving you such good material is a complete waste, isn't it? He was instantly grabbed by the collar. Don't make me slap you on such a beautiful day. Ha 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 ha. Many people were discussing the Golden Bone Spiral Tiger as a weapon material. I wonder if Songshur can use a weapon made from the Golden Bone Spiral Tiger's spine. In the corner of the front row of the formation, several people gathered in a circle, discussing quietly in hushed voices. No, someone said flatly. She's just a double S rank. If she were to use the Golden Bone Spiral Tiger's spine, where would the other double S rank stand? But she's a triple type. So what if she's a triple type? Healing and psychic types don't need psychic weapons. Just for the Berserk type, she's already SS rank. If she were to use the Golden Bone Spiral Tiger's spine, the other double S ranks would be in for a surprise. Heh, someone rolled their eyes. The things you treasure might not even be of value to others. Are you a worm in Songshur's stomach? How do you know she doesn't care? You've all seen Songshur's virtual weapon skills. They're countless times more powerful than weapons crafted from the spine of a Golden Bone Spiral Tiger, and they can even change form at will. After all, he has better weapons. Golden Bone Spiral Tigers? Nothing. His words angered some, but they couldn't refute the truth. It was the truth, so they could only suppress their anger. The Mechanical Auxiliary Manufacturing Department staff entered the training ground 10 minutes later. The attendees were graduates from the Mechanical Auxiliary Manufacturing Department. After graduating from the Mechanical Auxiliary Manufacturing Department, there were two main career paths: joining the military or staying on campus. Nearly 50 people arrived today, all of whom chose to stay on campus. They were responsible for crafting psychic weapons for their juniors, and had extensive experience in weapon forging. They were accompanied by faculty from the Mechanical Auxiliary Manufacturing Department. A total of 60 people. On average, each person was responsible for the weapons manufacturing of 2 students from the Berserk Department. Everyone had received the list beforehand. Zhang Wenjing, Songshur, step out. A woman, approximately 60 years old, with white hair and thick glasses, shouted to the formation, staring at the laptop screen. Song Shi, hearing this, stepped out of the formation. The director of the Mechanical Aid Manufacturing Department has always only made SSS-level weapons. Why did she ask Song Shi to step out? Could she have made Song Shi's weapons? She's already called out my name, so it must be her. What a rotten luck Song Shi has. There are so many double S-level students, and yet she, who only got promoted a month ago, is assigned to the director's charge. Song Shi listened intently, and stood side by side with Zhang Wenjing, who had stepped out of the line, before the white-haired old man. The old man adjusted his glasses, looked up, and squinted his eyes at Song Shi. Are you Song Shi? Song Shi nodded. You donated 3 golden bone spiral tigers to our department. This time, I personally craft you an SSS-level weapon. If you have any requests, just let me know. Song Shi wasn't surprised. When Song Yi first appeared, he used 3 golden bone spiral tigers to test her strength. She had slain all 3, and their bodies were later brought back by the principal. Thank you for your trouble, Song Shi said politely. You too follow me. With these words, the teacher led Song Shi and Zhang Wenjing to a makeshift discussion room, leaving everyone staring at each other in bewilderment. When did Song Shi donate 3 golden bone spiral tigers to the school? You should ask where Song Shi got his hands on the golden bone spiral tigers. 3 golden bone spiral tigers can be made into 3 SSS-level weapons. It's possible that Zhang Wenjing's weapons were all donated by Song Shi. Can I have the extra bone? Even an S-ranker like me wouldn't dare dream of such a thing, and you, an A-ranker, can't even dream of it. The seniors from the Mechanical Aid Manufacturing Department followed the list and called out the people they were responsible for. In the first room, the head of the Mechanical Aid Manufacturing Department was leaning over to examine a virtual screen. The screen displayed the training data of Song Shi and Zhang Wenjing. Chapter 251. She read for a full 10 minutes, taking notes as she went. Only after finishing the last stroke did she put down her pen and look up at Song Shi and Zhang Wenjing across the table. Tell me what you want. Well, you're students of the Berserk Department, so you might not be familiar with this. Let me explain in advance. The Golden Bone Spiral Tiger's spine is best suited for only 3 types of weapons: a mace, a sword, and a dagger. These 3 weapons maximize the power of the Golden Bone Spiral Tiger's spine, and they are also the most popular psychic weapons today. Indeed, the Berserk Department members Song Shi had encountered so far who wielded psychic weapons had either used a dagger or a sword. The director adjusted his glasses, which had slipped off. So I suggest you choose one of these 3 weapons. Of course, if you insist on choosing something else, I have no objection. Sword, Zhang Wenjing said without hesitation. In his usual weapons training, Zhang Wenjing used the sword the most. The director nodded and zoomed the virtual screen in front of Zhang Wenjing. Here are all the sword styles. Choose the one that suits you best. If you have any additional requirements, let me know and I consider the overall weapon and make appropriate adjustments. Zhang Wenjing went back to carefully selecting his sword. The director shifted his gaze to Song Shi's face. What about you? Song Shi, a sword. No additional requirements. Song Shi quickly selected the sword he wanted, a very ordinary horizontal sword, devoid of any external decoration. Because of the need to confront alien beasts, all cold weapons in the Federation had been extended to a certain extent. The horizontal sword Song Shi had chosen was 1 meter and 1 foot long. Come to my place in 3 days and try out the model. If it's alright, I get to work on the Golden Bone Spiral Tiger's spine. The director stood up and pushed back the chair he had been sitting in. Keep in touch these few days. I might call you in to test the weapons at any time. Song Shi and Zhang Wenjing both agreed. Another month of relentless training. During the last Berserk Department training session of the semester, all the customized psychic weapons were transported to the training grounds by seniors from the Mechanical Aid Manufacturing Department. 10 carts were filled with psychic weapons of all kinds. The long-awaited weapons were finally completed. Almost no one paid attention to the instructor's semester summary speech. Their eyes drifted to the carts. Look at you, you're so useless. The chief instructor scolded helplessly. Line up and receive your weapons in order. As soon as he finished speaking, the formation dispersed, and countless gusts of wind rushed past the instructors, knocking them to the ground. A capped instructor quickly covered his own hat to avoid being knocked away. This group of students. Song Shi received her custom-made katana, which she gripped tightly in her hand. It was her first spiritual weapon. The weight of the weapon, forged from the finest materials in the world, felt heavy. The icy touch tingled from her palm to her brain, and Songshur couldn't help but recall the past like a kaleidoscope. She slowly drew the katana from its sheath. The cold blade's aura reached her face, and the smooth blade reflected her expression as she squinted in the chill. Songshur's fingertips approached the blade, just on the brink of contact. A stinging pain pierced her fingers, and bright red blood dripped down. The blade lay parallel to the ground, blood dripping onto the blade without splashing, gathering in droplets on the surface. Songshur tilted his hand slightly, and the blood rolled down, leaving no mark on the blade. A fine blade. Songshur closed the blade. Like elementary school students, who had just received their brand new uniforms, each berserker type fondled their weapon with a look of care. I've long thought of the name for my first psychic weapon. Demon Breaker, slay all the alien beasts in the Federation. Leave no one behind. Let's call my sword Wild Blood, drink the blood of all the alien beasts, the girl said, hugging the cyan sword and nuzzling it affectionately. I feed it with the blood of the alien beasts. Everyone was excitedly naming their weapons. One's only psychic weapon in life means something different to everyone. Once given a name, it becomes like a companion. What's its name? Luli poked her head out from behind Songshur and asked. Songshur lowered his eyes, stroking the patterns on the scabbard. The original request was for a minimalist, bare blade, so the director had put considerable effort into the design. The dark sheath, at certain angles, shimmered with a deep blue light, understated yet incredibly dangerous. Even from a distance, even the most undiscerning of experts could tell this blade was of considerable value. Songshur didn't think much of it. 3 series. Luli, ? Luli, assuming Songshur was showing off, sneered. I know you're a 3 series. No need to repeat yourself. Songshur said indifferently. This blade is called a 3 series. Luli, She hadn't bothered to ask. Noticing her strange expression, Songshur cradled the blade in his arms and asked, Any questions? Have sympathy for every future opponent you face, Luli said. Songshur didn't understand what she meant for a moment. They not only be subjected to physical torture, but also to your mental attacks. Songshur belatedly realized and looked at Luli calmly. You finally acknowledge my excellence. When they were training with the Berserker department at Rinchi Middle School, Luli had always defied her and challenged her to a duel whenever she got the chance. Luli rolled her eyes in front of Songshur, clutching her weapon and walking away without looking back. The afternoon after receiving their weapons, the school's official website released a list of candidates for the Forerunner program for all awakening departments at Tomorrow University. The Federation has 10 bases and nearly 50 universities for psychics, each of which is actually part of 10 schools, each with multiple branches. Tomorrow University originally had 3 branches, located in different bases. The 11th base was destroyed, leaving only 2 branches. The number of candidates for the Forerunner program for each of the 10 schools varies depending on the school's population. Tomorrow University, with only 2 branches left, received the fewest spots. Except for the healing department, each department only had 30 spots. Because healing departments are essential members of every awakened team, the quota could be expanded, bringing Tomorrow University's total to 80. The school's official website was instantly flooded with applications from all freshmen. Many were just there to join in the fun. The minimum requirement for most awakening departments is S rank or above. Those below that level have no hope. For those who meet the requirements, if the number of qualified candidates exceeds the quota, they will have to compete within their department. The teachers will select promising candidates based on their daily points and performance in subsequent competitions. There's no competition for the Rage department. The SSS rank and SS rank Rage departments from Tomorrow University's 2 branches combined have exactly 30 candidates. Those with S rank have no hope of being selected. In the official website's documents, Songshur's name is listed first, followed by the department labeled Rage Department, 3 departments. Yang Jinjin held up the list for Songshur to see. Seeing the extra notation in brackets, Songshur exclaimed, What do you mean by appearance? This is appearance. Yang Jinjin gave Songshur a thumbs up. Chapter 252. The day the Pioneer program officially launched. The vast square at Tomorrow University's East Campus was filled with 500 candidate students about to depart, along with their families and friends who were bidding them farewell. Some cried, others embraced. Songshur and Tang Yu had already said goodbye to Wang Ding the previous night. Today, only Yang Jinjin saw them off. Don't forget me when you two become successful. Yang Jinjin wiped the tears from her eyes, and clung to Songshur and Tang Yu's arms, reluctant to let them go. Of the 3 of them, she was the only one who didn't meet the requirements and was eliminated. She would be left alone here for the next 2.5 years of college. The thought of it was desolate. I never forget you. When you go to the first base, we be your guides and take you out. Tang Yu handed her a tissue and patted her back soothingly. Yang Jinjin lowered her hand from covering her face, her eyes red as she wiped away tears. Her words were heartbreaking. I rather check the map myself than rely on you two to guide me. Song Shi and Tang Yu. Yang Jinjin wiped her nose. Don't disbelieve me, you two. I'm asking you, you've been at the 9th base for so long. Do you know where to go for fun? What are the 9th base's specialties? She glanced at her two friends. Song Shi looked up at the sky. Tang Yu looked down at the ground. The two of them practically demonstrated what it meant to feel guilty. Taking this opportunity, a click sounded as Yang Jinjin took a selfie with her laptop. Song Shi and Tang Yu stood on either side of her, their eyes wandering, like thieves. Satisfied, Yang Jinjin saved the photo. When you become rich and deny having a friend like me, I post this photo on every laptop in the Federation. Song Shi glanced at the photo. He looked truly wretched in it. Even wretcheder was Yang Jinjin. He'd been stifling a laugh during the candid photo shoot, a large snot bubble hanging from the tip of his nose. You injure 1,000 enemies, and you injure 800 of your own, Song Shi remarked. Yang Jinjin didn't seem to mind, cradling the laptop in his arms like a treasure. Hee, I'm thick-skinned. Tang Yu, I'm sending you a carefully prepared guide to the first base. It includes weather conditions, transportation, and food recommendations that might suit your tastes. I've written it all down. Remember to read it on your way. Yang Jinjin lowered his head and sent the document to the 3-person group chat. In the square, the principal's voice blared over the loudspeaker. Students, time's up. We should form up and set off. Yang Jinjin looked up, tightly grasped Song Shi and Tang Yu's hands, and said a final goodbye. No flowery words, only words from the heart. You too, be sure to take care of yourself. Eat well, sleep well, and live well. A blue vortex appeared on the ground in the center of the square. Teams, neatly arranged by department, entered the space gate in an orderly manner. On the other side of the space gate stood the giant aircraft dispatched by the first base to transport students to the training base. Following the precedent of Song's surprise attack on Tomorrow University, the use of space gates in all high-security locations throughout the Federation was prohibited. The Forerunner training base would gather the Federation's top elites, serving as the Federation's primary defense force against alien beasts for the next 20 years. Its security level far exceeded that of any federal government department. A 50-kilometer radius was under martial law, manned by 2 SSS officers. No space gates were permitted within this radius. After arriving at the first base, all students bound for the training base transferred to a security-inspected aircraft, flying the final 50 kilometers to the base. The leading teacher led the students onto the Tomorrow University's dedicated aircraft. Song Shi and Tang Yu found window seats and sat down. After all the students were seated, the aircraft took off. High in the sky, the first base, a hub of federal technology, politics, and talent, lay before everyone. Song Shi leaned closer to the window. The airway beneath the giant aircraft was bustling with not only small aircraft, but also numerous awakened flying-type creatures, soaring like eagles on their skeletal wings. Inside the aircraft, every window with a view outside was filled with students, staring in amazement at the world before them. They say the first base is teeming with psychics. So it's true, Tang Yu said, looking out the window over Song Shi's shoulder. Base 11 is the poorest base in the Federation, with so few awakened that a single awakened university is sufficient to accommodate all psychics. Base 9 is somewhat better off than Base 11, but still not to the point where psychics are flying everywhere. 63% of the Federation's registered awakened reside in Base 1. Base 1 is convenient for missions, has good security, and boasts higher levels of defense against psychic beasts. For safety reasons, registered awakened often bring their families to live there, and there's a high probability that their families are also awakened. Song Shi read the document Yang Jinjin had sent to the group chat. If I'm not mistaken, the area you're flying to is within Base 1's inner circle. You're seeing retired awakened and registered awakened on annual leave. Base 1's outer circle is similar to other bases, ordinary, impoverished citizens. Don't harbor any illusions about this legendary base. They exploit ordinary people even more. Tang Yu suddenly lost interest in the outside world. The Jinjin guide is incredibly detailed. Tang Yu also opened the document. Over 100 pages, densely packed with text and a handful of illustrations. It would take at least a week to finish. Song Shi nodded in agreement. For the rest of the journey, the two of them silently pored over the guide. It wasn't until the aircraft reached the designated location and prepared to land that they barely finished reading the last page. Although they had never been to first base, Song Shi and Tang Yu exchanged a glance and shared a feeling. They must understand first base better than even the locals. Tomorrow University only had 500 students. A large aircraft was more than enough to accommodate them all. The Forerunner Project's official website announced that all psychic universities would arrive at the training base at 10 a.m. It was now 9:40 a.m., and the aircraft from all 10 schools had arrived at the training base almost simultaneously. The sky was filled with aircraft. The lawn area was limited, allowing only 4 aircraft to land at a time. The aircraft automatically lined up, hovering steadily in midair, awaiting landing. The aircraft from Tomorrow University was in the rear. By the time they had landed, and the staff at the training base had guided the 500 students from Tomorrow University to their designated location, the training grounds were already filled with people from various schools. Each school was represented by a separate formation, separated by a distance, clearly distinguishing them. Conversations were mostly held within the schools themselves, with little interaction between schools. Compared to the number of formations from other schools, the 500 people from Tomorrow University entering were pitifully small. Tomorrow University has officially arrived. The number of awakened ones participating in the Forerunner program is 500, announced the announcements circling the training grounds. Chapter 253. The entire training ground fell silent. People from different schools simultaneously craned their necks, straining to see the 500-person team entering. They had a single goal. That triple-aware awakener is from Tomorrow University, right? A student at the edge of the Federal University formation turned to ask his companions in the back row. His voice was heard by students from the neighboring Jinhai University, who shouted, "Holy crap, everyone at Federal University knows her? She's SS rank in the Berserker category, S rank in the Healing category, and A rank in the Psychic category. It's spread all over our school." The two schools were 4 or 5 meters apart, and the Jinhai students, fearing they wouldn't hear, spoke loudly. "Our school leaders say they still haven't figured out why she can awaken 3 categories. Is that true?" Federal University. The name itself suggests this university is extraordinary. Backed by the federal government, it boasts unlimited resources, boasting 13 branches across the federation, recruiting the best students annually. It is also the alma mater of many outstanding generals. The student from the Federal University nodded. "It's true. We've sent people to every base to research it, but nothing's been discovered. It's purely due to her talent." The boy from Jinhai University scratched his head. "So that's true. I thought our school leadership was incompetent." As he finished speaking, he saw the Federal University student he'd been talking to standing at attention, not looking at him. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he was hit hard on the back of his head. "Shut up. Are you hoping to bring shame to other schools?" The boy pursed his lips, gave his teacher a resentful look, and stood at attention. Conversations like this occurred between many schools. Universities that previously had no common topics now shared common interests and information after the Tomorrow University parade began. "By the way, have you found who Song Shi is?" Someone eagerly looked from the front row of the Tomorrow University parade to the back, but couldn't find anyone who matched the photos posted online. "He's definitely in the first row." "Why are you looking so far back?" The first row of every school is filled with prominent figures from that school, like Lu Qian, Lu Xing, and Wu Xilu from Federal University, and Jiang Qifeng from Jinhai University. The girl strained her eyes, then scanned the first row again, questioning, "He's not in the first row. Is the photo you sent me wrong?" The companion argued, opening his laptop and finding a picture he snipped from the news. "How could you be wrong? Long hair, bangs, pale face, looks a bit malnourished." He described her, comparing the picture to the first row. No one was there. He refused to give up and continued searching. Tomorrow University's team had surpassed theirs, leaving them with no chance. They'd definitely be in the middle. "I heard Tomorrow University has a low-key school culture." He found a plausible reason. At this moment, Song Shi, who was placed in the upper left corner of the first row, closest to all the schools, walked forward with a knife in hand, vaguely overhearing some conversations. Most of them were, "Where's that third department? Why can't I see it? Are those pictures circulating online fake? Unscrupulous media." Song Shi. She just tied her hair up. Next to Song Shi, Wu Jisue leaned in and grinned. "These people have amazing eyes. It's a shame they're all awakened ones carefully selected from various schools." Song Shi glanced at him. She hadn't expected this white-haired, money-hungry, and mysterious boy to be an SS-level healer. Wu Wanyun stood next to him. She was SSS level. No wonder everyone said the Wu family's healers were so impressive. After a long walk through the training grounds, they finally arrived at Tomorrow University. Before Tomorrow University, they arrived at Federal University, which was right next to the Federal University station. Songshur passed by and noticed a few familiar faces in the first row of the Federal University. Wu Jilu, with a gentle smile, and next to her, Lu Xing, with a sullen expression. Next to Lu Xing stood a boy who looked a bit like Lu Xing, but with a completely different temperament, more calm and reserved. I've never seen him before. I don't know him. To their right, a dark-skinned girl with an afro raised her hand and greeted Songshur warmly. When the monster wave invaded Base 11, Lu Xing verified Songshur's dual-element nature and engaged him in a fight. Afterward, the afro-haired girl put her arm around Songshur's shoulders and promised to lend him her weapon next time. She immediately recognized the different Songshur from 6 months ago. Songshur nodded slightly in response. The 500-man team from Tomorrow University was fully formed. The next school entered. The first Federation Academy of Supernatural Powers has officially arrived. The number of awakened ones participating in the Forerunner program is 1,900. That's nearly 4 times the number of Tomorrow University. Songshur absent-mindedly watched the incoming team. The sun was just right today, and the rays bathed his face. Songshur squinted his eyes in comfort, enjoying the view. The first Federation Academy of Supernatural Powers was established 10 years after Federal University. Both universities have their main campuses at Base 1, Wu Jisue said, trying to find a topic to talk to Songshur. Every year, competition for students is fierce. In terms of overall strength, these two universities are on par. Federal University also has 1,900 students selected this time, and these two schools account for more than a third of the total. Songshur listened with one ear and let it out with the other, giving a perfunctory hum. Songshur's attitude was indifferent, and Wu Jisue glanced at her twice, not wanting to be annoyed. All teams had entered. A dozen men and women in military uniforms stepped onto the platform in the center of the training ground. Each of them sported an absurd number of shoulder badges, gleaming golden in the sunlight. In the center of the seats sat a female soldier, her features firm and resolute, her gaze piercing, and her every gesture exuding an aura of authority. She seemed to be the most senior of the group. First of all, welcome everyone to first base. The female officer delivered a pleasant welcome speech. The gist of it was that everyone present was an elite, and it was an honor for first base to have you here. She elevated these students to a high position. Just as all the students were feeling elated, the female officer suddenly changed her tone, her expression stern, her previously gentle tone vanishing. The Forerunner program selects the elite of the elite to carry out missions of immeasurable danger. The sky seemed to darken in an instant. She got straight to the point. The total number of participants in this Forerunner program is 11,000. Our goal is to successfully select 1,000 elite awakened teams within 6 months and award them with the Forerunner insignia. The Forerunners are the forerunners among humanity, carrying the hopes of the entire Federation. This program is the Federation's first proactive offensive against the alien beasts in over 200 years since the mutation, and it holds immense significance. Chapter 254. From the 1,000 pioneer teams, we will select the best pioneer members to form 10 Dawn Breakers, who will lead the other pioneer teams, and together fight their way out of the base. So, these 1,000 pioneer teams are not of the same rank. Just like ordinary awakened teams are divided into A, B, C, D, and S, the pioneer teams will also be divided into ranks. The 10 highest ranked teams will be called Dawn Breakers. The female officer turned off the microphone, giving the opportunity to speak to other officers. The instructors responsible for selecting and training you for this program are all outstanding officers carefully selected from the 11 military regions. They will rotate your instruction to ensure fairness and impartiality. The third officer leaned in close to the microphone. The Forerunner program will select 1,000 teams, with an estimated 5,000 personnel. More than half of you in the audience will not be selected. But during these 6 months of training, you receive the Federation's most elite training. Your time has not been wasted. Even if you weren't selected, don't be discouraged. You are still the future backbone of the Federation. When you return to your respective schools, you will stand out among your peers. The fourth officer spoke with a cold, serious face. No matter your rank, your achievements, your reputation, or your ambitions, from today on, you are all one of the 5,000 candidates for the Forerunner program. No one can seek special privileges. After this officer finished speaking, many glanced at Lu Xing, standing in the first row of the Federal University parade. It was common knowledge that the only teammate this gentleman tolerated was Wu Shilu. Lu Xing puffed up his cheeks and stared at the officer, who said this for more than 10 seconds. The hand holding the sword slowly turned, as if staring at prey jumping wildly in front of him. The officer didn't look at him, passing the microphone to the next person. Each person spoke a few words until the last young officer took the microphone. He projected a large virtual screen behind him, smiled at the students in the audience, and said, "Let me briefly introduce the format for these 6 months of training. First, I'd like to thank our partner in this program, the hunting group." Song Shi was somewhat surprised that the hunting group was even involved in the Forerunner program. Being singled out for thanks in this kind of setting showed that the hunting group played an indispensable role. A city surrounded by a transparent glass dome appeared on the screen, like a miniature city model. The hunting group has designed a 100% immersive experience technology that combines virtual and real-world experiences. A year after our plan was officially approved, they began assisting us with the construction of the venue. Now, we've built a virtual city at the training base. He pointed at the screen behind him. As he swiped his finger upward, the city on the screen shifted. High-rise buildings collapsed, forests rose, and swarms of ant-sized beasts could be vaguely seen moving. It was like witnessing a sea change. This is the virtual city, 50 kilometers in diameter. It can simulate 100 different environments outside the base, with tens of thousands of exotic beasts. It's hyper-realistic, with 100% pain perception, and will hone your combat skills and teamwork. Sending tens of thousands of students to the exotic beast colony for training is a good idea, but it's difficult to control. The exotic beasts come and go without a trace, and the instructors can't guarantee everyone's safety, especially since these students are all freshmen, many of whom have never left the base. The virtual city served as a sort of transitional facility. The officers briefly outlined the 6-month training process, and sent all the students back to their dormitories to pack their bags. Training officially began tomorrow. The next day, 11,000 people gathered at the drill ground. Different departments gathered together, each wearing the same uniform, the only difference being the shoulder badge. Everyone, weapons in hand, stood erect, their heads tilted slightly 45 degrees, looking upwards. A large green screen scrolled through the names of different people. Song Shi stared at the screen. Today was the first combat simulation, and the instructors wanted everyone to experience the magic of teamwork. The team members were being randomly matched. Schools and departments were randomly shuffled, and the number of people in each team was kept constant, ranging from 4 to 6. The list continued to scroll. Song Shi heard the sounds of deep breathing and hands folded across their chests, as if in prayer. The tension arose from the fact that no one could know in advance who their teammates would be or what their rank would be. Each combat simulation counted points. The more points a team won, the more advantageous it was for each member. The more points a team gained, the more advantageous it was for subsequent team formations. This method was similar to how most universities with special abilities often motivate students. 5 seconds later, the list stopped scrolling, and everyone's retina simultaneously displayed their own name and the members of their team. Although so many people were staring at the same virtual screen, each person saw a different team information. Song Shi, upon seeing the list, said, she didn't experience the charm of teamwork, she only felt a flood of malice. Team number, Team 999. Healing type, Wu Jisui, SS rank, Qin Lijun, S rank, Earth type, Shi Yao, A rank, Berserk type, Song Shi, SS rank, a 4-person team, 2 weak, defenseless healers, and an A rank Earth type. A rank Earth type, what a powerful force. Song Shi witnessed it during his last mission outside the base. At a critical moment, dig a pit for the enemy to fall into, then raise a wall of earth that can be shattered with a single punch. Add stone defense to prevent easy death, and instantly cover your fist with a layer of rock, giving it a decent amount of attack power. Nature types below S rank are simply not worth considering. Unless they possess strong combat skills, like Tang Yu currently does, leveraging their elemental summoning abilities, they can compete with Berserker and Warrior types of the same level. Generally, nature types rarely prioritize close combat, focusing instead on preserving their mental energy and leveling up as quickly as possible. That's because nature types above S rank aren't on the same level as Berserker types and Warrior types of the same rank. However, few nature types reach S rank. This is also why, among Berserker types, only SS rankers can join the Forerunner program, while A-rank nature types can become her teammates. A-rank nature types without outstanding abilities are destined for elimination. It's a matter of time. All teams, assemble immediately, the PA shouted. Songshur searched for the landmark of Team 999. What a stupid system. A person passing by Songshur cursed with an angry face. You don't even have a healer? If you don't want me to win, just say so. This is so disgusting. Songshur glanced back at her, feeling a sudden sense of comfort. Without a healer, facing the monsters, all they can do is flee. Chapter 255. What should I do? Lu Xing and I are in the same group. 5 steps ahead of Songshur, 2 healers with green badges on their shoulders slowly moved forward. The one on the right was in a state of collapse, his voice choking with sobs. What if he kills me? A classmate consoled him. Death in the virtual city won't threaten your real life. But it will hurt. 100% pain. Can I switch with Wu Jilu? No, didn't you hear yesterday? No one can have special privileges. Songshur followed them for a few steps, saw the 999 landmark in the distance, and then parted ways, not hearing the rest of the conversation. Songshur, what a coincidence. We're in the same group on the first day. Wu Jitsue had already arrived at her station. Seeing Songshur, she was about to pat her shoulder, acting familiarly. Songshur nimbly dodged the pat. Songshur looked at the other 2 in the 4-person team. Their uniform badges told him their affiliations. The tan one was Shi Yao, the Earth-type Awakener. The younger-looking one was Qin Lijun, the healing type. The other 2 were also observing her. Both of them wore a gloomy expression. Clearly, this division had them worried about the future. Today's competition standards. Killing monsters grants points, which vary depending on the monster's level. Teammate elimination deducts points, with each teammate losing 5 points. The top 10 teams in total points each receive 5 points, the top 100 teams receive 3 points, and the top 1,000 teams receive 1 point. After the announcement, everyone entered the virtual city. The world before them shifted, revealing a desert world. It's the desert, the home of the earth element. Shi Yao exclaimed in surprise, his gloomy mood instantly lightening as he gazed at the endless expanse of yellow sand. Songshur stepped on the soft sand, her breath tingling with sand. She covered her nose, and suddenly changed her mind. Originally, she had planned to separate from the 3 men upon entering, going off alone to kill the exotic beasts. As long as she killed enough exotic beasts, the points deducted from the other 3 being eliminated wouldn't be a big deal. She hadn't expected it to be a desert venue. Earth element skills would be more powerful in the desert, perhaps helping her. Wu Jisue bent down and scooped up a handful of yellow sand, still marveling at how real this place was. I suspect they've really transported us to the desert. Wu Jisue lowered her hand, letting the sand slip through her fingers as she gazed at the horizon. The scene was too real. Songshur had already pulled a face towel from her bag and tied it around her face. Where did you get the face towel? Wu Jisue asked enviously, watching Songshur cover his face, free from the harsh wind and sand. Songshur, what's that on your back now? The backpack wasn't there before he came in, but it was there afterward, and it weighed quite a bit. Wu Jisue hadn't even noticed the sudden weight. Wu Jisue wasn't embarrassed, casually complimenting Songshur, you have such keen observation skills, worthy of being a 3rd-level expert. Then, like Songshur, she covered her nose. Songshur. The 4 of them set off, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Most of the strange beasts in the desert live underground, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Songshur was wary of his steps. The earth element's Earth Spirit Echo is extremely useful in the desert. It can sense obstacles through the flowing sand beneath the ground, either plants or strange beasts. Shi Yao sensed a group of obstacles and pointed in a direction. Songshur walked in front, and the 4 of them followed that direction. The teams with Earth-type Awakeners are incredibly lucky, Wu Jisue boasted without hesitation, praising them non-stop throughout the journey. The Earth-type boy blushed at his praise. Of course, having Songshur is our team's greatest honor. Let's just sit back and wait for the points to be harvested. Songshur frowned, observing his surroundings, and remained silent. After walking for an hour, Songshur suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Wu Jisue asked, puzzled. Songshur stared at a towering cactus in front of him and drew his 3-element sword. Wow, a nice sword. Wu Jisue blurted out. Shut up. Songshur turned and glared at him. You too, hold up the purification disc for Shi Yao. And you, eh? Before Wu Jisue could finish, Songshur rushed out with his sword in hand. As she drew closer to the cactus, a green python, the same color as the cactus, leaped from the ground, swishing its tail as it slashed at Songshur. What a huge snake! Wu Jisue, who had been using another healer's purification disc, looked up at the emerald python in amazement. This skin will definitely fetch a fortune. Shi Yao, standing beside him, glanced at him. You're praising a strange beast, too. Wu Jisui rubbed his face. Hee hee, I have eyes that are good at finding beauty. During the 3 minutes they chatted, Song Shi successfully slew the emerald python, its blood splattering the ground. A virtual screen appeared in front of the 4 of them simultaneously. Kill an A-level emerald python, plus 2 points. Wu Jisui scurried out of the purification disc, pushed open a side, and ran over to Song Shi. Looking at the blood that had soaked into the sand, he snapped his fingers with satisfaction. 2 points in hand. Our team's ranking will definitely be high this time. Keep up the good work, Xiao Song. Song Shi glanced impatiently around the cactus. She could sense living creatures within 50 meters, staring at her, ready to strike. Who told you to come? Wu Jisui pointed innocently at the huddled emerald python. You've killed it. The danger is over. I came here to celebrate with you. Song Shi was annoyed. Killing an A-level monster only earned 2 points, and losing a teammate cost 5 points. She killed monsters when her teammates weren't motivated, and none of them even checked to see if there were any other monsters nearby. She seemed to understand the real purpose of the random groupings from the start, to let everyone experience in advance how difficult it was to find a teammate who wouldn't hold them back. She would then be more cautious in choosing teammates in the future. Song Shi had no obligation to be both mother and father. She had to earn points and protect them. Since you feel the danger is over, just stay here. Song Shi turned and ran. Instead of running to join his 2 remaining teammates, he ventured deep into the desert alone. In an instant, he vanished. Left behind was Wu Jisui, who stood there, bewildered. Why did she run away? He asked. His fellow healers naturally couldn't answer his question. Furious that Song Shi had abandoned the 3 of them, they suppressed their anger and criticized. The berserker type has once again challenged my understanding. Would she abandon her teammates and run away if we were really on the battlefield? The earth type Shi Yao, looking at his 2 remaining teammates, felt the pressure double. He was an A-level healer, leading 2 completely clueless healers, 2 healers with no combat experience or sense of danger. If he had Song Shi's skills, he would have wanted to run too. You can't run, right? Wu Jisui suddenly stared at him intently. If you run, we'd both be eliminated. 10 points will be gone. No matter how powerful you and Song Shi are, you won't get a ranking. Hissing. Suddenly, the sound of snakes spitting their tongues echoed from all directions. Wu Jisui's scalp suddenly tingled, and she leaped to her feet, running towards the earth-type Shi Yao. More than a dozen 2-meter-long snakes burst out from the ground, all young emerald pythons. Only after Song Shi, with his powerful aura, left did they dare to come out and attack the 3 seemingly harmless humans. In a panic, Shi Yao only managed to grab Qin Li Jun to his left, abandoning Wu Jisui and taking off. And me! And me! Wu Jisui ran after him. Shi Yao, you unreliable person. You didn't even notice the strange beast. Unfortunately, the healer's stamina is ultimately insufficient. Your teammate, Wu Jisui, is out, with a total score of -5. Afterwards, they realized that countless people throughout the virtual city had followed Song Shi's lead. 5 kilometers away, a curtain of light drifted in front of Song Shi. Without even a glance, Song Shi ran forward with a determined purpose. The ones she was relentlessly pursuing were a group of sand-climbing tigers. Chapter 256. Your teammate, Shi Yao, is out, total points, -5. Your teammate, Qin Li Jun, is out, total points, -5. Excellent. Just an hour and a half into the game, Song Shi's team's total points, -13. Song Shi was shoveling dirt in the sand, burying a strange beast, covered in slime, and lying flat on its back with its eyes closed. The 3-seed beast, just brought home the day before, was now being used by Song Shi as a shoveling tool. The strange beast's green skin was pierced with holes, from which yellow pus continuously seeped. The pus coated its entire body, and under direct sunlight, the water evaporated, turning it into a brittle shell. The stench emanating from it grew stronger, reaching its very soul. Song Shi's stomach churned, and his face turned green. The book said the mucus secreted by the green pus stench was very smelly, but I hadn't expected it to be this foul. Song Shi sped up the burial. Soon, a thick layer of sand covered the green pus smelt, obscuring the presence of a burrowed beast. A gust of wind blew by, smoothing the uneven traces into a sand dune and dissipating the foul odor. A simple lure trap was set. Song Shi crouched behind another dune 50 meters away, channeling his spiritual energy, waiting for his prey to take the bait. Meanwhile, in the main control room of the virtual city, countless instructors sat in uniform before a virtual screen, watching the performance of each team on the field. In the desert, the weather is hot and moisture evaporates quickly. Beasts prefer to hide in the shade underground. It's difficult for humans to find them while walking in the desert. It's best if your team has a spirit type or earth type awakener. If not, luring them out with food is the only way to gain points. 5 people sat before an enlarged virtual screen. 4 of them wore uniform combat uniforms and belonged to the same awakened team. They sat in various positions, staring at the screen, their eyes weary, as if they had taken time out of their busy schedules to come. The screen then shifted, switching from a distant desert scene to a close-up, split into 4 sections, each displaying a different scene. Across from the 4 awakened, the Forerunner program's chief instructor gazed at the screen and smiled faintly. It looks like quite a few teams are already using food to lure the beasts. In the upper right corner of the screen, Song Shirzong lay crouched behind a sand dune, staring intently at a bulge in the desert. She had no idea how long she had been crouching there. A layer of yellow sand had accumulated in the folds of her clothes. Nicely done scene, a woman in the team casually complimented. The bulge in the desert suddenly moved, a small tentacle extending, followed by a second, a third, and so on, densely packed like mushrooms after a rain. A monolid monster, it looks like there are too many. The woman sat up straight and counted the tentacles appearing on the screen. There were too many, and she couldn't count them fast enough to keep up with the speed at which they appeared. She gave up and leaned back in her chair. This has disturbed the monolith's lair. I wonder how strong her team is. The hunters might become the prey. She finished her words. On the screen, Song Shi rushed out from behind a sand dune. In the other 3 screens, the teams were still waiting for their prey to take the bait. The chief instructor zoomed in on Song Shi's image. Song Shi, knife in hand, charged into the monolith's lair, swiftly, snatching a tentacle and severing it. The remaining half of the tentacle contracted frantically. Song Shi gripped the knife with both hands, gathering all his strength and thrusting it vertically into the ground. Moo! A shrill bull cry. Killing an A-rank monocular monster, plus 2 points. The ground shook as he witnessed his companion's slaying. The remaining monocular monsters burst forth from the earth. Song Shi stumbled and pulled the 3 elements from the sand. Before the beasts had fully emerged, only their backs exposed, about 2 meters high, he used the momentum to spring upwards, stepped on their backs, and began his killing spree. Why is she alone? Where are her teammates? She's not afraid of the monster's dark energy. Is she Song Shi? Yes, the chief instructor nodded, switching the screen back to 4-frame display. But now, each frame showed Song Shi. From the moment Song Shi's entire team entered the desert, to her abandoning them and leaving alone, to the present. The 4 screens simultaneously displayed different periods, fast-forwarding. Within 3 minutes, the 4-member awakened team had fully grasped the situation. A healer in the team asked TSK, "How did you split the teams?" 2 healers per team. Does that make sense? Today is the first team match for most of them. We're trying to teach them the importance of teamwork, so they take every opportunity to select teammates seriously. The overall point reward is half of a normal match, the head instructor explained briefly. In the specially invited 4-member awakened team, a fire-type awakened watched Song Shi slay the emerald python, while the other 3 stood chatting. He said with disdain, "You need to correct this indifferent attitude as soon as possible, or you drag down your teammates sooner or later." The chief instructor nodded, having already memorized the information. The scene jumped, the screen displaying live footage from other teams. The awakened team made some suggestions for improvement based on each team's performance. Song Shi, still in the desert, was engaged in a fierce battle with the one-eyed behemoths. The one-eyed behemoths swarmed in droves, and after killing one, another was left, seemingly endless. Song Shi remained grounded throughout the battle, maneuvering nimbly on the backs of various one-eyed behemoths, severing tentacles wherever he passed. The one-eyed behemoths had only 1 eye per tentacle, and without it, they were completely blind, darting about recklessly. Song Shi could easily break their cervical vertebrae. Kill an A-level one-eyed behemoth, and gain 2 points. Reminders kept appearing in front of him, one after another. The points kept increasing. Song Shi's only regret was that the one-eyed behemoths before him were fake, and could not be added to the Berserker upgrade bar. With the match reaching its final 5 minutes, the chief instructor, at the request of the awakened team, cut back to where Song Shi was. She's still killing. It's been 3 hours. The Cyclops are pack-living beasts. She probably wiped out an entire colony of them. She's too agile, and the Cyclops are too massive. The green pussfish lured a Cyclops instead. If it had been a more agile sand tiger or a pack-living emerald python, she wouldn't have wiped out an entire tribe on her own. A healing and berserker combined in one body is destined to be stronger than any combat type that constantly carries a burden. Burden, are you referring to me? The healing type man looked at the fire type who spoke. The match is over. Ding-ling-ling. Like an alarm clock ringing in a dream, Songshur watched the giant one-eyed beast charging toward her gradually distort into form. The one-eyed beast beneath her feet also transformed into a virtual form, unable to support her. Songshur fell. Her feet touched the metal floor, and when she looked up again, she was back at the training ground. Chapter 257. Where are the beasts? Where are the beasts? I'm asking where the beasts are? It's all sand, endless sand. My team didn't even encounter a single beast. How can we compete? A large man shouted angrily at the overhead surveillance camera. A girl who happened to be passing by also looked unhappy. She tooted, "That's better than a negative score," she said as she walked away, her voice trailing behind her. I don't know how those A-rank guys got selected. Returning to the real world for the first time, there were people discussing what happened on the field, cursing this and that, lashing out at everyone, and their teammates. The quiet sound of the wind suddenly turned into a cacophony of voices. Songshur rubbed his ears, stood up, and sheathed his knife. The bloodstains from the beasts he had slaughtered on his clothes had vanished, as had the foul odor. Songshur relaxed his tense muscles, made his way through the crowd, and returned to his starting position. The other 3 members, who had been eliminated early, had returned to their positions, staring at Songshur with strange expressions. Wu Jitsue's gaze was filled with resentment, a touch of deliberate grievance. Perhaps he hated Songshur, but didn't want to offend him, hoping to make him feel guilty. He had underestimated the prevalence of berserk genes in Songshur. The Earth Awakener feigned indifference, but a hint of anticipation lingered in his eyes, betraying his true feelings. He hoped Songshur would achieve a high score. The other healer was 70% disgusted, resentful of Songshur's abandonment of his teammates, yet 30% resigned to the reality of the situation. Faced with their sparse expressions, Songshur's mood remained unchanged. Neither apologetic nor regretful, he stood indifferently in the group, his back to them. The scattered crowd immediately after the competition concluded had 5 minutes to gather themselves. The head instructor emerged, and a 1-meter-high platform with stairs rose from the ground. She ascended, high enough for the over 10,000 students to see her. Today was the first time for most of you to compete as a team. How was it? Do you have any experiences you'd like to share? She smiled at the students in the audience. Unsurprisingly, this was met with a flurry of disgruntled protests, with many questioning, why aren't we divided into teams according to the normal standards? Clearly, their teammates in this competition were irritating them. The head instructor calmly accepted the complaints, and after 10 minutes of being an emotional trash can, she calmly raised her hand and said, "Now, let's announce the results." She didn't need to call for silence. The practice field was instantly alight with a pin drop. Complaints aside, everyone was still eager for their own performance. Due to the design of the virtual city, no matter how far one went, one couldn't see anyone other than their teammates. Everyone only knew their own team's points. This assumes they haven't been eliminated. After being eliminated, the team's subsequent points are uncertain. For example, Songshur's 3 teammates had no idea their team's score. Songshur had no intention of telling them. The top 10 results will be announced, the head instructor said over the loudspeaker. 10th place, Group 1555, 82 points. Yes! Cheers emanated from a few hundred meters to the east. Many people looked over enviously. Songshur couldn't see which direction was leading, so he simply stared at the large virtual screen in front of him. The screen showed Group 1555's performance in the virtual city. Their 6-person team was evenly distributed, an SSS-level healer, 2 S-level warrior awakeners, an A-level earth awakener, and 2 ranged damage awakeners, an S-level mech-assisted combat type, and an A-level wood type. A truly perfect team, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, combining melee and ranged combat, and an earth awakener to search for prey. Overall, no member was a slouch. The high scores were no surprise. 9th place, 996 teams, 85 points. 8th place, 368 teams, 88 points. 7th place. 5th place, 5 teams, 100 points. After the 5th place ranking was announced, the head instructor paused the video. He then brought together the videos of Group 996, ranked 9th, and Group 5, ranked 5th, for the students to compare. The membership distribution in both groups was reasonable, but with a few exceptions, the ranks were generally low, mostly A rank, and the healer was only S rank. S-rank healers were the lowest rank of all candidates. The two groups were very similar. The only difference was that Group 996, ranked 9th, had an SSS rank contractor named Jiang Qifeng. And in Group 5, ranked 5th, Song Shi spotted a familiar figure among the group members. The afro-haired girl from the Federal University. The video described her as a berserker-type SSS rank named Wendolin. Both of them, SSS rank, coincidentally served as the team's commander and main attacker. They accounted for 2/3 of the points. The difference in ranking was significant. The two screens played simultaneously, and Song Shi saw the reason. Wendolin was an SSS-level berserker, but Song Shi didn't see the usual aggressiveness or arrogance in her. She would give her teammates the chance to slay monsters, demonstrating a true sense of teamwork. In contrast, the SSS-level contracted master on the other team, Jiang Qifeng, didn't get along well with his teammates. He rode his first mount, his contracted beast, a silver-furred wolf, and carelessly charged into the pack of monsters, unconcerned about the lives of his teammates. In the end, 3 teammates were eliminated, lowering their kill points. If those 3 hadn't died, his team would have tied Wendolin's. However, if he had focused on his teammates, he might not have been able to kill so many monsters. The chief instructor said, "These 2 cases are worth your reflection. Think deeply." Song Shi heard a low muttering voice to his right. Following the voice, Song Shi looked and saw the protagonist in the video. Jiang Qifeng. The first thing that caught his eye was his deformed ears. Beast-like. Resembling the ears of his contracted beast, the silver wolf. It said that the more talented the contract master, the higher level the contracted beast. After the contracted beast's energy is fed back to the contract master, and the contract master has a certain chance of developing the same characteristics as the contracted beast. Jiang Qifeng was a highly talented contract master. Indeed, Song Shi had never heard of a freshman successfully contracting a beast before. In the underground prison of Tomorrow University, the contracting students were still in the early stages, experimenting with the difficulty of controlling different beasts, but Jiang Qifeng had already contracted a beast himself. At yesterday's ceremony, the female officer had said it well. Many of those who come here are the elite of the elite. The chief instructor continued analyzing the video. A team with properly divided responsibilities is like a complete sword, capable of piercing the enemy's heart. Even the weakest members of the team have their own irreplaceable role. Instead of simply gathering together to avail the healer's purification disc, each going their own way, they're like a pile of loose sand, scattering at the slightest setback. Chapter 258. Since you've joined the Forerunner program, you must correct your mindset of working on your own. The Federation is not short of talented awakeners. What we truly lack is a team of awakeners capable of serving as our foremost force. The chief instructor spoke volumes. Some listened, others didn't. Most people were focused on the rankings of the top 4 teams. Jiang Qifeng could only get 9th. How good must the top 4 teams be? I don't even need to think about it. Lu Xing, Wu Jilu, Lu Qian, and the top students from the Federation's First Ability Academy are nothing more than teams of 4 of them. Maybe. There's also that 3-element Song Shi. Her? Forget it. Their team has 2 healers, and 1 A-rank Earth-type Awakener. How high can they rank with that kind of lineup? Her more powerful Berserk type is only SS level. If she makes it into the top 4, I shit my ass off. A third person interrupted their conversation. You came out late, so you didn't realize that within an hour and a half, the other 3 members of Song Shi's team were eliminated. Jiang Qifeng, having lost 3 teammates, can only place 9th. It's going to be hard for Song Shi to break into the top 4. 4th place, Team 1888, 110 points. Team 1888, Wu Xilu's squad. SSS rank Wu Xilu had directly covered the entire group of alien beasts with his purification disc, allowing the team members a wide range of movement, freeing them to unleash their skills. The 110 points were the result of the combined efforts of all members. Undoubtedly, the chief instructor was full of praise. Next, the top 3 were announced. The audience held their breath. 3rd place, Team 1250, 122 points. The virtual screen displayed the performance of Team 1250. Lu Xing, wielding a black, shimmering sword, was among them. Lu Xing only ranked 3rd? The audience erupted. Then who were 1st and 2nd? So impressive? The chief instructor raised his hand, signaling for them to be quiet and focus on the video screen. The videos on the screen had been pre-edited, with the main reasons for the team's successes and failures edited and spliced together. The time frame for publishing the rankings was limited. From start to finish, the competition lasted 5 hours, so it was impossible to watch the entire process. The problem was evident even from the editing alone. From the very beginning of the competition, Lu Xing grabbed the team's healer and raced off in search of the exotic beast, completely disregarding the lives of others. His run was even more decisive and efficient than Song Shi's, clearly showing no intention of cooperating with the other team members from the start. His teammates ultimately managed to avoid elimination, but they also didn't kill the exotic beast, so Lu Xing took all the points. The healer's shadow cast a heavy shadow on Lu Xing, and being carried off alone by Lu Xing left him frightened to the point of trembling legs throughout the entire process, making his performance very erratic. The purification disc alternately expanded and contracted, unable to keep up with Lu Xing's pace. When it should have moved, it froze in its tracks. Even Lu Xing's immense abilities were limited. After watching the video, everyone. Lu Xing really needs to team up with Wu Xilu. I originally thought Wu Xilu was just an average healer without Lu Xing, but now it seems Lu Xing is just an average berserker without him. That's not true. Lu Xing is actually quite impressive. He still managed to finish third despite dragging around a burden. I'm even more curious about who comes in first and second. Someone scratched their head. Speaking of which, after looking at Lu Xing's team's points, the first and second place teams must have known they were going to take the top 2 spots. But I looked around and saw no sign of weakness. Big guys are always expressionless. You're just like you, unable to keep your composure even when you get a needle stuck in your butt. Are you still a big guy? Amidst everyone's anticipation, the chief instructor finally announced the second place team. Second place, Team 345, 140 points. With that, Team 345's performance was displayed on the screen. Song Shi looked up, his eyebrows raised. Tang Yu's team. Tang Yu's mastery of fire skills made it almost impossible for anyone without knowledge to imagine she was an A-level. Tang Yu was well aware of the A-level fire's weakness in mental energy reserves, the huge gap between her and S-level counterparts, so she avoided using fire skills that consumed a lot of mental energy. Play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. With her nimble movements, she unleashed a small-scale fire blast on her joints. On screen, every time Tang Yu struck a monster at close range, a ball of flame would flash at the points of contact, fist, elbow, knee, and explode like a cannonball, charring the beast to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Tang Yu possessed a keen eye. Over the past semester, she had diligently practiced her combat techniques, competing in numerous arena tournaments to accumulate combat experience. At this point, she had shed the stereotype that nature types were limited to ranged attacks. Her combat results were even more impressive than those of an S-rank bone armor type on the team. Lu Qian's team. No wonder they're ranked higher than his brother Lu Xing. Song Shi heard a voice from Team 1000 on the right. He looked at the screen again. I had previously focused solely on Tang Yu, but now I noticed that there was another outstanding young man in her team. The man looked familiar, and Song Shi immediately thought of the young man standing next to Lu Xing at yesterday's ceremony, who looked about half as much like Lu Xing. It turned out to be Lu Xing's brother, Lu Qian. The two had very different temperaments. If we were to use physical objects to describe them, Lu Xing would be a spike, while Lu Qian would be water. In terms of combat prowess, Lu Qian wasn't as formidable as Lu Xing. It wasn't that he was less powerful than Lu Xing, but rather that he didn't overemphasize his own strength. He integrated himself into the team. He coordinated his team well, ensuring that every member fulfilled their responsibilities and followed his lead. He's a natural leader, Song Shi thought to himself. He truly lived up to the chief instructor's words. We need an excellent team, not just one outstanding awakener. Ahem. Now, let's announce the first place winner, the chief instructor said, looking at the impatient students in the audience. He smiled, keeping the topic in suspense, deliberately whetting their appetites. Are you looking forward to it? Of course I am. This is a competition for all schools, and today is the first match. The honor of first place is truly significant. Song Shi stood still, her eyes slightly lowered. The 3 members of her team behind her saw her drooping expression and gave up hope. The chief instructor spoke slowly. First place, Group 999, 166 points. Wu Jisui, shock. First, on the screen behind the chief instructor, Song Shi was deep within the lair of the one-eyed beasts, leaping back and forth on hundreds of them, each 20 times her size. Killing them was as easy as stepping on an ant. Evidently, in terms of size, she was the ant. Song Shi is actually number 1. So she got all 166 points on her own? She killed a 166-point monster by herself? Wrong. All 3 of her teammates were eliminated, and she killed a 181-point monster. She's in the same situation as Lu Xing, but she has more points than Lu Xing. Doesn't that mean she's the strongest berserker type? A healer. Then I said, she was the strongest healer. So is she also the strongest psychic type? Chapter 259. Before, everyone had only a literal understanding of the invincibility of possessing 3 elements, but they hadn't experienced it in reality. In their minds, the 3 elements were unattainable, just as a penniless person could never imagine the luxurious lifestyle of a billionaire. Today, Songshur demonstrated with real action how a person combining both the berserker and healing elements could be invincible on the battlefield. When will multi-element awakening become widespread? I can't wait! Can't those researchers just work harder? Songshur's prowess was truly enviable. After today's training, research institutes at various bases suddenly received numerous communications urging them to accelerate their 3-element research. Some aristocratic families even sent personnel to inquire about the progress. The researchers were horrified, confused as to why so many were suddenly so upset. Upon inquiry, they learned that the 3-element protagonist had completely vanquished these aristocratic family members. As a result, countless researchers, under the pressure exerted by the aristocratic families, quietly delayed their workdays. Why is it Songshur who's enjoying it, while they're the ones suffering? Songshur could easily lead a team by herself. She doesn't need teammates at all. Discussion about Songshur was rife. Many people tried to put themselves in Songshur's shoes, finding themselves even more arrogant than Lu Xing. If I were Songshur, my teammates would only hold me back. I could fight my way through a pack of monsters all by myself, without needing to worry about healers or anyone else. I could escape whenever I wanted, and no one could stop me. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Don't be so absolute. If teammates work well together, Songshur's abilities can be maximized. There are also rational people. I agree. We won't be facing a few dozen alien beasts in the future, but swarms of tens of thousands. The power of one person is simply too limited. Even the strongest can sometimes become physically exhausted or careless. If something goes wrong when you're alone and don't have teammates to help, the chances of it happening skyrocket. I agree. With communications down outside the base, if something were to happen alone, no one would even notice. Why are we so worried? Since the federal government allowed Songshur to come here, they must be planning a team for her. Otherwise, they could have taken her to a secret base for training and let her go out on missions alone. Why would they need to come here for joint training with us? That's true. Speaking of individual strength, who's more powerful, Songshur or Lu Xing? I really want to know who the strongest berserker type is in the Federation. What's the rush? At Songshur's rate of improvement, she face off against Lu Xing sooner or later. Just wait and see. After announcing the top 10 teams, the chief instructor announced the teams ranked 11th to 1,000. Instead of announcing the teams one by one, the rankings were displayed directly on the screen, allowing everyone to find their rank. The head instructor selected several representative teams between 11th and 1,000th place, placed them on the screen, and pointed out their strengths and weaknesses. Okay, everyone knows your rankings. Those who didn't make the list should work harder next time. Your chances are limited. In 2 months, our Pioneer program will begin its roster cleanup, the head instructor said gently with a smile. The atmosphere, once filled with laughter and joy over the rankings, suddenly tensed. The chief instructor had a way of completely ruining the atmosphere with a single sentence. We've finished analyzing the teams, now it's time to analyze the departments. The chief instructor continued to smile, but there was a chilling feeling, and many people had a bad feeling. Berserk department, the chief instructor said, looking down at the data on the computer. In this competition, 73% of your department's members abandoned their teammates and fled. You're really good. The training ground, with 11,000 people, was unusually quiet. Those ranked higher, Songshur, Lu Xing, Aleu, Zhang Wenjing, those in the middle, Wu Hua, Mai Ronghuan, and so on, and countless others ranked below the top 100. There are so many that I won't name them all. In real battle, when you're feeling down, will you also take your healer with you, regardless of the lives of your teammates? I hope today's results serve as a reminder that fighting alone requires the necessary skills. Countless people who had been hurt by berserkers this morning, but dared not speak out, were furiously agreeing. But soon it was their turn, and no one was happy anymore. Healing type, let's see how you perform. The light screen behind the chief instructor moved again, showing various healing type performances. The first clip showed Songshur killing the Emerald Python, while Wu Jisui and the others stood aside, chatting. Behind Songshur, Qin Lijun and Shi Yao lowered their heads in shame. Only Wu Jitsue held his head high, calmly stroking his hair and commenting, "Nice angle." If Songshur hadn't seen his ears flush with heat, he would have believed it. The healing department's awful antics were hilarious. The scenes in the virtual city were so realistic, even though everyone knew they were fake, that when faced with the alien beasts, many healers screamed in fear, their purification discs vanishing. Many teams were eliminated for this very reason. The video finally ended, and the healing department, who had been tormented the entire time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Contracted departments, especially those who have contracted alien beasts, Jiang Chifeng, Catherine. Are you planning to join the Berserk department in chasing the sun? The chief instructor asked heartfeltly. Many people couldn't help but laugh. The contracted department's face darkened when they were called out. The chief instructor said, "You are 2 percentage points more likely to abandon your teammates and run away than the Berserk department. In the future, the contracted department is expected to be on par with the fire department and the Berserk department." The chief instructor's expression was serious, as if he was genuinely considering the possibility of parity. No department escaped the fate of being subjected to sarcasm. After pointing out the shortcomings of all the departments, today's training officially began. Combat and non-combat departments trained separately. The chief instructor personally trained the combat departments. Fighting techniques, 2-person coordination techniques, and the classic 3-person encirclement tactics for slaying monsters. The chief instructor's mastery made everyone forget the embarrassment of being called out recently, and they absorbed her experience like dried sponges. No one standing in this training ground is stupid, they lack both talent and hard work. The content didn't need to be repeated a second time, the progress was rapid. In just one afternoon, everyone had a new understanding of teamwork. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the day's training concluded. The intense training had left everyone exhausted. We have healers and masseuses assigned to each dormitory floor. Relax when you go back. Meet here promptly at 5 o'clock tomorrow. The students rubbed their sore muscles and packed their things. The head instructor, putting on his clothes and leaving, suddenly stopped and looked back at the exhausted students. Just a heads up. I randomly select someone to compete tomorrow. Be prepared. After making his arrangements, he leisurely walked out of the training ground. Everyone, how could they possibly rest properly? Songshur felt she hadn't mastered a few moves yet, so she stayed to practice for another half an hour. When she was about to leave, she realized at least a third of the people were still in the training ground. Enough. Songshur changed into her training clothes and left. In reality, these people were all preparing for tomorrow's random selection. Chapter 260. The dormitory was a spacious single room, complete with a 50-square-meter training room, fully equipped with all necessary training supplies. On the day of reporting, the dormitory administrator handed everyone a form, allowing them to freely choose their room number. Songshur and Tang Yu filled in the numbers of 2 adjacent dormitories. Tang Yu now lived next door to Songshur. Songshur showered, changed into comfortable pajamas, and took a bottle of nutrient solution from the refrigerator. The nutrient solution was provided free of charge by the military region. During the 6-month training period, the cost of daily necessities and training supplies for the 11,000 candidates was shared by the 11 military regions. Songshur now drank the nutrient solution like a drink. Her intense physical exertion necessitated further nutrition. Slipping on her slippers, Songshur knocked on the door of the next room and waited quietly. Not long after, Tang Yu opened the door from the inside. She was wearing a pair of pink pajamas with a bow, the same style she often wore at the 11th base inn. The monster wave had arrived so suddenly that she hadn't had time to pack up her clothes. What she was wearing now was what Wang Ding had bought after his trip to the 9th base. Wang Ding loved buying Tang Yu clothes, always cute ones. Tang Yu wore them perfectly. Tang Yu wasn't surprised to see Songshur. She skillfully stepped aside, waited for him to enter the room, and then closed the door behind him. A number of people outside the door had just returned to the dormitory from the training ground at this hour. They caught a glimpse of Songshur entering Tang Yu's bedroom, and were momentarily curious about the relationship between the two. Songshur, as if at home, stretched out on the sofa with his legs crossed, occupying 2/3 of the space. The sofa sank, and Tang Yu sat on the remaining third. Xiao Song is here. Wang Ding's voice echoed through Tang Yu's laptop. Tang Yu was video chatting with Wang Ding. Songshur immediately sat up straight, leaned closer to the laptop, and greeted Wang Ding across from him. Hello, Uncle Wang. Wang Ding had moved into a bigger house. The Federation coins Tang Yu earned from winning the tournaments were enough for Wang Ding to buy a 70-square-meter apartment in the inner city of Base 9. 70 square meters, with 1 bedroom and 1 living room, was spacious enough for Wang Ding and his dog. But Wang Ding insisted on a 3-bedroom apartment, leaving 1 bedroom for Tang Yu and 1 for Song Shi. For any combat-type awakener, once they start college, the days they can stay at home are numbered. After graduation, they be assigned to various bases, completing Federation-assigned missions. There's no telling when they might be gone. Preparing a bedroom was unnecessary. But Wang Ding persisted, even finding a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment of 80 square meters. The location wasn't as good as the previous one, at the border of Upper and Lower Town, where many shady businesses operated and public security was poor. The advantage was the price was the same as the original one. Song Shi, of course, wouldn't let an ordinary person like Wang Ding live in a place where she couldn't be guaranteed safety. Since Wang Ding wanted to leave her a bedroom, then so be it. Song Shi used half of her savings, added to her original housing funds, and bought a large, well-lit apartment near Tomorrow University with good public security. Fugui, come here and say hello to little sister Song. Wang Ding called over the now mature Fugui and pressed his head against the camera. Both man and dog grinned. Fugui recognized Song Shi and licked the camera with his tongue. The screen suddenly became wet. Wang Ding couldn't bear to hit it, so he pulled it behind him, stretched his sleeves, and wiped the lens while saying, "Little Yuzi said you took first place in today's competition among over 10,000 people." Song Shi nodded. "I took first place. Little Yuzi took second place. Uncle Wang, aren't we both amazing?" "Of course," Wang Ding said proudly. "If I still had a shop, I hang a banner high and low to let everyone pass by know that my 2 daughters won first and second place in a competition attended by the most powerful awakeners in the Federation." Tang Yu wasn't surprised when Wang Ding said the word daughters. She observed Song Shi's expression without expression. If Song Shi showed even the slightest reluctance, she would immediately remind Wang Ding not to. "That probably means Dad Wang will be busy later," Song Shi said, naturally putting his arm around Tang Yu's shoulders. "There are still many competitions to come. We take turns taking first and second place. You might have to change the banner every week." Tang Yu's shoulders relaxed instantly. Wang Ding's excitement was palpable upon hearing Song Shi's address. His face, a face that could scare a child to tears, flushed crimson. "Then I wait until all your competitions are over, and then I unfurl a final banner." Song Shi nodded, "Okay." The Forerunner Plan Federation had been clearly announced, and everyone knew its purpose was to select the Federation's most exceptional awakened, forming an awakened team to penetrate the alien beast's lair. Many media outlets were tracking the plan's progress and reporting on it, with subscriptions to these media outlets skyrocketing in the past 3 days. Song Shi thought for a moment, then said seriously, "When the time comes, we hold a champion consultation class. Dad Wang will be responsible for sharing the methods for cultivating champions. I'm sure many people will pay to attend. We strive to earn Fugui's dog food for the next 20 years. Fugui, who was blocked by Wang Ding, heard someone calling his name. He barked, "Wang Wang," and a head popped out from under Wang Ding's armpits, its tongue jutting out to lick Song Shi and Tang Yu in the video. Wang Ding was quick to move, spreading his fingers to block the dog's head. The dog couldn't get close, its tail wagging like a propeller. Wang Ding flicked his forehead threateningly, "If you don't back off, I never make you new clothes again." Fugui had a personal wardrobe, filled with clothes all handmade by Wang Ding himself. They were a dazzling array of styles, more than Song Shi had in all 4 seasons combined. The 3 of them and the dog chatted for another 10 minutes, then Wang Ding urged Tang Yu and Song Shi to get some rest and talk again later. The call was disconnected. The next day, 11,000 people lined up neatly in a 220 by 50 formation. The team formed an oval. In the center was a spacious, 2-meter-high metal surface rising from the ground, large enough for 2 people to exercise on. A magnified virtual screen hovered overhead, allowing even the last row to clearly see the action on the stage. The energetic chief instructor stood in the center of the stage, flexing his wrists. She asked, "Are you all ready?" "Yes," the crowd below said in unison. Yesterday, many had practiced until the early hours before returning to their dorms, hoping to perform even better today. The chief instructor said, "Okay, then, let's vote." The audience was confused. Doesn't the question mark randomly select people? The chief instructor smiled at the young faces in the audience. "Let's try something more exciting. Vote for whoever you want me to coach. Based on yesterday's rankings, 3 people will be selected from each batch. Those who win my match will freely choose a teammate for the next virtual city competition. Those who lose will have their teammates for the next virtual competition chosen by all of us."